You clearly possess the extraordinary cultivation of the instant emperor. Yet you have been trapped in this ancient tomb for 1,000,000 years. It is only because you were forced to bind with the great wrong system upon your arrival that the first task issued by the system master is to recruit disciples for 1,000,000 years in the ancient tomb before you can exit. In these 1,000,000 years, after careful selection by the system, you have taken in no less than 800 disciples. You have not only helped them repair their supreme bones and strengthen their heavy pupils, but you have even gifted them various top-tier techniques such as the source of the sword. Yet at this moment, you would never have imagined that your exceptionally talented disciples are all struggling one worse than the other. Now, there is only half an hour left for the disciple recruitment task to end. As a sound of space cracking rings in your ears, the corners of your mouth are stiffer than AK. Finally, you can leave the closed state. You take a deep breath and step out slowly, only to fall into a place called the Beast Mountain Range the next second. Here, the mortals of the Qingyun Sword Sect are about to head to the Beast Mountain Range to slay beasts and obtain high-level crystals. When they see you, they all show expressions of surprise. This is the Beast Mountain Range, and you only have the lowest level of chi gathering cultivation. Isn't this clearly coming to deliver food? However, what they didn't know was that in the ancient tomb, something as insignificant as spiritual energy didn't deserve to exist at all. Your soul power, infused with the essence of all things and the source of Tao patterns over millions of years, has long transcended the mundane. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy, your cultivation has remained at the chi gathering stage. But that's all there is to it. If a real fight breaks out, even the Emperor realm wouldn't be enough for you to handle. At this moment, you slowly opened your eyes and glanced at the patterns on their clothing, frowning involuntarily. Wasn't this the pattern you designed for your disciple 3,000 years ago? So you asked, Li Qingyun, do you know them? Upon hearing this, a female disciple's expression changed drastically, and she said, do not speak the name of my Qingyun Sword Sect's Supreme Ancestor directly. Qingyun Sword Sect's Supreme Ancestor? However, just as you were taken aback, the system task was suddenly triggered. Ding! Since the host has completed the 1,000,000-year disciple recruitment task, the critical hit rebate is now activated, and meeting with disciples will grant corresponding critical hit rewards. Current trigger task, meet with apprentice Li Qingyun. At this moment, an old man came before you and said, young friend, although I do not know how you got in here, since you are within the jurisdiction of my Qingyun Sword Sect, we will protect your safety until you leave the Monster Beast Mountain Range. So polite? You looked at this elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect, somewhat surprised. So, you are now going to enter a deeper area to slay that beast with 7th tier strength? Yes, young friend, I possess the cultivation of the second layer of the Purple Mansion realm, and slaying a 7th tier monster is a piece of cake. Little did he know, just a moment ago, you had sensed the entire Monster Beast Mountain Range with a single thought, and that monster's level was not 7th tier, but a solid 8th tier, equivalent to a peak expert of the Purple Mansion realm. At this moment, the completely unaware Grand Elder of the Qingyun Sword Sect was stroking his beard confidently and said, I see that you, young friend, have a full celestial aura and a hint of starry energy between your brows. Are you interested in becoming a disciple of our Qingyun Sword Sect? Upon hearing this, you frowned slightly, thinking to yourself, goodness, is it really the reverse of the Heavenly Gang? So you asked, then how is the cultivation of your Qingyun Sect's Supreme Ancestor? It should be at the Supreme Realm, right? After hearing your words, the Grand Elder suddenly began to cough violently and said, just a little bit short. I saw the Supreme Ancestor half a year ago, and he should be half a step into the void. So weak? Li Qingyun's talent should be quite good, right? With 3,000 years of time, not to mention stepping into the Supreme Realm, at least he should have reached the great perfection of the Divine Tribulation Realm. Yet he only reached the Void Realm. Where has all that cultivation gone? Seeing your incredulous expression, the Grand Elder was almost furious. However, at that moment, a pitch-black cave appeared before everyone's eyes in the canyon ahead. The Grand Elder confidently said while brushing his sleeve, this is the lair of the Qingmo Sword Purple Beast. After I slay it, I can take its 7th level magic crystal and return. Immediately, he leaped off the ground and flew towards the dark cave, leaving behind envious gazes from more than a dozen disciples. Only you leaned leisurely against an ancient tree. Suddenly, a beastly roar echoed throughout the entire canyon, and a burst of blue sword energy erupted from the dark cave. In an instant, the disciples of the Qingyun Sword Sect became excited and shouted, it's the Qingyun Sword Technique, it seems the outcome has been decided. However, before the words were finished, the Grand Elder suddenly transformed into a streak of light and flew out of the cave, with several visible injuries on his body. Run! The intel was wrong, this Qingma Sword Purple Beast is not of the 7th rank, but the 8th rank. The disciples were stunned upon hearing this, as that was equivalent to the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. Hurry, and retreat! Suddenly, the cave behind them exploded, and a blue-gray scaled beast stepped out, blaring fiercely at the crowd in front of it. However, just when everyone was in despair, you suddenly stepped forward and said, "You are also at the Purple Mansion realm. What are you panicking about?" Use the third move of the Qingyun sword technique to attack the fourth segment gap of its tail vertebra. The elder in the air was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but when he saw the pupils of the 8th tier Qingma sword purple beast suddenly flicker, he was shocked. That was the look of having one's own flaw discovered. At that moment, the elder suddenly gasped in cold air, and his gaze towards you changed, thinking to himself, "No wonder you can be alone deep in the monster beast mountains. It turns out my young friend is not simple." In the next moment, he no longer hesitated and quickly activated the third move of the Qingyun sword technique, beginning his attack on the tail vertebrae area of the Qingma sword purple beast. The 7th move of the Qingyun sword technique. Why aren't you using it? Can't you see such a big flaw? Did you really earn this position with true skill? Break it, break its tail vertebra. In an instant, a surprising scene appeared in the canyon. As you stood beside a big tree, continuously giving instructions, each one as precise as if you were cheating, able to defeat the 8th tier Qingma sword purple beast with minimal cost. Under your enhancement, the 8th tier magical beast was actually being pushed back step by step. The great elder was also resolute, gritting his teeth and engaging in battle with the magical beast despite the level difference. Then he disregarded his injuries and bowed to you, saying, "Senior, please allow me to pay my respects." The disciples behind him, no matter how slow they were, also reacted and all respectfully bowed in unison. The grand elder was being cautious at this moment and asked, "Senior, do you have time to visit our Qingyun sect? We will definitely treat you as our honored guest." Upon hearing this, you smiled and nodded. You also wanted to see what was going on with Li Qingyun's cultivation. At this moment, in the secret realm of the Qingyun sword sect, 2 old men were sitting opposite each other. "Ancestor, if it weren't for me dragging you down in that battle 500 years ago, you would have already stepped into the void realm." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyun waved his hand and said, "That's not your fault. Now I am only half a step away from the void realm." As he spoke, a hint of ruthlessness appeared on his face as he said, "Once I step into the void realm, I will definitely kill my way back to the Qi sect." The other old man gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, but I heard that the supreme master of the Qi sect has already entered the 3rd level of the void realm." Hearing this, Li Qingyun sneered and said, "Just the 3rd level? Even if it's the 9th level, I will still compete with him. My master once advised me that if you are going to challenge, you should challenge someone stronger than yourself." Another elder swallowed hard upon hearing this. He had heard this ancestor mention his master many times, but he didn't know the specific name or background. Just then, the sect leader Li Feng suddenly appeared in front of the two and succinctly recounted what had happened in the Beast Mountain range. After hearing this, Li Qingyun suddenly became excited and asked, "You just said he guided the elder in the Beast Mountain range. How did he guide him?" Li Feng cleared his throat and said, "This expert's way of guidance is quite peculiar," showing a strong sense of disappointment, and even scolded a bit. "I asked for the expert's name, and he said he is called Mu Gu." In that moment, Li Qingyun felt as if his brain had been struck hard by a massive force, and without any hesitation, he directly tore open space and instantly disappeared without a trace. At this moment, in the main hall of the Qingyun sword sect, you are sitting high above, looking down at the group of people below. In the next second, a blue light swiftly rushed in from the entrance of the hall, and all the elders and disciples inside bowed. However, Li Qingyun did not pay them any attention. Instead, he fixed his gaze directly on you. His eyes began to slowly turn red as he stepped forward, one step at a time, until he knelt before you in front of everyone and said, "Disciple Li Qingyun pays respects to master." Immediately after, 3 muffled sounds suddenly exploded, shaking the entire hall. For a moment, all the disciples and elders in the main hall held their breath, thinking they were hearing things, as their supreme ancestor actually knelt before a young man in the Qi-gathering realm. Ding! Task completion triggered. Based on the disciple's performance after leaving, the host can receive feedback of 5 billion luck points. Luck points can be used to directly enhance one's own or others' cultivation, or exchanged for techniques, roots, etc. 5 billion is neither too much nor too little. After all, it previously took 10 billion luck points to exchange for a holy level technique for a disciple in the ancient tomb. In other words, this disciple is now worth 5 holy level techniques. Qin Yuan lightly exhaled a breath and stared at Li Qingyun in front of him before slowly saying, "Qingyun, tell me, your Qing Luo sword tire, how did it shatter?" In one sentence, he directly nailed the biggest hidden danger of cultivation in Li Qingyun's body. "Master." Li Qingyun's hands clenched his fists. "Back then, the Xian Luo swordborn that I bestowed upon you could theoretically allow you to step into the supreme level in 3,000 years' time. Even if it's less than a supreme, it's at least a half-step supreme. But you are now half a step into cave void? Qin Yuan shook his head, raised his own right hand, and extended 5 fingers. You're worth 5 sacred level techniques right now, you know? When Li Qingyun saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched twice. Master Teacher was his usual self, always speaking with such an unknown nature and still maintaining a childlike demeanor. Not bad for a Master Teacher. Li Qingyun wanted to explain, but he realized that 10,000 emotions were clogging up his chest, and for a while, he was somewhat at a loss as to where to start. That old man, come here and talk. Qin Yuan curled his hand and pointed at the Supreme Elder beside the Patriarch. There's a trace of the green Luo sword tire's origin in your kid's body. You should be informed. The pupils of the Supreme Elder trembled, and not daring to slack off, he dashed to the top of the Great Hall. Elder, it's like this. 500 years ago, I went with old Ancestor Qingyun to search for a flavor of the 9-turn sword heart herb, but after obtaining this divine herb, I was assassinated by the topmost sect in the central state, the Red Rock sect. At that time, old Ancestor Qingyun's strength had already arrived at half-step cave void, but the other party had sent out 2 Supreme Elders and their Patriarch. Their Red Rock sect Patriarch's strength at that time was only half-step cave void, so old man Qingyun naturally wasn't afraid. But those 2 Taishan Elders have both stepped into cave void and become cave void triple sky powerhouses. In the end, old Ancestor Qingyun had no choice but to kill me forcefully in order to save me, and then gave me a trace of the chi of the Qingluo sword fetus, allowing me to survive. And because of that, having depleted old Ancestor Qingyun's sword tire origin, I have a guilty conscience. As the Supreme Elder spoke, his eyes turned crimson. Stop, 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 stop. Qin Yuan raised his hand to interrupt, cutting off all the emotions that had just been brewing in this Taishan Elder. With your little injuries, you can't even move the Cyan Luo Swordborn that I condensed for Qin Yun. Qin Yun, tell me yourself, what's going on? Seeing this, Qin Yunli could only cough lightly twice and scratched his head. At that time, I returned to the clan and settled in, sneaking into the Red Rock sect again. When I was fighting with those 2 Supreme Elders of their family earlier, they said bad things about Master Teacher, and I was angry. Just thought I'd get them both killed and leave. A smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face. This was the disciple he had taught, and the elders and patriarchs in the Great Hall, as well as the Supreme Elder, were all confused. Was that even a thing back then? What happened afterward? Qin Yuan laughed. And then I just got their Taishan Elder killed, and then I was found out. Then, their entire clan came to hunt me down, even using their Red Rock sect's protector formation. Li Qingyun lightly coughed twice. As a last resort, I could only burn the origin swordborn and kill my way out of it. But don't worry, Master Teacher. At that time, I beheaded at least half of their elders and didn't disgrace Master Teacher. And the news of the Red Rock sect, it is estimated that they have also covered it up and not dispersed it outwardly. So there are not many people who know about this matter. Cold sweat broke out all over the Green Cloud sect Patriarch and the people on the stage as they heard the words. So, their old ancestor was so fierce back then? A half-step cave void dared to sneak directly into the Red Rock sect and even beheaded one of their Supreme Elders? After the final depletion of the sword fetal origin, it actually, really escaped? Old Ancestor Qingyun, this is too dangerous. At that time, you were only a half-step in cave void, and you were still in a wounded state. The other party's Taishan Elders are all at the 3rd level of the cave void realm. The Supreme Elder swallowed hard. As a master's disciple, one must be able to kill people over the level. Otherwise, one does not deserve to be a disciple of Master. Li Qingyun's chest was puffed out as he proudly said, as a disciple of his master, he was proud. Chapter 6. Then let's ascend to a cave void realm first. Well done. That's more like my disciple. Qin Yuan stood up and came in front of Li Qingyun. I told you how your kid is only this strong. Don't worry, since nowadays the master has come out of the gate, I'll get you your scene back. Rather, it's you kid. Half-step cave void realm. A bit inadequate. After the words fell, Qin Yuan raised his right hand and lightly landed on Li Qingyun's shoulder. Shasta. The aura of the great Tao origin flowed slowly, as if the arcane power of the beginning of the heavens and the earth was permeating the void. And at that moment, a ray of brilliant flashy light burst out from Qin Yuan's fingertips, and that light shone like a star, containing supreme greatness. It was even mixed with the purest power of the green Luo sword tire origin, as if it could tear apart the heavens and reshape the universe. Li Qingyun only felt a warm current spreading out from all his limbs and bones, and wherever it passed, it was like a spring breeze that nourished everything. All the dark wounds in his body dissipated at this moment. Even the tiniest meridians are revitalized. Li Qingyun sensed it carefully, and was surprised to find that the Qingluo sword tire had actually recovered as before in this instant. There was a hidden golden light flowing through the sword tire, as if it contained supreme sword intent. After each flash, he felt the sword intent in his body become a few points more solid, and every time Qing Yunli breathed, the aura within a 100-mile radius rippled. Tens of thousands of auras all surged towards his body at this moment. A few moments later, when Li Qingyun looked at the space around him, he could surprisingly find some tiny folds. After he took one step, the bucket was suddenly shifted. In an instant, he came to the top of a mountain thousands of miles away. And then, he took another step, and his figure returned to the Great Hall once again, shrinking. This was the mark of a powerful person in the cave realm. Although after stepping into the Void God realm, one could already initially grasp the power of space. But it's only a preliminary application. Only by becoming a strong person of the Cave Void Realm would one dare to say that they had some control over the power of space. Cave Void Realm. 3 heavens. After the divine sense was internalized, Li Qingyun then discovered that within the sea of consciousness, in a void cavernous void, there were 3 stars shining brightly. This was the embodiment of the 3rd heaven of the Cave Realm. Beside him, Li Feng and the Supreme Elder, as well as the other disciples of the clan all showed shock in their eyes. At this moment, they realized that Qin Yuan's strength and methods, I'm afraid, far exceeded their expectations. It's only 3 heavens. What are you excited about? Qin Yuan nonchalantly poured cold water on Li Qingyun's head. Those who don't know think you've stepped into the supreme triple heaven. Cough cough. Master teacher's lesson is right. Li Qingyun's small arrogance that had just risen a little instantly disappeared without a trace. Under the stage, that grand elder who had first come into contact with Qin Yuan couldn't help but be staggered when he saw the scene. This was exactly the same tone as Qin Yuan's lecture to himself between the valleys earlier. Not bad for a tall man. Senior, you're already out of the gate. Why are you still at the Qi drawing realm? Li Qingyun looked at his master teacher and whispered. Regarding their master's cultivation, Qin Yuan's disciples also knew that their master, who possessed supreme power, did not seem to be able to look at aura cultivation. Rather, they were directly practicing the great Tao origin, the mother of all things, and the Hongming purple Qi, and these. So there was no reflection of this in terms of cultivation. Naturally, it also resulted in Qin Yuan still being in the Qi drawing realm. You remind me. Qin Yuan came to the front of the steps of the Grand Hall. If one is always in the Qi drawing realm, there will more or less be some puzzled gazes looking over. Then let's ascend to the Cave Void realm first. Inside the Grand Hall, all the people all gathered their gazes on Qin Yuan's body, especially the patriarch and the elders and the others. They seemed to find this world other strange. So, old Ancestor's master was really in the Qi drawing realm? Jiu Xian 9 heavens. Qin Yuan flicked his metaphysical colored sleeves, and his sleeves fluttered, seemingly resonating with the void. And as he took one step, the void beneath his feet rippled like a ripple. At the same time, his cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed, crossing 3 realms from the Qi drawing realm, directly reaching the Hotian realm. After the second step was taken, the aura cultivation climbed again, stepping from the Hotian realm into the innate realm. The third step followed closely behind, and the barrier of the spirit charge realm shattered like thin paper beneath his feet. Completely irresistible. One step to immortality. Qin Yuan's voice, accompanied by the rhythm of his footsteps, and his cultivation began to climb upward. The 4th step was taken, stepping into the spirit ascension realm. The 5th step was taken, stepping into the divine hidden realm. The 6th step was taken to enter the violet mansion realm. All roads come to one place. His words were like the flood of the great Tao, vibrating in the sky above the great hall. 7th step, Yuan Shan realm. The 8th step, Void God realm. After the 9th step fell, his strength fell right at the first level of the Cave Void realm. The pressure of the Cave Void realm first sky was like the dome of the sky tipping over, enveloping the 4 fields. This kind of pressure was far more terrifying than their old ancestor Qin Yuan's 3 heavens Cave Void realm. And at this moment, Qin Yuan stood in the air of the great hall with his hands in the air, his gaze as if there were stars shining brightly. At the same time, he chanted the last line, Heaven and earth I am at the top. At this point, the cultivation level was completely stabilized at the first sky of the Cave Void realm. Inside the hall, all the disciples within the Green Cloud sect were all looking shocked to the core at this moment, because the scene that had just occurred had completely exceeded all of their perceptions and imaginations. Everyone's faces were filled with incredulity. Everyone's gazes were focused on the magnificent figure standing in the air, the shock in their hearts surging like a tidal wave that could not be calmed for a long time. Because from this moment on, if a bystander asked them how long it would take to cultivate from the Qi drawing realm to the Cave Void realm, the previous ones would have definitely answered that it would take at least thousands of years of precipitation and cultivation, and that it would also need to be coupled with a great chance to step in. but now they will answer that they have seen a man who, with only 9 steps, could step into the cave void. Jiu Xian 9 heavens, 1 step to immortality. All paths come to one place, and I am the top of heaven and earth. The Green Cloud sect patriarch muttered a retelling at this moment, and his pupils were filled with indigestible shock as well, and they had even more reverence for this master of the old ancestor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining faith points, 50 million points. Faith points can be exchanged for luck points in equal amounts. A smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face as he looked at these sect disciples. Immediately after, he inclined his head and said to Li Qingyun, "Then where is the Red Rock sect? I'll go over there to drink some tea and enjoy the scenery." The moment these words came out, the crowd in the Great Hall once again sucked in a breath of cold air. Going for tea? Enjoying the view? I'm afraid I'm not going to slaughter the clan. Senior, against the Red Rock sect. I already have a new plan. Li Qingyun dashed to Qin Yuan. Back then, you said it, master. When dealing with a jumping clown, one must kill him when he is jumping the most. In a few days, it'll be the once-in-a-century Central State 3 sect event. At that time, we, the Green Cloud Sword sect, the Red Rock sect, and the 9 Dawn Witch Hall, the 3 major sects will be held in the Cloud Illusion Valley secret realm. Now that Master has helped me break through to the 3rd sky of Cave Void, I'm confident that I can keep all those people from the Red Rock sect in the secret realm. Qin Yuan nodded his head. Alright, you go first, Master will back you up. On the path of cultivation, the beams that are formed can be resolved on their own naturally will be better for future breakthroughs in the state of mind. Rather, it was the Jiuli Witch Hall that caused Qin Yuan to rise a hint of interest. The Temple of the Witch of 9 Lives. He did accept a disciple 10,000 years ago, and that little guy was old enough to enjoy playing with witchcraft and compulsion. This now made Qin Yuan look forward to it. Chapter 7, one is more ruthless than the other on both sides. Yunxia Illusion Valley, the core area of the Yunxia mountain range, located in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. Its entrance is also shrouded in thick clouds all year round. Only at certain points in time does it become visible. And within the secret territory of Yunxia Illusion Valley, there was an abundance of spiritual qi and picturesque scenery, with all sorts of exotic flowers and plants scattered throughout. In the central state, there were 3 great sects that were as strong as the sun. Green Cloud Sword Sect, Genuine Sect. All disciples within the sect all abide by the rules and regulations of the sect. If it is found that there are people who bully others, then it will be seriously dealt with according to the rules of the sect. That's why it enjoys a reputation within tens of thousands of miles around. Red Rock Sect. Most of the practitioners in the clan are from the Earth vein, with violent and maniacal temperaments, and good at bullying the small with the big. However, because the attribute they cultivated was too rigid, there were few enemies within the same level, so the unusual cultivators could only tolerate it. And this last clan, in turn, it's something to talk about and keep quiet. The Temple of the Witch of 9 Lives. The disciples within it all practiced witchworm compulsion, and that mysterious hall master even came and went without a trace. It only takes one to kill a powerhouse of the same level witch bug. However, due to the special nature of witchworm cultivation, there were less than 100 disciples within the Jiuli Witch Hall. Right now, the 3 great clans had gathered before the Yunxia Illusion Valley secret realm. The space was already wrinkled before the ethereal canyon. In front of the fold was a huge square paved with lapis lazuli, enough to hold tens of thousands of people standing. Senior, the one in red is the Red Rock Sect's patriarch, Lai Wufeng. Beside Qin Yuan, Li Qingyun whispered. When he looked along with the voice, he saw that Red Rock Sect's patriarch. His face is rugged, and his whole body has an aura of stone. Lai Wufeng. Cultivate the properties of stone. Strength Cave Void Triple Sky. Qin Yuan took one look and lost interest. This kind of minion was simply not enough for him to make a move. Although, there were 2 other elders beside that Lai Wufeng, and after sensing them they were both around the 5th level of strength of the Cave Void. But, still not enough to see. Qing Yunli, who possessed the Qing Luo sword tire, had no problem killing someone about 5 or 6 levels. Otherwise, back then, it would have been impossible for him to decapitate one of the Red Rock Sect's supreme elders who possessed the 3rd heaven of the cave realm at the half-step Cave Void. Master, that black-robed man is the temple master of the 9 luminaries Witch Hall, Lu Jioli. Just after Li Qingyun had finished his introduction, a small smile hung on the corner of Qin Yuan's mouth. Sure enough, it's his own good disciple. Ding! Trigger mission, meet with disciple Lu Jioli. Lu Jioli, born with a body of 10,000 parasites. After being disallowed by the world of his life and being hunted down and nearly killed, he entered the desolate ancient heavenly tomb by chance. After being saved by Qin Yuan, he was accepted as a disciple. However, due to the special nature of the body of 10,000 compulsions, it would be able to grow for 1,000 years at most, and would eventually be devoured by the compulsions. And Qin Yuan was never stingy with his disciples. Directly backhandedly refined Lu Jioli's 10,000 compulsion body into the Heavenly Diffusion Compulsion Emperor body. The Heavenly Diffusion Compulsion Emperor body was the ultimate sublimation of the body of 10,000 compulsions. The growth cap is almost endless. To Qin Yuan's surprise, he hadn't expected to actually be able to run into two disciples here. But his gaze went to the distant Lu Jioli, whose entire body was shrouded in black robes. As he pondered, Patriarch, that old man Qingyun's strength has actually broken through? And it's also at the third sky of the cave void realm. On the side of the Red Rock sect, an elder whispered. There is a young man beside him, and his strength is also at the first level of the cave void realm. Panic about what? Although Lai Wufeng was surprised, his face was still full of confidence. I am also at the third sky of the cave void realm. Besides, we also have a cave void realm 5th sky supreme elder. Plus, isn't there more within the Yunxia Mirage Valley? Speaking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lai Wufeng's eyes. 500 years ago, we did not leave Li Qingyun in the Red Rock sect. This time, definitely let him and his disciples die in the Yunxia Illusion Valley. As long as we help that lord obtain the green Luo sword fetus, our entire Red Rock sect will receive great opportunities. That elder also immediately nodded. Then after killing Li Qingyun, his Qingyun clan sect, total slaughter. 1. Not 1. Lai Wufeng said viciously. Sovereign. At the same time, on the side of the Green Cloud sect, Li Qingyun spoke aloud to this batch of Qingyun sect disciples. After entering the secret realm, there is only one thing you have to do. Kill the Red Rock sect disciples at all costs. Yes, Ancestor Qingyun. The inner sect disciples of the Qingyun sect all nodded in response. On both sides, one is tougher than the other. At that time, Lai Wufeng and their elders will be left to me to deal with. You only need to protect the safety of the disciples within the sect. Li Qingyun turned his head and said to the Supreme Elder. But the Supreme Elder's face showed concern. After all, that Lai Wufeng is also a triple heavens, and there's also a 5 heavens Supreme Elder. You're not confident in me? Li Qingyun grinned at the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Yuan on the side again. His face filled with respect. Besides, I still have my master. In Li Qingyun's eyes, his own master that was invincible, a superpower with heavenly means, a terrifying power capable of killing all enemies of the past, present and future. Can't beat a shout. Qin Yuan smiled in relief. It's naturally good to be able to work things out on your own though, disciples. But if you can't beat it, you're still strong. That would be pure brain disease. From out of the gate until now, though less than 10 days have passed, but Qin Yuan hasn't been moving his muscles yet. At that moment, in the valley, the originally quiet air suddenly began to tremble. At this moment, it was as if the aura of heaven and earth was stirred by an invisible force, and in the center of the valley, the wrinkled space rippled, like a mirror being kneaded by an invisible hand. In a flash, a spatial vortex formed. At the edge of the vortex flickered a 7-colored haze, as if it was condensed from clouds, beautiful yet emitting a terrifying spatial fluctuation. In the center of the vortex, it was deep and dark. The flowers, plants and trees within the valley were all swaying, and above the spatial vortex, the clouds were constantly churning, and under the cloudy light, the entire valley was illuminated as if it was a fairyland. Obviously, the Cloud Illusion Valley secret realm opened. In the illusory valley, there were quite a few other sect cultivators and some loose cultivators. After all, this was the 3-sect event. Plus, there were also quite a few heavenly treasures and rare spirit herbs within the secret territory of the Yunxia Mirage Valley. After getting it, it could also increase their cultivation significantly. Green Cloud sect disciples obey. Enter. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyun immediately led hundreds of Qingyun sect disciples into streams of light and quickly disappeared into the entrance of the illusory realm in front of him. On the other side, all the disciples of the Jioli Witch Hall also stepped into the illusionary realm under Lu Jioli's leadership. Looking at everyone who had already stepped into the illusionary realm, the people on the Red Rock sect side didn't say much. Follow Lai Wufeng as he quickly entered the illusionary realm, as the folds of space flooded with layers of waves. In the next second, Lai Wufeng led more than 200 Red Rock sect disciples into the Cloud Illusion Valley secret realm. It was not the plains of the Valley of Illusion that met us head-on. Instead, it was a huge green-colored sword. The body of the sword was hundreds of feet long, with a crystal-clear body, green aura, and sword aura. The killing intent in it was even more abundant to the extreme. Lai Wufeng was stunned for a moment, and his face abruptly changed dramatically. Li Qingyun, you don't speak of martial virtues. What met him in response was Li Qingyun's tall drink. I'm talking about your mom. Chapter, HU Reworth 5 Emperor rank techniques at most. On the plains within the secret territory of the Cloud Illusion Valley, There were also quite a few loose cultivators here who hadn't traveled to the depths of the secret realm to look for opportunities and heavenly treasures. When they looked at the scene where the Qingyan sect's old ancestor suddenly struck out, all confused as well. The moment. In the air, the sword chi carrying the green luo sword tire cut the surrounding air into pieces, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. There was no time to think about it. Lai Wufeng let out a low roar. Shield of stone. The stone attribute aura in his body rushed and poured crazily, condensing a mountain-like stone shield in front of him. Boom! Boom! Between the collisions, it seemed as if the entire mystic realm space was shaken by the tremors. Kill. The first stance of the Green Cloud Sword Technique. Green Cloud Sword Technique second stance. The surrounding Red Rock sect disciples who hadn't yet landed on the ground were already surrounded by the disciples of the Qingyan sect. The Green Cloud Sword intent began to envelop the illusory valley plains. The scene, for a moment, was chaotic. What is the situation with the Green Cloud Sword sect and the Red Rock sect? I don't know. How come this is dry just after entering the secret realm? You asked me? The surrounding casual cultivators were all confused. Not only that, even the disciples on the side of the Jiuli Witch Hall were somewhat confused. And at the moment, Lu Jiuli, who was shrouded in a black robe, slowly removed his hood. His face was slightly fairer, and his eyes were even more bizarre to the extreme, as if there were countless parasites swimming around. There was also a chilling aura around him. Only on the unnoticed neck, the ancient character for Li is engraved. Lu Jiuli's gaze, on the other hand, was placed on a man dressed in Shin clothes on the side of the Qingyun sword sect's forces. When he got a good look at the man's face, the whole body trembled viciously. The familiar face and scent made Lu Jiuli's breathing a little short. Your Highness, what happened to you? Beside him, the eldest disciple sensed that the hall master was different and immediately took 2 steps forward. No harm done. Lu Jiuli shook his head. You guys wait here. As the words fell, he flew towards Qin Yuan's direction alone. Lu Jiuli? Master of the Jiuli Witch Hall. What's he doing coming toward us? After the two of them, the Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect, discovered Lu Jiuli's whereabouts. Their faces changed a bit. Could it be? The Red Rock sect and the Jiuli Witch Hall have conspired. Just as their faces changed, Lu Jiuli had already arrived 10 meters in front of Qin Yuan. Look at the familiar faces. The friendly sense. He took a deep breath of air and knelt straight down towards Qin Yuan. Disciple Lu Jiuli. Greetings to Master. The trembling voice wasn't exactly loud, but it stopped the great battle in the distance for a moment. What the? The two of them, the Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sect, who were mentally tense, saw Lu Jiuli, who was kneeling down towards Qin Yuan, directly confused. In the distance, Li Qingyun, who was fighting against Lai Wufeng, also trembled and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Though Master has told me that he has many elder brothers, but it never occurred to me that the Hall Master of the Jiuli Witch Hall was also a disciple of Master. And Qin Yuan sighed. He looked at Lu Jiuli in front of him and shook his head. Get up, I said. You still like to use the witch puppet incarnation. A sentence that directly broke through Lu Jiuli's current true state. This is all in honor of the Master's teachings. Master said to me back then that those of us who play with witchcraft and compulsion should try to avoid going head-to-head with the enemy as much as possible. He. Lu Jiuli stood up. That grim face paired with a strange laugh. It made those surrounding casual cultivators and even the elders of the Green Cloud sect shudder a little. My main body is in seclusion in the Imperial continent. This is just one of my witch puppets. The strength is around the 5th sky of Cave Void. Lu Jiuli pressed his excitement and said, Then what is the strength of your original body? Qin Yuan asked. The Great Circle of the Divine Tribulation Realm. Half-step Supreme Realm. Lu Jiuli proudly said. After 10,000 years since he left the division, he had already stepped into a half-step Supreme. This kind of cultivation speed had far exceeded the prideful contemporaries. That means you're worth 5 Emperor-ranked techniques at most. Qin Yuan silently did some calculations and said unflinchingly, Master thought you were at the peak of your supremacy. Cough. Disciple has disgraced Master. Lu Jiuli coughed twice lightly, and between the two men's conversation, it's already blown up their relationship. Far away, in the air, Lai Wufeng was also stunned for a moment. That kid is actually Lu Jiuli's master? I'm measuring the code. Who do you call boy? In the next moment, a huge green sword mixed with monstrous fury, wrapped in monstrous Qing Luo sword chi, ruthlessly smashed down. Sword chi erupted in Li Qingyun's eyes. This Lai Wufeng in front of him dared to call himself master with such a title? He had only one belief in his whole body right now. Get him. Ka Qing. Even if Lai Wufeng offered a stone shield to defend himself, he was unable to parry this furious strike from Li Qingyun. Put. Crimson blood spurted out of Lai Wufeng's mouth. If it wasn't for the Red Rock Sect's Supreme Elder's intervention, he would have to die directly under this Qing Luo sword chi. Here, 9 lives. Qin Yuan pointed at Li Qingyun, who was in the middle of the battle. Li Qingyun, the senior brother who was 5,000 years behind you. When Lu Jiuli heard this, the pupils that were condensed by the parasites moved slightly. Immediately afterward, he pulled out directly from his pocket the witchworm order. Without a trace of emotion in his voice, he said, "All disciples of the Jiuli Witch Hall listen to the order. Kill all the Red Rock sect disciples." And to be able to become a disciple of the Jiuli Witch Hall, they were all ruthless one by one as well. Although they were shocked that the basilisk-clothed youth was the master of the hall. But the order of the master of the temple is a holy order. In an instant, hundreds of disciples who played with witchworm compulsion techniques began to lick their tongues, casting compulsion techniques and joining the battle. With all these people on board, the scene was miserable for a while. The scene of the parasites possessing and tearing at the flesh and blood caused those surrounding casual cultivators to feel a rush of scalp numbness. And at this moment, Qin Yuan also realized, the quests triggered by the system must also be completed by meeting the main body. In other words, this witch puppet incarnation of Lu Jiuli in front of him was not worth a dime. Can't she point back? Even get one. I told you to call me Master Boy. I measured the code. The first style of the green Luo sword tire. Cheng Luo Wanxiang sword. Li Qingyun let out a low roar. Using his own green Luo sword tire as a guide, he condensed the surrounding heaven and earth aura, turning 10,000 swords into one sword. The sword comes out like 10,000 elephants, and it is hard to distinguish between the real and the imaginary. Countless sword chi spread out towards the Red Rock sect's supreme elder and lie wolfing piercing through the sky. It's impossible to avoid. 10,000 elephant sword shadows, deadly in every move. I'll let you disrespect my master. Cheng Luo sword tire second style. Qing Luo heaven breaking slash. Qing Luo sword tire third style. Qing Luo destroy return to 1. Kill. Chapter 9. It's master teacher who teaches you well. It's all learned from master teacher. Qing Luo skybreaker chop. The sword came out like a rainbow, wrapped in an indestructible might. It turned into a majestic swordlight and greeted towards the Red Rock sect's supreme elder and Lai Wolfeng. Even if the two of them were Cave Void Triple Sky and Cave Void Fifth Sky, they would not be able to fight back. After being hit, their mental state instantly shriveled. Blood had soaked the robes on them. And then, what awaited them was the third style of the green Luo sword tire. Green Luo destruction returns to 1. Countless sword chi coalesced to a point. An extremely pure and terrifying Qing Luo sword intent was formed. There is a great tendency for all swords to return to their families. Although visually, it was not as majestic as the first two moves. It contained the power to destroy the sky and the earth within it. And it can directly pierce the enemy's origin. Sword out will hit. It will hurt if you hit it. If you hurt it, you will die. Aren't you guys going to make a move yet? Sensing that he was simply unable to parry the strike, Lai Wolfeng fiercely roared towards the void behind him. The very moment his voice fell, click, space invisibly shattered. In an instant, a strand of cold that was like substance burst out from the broken space. Two figures, their feet stepping into the void, slowly stepped out. Those were two old men with withered faces, wearing wide black robes with silver sword patterns embroidered on the corners. Their faces were wrinkled, with high cheekbones and deep-set eye sockets. The eyes, however, emanated a stern sword aura. The old man on the left side was carrying an ancient long sword with a scabbard as black as ink and a silver wire wrapped around the hilt. The other was holding a long, slanting soft sword with a snake-like body and a cold light flowing on its surface, as if it would choose someone to devour at any time. The breath was internalized, but the sword intent was monstrous. It was two powerful sword cultivators. The twin swords of the underworld? The two supreme elders of the imperial continent Jieling sect. The identities of the two old men were revealed by Lu Jiuli with a single glance. And when those scattered cultivators around them heard that, their faces steeply and violently changed. So it's someone from the imperial continent. And it's still the Jedi Ling sect. It's over and done with. We're all going to die here today. Elder, what do you mean by that? The disciples and elders of the imperial continent's Jieling sect each kill without blinking an eye. And among them, the ones with the most ruthless methods are their two supreme elders. That is, the twin swords of the underworld in front of us. The underworld represents that wherever they pass, they will be transformed into the underworld. Both of them are powerful at the divine tribulation realm. If the two join forces, they can cross two heavens to decimate their opponents. Hiss, a powerhouse of the divine apparition realm? In the central state, it was rare to see even the cave void realm in 100 years for them, not to mention the divine apparition realm. For these loose cultivators, at this moment, the two old men of the underworld twin swords simply waved their hands. The rigid and soft sword intent then crushed the moves of the green Luo sword tire. Elder Yui, Elder Hades. Seeing that the situation of certain death had been solved, Lai Wolfeng and the Red Rock sect's supreme elder quickly came before them before bowing respectfully. As for those screaming Red Rock sect disciples below, they were as if they hadn't heard, as the screams abated. After the last Red Rock sect disciple was beheaded, all of the disciples of the Qingyun sect and the Jiuli Witch Hall all returned to Qin Yuan's side. Is the first heaven of the divine tribulation realm. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the two old men beside the spatial rift in the distance. Master, why don't I go over and blow myself up to take these two old dogs of theirs away? Lu Jiuli licked his tongue at this moment. Although it was said that this witch puppet had taken him thousands of years to create, but for the sake of his master, he could do anything. The elders and disciples of the Green Cloud sect on the side all gulped at the words. They had thought that their family ancestors' style of acting was already ruthless enough, but they hadn't thought that there were even more ruthless ones. You came up here and blew yourself up, didn't you? There's no rush. Qin Yuan flicked his sleeves and smiled leisurely. Jiuli, your senior brother, Qin Yun, has an idea. Sure enough, the words fell. In the air, Qing Yunli began to condense a stronger Qingluo sword intent, and while he only had the strength of the third sky of Cave Void, he was completely unafraid of the divine apparition realm in front of him. And, still, too, is this the green Luo sword fetus that Patriarch has been searching for so hard? Battle intent, posture, truly extraordinary. Qing Yunli, if you are willing to autonomously cut out the Qing Luo sword born in your body, the two of us can let you live. In the air, the two elders of the underworld had cold gazes, and their tone was like a command. Coming, grass. Finally, below, Qin Yuan, who has been silent for millions of years, finally felt the excitement. Too familiar. After all, in a million years of coming to the world of fantasy, Qin Yuan has not felt the set. Right now, it's finally here. Look at the face of this spectral duo. This dress, these words, this dress. A proper villain dies of talking too much. Looking at Li Qin Yun again, the cavernous void triple dry divine tribulation. Proper protagonist template. Of course, every disciple Qin Yuan cultivated was a protagonist template. Let me live? I farted the code. Li Qin Yun threw back his head and laughed. You two old dogs wouldn't think you're stable just because you're at the divine tribulation realm. Would you? Divine tribulation realm? The old man is doing the divine tribulation realm. The great Luo sword fetus. 10,000 elephant returning sword. Picking up the green sword in his hand, Qin Yunli did not hesitate. Towards the two elders of the underworld in the air, he drove to kill. This old ancestor of ours has a really sprightly and uninhibited tongue. Li Feng looked at the battle in the air above him. A battle at this level was no longer something that he, the Void God realm, could participate in. It's all because Master Teacher taught me well. We all learned from our master. Lu Jioli's face showed pride at the moment. When Qin Yuan saw his disciple demolish the truth, he grinned. What my master taught you back then was to speak logically, not to speak dirty. Can you blame me? The people beside him heard the words, and all of them understood what they understood. After all, you're a superpower. What's wrong with a spunky personality? Do you have to be civilized to be a high priest? It's worthy of being a Qingluo swordborn. The Cave Void Triple Heavens can actually stand up to a few joint moves from the two of us. The two elders of the underworld combined their swords in a fierce and soft fight. It's hard for regular people to fight at all, and the two of them were getting more and more alarmed the more they fought, knowing that the other was already wearing colors on his body. And yet, the more you fight, the more you get. Even that found some comebacks. Although he was unable to break through the sword intent of the two of them, it was enough to prove his terror. One should know that when the two of them join forces, even a strong person of the third sky of divine tribulation would not necessarily be a match. In other words, this Li Qing Yun in front of him could use the Qing Luo sword tire to harden himself against the early stage of the divine tribulation realm without losing. No wonder the Patriarch sent us here this time. You really aren't something an ordinary elder in the clan can tackle. A cold light flourished in the eyes of the two elders of the underworld. The strikes also began to become more and more tricky and venomous. Jioli, why don't you quickly go and assist your senior brother? Qin Yuan sidled up after seeing the other party's intentions. Yes, master. Lu Jioli quickly nodded his head. The figure transformed into a ghost and rose up from the ground. It instantly disappeared into the sky above. Senior brother, don't panic. Senior brother has come to assist you. Chapter 10 Disciple. Retreat behind your master. At the plains at the entrance to the secret realm of Yunxia Illusion Valley, the air was already covered with channels of spatial cracks, and with Lu Jioli's addition, a dark purple sorcerer's text also surfaced around these spatial cracks. Lu Jioli, are you going to make enemies of our Jieling sect as well? We honor your position in the Imperial continent, but we are not afraid of you. If you interfere again, the two of us will never show any mercy. When the time comes, don't blame us for blowing up this witch puppet of yours. The second elder of the underworld felt the power of the sorcerer's writings in the space around him. his brows locked and his voice filled with displeasure. After all, Lu Jioli, the one who played with witchcraft and compulsion, could also be said to be famous in the Imperial continent. Plus, his essence was at the peak of the divine apparition realm, so normally Imperial continent sects wouldn't want to make enemies with him. You guys beat up my senior brother, and you won't allow me, your senior brother, to give my senior brother back face? Lu Jioli laughed twice, and the witch insect secret technique in his hands continued to be cast. For a time, it actually made the two of the underworld twin swords feel overwhelmed. The scene, even a big reversal. The strength of the witch puppet Lu Jioli was at the fifth sky of cavernous void, while Li Qingyun's strength was at the third sky of cavernous void. A cavernous void triple sky coupled with a cavernous void fifth sky could actually beat the two men of the divine apparition realm first sky into submission. This caused all of these cultivators on the plains to be dumbstruck. The unequal battles made them begin to wonder if they were practicing the same system as them or not. The two of us have endured again and again. Lu Jioli, don't you dare blame us. The Qing Luo sword tire is a big deal. The purpose of their coming here was to steal the green Luo sword tire from Li Qingyun's body, even if it means offending Lu Jioli. As long as the green Luo sword tire is in hand. A Lu Jioli in the Imperial continent? I'm not afraid at all. 10,000 compulsion soul devouring technique. Lu Jioli pressed on without talking nonsense to the other party. Directly cast the most powerful compulsion. For a moment, the space around him blossomed with purple aura, and countless sorcerer patterns and parasites began to burst out of the space. Li Qingyun was not ambiguous either. Holding his green sword, operating the green Luo sword tire within his body, he exerted the power of the sword Dao. Underworld sword technique. The two elders of the underworld no longer held back any longer and began to pour out their strength, madly casting their strongest attacks. The battle between the two sides fought back and forth, and the aftermath alone could have shattered the mountains in the distance. After all, this was a battle at the divine tribulation realm level. The so-called divine tribulation is to experience the baptism of, from the cave into the divine tribulation. It is a general quality of ascension. Thunder tribulation. However, if the heart is not strong or speculative generation, by virtue of other means to arrive at the peak of the cave, the rate of perishing at that level of the thunderbolt, on the other hand, would be greatly increased. All in all, those who were able to step into the divine tribulation realm, that carried out in any place of the 9 Xian realms, were a giant-like existence. These two old things are really something. Although Qing Yunli could fight against a powerful person of the divine apparition realm with the Qing Luo sword fetus in his body, but after all, his strength was only the third heaven of the cave realm. As for Lu Jioli on the side, although he was at the fifth level of the cave void realm, he was after all only a sorcerer puppet, unable to completely utilize the power of the body. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, on the side of Li Qingyun and Lu Jioli, there was already a trend of defeat. Senior brother, go back to your master's side. I'll play self-destruct with him. Lu Jioli's face was flushed with a hint of viciousness at the moment. Refining 1,000 years of witch puppets was just that. If it blows up, it blows up. If a witch puppet of the fifth sky of cave void could get 2 divine apparition realms killed, it wouldn't be a loss in the words of the master. Take away 1 for capital preservation and 2 for blood money. Senior brother, Li Qingyun clenched his teeth, and just as Lu Jioli was about to reverse his feats, a clear voice rang in their ears. Apprentices, retreat behind your master. Xin Yuan spoke up, the thought of a master teacher with supreme greatness making a move. Both Li Qingyun and Lu Jioli began to tremble all over their bodies. They had witnessed their masters exterminate those supreme beings who had trespassed into the desolate ancient heavenly tomb and disobeyed the rules with their supreme greatness. That shocking scene was still deeply imprinted in their memory and consciousness. Lingering. Yes, master. Lu Jioli and Li Qingyun no longer hesitated and quickly dashed to the plains below. The battle just now was observed by the master. The power of the green Luo sword tire. You've only utilized 1/12 of it. Qin Yuan looked at Li Qingyun in front of him and taught, if you are able to exert half of your power, then these 2 divine tribulation realm brats wouldn't even last 3 rounds in your hands. Master has taught me right. I will redouble my cultivation efforts in the future. Li Qingyun respectfully bent down and saluted Qin Yuan. And on the side, Lu Jioli, who was waiting for Qin Yuan to teach him, began to look forward to it. What do you expect? Qin Yuan glanced at this witch puppet. Your kid is getting fat, isn't he? Paraphernalia witch puppets just to fool the master. When master arrives at the imperial continent and realizes that you haven't stepped into the supreme exalt, see how master physically punishes you. Lu Jioli's expression collapsed when he heard this, only to stay gray and silent. Cave realm first sky? Master? Ha 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 ha. I'm not afraid of making people laugh when I say it. In the air, when the 2 elders of the underworld saw Lu Jioli and Li Qingyun all retreating behind a man in Xian clothes, they immediately unleashed their divine soul perception. When they probed Qin Yuan's strength, the parched faces were filled with astonishment. Prairie. The eyes of Li Qingyun and Lu Jiuli had changed when they looked at the two elders of the underworld, as if they were looking at two dead corpses, because anyone who ever dared to speak to the master in that tone was dead. The moment the Green Cloud Sword sect, the Nine Dawn Witch Hall, and all of the surrounding loose cultivators all converged their gazes on Qin Yuan. A breath later, Qin Yuan moved. His gaze was level, his eyes not in the air. Instead, he slowly spat out 3 words. Too high. At the moment he uttered the 3 words, the space around the 2 old men of Xianmei and the 2 old men of Xianmei suddenly turned into transparent crystal clusters in a radius of 100 feet. Too high. And the void beneath the feet of their 2 elders was even more directly fractured. A cobweb-like structural body is presented. It was simply too late to speak, and the 2 of them felt a force that they simply couldn't fight, pouring down from the top of their heads. It was like 100,000 pounds of mountains. The old man on the left had just raised his right hand when the sound of bone cracking was heard in response. The other old man was just about to defend himself with the sword in his hand, but also in an instant, the blade of the sword in his hand crumbled in response. Under the laws of space, the 2 of them didn't have any power to fight at all. Not only that, the bones on the 2 men's bodies began to crumble inch by inch. The figure transformed into a fiery meteor, caught in the ripples of space, and smashed into the plains below. The ground, too, instantly exploded into a deep pit of hundreds of feet. Life essence blood. Sacrifice. In the deep pit, the 2 Xianmei elders did not hesitate when they felt the aura around them that was covered with the spatial engravings of the Great Tao. At the same time, he spat out blood from his mouth. Sacrifice your life and squeeze the potential, just to escape here. Otherwise, the package dies. Chapter 11 Kneel. This scene alone made the scalps of those loose cultivators in the middle of the Cloud Illusion Valley secret realm numb. Originally, the 2 elders of the underworld who were still proudly uncharacteristic in the sky, just at Qin Yuan's words, they directly fell down, and at that moment, they were even all forced out of their body's essence blood. What a terrifying power of spatial laws. Look away. That guy's strength is terrifying. In the deep pit, Elder Yui, who had sacrificed his life essence blood, clenched his teeth angrily. And on one side, Elder Hades was even more so. The 2 of them frantically consumed the essence blood in their bodies, which barely managed to resist the progress of their bodies crumbling. But at this rate, they will still be swallowed up by space. With this in mind, the underworld duo didn't dare to have any delays. Quickly, he took out a lime green jade tablet from his spatial ring, then crushed it to pieces. A spatial fluctuation appeared from the air in the dense air. Underworld, there's even something that you 2 can't handle in this tiny central state? The sound comes before the person arrives. In an instant, pitch-black cracks appeared in space. A figure with a pale face slowly stepped out from it. Although he was already white-haired, the terrifying aura on his body had already pressured those loose cultivators below to take a breath. Elder Tsong, quickly help! In the deep pit, blood began to appear on the surface of both of the Spectre 2's bodies. The power of space had begun to ripple through them. It was agonizing for both of them. At the moment, the air. Sun Yunzi also immediately realized that the deep pit below was covered in Great Tao spatial engravings. He was instantly alerted, and his divine sense spread out in all directions. However, he didn't find any experts that exceeded his cultivation realm. Sun Yunzi, this old man is here too? Senior brother. It seems like this Jialing sect master really wants this Qing Luo sword fetus of yours. Lu Jioli narrowed his eyes, his voice icy cold. Sun Yunzi, 5th heaven of the divine tribulation realm. One of the 2 supreme elders of the Jialing sect, majoring in Jialing sword intent. If he unleashes the Jialing sword technique with all his might, a normal 5th heavenly divine apparition realm cultivator really isn't necessarily his match. Li Qingyun scratched his head as he sniffed. The things sent by his master were just fine. Ah, hurry up and save us. Elder Tsong. The 2 elders of the underworld let out a burst of miserable screams. The strangulation of the power of spatial engraved lines. That was straight to the depths of the soul. It's that man standing in front of Li Qingyun. It's Li Qingyun's master. Hurry up and make him stop. Sun Yunzi instantly locked his divine sense onto Qin Yuan below. But then he was stunned. Cave void. First heaven? No. This is just an appearance. He must have utilized some sort of secret technique to conceal his cultivation. Sun Yunzi had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his eyesight was already very poisonous. He arched his hand at Qin Yuan below and said, Our Jialing sect has never had any grievances with your excellency. Since Li Qingyun has already worshipped under you, our Jialing sect will no longer interfere. Unlock the spatial confinement, and my Jialing clan members will immediately leave the central state. What do you think? Qin Yuan didn't pay any attention to Sun Yunzi, but turned to Lu Jioli and Li Qingyun and said, Take a look. Look at the way people don't blush when they talk. All the great grudges of life and death can be described as no grudges. All learn. Li Qingyun and Lu Jiuli both nodded their heads immediately. Disciples have been taught. In front of the spatial rift, Song Yunzi's face also turned a bit ugly. Your Excellency's strength should be in the middle stage of the divine apparition realm, right? The Imperial Continent's Jieling sect. I'm sure Your Excellency has heard of it as well? It's better to make enemies than to make them. Your Excellency weighs it well. Song Yunzi's voice was a bit icy even as he flung his robe. Imperial Continent? Jieling sect? Don't worry. I'll check it out. Qin Yuan turned around, a warm smile appearing on that handsome face. His voice, however, was as cold as ice. Also, I see it a little differently when you say that it's better to make enemies than to break them. The so-called enemies, as long as all the enemies are slaughtered. Won't this be solved? Slaughter all your enemies. Doesn't that unravel it? Listening to Qin Yuan's words, everyone present felt a chill run down their backs. But when you think about it, it does seem to make sense. Is Your Excellency really going against our Jieling sect? There was already anger on Song Yunzi's face. He has endured it again and again. Make it sound like you can do anything about it. It's the ones that stand taller than me that bother me the most. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly, pouring out two words. On your knees. In an instant, the power of the laws of space twisted once again. Song Yunzi suddenly realized that the spatial nodes he had deployed to escape had all been destroyed. At this moment, the void rifts around him were like living creatures, turning into fine silver lines, as if they were small snakes roaming around. They directly wrapped around Song Yunzi's body. Immediately afterward, a transparent gel substance violently gushed out from the spatial rift. The spatial origin was like a piece of ice crystal being carved and molded at this moment. Song Yunzi could only watch, as his own form fell fiercely towards the bottom, while he himself could do nothing at all. All the means of the divine apparition realm were ineffective. Boom! The entire plains of the Yunxia Mirage Valley secret realm shook. When the crowd looked again, they saw that Song Yunzi's legs crumbled and he was just kneeling in front of Qin Yuan about 10 feet away. Your Excellency, you dare to make an enemy of our Jieling sect? Song Yunzi's face was hideous as he sensed the intense pain in both knees. He was a supreme powerhouse of the fifth sky of the divine tribulation realm. When have you ever been so stifled? Moreover, it was still kneeling in front of a guy at the first level of the cave realm? What a racket! Qin Yuan shook his head. He had already lost interest in continuing the questioning. The void is silent. Raising his right hand, he gave it a slow grip in front of him, and the Song Yunzi trio would never have the chance to speak again. The body disintegrated inch by inch. The instant the blood burst out, it was deconstructed into sheets of spatial hexagonal ice crystals. Each piece of blood-colored ice crystals reflected the terrifying remnants that flowed from the pupils of Song Yunzi's trio. Eventually, the three were silenced alive. Such a horrible means of passage. It made everyone within the secret area's scalp tingle and their livers go cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 2 Divine Tribulation Realm 1st Heavenly Cultivators and 1 Divine Tribulation Realm 5th Heavenly Cultivator, and obtaining 50 million chi points in feedback. Hearing the feedback of the chi points, Qin Yuan didn't have any surprises. Of course, it wasn't as if one could just kill someone to be able to obtain chi points feedback, but one had to be an enemy associated with one's disciple to do so. Otherwise, Qin Yuan would have long ago invited those guests who stepped into the desolate ancient heavenly tomb to be guests in the 10,000 Soul streamer. Almost forgot for you too. Qin Yuan suddenly turned around with a warm smile on his face. In the distance, the Red Rock sect's patriarch Lai Wufeng and the 2 supreme elders were instantly scared out of their wits, directly kneeling on the ground and clanging their heads at Qin Yuan. Seniors, elder, the late generation had no eyes before. I also hope that. Without waiting to finish, Qin Yuan raised his hand and waved it. Those 2 people then directly exploded into blood mist. At this moment, all of the surrounding casual cultivators as well as the elders and disciples of the Qinyan sect, as well as the multitude of disciples from the Jiuli Witch Hall, they finally understood why their own ancestors and the Hall Master's methods were so ruthless. It turns out that their master teacher is even more ruthless. Searching for what? Freeze. At this moment, Qin Yuan curled his hand to point at the several streaks of blood in the distance. What I taught you, have you forgotten? Lu Jiuli and Li Qingyun immediately nodded their heads. Thoughts drifted back to thousands of years ago, and the scene in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb was vivid in his mind. It's very nostalgic for them. Chapter 12. When he saw Qin Yuan, it was as if he was floating to see the sky. Yunxia Mirage Valley, on the secret plains, a bizarre scene was presented to the crowd. The only thing that could be seen was the duo of the Qinyan sword sect's old ancestor and the temple master of the Nine Dawns Witch Hall, as if they were children cheerfully searching through the puddles of blood and water. Found it! The space ring! After Li Qingyun found the other party's spatial ring from Song Yunzi's blood and water, he cheerfully came to Qin Yuan. Although, he's a couple thousand years old. But in front of Qin Yuan, the million-year-old master teacher, he was just a 3-year-old child. Lu Jiuli, on the other hand, is 4 years old. Master, I found it too. Lu Jiuli had completely changed his previous inscrutable image and quickly came to stand in front of Qin Yuan. Aha! Qin Yuan nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the divine soul prohibitions on top of several spatial rings were directly erased. The pills and treasures are worse, but Master has always loved collecting them. With a movement of Qin Yuan's mind, those pills, weapons, techniques, spirit herbs and the like within the spatial ring appeared in the air. Looking at them, he shook his head and sighed. The quality was genuinely average, really inferior to the ones he had previously collected in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb. However, Qin Yuan has always liked to collect these things, regardless of good or bad, clutching the hand before saying, that's something. It's kind of interesting. Among these flying artifacts in the air, there was one that made Qin Yuan raise his head slightly. With a wave of his hand, a bronze key that emitted an ancient and ghostly light appeared in his hand. On the 3-inch-long bronze key, there were 9 dark red blood grooves snaking through it. The whole thing looked like it was made from the throat bone of an ancient ferocious beast. However, at the top of the meander, there seems to be a missing piece. Qin Yuan's index finger gently touched those concave and convex parts of the key's body, immediately bringing up a gust of dark golden rippling luster. This is one of the 9 underworld knocks that opens one of the 3 secret realms of the Imperial continent, the Burial Exalted Abyss. Lu Jiuli's face was instantly agitated after seeing this thing. Burial Honor Abyss? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, within the Imperial continent in the 9 Xian realms, there are 3 major ancient secret realms, Lu Jiuli quickly explained. And of these 3 secret realms, the most mysterious is this Burial Exalted Abyss. Rumor has it that there is a great chance to step into the supreme realm right here in this Burial Exalted Abyss. My disciple's principal body is now at the great circle of the divine apparition realm. And this 9 underworlds knocking key is what my disciple has been searching so hard for. Although there are rumors in the outside world that this Jieling clan has 2 of them, I never thought that one would actually be placed on Song Yunzi's body. Master, we're making money in blood. After Qin Yuan understood the function of this 9 underworlds knocking key, he casually waved his hand. It was thrown to Lu Jiuli. Okay, here you go, Master. Lu Jiuli got excited. His voice choked a little. This is too valuable. You don't want it? Qin Yuan cocked his head. I want it. Lu Jiuli didn't hesitate and quickly included it in his spatial ring. Then hemmed and hawed and laughed nervously. This scene caused the surrounding crowd to stagger once again, especially those disciples of the Jiuli Witch Hall. How had they ever seen the Hall Master in such a posture? But something so valuable. Master, what do you think? I need this? Qin Yuan asked a rhetorical question, directly rendering Lu Jiuli speechless. Think about it. His own master, that was the lord of the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, a superpower with heavenly means. This kind of chance to be able to step into the supreme realm was not really necessary for Qin Yuan. However, just then, the change came out of nowhere. The stall of Song Yunzi that had already turned into blood water. Violently the blood water vibrated. A blue flashy light snapped up from the ground. Tiny spatial cracks also appeared steeply. Divine Soul. Wait. Li Qingyun, Lu Jiuli, and your master. When I return to the Jieling sect, I will definitely return today's shame 100-fold. Such a scene caused the faces of the Qingyan sect's crowd to change abruptly. The life-preserving base card of the divine apparition realm. When a cultivator stepped into the divine tribulation realm and experienced the baptism of thunder tribulation, he could condense his divine soul. And that was why Lu Jiuli could separate a trace of his divine soul to refine the witch puppet. After entering this realm, even if his physical body was shattered, he could still leave behind a wisp of his divine soul and then tear through space to escape. Even if one could find a top-notch alchemist, it was entirely possible to re-refine a body and thus be reborn. If there was no alchemist as a doorway, one could also directly possess the body of a weak cultivator, directly obliterating the other party's divine sense and then invading the other party's body. Only, that would be almost the same as retracing one's steps. If you have no choice, you usually choose the former. Elder Ancestor, Your Highness, the crowd of the Green Cloud sect and the crowd of the Jiuli Witch Hall all exclaimed in shock. However, the faces of Li Qingyun and Lu Jiuli were filled with calmness. Run? Can you run? Master is here. Who can run away? Contemptuous words came out of the 2 of them. Sure enough, the next second, the blue divine soul in the air immediately let out an unprecedentedly mournful scream. The power of the soul? Qin Yuan hooked his mouth and smiled. There was no one who knew more about the power of the divine soul than him. The so-called divine soul is also the sole power of the sea of consciousness. And he, Qin Yuan? That was the power of a divine soul with a million-year level. A soul body that had cultivated for at most 10,000 years was able to escape in front of a million-year-old soul body? What's more, although Qin Yuan had only spent a million years in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, but one must know that this million years of his soul strength was based on sharpening it from the various great Tao rhythmic laws in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, plus the previous Qi luck points that Qin Yuan had obtained from his disciples, except for the fact that he couldn't add to his cultivation the rest of the attributes, such as law, Tao rhythm, space, soul, etc. It was all ordered by Qin Yuan. The moment, in the air, San Yunzi, who had transformed into a soul body, realized with horror just how wrong he had been in thinking that Qin Yuan's strength was at most in the late divine tribulation realm. After he slightly sensed Qin Yuan's soul strength, fear exploded into two words in the air. Crap! San Yunzi, who hadn't exploded into foul language for tens of thousands of years, finally couldn't hold his tongue at this moment. Only a soul body could perceive and feel just how terrifying Qin Yuan was. San Yunzi's soul body trembled violently. Even the divine soul essence began to crack. A war cry that originated from the divine soul essence. The divine sense that he emanated was directly suppressed and transformed into the origin of heaven and earth at this moment. From San Yunzi's divine soul perspective, one could see that Qin Yuan's body was surrounded by a surging soul power that surged across 10,000 realms, possessing millions of years of terrifying soul power. Mighty! This is a terrifying powerhouse that has completely transcended a realm. Broken soul sounds emanated from San Yunzi's mouth. At this moment, when he saw Qin Yuan, it was as if he was floating to see the heavens. It was more like a floating wisp peering into the 99 heavens. His own 10,000 years of divine soul power was no match for a dewdrop that was about to be extinguished in the sea of the other party's divine soul prana. Sang, San Yunzi had lost all hope. Just please don't die in too much pain. Chapter 13 The Great Desolate Degree of Extinction Pupil. Imperial Continent Rainbow Bridge. Within the Cloud Illusion Valley, Qin Yuan merely glanced lightly at San Yunzi's soul body. In an instant, the entire sky dome of the secret realm suddenly cracked into 3,600 purple fissures. From the rift, one could see that Qin Yuan's divine soul was wrapped in a river of stars, as if it was the beginning of the ancient times, directly penetrating the clouds. As the soul shadow continued to enlarge, eventually the entire sky was transformed into a divine soul pupil. The ghostly blue pupil condensed by the churning of millions of years of divine souls, and just the strands of divine soul origin that burst out were enough to cause ripples in the void. Within the secret area, the entire pale sky turned into a pupil. This caused the countless cultivators below to have their scalps explode and their livers tremble. What greatness! There's nothing like the arrival of the Supreme Being, is there? At this moment, in the air, San Yunzi's divine soul body also began to disintegrate inch by inch. This San Yunzi is really lucky. Beside Qin Yuan, Lu Jioli sighed. To be able to die under his master's hand is the greatest honor of his life. He died, and it was so worth it. On one side, Li Qingyun also nodded repeatedly. Yes. The crowd behind them all twitched at the corners of their mouths at the words. Listen, is that human talk? Next moment, Qin Yuan's soul voice sounded. It directly shattered the 1,000 miles of flowing clouds over the secret realm. Great desolate duo destruction pupil. The power of the supreme divine soul was unleashed. As the ghostly blue giant pupil in the sky emitted a demonic glow, that San Yunzi below, his divine soul body became more and more transparent. Eventually, until it disappears without a trace. At this moment, heaven and earth were silent. As for that San Yunzi, his divine soul was completely destroyed. Billions of miles away, Imperial Continent, Heavenly Market Mountain Range. This was the land of the Jieling sect. The sect stood in the Imperial Continent and had been established for tens of thousands of years. Started a sect in this naturally formed Sword Mountain Range. And here, due to the terrain, every midnight, the clouds would then drop purple sword chi from the sky, thus transforming into supreme sword intent for cultivation. And at this moment, inside the main peak of the Jieling sect, a palace whose entire body was made of cold jade, there were a few silhouettes flickering, reporting to sect. Patriarch, Elder San Yunzi's soul seal jade slip, shattered, and the spectral twos shattered too. Inside the lapis lazuli colored palace, a deacon elder who was looking after the soul seal jade slips was kneeling on the ground. His body was shaking like a sieve, and he completely dared not look directly at the duo above him. Surprisingly, someone dares to behead my brother. I want the person who killed my brother dead. Above the palace, an old man in green robes, his thin face filled with unprecedented anger. The soul seal jade simplex was shattered, which meant that the body was dead. He had never imagined that his brother, who possessed the strength of the fifth heaven of the divine tribulation realm, would be beheaded. A tyrannical aura instantly filled the entire palace. This made the deacon elders below feel the fear of death. Song Yu-zi, Song Yun-zi's brother. The strength was even more terrifying than Song Yun-zi, with his cultivation having come to the terrifying 8th heaven of the divine tribulation realm. Hasn't even the divine soul escaped? And across from Ao Yuko, a man narrowed his eyes. Although he was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, his entire body exuded an aura of absolute dominance. He was the sect leader of the Jialing sect, Ling Jietian, half-step supreme realm strength, sitting in the imperial continent. It was because of the strong strength of having a half-step supreme. This could also allow the Jialing sect to be able to separate itself from those several ancient clans of the imperial continent. It seems that the other party possesses the means to be able to extinguish divine souls. Song Yu-zi, tighten your breath. By the looks of it, there is also an unrivaled existence in the central state. Ling Jietian's right hand gently touched the spatial ring, and immediately a bronze key with an ancient appearance appeared in the air. It's just a pity that we only have one of the keys to the 9 underworld knocks left. Ao Yuko. The voice was not loud or small, but it sent chills down the back of Song Yu-zi, who was on the side. Sovereign, it was my mistake. I thought that the people who possessed the other 9 Stygian knocks would be keeping an eye on me and the Patriarch. Patriarch's strength is naturally not to be feared, while I was smart enough to place the 9 underworld knock on Song Yunzi. Please punish the Patriarch. Song Yuzi gritted her teeth and whispered, there's nothing in the way. Ling Jietian smiled faintly, a hint of gloom and coldness flaring up in his smile. The person who beheads Song Yunzi will definitely get the key. It won't be long before the burial honor abyss descends. When the time comes, we'll know who decapitated your brother. It's just a shame. I had wanted to enter the burial exalted abyss after devouring the green Luo sword fetus. Now it seems there's not enough time. Patriarch, do you want me to personally make a trip to the central state and capture the person of the green Luo sword fetus? Song Yuzi's face was filled with sinister intent. Forget it. The other half-step supreme beings who possess the 9 underworld knockers are all staring at us right now. Ling Jietian shook his head. This last time. Don't move for a while. Yes, Sovereign. Song Yuzi could only clench his fists and bow his head. And at the same time, Imperial Continent. Miasma Bone Gorge. This is in the dangerous area of the 100,000 Witch Mountains. Ordinary cultivators avoided this place, never stepping in if they could. At this moment, within a valley within the core mountain range of the Miasma Bone Gorge, in the center of this place, there was a witch beast skeleton. Directly above the skeleton sat a man whose entire body was shrouded in black robes. Right now, he was receiving all the intelligence from the witch puppet side with the witchworm's secret technique. A moment later, he opened his eyes abruptly. In the purple pupils, it seemed that there were compulsive insects twisting and winding. Master, Lu Jolie's pupils were filled with surprise and excitement. At that moment, a green-clothed man came flying in the back of the witch-beast's skeleton. In his hand, he also carried a deli. Qing Feng Lan. Now, we can all enter the burial honor abyss. 9 underworld knocks. I got it too. Lu Jolie stood up boldly and looked at the green-clothed man in front of him and smiled. He was so full of witchcraft and compulsion that almost no one wanted to befriend him. And the Qing Feng Lan in front of him was a dear friend he had made during these tens of thousands of years. He is a free-spirited person who majors in the art of nature and often keeps company with flowers, plants, birds and beasts, and he met Lu Jioli in a secret realm 10,000 years ago. He didn't care about Lu Jioli's cultivation method, and even the two of them could complement each other, thus becoming close friends. Where did you get it? Qing Fenglan was surprised. It's not clear to explain in a sentence or two. Now I'm going to move to the Imperial Continent's Rainbow Bridge to pick up someone. Go! Let's talk on the way. Lu Jioli was thrilled. From the feedback from the witch puppet's side, his master was already on his way to the Imperial Continent. And the Imperial Continent Rainbow Bridge was the spatial passage that connected the Imperial Continent of the 9 Xian realms to the other continents. Constructed for hundreds of years by a powerful person of the God's Apocalypse realm. It could be activated by simply embedding spirit crystals in the teleportation formation. After all, the Zhou Xian realm's land veins were vast. Even, some cultivators could not cross a continent in their ultimate lifetime. As a black and a green glow emerged from the Miasma Bone Gorge, the two of them began to speed towards the Imperial Continent Rainbow Bridge. Chapter 14 Arrival at the Imperial Continent. Qing Yun, your Cyan Luo sword fetus has come to great completion. Nowadays, your cultivation speed has traveled thousands of miles per day. In his day when Master is not around. If you make trouble, just don't give Master a piece of your mind. Green Cloud Sect, Main Hall. Patriarch Li Feng and the others had expected a touching parting of Master and Disciple. But this scene, how it looked, felt weird. Master, Disciple knows. Although there was reluctance in Li Qingyun's eyes, he knew that this amount of his cultivation was simply not enough in the Imperial Continent. Following Master Teacher to the Imperial Continent will only add to the chaos. The master has nothing to give you. This emperor rank advanced sword skill, it's yours. Qin Yuan gently caressed the spatial ring, and instantly a golden-colored glow burst out from the ring. Empyrean order feats. The others in the hall breathed heavily at the words. In the entire central state, it had been thousands of years since we had seen an emperor rank technique. Feats are also graded from low to high, from the beginning of heaven and earth. Yellow ranked techniques, Xian ranked techniques, Earth ranked techniques, and Heaven ranked techniques. Further up, there were Sate level feats, and above the sacred grade feats was the Imperial grade. This was because an Emperor level technique, if properly cultivated, would give birth to a supreme powerhouse at the peak of the divine tribulation realm. And don't you blame Master for being stingy. Right now, this Emperor rank advanced technique is the most suitable for this green Luo swordborn of yours. After you reach half-step supreme, Master will give you another supreme level book. Qin Yuan said helplessly. Yes, Master. Li Qingyun was touched, and inside the hall, the breaths of those elders and disciples all froze. Don't blame me for being stingy? What do you call when you casually take out a high-level technique of the Imperial stage stingy? What do you mean? When you're halfway to supreme, you'll get a supreme level book? What kind of terrifying powerhouse was old man Qingyun's master? Supreme level feats, above the Imperial order, even in the Imperial continent. I'm afraid there aren't many copies. Alright, have you put away the Void Jade Ju? Master, disciple put it away. Well, if you really run into a life and death situation, crush the Void Jade Ju, and the master will come to your aid. Yes, Master. Well, there goes the master. Qin Yuan let out a light laugh. Lu Jioli's side of the storm feedback points hadn't arrived yet. This kid wants to get rid of me with a witch puppet. Glancing aside, he glanced at the witch puppet. This made Lu Jioli couldn't help but shiver. With the tearing of space, the two of them, Qin Yuan and Lu Jioli, disappeared into thin air. Inside the grand hall, Li Qingyun stood in place for a long time. Eventually, it came back. Turning around, he once again resumed the image of an old ancestor. He said icily, inform the entire clan. Slaughter the Red Rock sect. The Red Rock sect patriarch and some of the inner sect disciples were dead in the Cloud Illusion Valley secret realm, but the Red Rock sect outside still existed. Since they had already made a connection, they had to get all of them killed. This is what the master has taught him. 9 Xian Realm. Imperial Continent. This is the core area of this realm, the place of pilgrimage for all spirits. It was also the place where the entire Jiu Xian realm's qi was gathered. This continent is vast, with mountains and rivers running east and west. The spiritual qi was so dense that it had even condensed into spiritual springs and spiritual lakes in various mountain ranges. And the cultivators here to cultivate more is twice the result with half the effort. So the imperial continent in the more is countless heavenly pride of the place to aspire to. Similarly, the imperial continent was dotted with various sects. There are also many hidden ancient clans. All in all, the imperial continent is the stage for geniuses. At this moment, imperial continent, Rainbow Bridge realm. This was the center area of the imperial continent's teleportation arrays to the continents. Empire State Rainbow Bridge. There is also an unwritten rule that no matter how big the grudge, no one is allowed to make a move here, especially the strongest of the divine apparition realm. If the collapse of the spatial array was triggered because of the action, it would trigger the dissatisfaction of many other sects and forces. After all, there were many clans in the imperial continent, but they often sent their clan disciples and elders out to other continents for training. There were even some geniuses that could be discovered so that they could be brought back to the sect and become fresh blood within the sect. On the Rainbow Bridge Terrace in the imperial continent, this place is made of hundreds of millions of pieces of star steel, in order to be able to withstand the tearing of the power of space. And in the Rainbow Bridge Terrace, Lu Jioli was constantly pacing back and forth, his demeanor tense, although his witch puppet had already met with his master. But after all, it was just a witch puppet, not his original body. On the side, Qing Fenglan couldn't help but be staggered when he looked at Lu Jioli in such a posture. During the last 10,000 years, he had never seen the other party so rushed. On the way, Qing Fenglan also learned from Lu Jioli. His master is coming to the imperial continent. Regarding Lu Jioli's master, Qing Fenglan had also heard Lu Jioli talk about it some, although he hadn't specifically revealed his background. But his master was in Lu Jioli's mouth. It was 2 words, invincible. If you add a few more words, it's invincible in the world. Therefore, this also made Qing Fenglan more and more curious. Ka-ching. Steeply, the spatial rainbow bridge in front of him was dense and ancient. The spatial rainbow bridge from the central state to the imperial continent was about to open, and Lu Jioli became even more nervous. A moment later, 2 figures slowly stepped out from it. The moment Lu Jioli saw his master, all sorts of emotions surged through his heart. He had been hunted down 10,000 years ago because of his innate 10,000 compulsive body, and fell into the ancient heavenly tomb by chance. He was recognized by the master and became his disciple. His master taught him to control the 10,000 parasites in his body, and with the power of the great creation, he strengthened his 10,000 compulsions body, breaking the 10,000 compulsions spell and achieving the heavenly diffusion compulsions emperor body. It could be said that everything he had was given to him by his master. Now, after seeing Qin Yuan at a glance, Lu Jioli couldn't tense up. With an arrow step, he rushed to Qin Yuan's face. Then after straightening his body, he knelt heavily on the Rainbow Bridge platform with both knees. Disciple Lu Jioli, greetings to master. Ding. Triggered to meet with disciple quest complete. Ding. Current status of each disciple. Name, Lu Jioli. Age, 11,000 years. Strength, 9th Heavenly Plateau of the Divine Tribulation Realm, Half-Step Supreme. Roots and Bones, Heavenly Diffraction Compulsion Body. Ding. Beginning to obtain Disciple Blitz Feedback Chi Points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 billion Chi Points. Qin Yuan heard the system's beep, which brought a smile to his face. 5 Imperial ranked feats. In hand. Who's this? Qin Yuan pointed at Qing Fenglan, and Qing Fenglan immediately came in front of Qin Yuan and bowed to him, saying, Senior Qing Fenglan, meet Senior Master Chief. This is my good buddy. Lu Jioli introduced Qin Yuan. It's also in the Divine Tribulation Realm 9 Heavens Perfection Realm, and Qin Fenglan and I were planning to enter the Burial Exalted Abyss together to see if we could find an opportunity to break through to the Supreme Exalted from it. However, he only possesses one 9 meditation knock, which he originally intended to give to me. That's great. We own 2 of them. We can all enter the Burial Honor Abyss. Lu Jioli beckoned, and the witch puppet instantly entered into his spatial ring, and that 9 underworlds knocking key fell into his hands. Not bad. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Looks like this friend you made is okay. Right. This little old brother from the Green Phoenix clan. With just this glance, it directly pierced through Qing Fenglan's true bloodline, and a green ripple flashed through the depths of Qing Fenglan's pupils, as the clan's great power exerted heavenly means to completely conceal the aura of his Green Phoenix clan. Even a powerhouse of the Supreme Realm would not be able to penetrate it with a single glance, and Lu Jioli's master teacher was able to instantly see through it. Could it be that his strength is above the Supreme? Thinking about this, the cold sweat on Qing Fenglan's back began to beat up. Chapter 15 I treat you like a brother in you? No dude. You're from the Green Phoenix clan? Lu Jioli was also stunned for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, during these 10,000 years, he had completely failed to notice Qing Fenglan's identity. Think of it only as a dear friend. Senior Lu Jioli. I didn't mean to hide it. Qing Fenglan instantly panicked, hastily explaining, I don't have any malicious intent. I just, Green Phoenix clan. Just Green Phoenix clan. What's the point? Lu Jioli was a bit staggered. You don't think that the incident that happened between your Green Phoenix clan and the human clan 30,000 years ago will affect my attitude towards you, do you? Greenland Lane was a little rushed. Back then. Without waiting to finish, Qin Yuan directly spoke to interrupt. Stop. It's not Nineveh. You're just going to leave Master standing here like this to listen to your explanations? Ahem. Take a walk. Master. In this imperial capital's Rainbow Bridge realm, there's the One Piece immortal residence. All the meals inside are all kinds of mountain delicacies, and I've gone ahead and chartered the most luxurious floor. Let's go. I'll pick up the dust for Master. Lu Jioli slapped his head and smiled sarcastically. That's more like it. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Finally, there was a disciple who was slightly more presentable and able to take himself to eat and drink. During the millions of years in the Tomb of Desolation, anything is good. Being able to have one's divine soul, laws, Tao rhythms, and other means all horribly strengthened. The only thing, though, is that there's so little wild game. This also led to Qin Yuan still having a good appetite even though he no longer needed human food. Drinking and eating meat, mountains of delicacies, and mouthfuls of food come and go. A few moments later, One Piece immortal residence, upper level. After all the various mountain treasures were gathered, Qin Yuan nonchalantly picked up a chicken leg of a $3 Walker chicken. Come on. After tearing a bite, Qin Yuan's taste buds were satisfied. San Yuan walking chicken, a famous dish of the Empire State. Eating a mouthful of it can prolong your life and grow the aura in your body. At this moment, Qing Fenglan, who was sitting across the jade table, took a deep breath and began to speak in a low voice. 30,000 years ago, our Green Phoenix clan had a great battle with the human clan, also known as the Feather Burning Havoc. At that time, there was a human race that coveted my Green Phoenix clan's immortality secret art, hooked up with the third princess of our clan. It was only later that we realized that the human race was practicing the 9 transformations of life technique, A technique that is cruel to the extreme. It can incorporate the power of foreign races into itself. At that time, the third princess was trapped by the other party in the falling cloud abyss, and when she was refined by that person until the last feather, the third princess also burned out the green phoenix undead blood in her body. That feather broke through the sunset abyss and informed our green phoenix clan of everything, and our green phoenix clan has also waged war against that man and his clan. Then later on, that person even united many experts of the human race, decapitated a large portion of our family elders, and even bit back, saying that our green phoenix clan wanted to use immortal essence blood to refine the human race. After experiencing this war, our green phoenix clan disappeared into the clan's secret realm and declared that we are immortal with the human clan, and the human race, too, will never treat our green phoenix clan well. Xin Yuan nodded after finishing the last bite of his food. Lu Jioli, I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just... Qing Fenglan was a little anxious. He was afraid that if he exposed his identity, he would lose this dear friend. That means... Lu Jioli took a deep breath, and his eyes changed as he looked at Qing Fenglan, and Cheng Fenglan's heart sank to a low point. Just as he was waiting for Lu Jioli's determined voice, Lu Jioli spoke. That is to say, your original body is actually a green phoenix? Anan. Qing Fenglan was stunned for a moment and nodded blankly. Asterisk. So you didn't say so earlier? The green phoenix. How awesome would this be to ride on? Lu Jioli had a look of anticipation on his face. Qing Fenglan froze for a long time before he swallowed hard. I treat you like a brother and you want to ride me? So, Jioli, you don't blame me? Qing Fenglan snapped back to his senses, his face turning a little red. Blame you? Why would I blame you? Lu Jioli was staggered. Master said so. Friends need to make friends. If you have ill will towards me, we can't be good buddies, right? Yes. Qing Fenglan stood up, his face agitated. So, you see we are all good buddies. It's not too much for a buddy to ask you to do something for a buddy, right? Lu Jioli hemmed and hawed and came before Qing Fenglan. What? Thing? Buddy has lived for 10,000 years, but he really hasn't ridden a green phoenix yet. Look at such a small matter. You won't not satisfy me, right? Qing Fenglan's face twitched twice. I'm male. I know. Master Teacher Sama said that one should know how to rise above difficulties. Lu Jioli replied. Green Wind Lane. Xin Yuan smacked his lips when he saw such a scene. Alright, Jioli, stop playing. Tell me what's going on with the Jedi Ling sect. Lu Jioli coughed lightly and immediately changed back to his proper color. When he came to Qin Yuan and sat down, he began to say, the Jie Ling sect, located in the Sky Ruins mountain range. The entire clan majors in Jie Ling sword intent, and Patriarch Ling Jietian possesses the Jie Ling sword fetus. The strength is similar to mine. Half-step supreme realm. The other elders in the entire clan don't have to worry about it. That Song Yunzi that you beheaded earlier. Master, he also had a brother named Song Yuzi. Song Yuzi's strength is at the 8th level of the Divine Tribulation realm. Nowadays, there are 2 of the 9 underworld knockout keys on our side. There's only 1 in the Jedi Ling clan. There are also the remaining 6, all of which are in the hands of the major hidden and other top sects. Counting the days, the Burial Honor Abyss will open in less than a month. The entrance is in the Silent Spirit Plane of the Imperial Continent. The Silent Spirit Planes are rather peculiar. This plane is filled with twilight within it, and the aura can't be able to condense here. So seeking long time didn't have any cultivators willing to come here. Only when this Burial Exalted Abyss opens will there be cultivators who step into it for the sake of a single gamble. After listening to Lu Jioli's explanation, Xin Yuan nodded. Qing Fenglan, I've probed that you have the Green Phoenix Essence blood within you. Your status in the Green Phoenix clan is not low. Is it? Xin Yuan suddenly looked at Qing Fenglan and said, Senior, I'm the son of the current leader of the Green Phoenix clan. Qing Fenglan didn't dare to hide anything. The elders of the clan have measured that my chance to achieve supremacy lies in this Burial Exalted Abyss. So I was given a 9 Stygian knock. Then if I were your clan leader, I'd need at least 1 more clan member to accompany you into the Burial Exalted Abyss just to be on the safe side. Xin Yuan was staggered. So, which of your clan will go along? When Qing Fenglan heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead once again, as if all of his clan's arrangements were as if they were transparent in the other party's eyes. In reply to Elder, it's my clan father. What's the strength? Qin Yuan asked. Supreme. Second heaven. Barely scraping by. Qin Yuan nodded. Alright, just know the friendlies. Go. Qin Yuan stood up and propped himself up. Where to? The Jedi Ling sect. Chapter 16. The performance of the disciple. The master is very pleased. 9 Xian realm. Imperial continent. The Heavenly Ruins mountain range. Located in a place of heavenly danger. and the entire mountain range was like 10,000 giant swords thrusting upside down into the sky. From time to time, gusts of sword Dao engravings surged up in this vast and boundless mountain range, forming one astral wind after another, cutting apart the sea of clouds in the air above. The Jieling sect, on the other hand, was even more suspended above the wall. The sword gate made from the 9 heavy metaphysical iron was emitting a cold light. There were still many sword marks on the door coins. In the air, it was even more haunted by various sword chi, but these sword chi were all too rigid and overbearing, and a kind of Jieling's aura filled them. Jieling sword fetus with an average ceiling, not as high as the upper limit of the green cloud sword tire. However, in the early stages of the Jieling sword fetus, the cultivation speed of those who possessed it was extremely fast. In the air of the Sky Ruins mountain range, space was opened up. Qin Yuan came here with Lu Jioli and Chung Fonlan. Standing in the void, Qin Yuan was slightly staggered as he looked at the 10,000 miles of Heavenly Ruins mountain range in front of him. But the next moment, Qin Yuan's footsteps slightly lurched. There was a hint of some surprise on his face. The power of Sumeru? It's unusually weak, but it's the power of Sumeru that can't be wrong. In this Heavenly Market mountain range, this kind of thing actually exists? TSK. It's getting interesting. Qin Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate the mountains below at this moment. Spinning around, he stepped out. Between the turning and rolling of his body, he had already arrived in the sky above the Jieling sect. At this moment, the disciples and elders within the Jieling sect's clan also realized that an outsider had stepped in, and immediately began to be alert. At the same time, the Jieling sect's protector formation also began to operate. Is that Lu Jioli, the guy who plays witchcraft and compulsion? There's another youth beside him that I don't recognize, but that man in green is Qing Fenglan, cultivating the art of nature. The strength is the same as Lu Jioli. It's a divine tribulation realm 9th heavenly circle guy. What are they doing in our Jieling sect? Quickly run the clan protector formation. The elders of the Jieling sect's inner and outer sects were all on alert. Lu Jioli's name was still very loud these thousands of years. After all, that handful of witch insect secret art was extremely ruthless. All those who fought against him died. Even corpses and bones. The sect protector formation began to slowly activate under the aura boost from these elders who possessed divine apparition realm cultivation. In an instant, the twilight color over the entire Jieling sect was like blood. It seemed like the entire Heavenly Market mountain range had suddenly fallen silent. From the tops of the various sword-fronted mountains of the Jieling sect, a purple glow began to erupt towards the air. Obscure runes surged, gradually forming a huge sword shadow in the air. At this moment, the Jieling sword intent in the air became even more substantial. It resonated with each other and the Jieling sword patterns that surfaced between the brows of all the Jieling sect disciples and elders below. Jieling clan protection formation. The Grand Elder of the Inner Cabinet who possessed the 5th heaven of the divine apparition realm leapt into the air, hiding inside the formation. He rushed at Lu Jioli outside the formation and arched his hand. Lu Jioli, our Jieling sect and your excellency have always been well watered. What is your purpose in this sudden intrusion into my Sky Ruins mountain range? Lu Jioli looked at his master, and then immediately looked at that inner sect Grand Elder. A bloodthirsty smile flashed on that demonic face. I've come to help my senior brother smash the scene. The Jieling sect's inner sect Grand Elder was stunned and frowned. Our Jieling sect is at least a top-tier sect in the Imperial continent. I haven't heard of you, Lu Jioli, having any masters and brothers during these 10,000 years. We have never had a grudge against you. I still hope that your excellency will weigh the situation and not hurt the peace. Lu Jioli smiled, and at the same time the space beside him had begun to harbor dark purple witch patterns. It's you guys who are the worst to watch. What's done is done, and you won't admit it. The Jieling clan protection formation, right? After letting out a sardonic laugh, Lu Jioli's hands began to pinch seals. The purple witch patterns behind his body instantly transformed into thousands of densely packed witch insects. It began to gnaw towards the other party's Jieling clan protection formation. Witchcraft swallows the sky. Those tens of thousands of sorcerer worms covered the sky and were densely packed. It made those elders of the Jieling sect down below break out into a cold sweat. All of you hold on. Second elder, you go to the Jieling hall and inform the supreme elder and the patriarch. The inner sect's grand elder's face changed drastically when he sensed the tricky nature of the parasites above him. Your clan's protective array is truly delicious. My witch bug loved it. Lu Jioli gave a pertinent evaluation, and the sorcery seals in his hands were pinched even more swiftly. After all, any disciple would want to put on a good show in front of their master. Give me 10 breaths. Definitely break through this big formation of his. Lu Jioli was confident. Aha! Qin Yuan nodded gratefully. He could tell at a glance that this Jieling clan protection formation was something. With the natural sword intent of this surrounding Heavenly Market mountain range, paired with the perennial enchantment of the owner of the Jieling sword tire, This clan protection formation could at least carry 3 moves from the Supreme Realm. Therefore, he was genuinely comforted to see Lu Jioli's sorcery strong to this extent. The apprentice is out. He, as a master, naturally had a light on his face. On the other hand, Qing Feng Lan, who was looking at this scene, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Indeed, it's a nice spectacle for the master and disciple. But, do you really not know the reputation of this disciple of yours in this Nine Xian realm? That's a couple of curses behind everyone's back, so to speak. Ka-ching! Steep! A crack appeared in the illusory sword shadow on the Jieling protector formation. Top me off! Run your aura with all your might. Seeing this, the inner sect's Grand Elder once again frantically poured his body's spiritual chi towards the sect protector formation. At this moment, the Jieling Hall, the second elder of the inner sect, arrived here in a tight rush. Where are the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder? The second elder looked at the Deacon Elder and asked. Second Elder, the Patriarch and the Supreme Elder have just entered the Jieling Swordmound secret realm, informing me that no one should disturb them during this month's time. They're going to prepare for the burial exalted abyss to come out in a month. The Deacon Elder quickly replied. When the second elder heard this, he was not ambiguous and immediately took out 2 communication jade slips from his spatial ring. After 2 clicks, the jade slip shattered. In the Jieling Sword Mound secret realm, Ling Jietian, who had just arrived here less than 10 hours ago and had just taken his seat and entered a state of enlightenment, frowned. This time, it only took him 10 hours to fall into the Jieling Sword Intent, which was considered to be the fastest time to enter into this kind of cultivation sensation within these hundreds of years. Results? Instead, the elder of the clan crushed the summoning jade slip that could only be crushed at the most critical of times, after having no choice but to exit the cultivation state. The Tsang Yuzi in front of him had a similarly displeased face. Come on, get out there. Ling Jiantian wrinkled his brows and casually slashed through space. The next second he and Tsang Yuzi arrived in the Jieling Hall. Second elder? What exactly is so urgent? Ling Jietian's brows tightened and his voice was slightly angry. It's no good. Sovereign, Supreme Elder. The second elder pointed outside the great hall and shouted. This Lu Jioli fellow has gone crazy, yelling to get an explanation for his what's-his-name senior brother. Now it's breaking our Jieling sect's protective formation. Chapter 17. Come early to block you, won't you blow up, senior? Lu Jioli? Saying? Ling Jietian frowned. His Jieling sect had never had any dealings with Lu Jioli. How could he get involved with his senior brother? Go on, check it out. After glancing at Tsang Yuzi beside him, he then waved his hand, tearing the space in front of him, and took a step with his feet. The entire person's figure then instantly appeared before the sect protector formation. Ao Yuko followed suit. After the two of them appeared, they looked to see that many dense cracks had appeared in the legal patterns above the Jieling clan protection formation. If he continued to do so, in less than 3 breaths of time, the formation would be broken by the other side. Lu Jioli, my Jieling sect has no dealings with you. What do you mean by this? Ling Jietian looked at Lu Jioli, who was performing sorcery, with a grim expression. Told you. Came to get my master's brother. Outside the large formation, Lu Jioli rushed at Ling Jietian inside the formation with a faint smile, while the sorcery in his hand also simultaneously landed brazenly on top of the large formation. Ka-ching! As the grand formation was opened up a gaping hole, it eventually shattered in response. It turned into countless aura turbulence and dissipated between heaven and earth. The Great Protector Formation, which was able to withstand 3 attacks from the Supreme Realm, was broken. Even the origin of the formation was irreversibly damaged. The Divine Tribulation Realm 9 Heaven's Great Circle, half-step Supreme Realm, was just so terrifying. Your senior brother? Ling Jietian's face was gloomy. What? Greedy for my senior brother's green Luo sword fetus. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Above Lu Jioli's right hand, a parasite was squirming. It's you! Ling Jiantian instantly realized. I said how the 2 elders of Xianying and San Yunzi could have missed, so it was you who struck. On the side, San Yuzi also burst into a rage. The surrounding Jieling sword intent began to pour out uncontrollably. It's you, Lu Jioli. You killed my brother. Behind San Yuzi, an illusory giant sword had begun to coalesce. The Divine Tribulation Realm level Jieling sword intent caused those Jieling sect disciples below to feel that unprecedented killing intent. You, a fellow of the 8th level of the Divine Tribulation Realm, dare to release your breath in front of me? Lu Jioli's face was slightly indifferent. And in the next second, the terrifying pressure of the half-step Supreme Realm began to spread out towards Tsang Yuzi and press down violently. Boom! The killing intent that had just been condensed was also disintegrated and dissipated at this moment. Cold sweat appeared on Tsang Yuzi's forehead. Sanity was also slightly restored. Almost forgetting, this Lu Jioli was a terrifying fellow of the 9th heavenly circle of the Divine Tribulation Realm. His strength of the 8th heaven of the divine apparition realm really wasn't enough for the other party to look at. Lu Jioli, what's the point of bullying a realm lower than your own? Ling Jietian frowned, and his half-step supreme's aura was immediately released, dispersing the other party's aura before he icily said, I can go to the passwords. You had a divine apparition realm 5th sky within your clan take 2 divine apparition realm 1st sky to the central state to bully one that hadn't yet reached the cave void realm. Do you want a face? Lu Jioli didn't spoil the other party at all. Perhaps we had a bit of a misunderstanding before, and now your senior brother is also safe and sound. And instead, it's us, the Jieling sect, who have lost a few of our supreme elders. Ling Jiantian suppressed the fire in his heart. The burial exalted abyss was about to open in a month. He had to enter the burial exalted abyss. That person had promised him that as long as he was able to step into the burial exalted abyss, he would absolutely allow him to step into the supreme exalted realm. So, at this point, all he wants to do is to put this matter to rest. When he came out of the burial abyss and stepped into the supreme being, he would then kill all of these people. And then what? What are you trying to say? Lu Jioli cocked his head. What I'm trying to say is, said Ling Jiantian as he clenched his fists, since your senior brother is unharmed, our Jieling sect's losses will be borne by ourselves. Seeing this, Lu Jioli remembered what his master instructed him before. Then once again, he sighed in his heart at his master's divine plan. Previously, Qin Yuan had told him that the other party's purpose for wanting the green cloud sword fetus was to be able to devour more of the other sword fetuses before entering the burial abyss. Then he steadily entered the burial exalted abyss, thus achieving the supreme exalted realm. Now it looks really good. Fine, but I have one condition. Promise me, and I'll take Qingfeng Lan and my family's master out of here. Lu Jioli took a step forward and smiled faintly at Ling Jietian. Master? Ling Jietian's gaze quickly locked onto the man in Xian clothes beside Lu Jioli. A strength. Cave void first heaven? There were also no artifacts on his body that concealed his breath. This was his master? Or is it just an avatar? Ling Jietian took a deep breath and nodded. What conditions? Give me the 9 underworlds knock in your hand, and we will leave here. Lu Jioli said. You. Above Ling Jietian's head instantly condensed with a substantial sword intent killing aura. What? Lu Jioli grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. You shouldn't be thinking that after I get the 9 Stygian knocks, we'll honestly wait for the burial exalted abyss to descend, and then see you again when you enter it, right? In Ling Jietian's eyes, ounces of killing intent had begun to converge. What? Isn't it? Ha ha ha. Lu Jioli threw back his head and laughed when he saw the other party's eyes. Indeed, master is just divine. My master has long anticipated such thoughts from you. So, here we are today. Hey, in the words of my master, if we come early to block you, won't you blow up? Ha 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 ha. Listening to the other party's unbridled laughter, Ling Jiantian's circumference had already begun to condense monstrous Jieling sword intent. Even behind him, the silhouette of the Jieling sword tire appeared. Lu Jioli, you're also only at the 9th heavenly plateau of the divine tribulation realm. Even if the two of you and Qingfeng Lan join forces, it's also impossible to get any benefits from me in a short period of time. Furthermore, with my Jieling sword tire in conjunction with the Jieling sword technique, even at the supreme being realm, I'll be able to fight against it for a moment or two. Have you guys really thought this through? If we fight, I will definitely drag you guys to be seriously injured. In that case, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the burial honor abyss a month later. With a flick of his right hand, a silver-colored longsword appeared in the palm of his hand. At this moment, overriding sword intent also began to appear in the space around him. And, this senior, I observe that you are at the realm of Cave Void. It should be an extra-dimensional incarnation, right? I also know quite a few seniors of the Supreme Realm, so perhaps you, senior, can recognize them as well. There's not really a life and death feud between us, so why don't we? Before Ling Jietian's words fell, Qin Yuan had already waved his hand to interrupt. Grind it out. I didn't come here to hear you push your luck. Pulling out his ears, Qin Yuan rushed to Lu Jioli, who was at the side, and said, Jioli ah, master told you, when you run into this kind of pussy-talking extraordinaire, you don't bull asterisk. Straight up, 2 across and 1 down is dry. 1 force, 2 points is the due. Asterisk him for master. Yes, master. Lu Jioli sniffed, as if he had been pumped with chicken blood, and his entire spirit was exhilarated to the extreme. Immediately, monstrous voodoo chi began to surge out of his body, and he charged towards Ling Jiantian in front of him. Chapter 18 Chan Luo Sword Rhythm. The power of a single chop. Jioli, I'm here to help you too. After Qingfeng Lan saw that Lu Jioli had already rushed to the opposite side, he no longer hesitated. nature's art began to be cast. The flowers, plants, and trees within the entire Sky Ruins mountain range were all used as a means for him to attack. For a moment, two divine apparition realm 9th heavenly realm powerhouses joined forces. In an instant, he suppressed Ling Jiantian, the extra-dimensional incarnation of the first sky of Cave Void. Then I'll behead you first. Song Yuzi, who possessed the 8th heaven of the divine tribulation realm, came out swiftly. The long sword in his hand was pointed straight at Qin Yuan's chest. It was just as his family patriarch had said. There were quite a few supreme powerhouses of the supreme realm that Ling Jiantian really knew, and a strong person who was able to incarnate out of the Cave Void realm would only have a strength that was at most between the first and third heavens of the supreme realm. What's more, this Xian clothes man in front of him was only at the first level of Cave Void. That proved that his essence was at most at the first level of the supreme realm. There's nothing to be afraid of. The same sword intent as Song Yunzi. Ah, you're his brother? Qin Yuan smiled as he sensed the familiar sword intent. That's fine. I can also send you two brothers down for a reunion. Song Yuzi's face abruptly and dramatically changed when he heard this. What do you mean? My brother, Song Yunzi, was it you who killed him? Qin Yuan smiled again. Congratulations. You got it right. The reward is to send you to your brother. Ridiculous. You, a Cave Void 1 heavenly incarnation. Song Yuzi's words did not fall. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the silhouette of the green Luo sword tire had begun to emerge. He would naturally cast the Tao that all disciples know. After all, Qin Yuan's body was filled with the power of the great Tao origin. Condensing the green Luo sword fetus could be completely accomplished in an instant. Don't you guys want my disciple's green Luo sword fetus? And you said you wanted to devour the green Luo swordborn? Qin Yuan shook his head, and the expression on his face became slightly colder. At this moment, the silhouette of the green Luo sword tire also began to slowly emerge from his back. Space rippled with folds as the supreme sword Tao pressure began to coalesce. Master is going to make a move. Excited, Lu Jiuli's side was still clinging to Ling Jietian in the battle, leaving the other party with no time to split up. In an instant, beside Qin Yuan, space shattered as if a mirror had been struck. In the cracks, it seemed that one could hear the mournful roar of the sword pattern that looked like it came from the ancient sword graveyard. What a strong sword intent. Even Ling Jiantian's sword attack in his hand slowed down a few threads at this moment. The release of sword intent alone. It alone already made Song Yuzi, who was at the 8th level of the divine tribulation realm, feel his scalp explode, and the long sword in his hand directly crumbled in response. His so-called supreme strike unexpectedly couldn't even break Qin Yuan's sword momentum. This is the sword intent that the Cave Void realm is capable of executing? Song Yuzi seemed to be imprisoned in the air, his pupils filled with unprecedented fear, because, in his sight, it seemed to have seen his own reflection in Qin Yuan's eyes, and his reflection was disintegrating and dissipating inch by inch in the other's pupils. It was as if Qin Yuan's pupils were no longer human eyes, but rather two rounds of terrifying whirlpools that could devour divine souls. This can't be right. There's no way you can possess such a strong sword intent. It's impossible for Qin Luo's sword intent to be this strong. No, it's... The words did not fall, but Song Yuzi saw countless green lights violently penetrate the thick clouds in the sky above the Sky Ruins mountain range. A supreme giant sword condensed from the chi of the green cloud sword tire was suddenly tilted towards the bottom from above the sky. At that moment, Qin Yuan also leisurely raised his right hand. At the hilt end of the giant green sword in the air, a giant ink-like hand instantly coalesced from the void, and then gripped that giant sword. Qing Luo sword tire, first style, chop. A plain and simple attack with no finesse whatsoever. One could only see that the giant Qing Luo sword began to slowly descend, but it was mixed with a rhythm that was like the power of the heavenly Tao's penal code. The sword blade had not even touched Song Yuzi below, and Jian Yun's attack was already blatantly approaching, only to see that Song Yuzi didn't have any power to fight back at all. His entire body stiffened in the air. The pressure of the sword rhyme alone had caused annihilation to begin to appear in his body. A moment later, Song Yuzi's entire right half of his body's flesh and blood along with his bones and internal organs all annihilated into ashes. When he snapped back to his senses, then he had seen his own disappearing half of his body of ashes. The pain of his divine soul being torn apart and annihilated instantly caused Song Yuzi to scream miserably. Ah! The entire Jialing sect could hear the hissing from Song Yuzi, but immediately afterward, the hissing sound was suppressed by the sound of the sword. At the moment when the green-colored giant sword pierced through Song Yuzi's body, one could see what kind of sword Tao crushing Song Yuzi's divine soul was being subjected to in the projection reflected by the spatial fragments alone. And the chopping doesn't end there. After strongly annihilating Song Yuzi, the terrifying potential energy was still suppressing towards the Jialing sect below. Boom! The major sword peaks of the Jialing sect began to collapse at this moment. There is nothing like a landslide. And the Sky Ruins mountain range, which stretched for 10,000 miles, also appeared to vibrate. The earth seemed to whimper at the moment. Boom! The green-colored giant sword crashed down the mountain range. This entire heavenly marked mountain range was as if it had been pressed by a pair of invisible giant hands directly into the boiling earth fire lava. The layered rock beneath the vein began to break up. A sound of breakage was conducted from the crack in the ground to the ground, causing the entire Jieling sect to fall into despair. The fallout is still going on. Withdraw. Retreat. In the air, Ling Jiantian was in a rage. Looking at the sect he had operated for tens of thousands of years just collapsing, his spirit was somewhat broken. However, the aftermath of the green luo sword rhythm was already running towards him. In this instant, he finally understood exactly what kind of terrifying divine Song Yuzi had just been dealing with. Unable to resist, unable to move, not even the thought of retreating dared to breed. Every inch of his entire body was firmly locked by this Qing Luo sword rhythm. Ka-ching! It's the sound of a shattered divine soul. This is followed by the sinews, bones, and organs in the body. Inside Ling Jiantian's body, the Jieling sword fetus seemed to have sensed its master's crisis and began to protect him. However, the Jieling sword intent that had just been condensed was instantly devoured by the other party's supreme sword rhythm. At this moment, the Jieling sword fetus that made Ling Jietian proud of himself completely crumbled and dissipated. And those elders within the Jieling sect were even more terrified. This sword of that Shen clothes man seemed to have cut through space. It cut through the stars. This greatness was like nothing they had ever seen before. Even the supreme being. It's not that scary. The Qing Luo sword rhyme slowly dispersed. The two of them, Lu Jioli and Qing Fenglan, who had already retreated behind Qin Yuan, then looked towards the Sky Ruins mountain range in front of them. Where is there any more Sky Ruins mountain range? The only thing that came into view was a huge deep pit sunk hundreds of feet below the fractured layer of rock. The heavenly marked mountain range had vanished at this moment. In the air, Ling Jiantian, who still had a trace of qi and blood power, looked as if he was dead, and his pupils were dull to the extreme. At this moment, he finally realized. This tiny bit of his own strength was nothing more than a ridiculous joke in front of this man in Shin clothes. Chapter 19 The Shumi Koi. Do you really think your Jieling sword tire is strong? In front of the Qing Luo sword tire that I bestowed, is nothing. As Qin Yuan beckoned, Ling Jiantian appeared in front of him. The pale-faced Ling Jiantian looked at Qin Yuan in front of him and clenched his palms. Even if you did refine my disciple's green Luo swordborn, it will then trigger the Dao source imprint I left in the green Luo sword tire. At that time, the green Luo sword tire will directly reverse itself and explode. You still have to die. Qin Yuan shook his head and sighed tersely. After all, his own disciple, how could he not leave something behind? Did you understand? Lu Jioli looked at Ling Jietian. Let me explain it to you. To put it bluntly, from the moment you dared to hit my senior brother, the green Luo sword fetus, you've been dead across the board. Ling Jiantian's face twitched as he looked at the miles of ash in front of him. He was truly desperate. Even more, he knew that the other party could have just directly exterminated himself. Keeping himself nowadays, he has questions to ask. I observe that there is a wisp of aura within you that is not inferior to the Jieling swordborn, more like a prohibition. Well, I'll cast the God Search technique and search. Qin Yuan's words just fell. The Ling Jiantian in front of him was numb. So unorthodox? Don't you usually just ask at this point? Seniors, elder, you could have just asked. I would have known everything. Ling Jietian said hurriedly. How can you ask as fast as you can search? Qin Yuan smiled warmly as he pinched and printed the divine search technique in his hand. The Ling Jiantian in front of him was cursing himself for what kind of power he had messed with in the end in his last thoughts of losing consciousness. Moreover, it was a great power that did not follow the rules. A few moments later, the divine soul shadow was directly reflected in front of Qin Yuan. In the void, an old man whose entire body was placed in a black robe and whose appearance could not be seen was saying to Ling Jiantian, after the Souljack seal is branded, you will then be considered a member of my soul refining palace. My soul refining hall is waiting for you at the burial exalted abyss. As long as you step into it, I'll guarantee that you'll step into the supreme exalted realm. Ling Jiantian immediately said in a respectful voice. Many thanks to Senior Withered Bone. This is also thanks to you, allowing me to obtain the Sumeru Koi. The old man in front of him, who was known as Dead Bone, also smiled. Only the laughter was more than a little strange. When I return to the soul refining palace, I'll credit you with a great honor. At this point, the divine soul memory projection dissipated, and Ling Jiantian was completely annihilated at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a divine apparition realm 8th heaven and a divine apparition realm 9th heaven cultivator, obtaining 300 million chi points feedback. As for the little feedback reward for beheading someone below the divine tribulation realm, it was almost negligible. No wonder there's a faint trace of Sumeru power in the earth veins here. So it's the Sumeru Koi. Qin Yuan looked down at the ruins of the heavenly market mountain range below. This corresponded to the power of Sumeru that he had sensed when he first arrived here earlier. Sumi Koi. What is it? Lu Jioli asked. Qin Yuan looked at his disciple. When I first told you to study more ancient books, you nonetheless didn't listen. Can't understand it now, can you? Lu Jioli snapped and scratched his head. I heard it from the patriarch's father. Each of the 3,000 realms, at the beginning of the heavens and the earth, was transformed by the Sumeru subrealm bead, which was condensed from the most original power. Qing Fenglan said seriously. And the Sumeru Z boundary bead is almost impossible for the world to find. Not only that, the Sumeru subworld bead possesses the ability to illusionize all things. It can take the form of mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, or even artifacts. It could be anything. No trace. But, when the origin of heaven and earth condensed the Sumeru subworld bead, 3 Koi were also born at the same time. These 3 are the Sumeru Koi. They don't incarnate, but they scatter in all directions. It may even appear deep in the heart of the desolate desert, or on top of a lonely island in the sea. All in all, it's just as difficult to obtain the Sumeru Koi. Qin Yuan nodded and looked at Lu Jioli, saying, Jioli, look at the others. Lu Jioli coughed dryly and asked, then what is the function of this Sumeru Koi? For example, stewing it and eating it will enhance your cultivation? Qin Yuan. Green Wind Lane. The Sumeru Koi does not increase its cultivation greatly after eating it, because it only serves one purpose, and that is to keep swimming towards the Sumeru subworld bead when it awakens. Only after Qing Fenglan finished his explanation did Lu Jioli come to a realization. With this Sumeru Koi, one can search for the Sumeru subworld pearl, right? That's right. Qing Fenglan nodded. If one can find the Sumeru subsector bead and refine it, just how terrifying will that strength be raised to? This is already in existence, I dare not imagine. Qin Yuan sniffed and staggered. It's actually just average. Rather, it can increase cultivation is true. Overall, this Sumeru subworld bead is also a good thing. Qing Fenglan's breath caught slightly as he listened. In Qin Yuan's eyes, the Sumeru Z boundary bead could only obtain the evaluation of just average. Then his strength wouldn't have already transcended a realm? Even though Qin Yuan was currently displaying only the cave void first heavenly realm. But the crater that stretches for miles in front of you can't be faked. Going forward, there won't be any Sky Ruins mountain range. What there is only the ruins of the Heavenly Market mountain range. Imperial Continent. Silent Spirit Plain. This is a wasteland forgotten by time, with no living thing in heaven or earth. Only deadness and barrenness are intertwined in it. Miles and miles of sprawling wilderness. Not an inch of grass. Even the wind can't form here. And here the sky hangs low. The gray and depressing clouds are like thick curtains, blocking out the light of the sun, moon and stars above the firmament. There is no day and night here. There is only eternal twilight. And in a flat area, an old man covered in black robes steeply opened his eyes. The pupils were no longer human pupils, but flickered with ghostly flames. The old man's face was dry to the extreme, seemingly unable to see a trace of flesh and blood, just like a withered bone. He lowered his head, and a raw and obscure black seal pattern emerged in his palm. The soul robbery seal. It's actually been broken? The old man muttered. That ghostly fire eyes filled with astonishment. Souljack seal. As the name suggests, as long as planted in the cultivator's body, the moment the other party dies, it will his soul rob. The power of the divine soul is then transmitted to the person who placed the seal. Results? The old man realized that his soul scourge seal on Ling Jetian's body had been broken open, and he had not received any feedback from the power of his divine soul. It surprised him. The most powerful means of the soul refining palace would even be broken open? This time, the burial exalted abyss is interesting. The old man revealed an oozing laughter. Since he was able to kill Ling Jietian, he must have also obtained the 9 underworld knock in the other party's hands. Naturally, I will also head to this burial exalted abyss. Good. Excellent. When you all arrive at the burial exalted abyss, you will all become a great tonic for the old man's divine soul. Chapter 20. If you don't break into the path of 9 deaths and 1 life, when are you going to reach the top? 9 Xian Realm. Imperial Continent. Between the vastness of the territory here, there were no boundaries. Even some areas can be self-contained. Just compare it to a mountain range in the Imperial Continent that was melted by heavenly fire, the Heavenly Fire Mountain Range. This is located in the south of the Imperial Continent. Since the ancient times, it was rumored that after the heavenly fire descended, it mingled with this mountain range, forming this wondrous sight today. The Heavenly Fire Mountain Range stretched for tens of thousands of miles, with mountains rising and falling. However, these mountains were not composed of ordinary rocks, but were piled up by various crystals that had been melted by the power of heavenly fire. Reddish red, Ghostly blue and golden yellow are the dominant colors here. The earth is reshaped by ancient flames, mysterious and fiery. Not only that, within the mountain range, the tops of all the peaks were burning with unknown flames. The blazing flames were like licking the sky, rendering the sky above this mountain range into a gradient color of crimson and gold. And in almost all of the mountain ranges, there was a huge flaming waterfall. These flames did not burn towards the sky, but were like flowing water, turning into one glazed flame crystal after another at the moment of descent. At the foot of the mountain, these meandering rivers of fire are constantly shuttling between the gaps in the earth, eventually converging in the abyss of heavenly fire. As for the heavenly fire mountain range's heavenly fire abyss, the air here was distorted due to the power of the heavenly fire. The airflow formed a wave of fire here, and it seemed that even time had slowed down here. This place was almost a red flame purgatory for humans, demon races, and magical beasts. And in a sea of fire lake in this heavenly flame purgatory abyss, a man slowly stood up from the fire. The appearance was handsome and stern, and there was a fire lotus mark between his eyebrows, like an unquenchable flame. His eyes were deep and fiery, with golden fire patterns faintly emerging from his pupils. It seemed as if even the air could be set ablaze wherever his gaze reached. He slowly raised his own hands and clenched them slightly, a crimson-colored light faintly flowing under his skin. It was as if flames were running through the tendons in his body. The burning sky skill gifted to me by my master is truly terrifying. The man spoke, his voice filled with calmness, but caused the air around him to distort. The long hair behind her fell down, and even between the strands of her hair, tiny sparks of fire were flickering. The cuffs of his robes and the fire lotus pattern intertwined with gold and red above at the hem of his robes were highlighting his identity. Shah Ashes, a terrifying genius, capable of devouring and refining the heavenly flame. A handful of fire lotus fusion techniques were even more exceptional, with extraordinary battle power, an unrivaled presence in its class. Now, I have refined 48 types of heavenly flames, cultivating according to the burning sky skill gifted by master. One only needs to refine one more to step into the supreme realm. Shao Ashes spread out his right hand, and the spatial ring flowed with a flash of light. An ancient 9 underworlds knocking key then appeared in his palm. In the burial exalted abyss, there is a heavenly flame. Phew! Refine the heavenly flame and step into the supreme. Give glory to master. Shao Ashes lightly exhaled a breath as his figure rose up from the ground, instantly transforming into a fiery meteor that arrived 10,000 miles above the sky. After recognizing the direction of the burial exalted abyss, his feet became a step in a virtual shadow. With every step, a blooming fire lotus seemed to form underneath his feet, and he was 1,000 miles away in an instant. January. Imperial Continent, Burial Abyss, Silent Spirit Plain. Xin Yuan and Lu Jioli, as well as Qing Fenglan had already arrived here. Here it seemed that even the air was filled with a suffocating smell, the smell of death, and it was so dense that it seemed like it could condense into substance, eroding every inch of space here. As far as the eye could see, there were no living beings, no birds or beasts, not even the sound of insects. Everything was as if it had been drained of life, and all that remained was endless emptiness and silence. Even the aura was abnormally thin, and it was all mixed with dead aura. It is simply difficult to refine. The silent spirit plane, true to its name. Qing Fenglan gulped as he looked at the deadly scene in front of him. The burial exalted abyss, which only opens once in 10,000 years. It's not the first time I've come here to explore, but it's the first time I've gone this deep. The earth here was filled with cracks everywhere, and these cracks in the earth were like dried veins that stretched to the end. And, along the way, many dead bones can be seen just exposed here. Even the breeze created by the mere movement of the crowd, all of them were enough to turn these withered bones into pieces. It wasn't for nothing that it was called the Forbidden Zone of Cultivators and the Grave of Living Beings. But again, the so-called Forbidden Zones and Graves, that all contain great creations inside that are unimaginable to normal people. For example, that opens once every 10,000 years in the Silent Spirit Plane Burial Abyss, even though the cultivators knew that this trip was almost 9 deaths. But, there are still people who tend to do it. Along the way, Xin Yuan and the others also bumped into some loose cultivators from time to time. It kind of adds a touch of life to this desolate place. Master, this burial exalted abyss, it opens once every 10,000 years. Only by seeking out a 9 underworlds knocking key within this 10,000 year period of time will one be able to enter the most central area in the depths of this burial exalted abyss. There lies the mystery of being able to step into the supreme being. Lu Jioli's voice at this time was also filled with excitement. Cultivators, once they broke through the divine tribulation realm, after experiencing the baptism of thunder tribulation, if one still wanted to break through the grand ranks like they did before the divine tribulation realm, then it would be more than just one-dimensional cultivation. Timing must be all over the place. Also, it takes a great chance to get to the next level. For example, When the Void Realm steps into the Divine Tribulation Realm, it needs to go through the baptism of Thunder Tribulation. If one wanted to enter the Supreme Realm at the Divine Tribulation Realm, there would be a as well Supreme Tribulation. Regular people, if they didn't have the great means of heaven, they would almost always stop at the Divine Tribulation Realm. The Supreme Realm, that was the topmost group of people in the 9 Xian realms. In the 9 Xian realm, there were trillions of cultivators. How many people can reach the threshold of the Supreme Being? Qin Yuan looked at the agitated Lu Jioli and nodded with a smile. Not bad. Being one's own disciple, acting assertively is. Kill enemies when you come across them. When you come across an opportunity, grab it. If you don't break the path of 9 deaths, when will you step on the summit? Just then, Qin Yuan suddenly stopped. Ding! Detected the presence of one of the host's disciples in the neighborhood. Trigger system mission. Ding! The disciple's attribute status is as follows. Name, Xiao Ashes. Age, 12,000 years. Strength, half-step supreme. Roots and bones, born with fiery a body of. Practicing the burning sky technique to a great extent. Upon meeting with the disciple's great luck strike feedback can be triggered. Expected feedback luck value, 150 billion points. Qin Yuan finally, gratefully smiled. Although it is the same level of strength as Lu Jioli, but look at the chi feedback points that the other Xiao Ashes brought to himself. 150 billion. And at this time, Qin Yuan placed his gaze in the direction of the burial exalted abyss. Needless to say, to be able to appear here at this time, the inevitable purpose would be the burial exalted abyss. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Chapter 21 The Soul Refining Palace is my greatest enemy. Xiao Ashes, the buried exalted abyss. Unlike other secret realms, like the other secret realms opened, they were magnificent and powerful. The opening of the burial exalted abyss, on the other hand, was silent, as if it had always existed here. Phew, Master, we're here. Half a day later, the entrance to the burial exalted abyss arrived. Its entrance stretched across the darkest hinterland in the Silent Spirit Plains. A rift that seemed to span the entire Silent Spirit Plain was presented to the crowd. It was as if it had been split open by the blade of heaven's punishment. And not only that, but there were all sorts of charred rock formations crisscrossing the edges of the rift. Above these rock formations, there were also bronze rust-like patterns. From a distance, it looked more like the dried and coalesced veins of some ancient creature. At the edge of the abyssal rift, there was also a lot of sticky, green-colored mist. These mists drifted up to a height of less than 10 feet above the rift, and then they directly turned into green-colored crystal cores, and then fell back down to the abyss below. Qin Yuan slowly stepped to the edge of the abyssal rift and looked downward. One could see that the inner wall of the abyss was not smooth and downward, but was filled with green-colored crystals that spiked towards the outside. And there was always a strong wind constantly whistling in the abyss. It's like a ghost baby crying. Around them, there were already cultivators from other sects arriving here. After they saw Qin Yuan and the others, they didn't want to talk to them either. Directly holding a magic treasure, he made a long leap towards the abyss. The moment, as more and more people jumped into it, the rift of this burial honor abyss became more like a sleeping beast that was resting with its mouth wide open, waiting for the prey. And those ever-distorting azure-colored glows seemed to be devouring the souls of those who were descending. According to the ancient records of the burial honor abyss, after jumping, you can reach the real entrance. Cheng Fenglan took a deep breath, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't panicking. After all, since the burial exalted abyss could be called by this name, it meant that even if a powerhouse of the supreme exalted realm stepped into it, there was a possibility that he would be buried here. Qin Yuan looked at the entrance to the abyss. Under the perception of the power of the divine soul, he had already discovered that his disciple, Xiao Ashes, was already in the abyss. Moreover, it seemed, Xiao was still performing the burning sky skill? The burning sky skill was gifted to him by Qin Yuan, so he naturally knew clearly the fluctuations in the execution of this feat. Is this a fight down here? In other words, the apprentice is in danger? Can you live with that? If the master is not there, so be it. But now, my disciple, do not be afraid. The master has come to help you. With this in mind, Qin Yuan turned his head to Lu Jioli and Cheng Fenglan and said, "Jump." Lu Jioli didn't hesitate and instantly leapt out. Cheng Fenglan gulped, took a deep breath, and followed along with a leap. Qin Yuan looked at the entrance to the burial exalted abyss, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sure enough, burial honor abyss. It's not simple nah. With a curved hand, a divine soul power that turned into substance surged out. Vaguely, one could see the space 1,000 feet above the burial exalted abyss stirring. In the space, a with the ancient talismanic seal imprinted word appeared. Soul. Under Qin Yuan's strong divine soul power wrapped around him, the talisman seal turned into streams of light and fell into his hands. and the formation marks in the air slowly disappeared. On top of the rune seal, 11 rippling engravings were imprinted, each of which was incomparably deep. An 11th order formation? After Qin Yuan incorporated the talisman seals in his hand into his spatial ring, his face still wore the same warm smile as always. This trip is getting interesting. Obtaining the formation talisman was also just in a few breaths. After that, Qin Yuan took a light step and followed Lu Jiuli and Qing Fenglan, who were in the middle of their descent. In the meantime, the deepest part of the buried exalted abyss, the light could no longer penetrate in from above, and in its place were the clusters of ghostly flames that burned in the air. Only, what the ghost fire presented was an eerie green light, so reflected in the deepest part of this burial dignity abyss is a bizarre color everywhere. And at this moment, there were already quite a few cultivators arriving here. All of the people from the top clans in the Imperial continent had also come here, though they don't have the 9 hinds knocking. However, there were many other opportunities in this burial exalted abyss, and if they couldn't grab the strongest, then grabbing the second strongest resource became their goal. Someone from the soul refining hall. Don't run away. A voice that rang aloud through the crowd, only to be seen. A black-clothed man rose up with his feet in the void. The space around them shattered in bursts, and endless flames erupted from it, and around his body, flames of several colors rose, very somewhat ethereal. Is that Shao Ashes? Hiss. Shao Ashes? That genius who plays with fire? The people from these other clans all wore stunned expressions after recognizing Shao Ashes. Shao Ashes. This name was as loud as thunder in these top clans in the Imperial continent. Born with fire phase attributes, possessing a tolerance for flames that far exceeds that of normal people, he can absorb the innate fire into his body for refining. Every time it was refined, for Shao Ashes, it would raise a large portion of his strength. And there's no fallout. Look, you guys, the person opposite him. It's someone from the Soul Refining Hall. This Soul Refining Hall. Shoo, keep your voice down. If someone from the Soul Refining Hall hears you, don't you want to die? What are you afraid of? Who in our entire Imperial continent doesn't know that the biggest nemesis of the Soul Refining Hall is Senior Shao Ashes? Right now, with Senior Shao Ashes here, I don't believe that they from the Soul Refining Hall would dare to do anything out of the ordinary. At this moment, only 2 men dressed in the robes of the Soul Refining Hall could be seen fleeing around. Shao Ashes, don't you bully me too much. Our Soul Refining Hall has no grudge against you. Why do you go against us 3 times? Both of them were at the 9th sky of the Divine Tribulation realm, although he hadn't consummated and hadn't stepped into a half-step supreme, due to the fact that the method practiced by the Soul Refining Hall was too specific to the Divine Soul. Therefore, the 2 of their protectors joining forces was also enough to fight off half-step supreme beings. Among them, Protector Lang on the left rushed at Shao Ashes, who was not far away, and cursed, "The method practiced by your Soul Refining Hall is too harmful. If I meet, I will kill. Besides, you've long since made a deal with me. Between us, we've been immortal for a long time." Shao Ashes stood in the air, surrounded by celestial fire, just like a Yen Emperor, and his eyes were ice-cold as he looked at these 2 protectors of the Soul Refining Hall, filled with monstrous killing intent. Because, since 10,000 years ago, after he came out of the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, he practiced the burning sky skill gifted to him by his master, and he had also always kept in mind his master's teachings for him. Shao Ashes lowered his head and looked at his palm, then said with a cold expression, "Back then, my master taught, if you meet an enemy who likes to make a jia laugh, get them all killed. So, you, this Soul Refining Hall, are my greatest enemy?" Shao Ashes, Chapter 22 Letting you run away. I am this. After Protector Lang heard Shao Ashes' explanation, a heart was about to go cold. "No, Shao Ashes, you're crazy. We like to jia laugh, that's all from following the hall masters and elders. You can't drive us to extinction just because of this." The other protector next to Protector Lang also said in succession. "Yes." Shao Ashes shook his head. "I'm sorry, the greatest characteristic of this person of mine is to follow the orders of my master. You die." In an instant, the monstrous heavenly flame power abruptly poured out majestically from Shao Ashes' body. Even the baleful chi at the bottom of this burial exalted abyss was purified for the most part by this terrifying heavenly fire. And Protector Lang and the other Soul Refining Hall protectors' faces twitched madly about Shao Ashes' master. The entire Soul Refining Hall could be said to have heard Shao Ashes mention it. However, the specific who, what name, and what cultivation Shao Ashes did not mention a word. Therefore, it could be said that the entire Soul Refining Hall hated that Shao Ashes spoke of master. Even they were skeptical. Where did this Shao Ashes have any master? It's completely just a reason to look at their Soul Refining Hall as unpleasant, in order to exterminate them and thus compile it. And it was also true that between the Soul Refining Hall and Shao Ashes, they were immortal. 8,000 years ago, the Soul Refining Hall sent a large number of guardians to try to kill Xiao Ashes. However, in the end, it was Xiao Ashes who escaped with serious injuries. As a result, not more than a few hundred years later, Xiao Ashes broke through, breaking through several cultivation realms in a row. And since then, when he met the Soul Refining Hall's protector or elder, he, Xiao Ashes, had only one word: kill. Although Protector Lang and that other protector were both at the ninth sky of the Divine Apparition realm, however, they did not dare to confront Xiao Ashes head-on. Getting away from here is the way to go, only to see that the two of them operated their internal gong methods, and an extremely dense black aura was emerging from all around them. Even the sound of some ghosts crying could be heard from these auras. This was also the reason why the Soul Refining Hall was not treated well by most sects, as their cultivation was all based on devouring other people's souls. The more you devour, the stronger you become. One didn't dare to imagine how many living beings had been brutalized by the strength of these two Soul Refining Hall protectors of the ninth sky of the Divine Tribulation realm. Run? In the air, a cold smile surfaced on Xiao Ash's face. Before practicing the burning sky skill given by the master, letting you run away from you is this. He gave a thumbs up to the two Soul Refining Hall protectors who were trying to escape towards the top. Now, let you run away. I am this. Xiao Ash's thumb slowly inverted. Suddenly, terrifying heavenly flames began to coalesce, and the blazing heat began to sweep across the bottom of the abyss. Xiao Ashes raised his own right hand high, and the 48 types of heavenly flames in that pair of eyes constantly rotated. The monstrous and terrifying might caused all those people from the surrounding clans to feel the aura of death. Burning Sky Creation Poem. Imperial Rank Martial Arts. Starting from Saint-level techniques. If one wanted to break through the martial arts techniques further up, one would have to personally have a deep understanding of the method they were practicing. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to perform stronger martial arts. And right now, Xiao Ashes started off with the most powerful Emperor-ranked martial skill. Burning Sky Creation Poem. Creation burns the sky. At this moment, above the two protectors of the Soul Refining Hall, a gigantic flame palm print that was 1,000 inches long instantly condensed. Above the palm print, there were countless other colored flames flowing, and each time they flowed for a week they were able to release a heaven-destroying aura from them. And as the Burning Sky Creation Palm came towards the lower part of the mighty pressure, wherever it passed, the space began to collapse and crumble. Even the abyss, which had been condensed for thousands of years, had been burned away. Seeing this despairing scene, the two Soul Refining Hall protectors roared out in grief. Xiao Ashes, we, the Soul Refining Hall, will always be at loggerheads with you. After roaring, they began to spit out blood, urging all the aura in their entire body. In order to do so, it was to be able to withstand this strike from Xiao Ashes. However, their seemingly strong defense, in the front of, it was like a papier-mâché, completely unbearable. Burning Heaven Creation Poem. Miserable screams resounded through the abyss, and the foreign-colored flames instantly engulfed both of their bodies, and the voice, too, came to an abrupt end. Thus, these two Soul Refining Hall protectors whose strength was at the ninth heaven of the Divine Apparition realm were reduced to ashes in the heavenly flames. Even the Divine Soul was incinerated. God's soul is destroyed. Terrifying as hell. Those people from the other sects and the surroundings also sucked in a deep breath of cold air after seeing this scene. This son, he is really as terrifying as he is. The Burning Sky skill. It's too strong. Master, disciple has not disgraced you. Xiao Ashes looked at the commotion caused by his palm and lightly exhaled. Even though everyone in the Soul Refining Hall thought that he spoke of master was a reason he made up, and Xiao Ashes knew it, his ability to grow to such heights was truly all thanks to his own master. Burning Sky Technique. Devouring the fire seed of heaven and earth, refining and fusing it, and then breaking through. Such an extreme and terrifying cultivation method also allowed Xiao Ashes to possess a strength that far crushed his peers, and his goal, too, was very clear. At the same time as killing the enemy who was laughing, he devoured all the heavenly flames in the world and achieved the supremacy of all flames. Jia. Burial of Honor Abyss. Lower level of the abyss. This place is at a depth of 3,000 zheng underground in the Burial Exalted Abyss. It's also the entrance to the real secret world. An old man shrouded in black robes suddenly lowered his head and looked into his palm. Only after the two souljack seals surfaced, they instantly burst into blazing flames and instantly turned into ashes. Ho ho! The withered bone old man laughed hoarsely. I didn't expect that this souljack seal of mine would be broken by outsiders one after another. It seems that fellow, Xiao Ashes, has also come here. His eyes drooped slightly, and the sound of a strange laugh emanated from his mouth. Gg. This Xiao Ashes does have some strength. Born with a body of fire phase, devouring dozens of heavenly flames in his body, he is surprisingly able to fuse with each other without rejecting them. If it wasn't for our Soul Refining Hall's Hall Master being in seclusion back then, I'm afraid he would have died at the hands of our soul-refining hall. The withered bone old man looked at the black cliff face in front of him. On the cliff wall, there are several obscure and raw ancient writings. These ancient texts were of the same origin as those above the 9 underworld knocking keys. His gaze, on the other hand, fell on another old man dressed in the same attire on the side. Only, this time, even Xiao Ashes will have to die here. If it was just me alone, I would have to be a bit wary of him. But now, the withered bone old man once again let out that creepy laugh. He, Xiao Ashes, couldn't have possibly thought that you were here as well. Right, Sifu. To the side, a silhouette was shrouded in black robes, as if it had fused with the surrounding blackness. The old man who was called senior brother by the withered bone old man slowly opened his eyes. The pupil of the left eye was as black as ink, surprisingly without a trace of eye white, while the right eye of the old man was pure white, just like the silver moon. The pitch-black pupil exuded a cold and eerie aura, while the silver-colored right pupil was filled with a transcendent and solitary aura. The two pupils of the eyes, very different, yet so strangely and harmoniously coexisted. The black-robed old man who opened his eyes slowly nodded his head. The voice was hoarse but unusually strong. Don't worry, senior. This time none of them can escape. Chapter 23. Just a fluke. Burial of Honor Abyss. The bottom of the abyss. The blazing temperature remaining in the air was still telling the crowd about the terrifying means of that Xiao Ashes. Right at this moment, a monstrous sword chi abruptly tore through space, and then, one of them slowly stepped out from inside, his white clothes fluttering, sword aura around him. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim even after seeing the visitor. It's Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect. I heard that the Flying Sword Sect Master had already broken through to the Exalted Realm 500 years ago. I didn't think that he would also come to this burial exalted abyss. The next moment, another spatial crack appeared. A ray of starlight refracted out from it, reflecting the place with a surprisingly hazy feeling. After the light dissipated, an old man in purple appeared in the air. The purple clothes on his body seemed to have the power of the stars flowing through them, and the splendor was continuous. That's the Grand Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion, Elder Mu Xing. What's the situation? Didn't Elder Mu Xing step into the Supreme Realm 1,000 years ago? Why is he here too? I don't know. Isn't this burial exalted abyss only for our group of cultivators who haven't broken through to the Supreme Exalted? After these clans looked at the Flying Sword Sect Master who appeared, and the Stargazing Pavilion's Elder Mu Xing, they were all confused. The moment, after seeing the aftermath of this lopsided battle, Flying Sword Sect Master Li and Elder Mu Xing couldn't help but suck in their cool breaths slightly as well. Xiao Ashes. It's truly a fearful later generation. In time, I believe that your achievements will surpass my Flying Sword Sect. Sect Master Li looked towards Xiao Ashes with respect and appreciation in his eyes. On one side, Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion also stroked his beard and said, Xiao Ashes, it's really just as outsiders have exclaimed. You are truly horrible as you are. If we were in the same realm, even we wouldn't be your match. Even though Elder Mu Xing possessed the strength of the second sky of the Supreme Realm, he did not dare to say that he would be able to defeat Xiao Ashes in front of him when he was in the great circle of the Divine Tribulation Realm. Xiao Ashes looked at the Flying Sword Sect Master and the Stargazer Pavilion Grand Elder and smiled faintly. Just a fluke. The crowd sniffed, their faces more or less weirded out. Xiao Ashes is a man who knows good from evil. You don't mess with him. You can even have a drink with him. He is also polite and courteous to you, and if he is appreciated after a fight, he will inevitably say his catchphrase. It was a fluke. So, behind the crowd, Xiao Ashes had another nickname, Fluke Brother. Little friend Xiao Ashes, I remember you have a close friend. Why isn't he here? Elder Mu Xing was curious. You mean Lin Chong? Xiao Ashes replied. He's my senior brother. My senior brother has recently been in seclusion to hone the Great Desolate Finger technique, so he won't be coming out for a while. So it is. Elder Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know, but they, the top clans, were well aware of it. Thousands of years ago, two terrifying geniuses had emerged from the south of the imperial continent. One manipulated the heavenly fire like the supreme of all fires. The other, on the other hand, was cultivating the great desolate power, a finger technique out of this world. After the two geniuses met, there was always a battle to be fought. In that battle, the two geniuses of the eighth heaven of the divine tribulation realm had hardened themselves to fight with the might of the third heaven of the supreme realm. Thousands of miles of space collapsed into nothingness, and 10,000 miles of mountain ranges were left without an inch of grass, especially at the end. The martial arts clash between the fire lotus and the giant finger. I'm afraid that if a supreme being came, he would have to flee with injuries. However, it was also because of that battle that made these two geniuses become close friends. Even, it was claimed to the public that it was the same master. As of this moment, The two men's fame also began to gradually resonate through the southern region of the Imperial continent. I hadn't thought of that, though. This burial honor abyss. You will come. Xiao Ashes looked at the duo in the air with a thoughtful expression on his face. In other words, the menace in here is even more terrifying than the legends. In other words again. What's in here even you Supreme Realm people have to come and grab. Phew. With this in mind, Xiao Ash's face was once again replaced with a smile. Smiling at the Flying Sword Sect Master and Stargazer Pavilion Grand Elder in the air. If you find any great opportunities for creation in the burial exalted abyss, to each his own then. The meaning of the words was already very obvious. If a big chance is found, then it's on whoever snatches it first. Xiao Ashes did not have any fear on his face when he faced a Supreme Realm First Sky and Supreme Realm Second Sky powerhouse. Instead, there was a leap of faith. The two of them, Sect Master Li and Elder Mu Xing, looked at each other and coughed dryly. They didn't want to make an enemy of this terrifying fellow, Xiao Ashes. As for the great opportunity in the burial exalted abyss, one could only take one step at a time. The bottom of the abyss of the buried exalted abyss. Qin Yuan had just descended here when he realized that something was wrong. That's interesting. Halfway through, we induced two spatial vacillations under the guidance of the burial honor abyss. In other words, there are several entrances to the burial exalted abyss secret realm. When Qing Fenglan heard this, he immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, senior. There are 3 entrances to the burial exalted abyss secret realm. You can only pass 3 9 Stygian knocks at each place. If someone is unlucky, even if they get the 9 underworld knock, they might miss this chance because they can't find the entrance." Aha! Qin Yuan nodded. This entrance, on the contrary, did not have many figures, and under his senses, he did not find any trace of Xiao Ashes. It was obvious that Xiao Ashes was at the other entrance. Erasure. At that moment, a voice immediately sounded behind Qing Fenglan, only to see a man whose appearance presented the middle-aged look of the human race. He quickly walked up to Qing Fenglan. Ice blue eyes that seemed to be telling who he was. The current leader of the Green Phoenix clan. The strength was at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. Up to this glance, Qin Yuan had already seen through the other party's identity and strength. Qing Fenglan quickly introduced Qin Yuan and Lu Jiuli to his father. As the patriarch of the Green Phoenix clan, the moment Qin Yu had just touched Qing Fenglan, his entire body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow. It was as if they were being held in place. His icy blue eyes were filled with incredulity. How is this possible? Erasure. You, the essence blood in your body. Lord Father, what's wrong? Qing Fenglan also froze for a moment, and hurriedly, he operated the Green Phoenix technique to check his body. When his divine sense was internalized into his sea of consciousness, even Qing Fenglan himself was dumbfounded. The crimson essence blood essence was interspersed with strands of golden filaments. Although it was very weak, those golden essence blood filaments were filled with even more violent Green Phoenix power. Lord Father, didn't you say that it's impossible for our Green Phoenix clan to condense the Golden Phoenix essence blood without relying on external forces? Exiting the sea of consciousness, Qing Fenglan's face was perplexed. Right. Qin Yu nodded heavily, then added in a whirlwind. Looking at the Golden Phoenix essence blood, it hasn't been long since it condensed out. At most, half a day. Erasure, what have you eaten in the past half day? Or what did you drink? Still confused beyond belief, Qing Fenglan said after a moment's thought. I've been following Senior for the past half day. On the contrary, when I first entered the Silent Spirit Plane, I received a bottle of dewdrop sent by Senior and drank it. Qin Yu's figure trembled at the sight. What about the bottle? Is the bottle still there? Show me. Qing Fenglan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took the dew bottle out from his space ring. The moment Qin Yu saw the dew bottle, his entire body directly froze as if he were a wooden chicken. The moment he came back to his senses, a shocked voice came out of his mouth. Hiss. This is the All-Spirit Living Spring. Chapter 24. Eat Me. Burning Fury Lotus. 10,000 Spirit Birth Springs. Each drop of that is a collection of the power of all the spirits. Regardless of whether it is taken by any race of beings, it can nourish the spirit veins in the body within a short period of time, resulting in a qualitative change. In other words, this 10,000 Spirit Birth Spring can allow a living being to the greatest extent possible, enhance his or her originating roots. No wonder you, Arashier, were able to directly condense the oldest golden essence blood of our Green Phoenix clan in just half a day's time. This is a great creation. This is a heavenly great creation. This can be 100 times more terrifying than the creation in the burial exalted abyss. Nay, 1,000 times. No, it's 10,000 times. At this moment, Qin Yu's state was already somewhat insane. Their Green Phoenix clan could only obtain 1 drop of the 10,000 Spirit Spring with the efforts of their entire clan. But the result? The moment that Senior came out, It was a bottle? With that in mind, Qingyu swiftly arrived in front of Qin Yuan. After taking a deep breath, he bowed deeply to Qin Yuan. Senpai, I represent our entire family. Thank you for cultivating Erasure. For such a great gift, we will raise the entire clan to repay it. And at this time, Xing Fenglan also finally reacted to how precious the due that Qin Yuan had casually given him earlier was. He quickly came before Qin Yuan and followed his father's example, bowing deeply to him. Harm, just a random bottle of dew. Since he's my disciple's closest friend, that little bit of root and bone is, frankly, really not enough to look at. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Truthfully, a treasure of the heavens and earth like the 10,000 spirit-born spring. There were 8,000 of them in his spatial ring, not to mention 10,000. What's more, it can be redeemed from the system. Therefore, this thing was really just for Qin Yuan to quench his thirst on the road. As for what he said about Qin Fenglan's little bit of root and bone, it was truly not enough to look at. Lu Jioli's heavenly diffusion compass imperial body had an extremely high ceiling. It was only after breaking through to the supreme that the power could truly be utilized. Since it was his disciple's closest friend, he, as a master, was also slightly more generous. Senpai, I heard from Erasure that you did not possess the 9 meditation knock. I have this one. For you. Qingyu respectfully took a 9 underworld knock out of his space before presenting it with both hands in front of Qin Yuan. What do you think? I need this? Qin Yuan waved his hand. Slowly, he came to the black cliff face. On the cliff wall, there were dark purple ancient engravings surfacing from time to time, and these engraved lines were the same as the lines on top of the 9 underworld knock. It was clearly restricted, with only 9 people being able to step into it. Come on, let's go in. After Qin Yuan's words fell, then he lifted his foot towards the black cliff face in front of him. Right at the moment of contact, the cliff wall suddenly showed a swirling ripple as if it were a water splash. And then, the entire cliff face erupted in dark light. A terrifying force instantly impacted towards Qin Yuan. It was obvious that without the 9 underworld knock, one would be attacked by the burial dignity abyss. What a strong power. This power, even if it's me at the second sky of the supreme realm, I wouldn't dare to say that I can resist it. Qingyu swallowed his saliva, feeling that holy rhythm pressure coming from within the cliff wall. He could only feel his scalp tingling, and at this moment, Qin Yuan shook his head as he felt the holy rhythm in the cliff wall. Such a low-grade and unorthodox holy rhythm attack. I really don't know how it was cultivated. I guess, all these years of practicing have gone to the dogs. The moment the words fell, a supreme holy rhythm power abruptly poured out from Qin Yuan's body. Just half a breath. The swirling holy rhythm above that cliff wall then dissipated without a trace, and Qin Yuan's figure disappeared along with him. It was obvious that he had stepped into the burial exalted abyss secret realm without a secret key. Master's words are as sharp as they were back then. Ha ha, Master. I'm here too. With the 9 underworld knock in hand, Lu Jioli followed Qin Yuan and stepped into the black cliff face. Behind his body, Xing Fenglan looked at his father who had a dull expression on his face and immediately said, Lord Father, let's hurry in as well, or we won't be able to keep up with Senior. Qingyu, who had only just come back to his senses, trembled, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Holy rhythmic mighty pressure. Can't go wrong. This is the sacred rhyme pressure. No way. It's really something. Qinyu's body trembled tremendously, and his voice began to shake. It was because only at the peak of the Supreme Being realm could one perceive the power of heaven and earth of the sacred rhythm. In other words, that Lu Jioli's master, the senior who casually took out the 10,000 spirit birth spring, had a minimum strength of peak supreme realm. Go! Let's quickly catch up with Elder. Qinyu's feet flashed with aura, and his entire figure instantly disappeared into the black cliff face. Behind him was even more of a strong wind. The blowing Qing Fenglan was disorganized in the wind. After that, he didn't waste any more time. Holding the 9 underworlds knock, he entered the core area of the burial abyss, between light and shadow transformations. The 4 of them, Qin Yuan, then completely stepped into the core secret realm of the buried exalted abyss. When the crowd had just arrived at the arrival of this space, the air was suddenly swirling with light golden ripples, and as far as the eye could see, it was actually an endless grassland. The grasslands were endless, mingling with the distant horizon. When he lowered his head to look, he could see a strange diamond-shaped leaf plant growing on the entire grassland. Green bearing grass, containing a high level of poison. Even a cultivator of the divine apparition realm would fall prey to this poison if he didn't protect his body properly. Qinyu's face changed when he recognized these grasses. Sure enough, these highly poisonous green bearing grasses were swaying without wind, and some ghostly purple miasma, which was hard to detect with the naked eye, was continuously breeding from the green bearing grasses. It was like a tiny scaly viper that kept wandering among the grass, looking again at the sky above. There was no sun, moon or stars, but it was shrouded in various mica stones. Mica stone can release a soft light, reflecting the whole space as if it were daytime. In the air, a faint wisp of holy rhythm was constantly wandering. The moment Qin Yuan had just stepped in, he had already gained insight into everything here. Here is the sitting place of a half-saint. It is no wonder that it can become a to step into the supreme being precious place. After all, just these wandering remnants of holy rhythms in the air, if they were absorbed and refined by a cultivator at the peak of the divine apparition realm, and after they were enlightened, it will then allow it to step into the supreme. And if one stepped into supremacy here, the might of the supreme calamity would also be absorbed by the holy rhythms in the air, nourish and replenish with new holy rhythms. It was also considered to be a good place of great opportunity for divine tribulation realm cultivators. Right at this moment, a violent shout came from the distance. Old dog 100 lie, don't try to escape. I can't believe you're here too. Eat me. Burning fury fire lotus. Before the voice had even fallen, a burning skyfire lotus that was made from the mingling of green and red was expanding in the distant air. Eventually, a sound of explosion resounded throughout the entire green barren plains. Chapter 25 His flames are strong. Or my sorcery. Burning fury fire lotus. It's become Xiaoash's starting move. At this moment, he greeted the burning fury fire lotus that had condensed in his hands towards the 100 elder who was fleeing not far away. The fire lotus began to erupt with terrifying temperatures. Cyan and red, the two types of heavenly flames intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying whirlpool that was 1,000 feet long around the fire lotus. And the greenish-red demonic lotus began to bloom in the air. Even the clouds above were stirred up into a spiral. The lotus vein continued to burst forth with suppressed heavenly flame power while it slowly began to expand. As it swelled up enough to cover the sky, every inch of that lotus flower began to chafe. In an instant, it burst into flames. The terrifying greenish-red heavenly fire began to sweep towards the surroundings. The green barren grass below had already been turned into charcoal then annihilated before the power of the heavenly fire even arrived. Even the dirt began to evaporate, heat melting into glaze. In the center of the fire lotus, a spherical corona of light grew, like a vertical pupil from an ancient god or devil hanging high in the air, constantly devouring everything around them, including space. Xiaoash's, do you really want to be immortal with our heavenly flame divine sect? After the aftermath of the fire lotus, a charged silhouette immediately flashed out. Golden supreme engravings had even appeared on his body. Supreme engraving. It is the sign of stepping into the supreme realm. The power of engraving is to turn the system one cultivates into the power of, thus strengthening one's own body. The supreme engraving. Attack and defense would also become stronger with the supreme engraving. Old dog 100 lie. Who made your sect snatch the heavenly flame from me every day? Xiaoash's did not have any fear in his eyes as he faced 100 lie, who was at the first sky of the supreme realm. Instead, he began to continue condensing the fire lotus. It looks like you guys have also gotten there is an in this burial exalted abyss the news that, right? 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno. This time, I'll say it up front. This 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno is something I must obtain on this trip. The others, I reckon they shouldn't compete with me for this heavenly flame. Only you, the Skyfire divine sect, are a threat. My master taught me that the first thing I do when I find a threatening fire is to stomp it out. So, 100 lie old dog, eat another burning rage fire lotus from me. Elder 100 lie's pale face twitched viciously when he heard this. Facing Xiaoash's fire lotus, even if he possessed the first sky of the supreme realm, he did not dare to confront it head-on. Rapidly condensing the supreme engraving, the flame engraving surfaced. His figure was also rapidly retreating. Old dog, don't go away. Eat 2 more of my fire lotus. Xiaoash's let out a loud shout. It made Elder 100 lie, who was in the middle of escaping, nearly dissipate his supreme engravings. Not far, on the green and barren grass, Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the blossoming fire lotus in the distant sky. He smiled in relief. Xiaoash's, a disciple taken in 10,000 years ago, born with a fire phase body, and he did not begrudge him, and gave him the most suitable for his cultivation of burning sky skill. Moreover, this burning sky technique was different from previous techniques, but could evolve. Only, to evolve, one must devour other heavenly flames. Nowadays, it seems that this little fellow, Xiaoash's, has really grown up a lot. He was also mindful of what his teacher had taught him. Not bad, not bad. Xiaoash's, he's coming too. Xingyu couldn't help but gulp even after seeing that iconic fire lotus. Xiaoash's, even if he only has the strength of a half-step supreme being right now, but he's already earned the name of supreme in fire. The peak battle was when he was targeted by the soul refining hall's people, and 3 supreme realm first sky and a supreme realm second sky protector went to capture Xiaoash's. And that battle, the entire southern region of the imperial continent was shaken by it. Xiaoash's, On his own, decimated 3 of the other party's Supreme First Sky, and then at the cost of serious injuries, he decimated that Supreme Second Skies as well. Up to this point after that battle, Xiao Ashes also possessed the title of Supreme in Fire, even if he's not in the Supreme Realm. Xin Yu took a deep breath, but the expression on his face relaxed. Luckily, I met Senpai. Lanner has already received a great chance from Senior. Even the chance in this burial exalted abyss is far inferior to the great creation that Senior sent. And at this moment, the sky in the distance, the moment another fire lotus exploded, the person known as 100 Lai was on the verge of collapsing. Count on you kid being tough. You'll see. This time, I, the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, must get my hands on the 10,000 tribulation burning heart inflammation in the burial exalted abyss. Elder 100 Lai of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect gritted his teeth. Red-colored flames were already emerging from the supreme engravings around his body. Immediately afterward, he let out a loud cry. Supreme Transportation Art. In an instant, the entire figure disappeared without a trace, and right behind it was a pair of huge palms. Xiao Ashes couldn't help but spit even after he pounced. This supreme engraving is really good. After stepping into the Supreme Realm, one would be able to obtain several life-preserving means that were only available in the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Engraving is just one of them, and this Supreme Transportation Art was even more of the most effective of the means of preserving one's life. One could directly utilize the power of the Supreme Being to outline the space of heaven and earth and directly make a spatial folding leap. It doesn't even have to go through space teleportation. Phew! Xiao Ashes took a deep breath and began to adjust his breath in the air, and this scene was also seen by Qin Yuan and the others in the distance. At this moment, Lu Jiuli narrowed his eyes and looked at the Flame Supreme from afar. Xiao Ashes? I've also heard some things about him in the southern region of the Imperial Continent. Facing such a strong person, his first thought was not fear, or fleeing. Rather, want to give it a go. I just don't know if his flames are strong or my sorcery is strong. Lu Jiuli licked his lips, and a hint of eagerness was reflected in the pupils that were constructed from witch worms. Want to try? Qin Yuan had a smile on his face as he looked towards his disciple. Senior, I want to try. Lu Jiuli nodded. Just try it out. Jiuli, the wooden sign of identity given to you by your master. It's still there, isn't it? Okay, the wooden sign has a great mana enchantment on it from my master. If you fight with it and find that you are undefeated, take out the wooden sign and you will be able to save your life. Okay, Lu Master. Then I'll go. Lu Jiuli's heart that was eager to try could no longer be suppressed. In the next second, dark purple witch patterns emerged under his feet. Immediately, the entire person transformed into a purple meteor, instantly heading towards the fire lotus in the distance. Divine Tribulation Realm Grand Circle. Half-step Supreme Realm? A moment later, Xiao Ashes, who was regulating his breathing in the air, slowly turned back, looking at Lu Jiuli, who was standing quietly in the air outside the space of 100 feet in front of him. A trace of contemplation surfaced in his eyes. In this otherworldly space, only those who possessed the 9 underworld knock could step into it. It was obvious that the opposite side was also someone who possessed the 9 underworld knock. Witchcraft. After seeing the witch chi on the other party, Xiao Ashes also straightened up. You're Lu Jiuli? Lu Jiuli of the body of 10,000 compulsions? Your excellency is very strong all over. I want to try to see if it's your body of 10,000 flames that's powerful or my body of 10,000 compulsions that's stronger. Lu Jiuli's pupils refracted a light of eagerness to try. Seeing this, Xiao Ashes began to show a smile tinged with danger. Yeah, come and try. He, Xiao Ashes, hadn't really met a few super geniuses at the same level. Come, battle. Chapter 26. Whoever robs is his sworn enemy and he's going to them. On the green barren plains, at this moment, Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli had stood eye to eye. Their bodies exuded an endless battle intent. It also immediately caused other 9 underworlds knock owners who had arrived here to rush over. Which genius is Xiao Ashes going up against again? Space rippled for a moment. The Grand Elder of the Stargazing Pavilion, Elder Muxing, appeared not far from Qin Yuan and the others. He was also slightly surprised when he saw Qin Yu and Qing Fenlan. Are the people from the Green Phoenix clan here too? Although the Green Phoenix clan has not had any dealings with the human clan the feather burning hijacking. However, as a supreme second sky Muxing elder, coupled with the art of stargazing, he was able to surmise the identity of the other party. After knowing the identity of the other party, he arched his hand towards them. Qin Yu saw this and returned the favor. Elder Muxing of the Stargazing Pavilion. Second level of the Supreme Realm. The entire Stargazer Pavilion is also the topmost existence in terms of power in the southern region of the Imperial Continent. Even our Green Phoenix clan cannot be said to be able to contend with it. Xinyu said neutrally. Xin Yuan on one side nodded. At that moment, another silhouette appeared. This person was dressed in white, and his surroundings were covered with a stern sword intent. Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect, Supreme One. Xinyu was surprised for a moment. It feels, well, a little off. This is clearly a chance for the Divine Tribulation Realm to break through to the Supreme Realm. So why are there so many people from the Supreme Realm coming over? Thus, the possessors of the 9 underworld knockers had now appeared in several places. The 100 Lai Elder of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect who had been driven away by Xiao Ashes, Xinyu, the Patriarch of the Green Phoenix Clan, and his son, Cheng Fenglan. There was also Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, and Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, together with Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli. Up to this point, there were already 7 people who possessed the 9 underworld knock. The remaining 2, for the moment, are unknown. That's Lu Jiuli? I've long heard that a terrifying genius who can cast witchworm compulsion has appeared in the center of the Imperial continent. It's really unusual to see it today. In Elder Mu Xing's pupils at this time, he had already begun to secretly operate the art of exploration. Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect couldn't help but be staggered when he saw the scene. At that moment, space once again tore open a rift. The 100 Lai Elder who had been blasted away by Xiao Ashes earlier reappeared, and he came directly to Xinyu and the others. The Green Phoenix Clan? I didn't expect you guys to have obtained the 9 underworld knock as well. Forget it, it doesn't matter. I, the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, came here for one purpose. You guys heard that just now, right? Elder 100 Lai had a self-conscious look about him. My Heavenly Flame Divine Sect has always had only one purpose since its inception, and that is to collect and refine the heavenly flames in this heaven and earth. The 10,000 tribulation burning heart inferno in this burial exalted abyss. Our Heavenly Flame Divine Sect already received news of it thousands of years ago. Only, there's never been a chance to get it. It would have been a solid line of sectarianism to send me. Who knew that this heaven-defying Xiao Ashes had also come? Moreover, this fellow also has his eye on the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno. Elder 100 Lai was telling his bitter tears. Xin Yuan, who was on the side, looked curiously at 100 Lai. Isn't the fire in this heaven and earth the property of whoever snatches it? Elder 100 Lai's face became agitated when he heard this. Right, you listen to it. That's human talk. But do you know what Sean Ashes said? He said that no one is allowed to rob the heavenly flame that he has his eye on, and that whoever does is his mortal enemy, and he will whoever he wants. The heavenly flame he has his eye on, even if it has been acquired by us, is not considered ours. You guys judge me? Is this right? Elder 100 Lai's face was like a bitter melon. Their Heavenly Flame Divine Sect had never seen such an unreasonable person. Not far away, the two of them, Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Mu Xing, looked at each other and both revealed helpless expressions. Thanks to the art they cultivated, it had no relation to the heavenly flame. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will also be by Xiao Ashes driven to extinction. Xin Yuan still had a smile on his face when he saw this. There was more than a little relief in the smile. This disciple of his really lived up to his cultivation. And this fellow, Xiao Ashes, has already snatched 3 heavenly flames from our Heavenly Flame Divine Sect here. This time, this 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno can't let him snatch it away again, no matter what he says. Elder 100 Lai gritted his teeth. But you shouldn't be able to beat Xiao Ashes, right? Xin Yuan hit the nail on the head. Can you blame me for this? Elder 100 Lai nearly collapsed his Dao heart, and after glancing at Xin Yuan, he pulled the corners of his mouth and said, I really don't know what kind of character Xiao Ashes' master is. After Xiao Ashes finished robbing our sect's heavenly flame, his favorite thing to say was to live up to his master's teachings. He also said that his master's favorite thing to tell him was that as his disciple, he had to be able to kill people across levels. As a result, this Xiao Ashes really did it. And what's more crucial is that he really does have the strength to kill people across levels. I am truly convinced. I'm the first heaven of the supreme realm. Can't a divine apparition realm 9th heaven? What do you want me to do? Hearing the helplessness in the other party's mouth, Xin Yuan smiled again and said, Then what do you think? What kind of person is Xiao Ashes' master? That goes without saying. Definitely someone who goes around robbing people's treasures as well. Just look at his disciple. Elder 100 Lai grinned. However, it is unknown who exactly it is, and Xiao Ashes also claimed to outsiders that we are not worthy of knowing his master's name. Make it seem as if his master is a great power that transcends a realm. That's true. Xin Yuan nodded approvingly. Transcendence of a realm? It is indeed a little low, for he has transcended all worlds. Fight it, fight it. That Lu Jioli's strength is not weak from what I hear, and he also has the ability to fight with a supreme being. It's best if the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lu Jioli, fight indistinguishably. In this way, No one will rob the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno from me. Wait, you guys aren't also coming for the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno, are you? Elder Hundred Lai looked at Qin Yuan and the others with fierce alertness. No. Qin Yu shook his head. Phew. The Hundred Lai elder let out a sigh of relief. That's fine. And in the air far away, Lu Jioli was already in a fierce battle with Xiao Ashes. Above the green barren plains, golden fire lotuses had begun to emerge beneath Xiao Ash's feet. The moment the fire lotus surfaced, all the green barren grass within a 10-mile radius below was directly turned into ashes. At this moment, dark purple flames began to wrap around the palm of Xiao Ash's left hand, while the palm of his right hand erupted with spectral blue flames. It was obvious that these were two kinds of heavenly flames. And then, in the sight of everyone, Xiao Ash's hands began to lean in. He looked toward Lu Jioli, who was not far away, and said, "Be careful." When he finished speaking, his palms snapped together. The ghostly blue flames and the dark purple flames began to fusion crazily, and after an instant, a greenish-black fire lotus was formed, and several rings of fire immediately surfaced in the air of the plains. Each ring of fire seemed to sear the void with spiderweb-like cracks. Burning Fury Heavenly Lotus, made from the fusion of two supreme heavenly flames. It was stronger than the Burning Fury Fire Lotus. Chapter 27 Identity Wooden Plaque. It can really save your life. Once the Burning Fury Heavenly Lotus came out, even space began to scorch. As for Elder Hundred Lai, who was beside Qin Yuan, cold sweat began to break out on his forehead. That's tough. This move, not to mention that Lu Jioli. I'm afraid that even Elder Hundred Lai himself would not be able to take it without injury. However, there was no life and death enmity between Xiao Ashes and the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. It was just that there was some conflict above the attribution of the Heavenly Flame. Therefore, Xiao Ashes had already closed his hand as much as possible when he faced Elder Hundred Lai. Come on. High in the air. Lu Jioli didn't have the slightest bit of fear. The black clothes on his body began to bulge. Dark black compulsion lines also began to emerge from his neck. In the next second, he quickly pinched his hands to seal. Countless threads of blood began to appear from the air, coalescing into a huge net of blood. 10,000 compulsive heavenly nets. At this moment, the fire lotus and the compulsion net began to collide together. The sound of resounded through the sky. Zzz. When a violent explosion passed, the fire lotus that bloomed in the air was like a round of obsidian sun. After the compulsion net was burned and broken, it turned into a stream of red-colored fireflies. But then it solidifies in an instant. And the next second, in the upper air, a huge palm print of an imaginary hand began to emerge. Burning Sky Creation Poem. Xiao Ashes understood from the moment the fire lotus made contact with the opponent's compulsion net that the fire lotus, which was capable of decapitating the first sky of the supreme realm, was unable to inflict an effective attack on the opponent. So he didn't hesitate for a second. The Burning Sky Creation Poem was immediately executed. At this moment, in the midst of the raining fire in the sky, a wry smile also surfaced on Lu Jioli's face. Come on. Let my compulsion have a taste of this Burning Sky Creation Poem of yours. The moment Lu Jioli's voice fell, a black witch pattern flared up on his body. The space behind him shattered. Inside, the shadow of a terrifying witch ancestor that looked like it came from the ancient times was projected. And then, a huge bizarre creature with a body hundreds of feet long appeared. Facing that huge palm, it actually began to gnaw its way over. Witch worms capable of gnawing on auras. Spirit-devouring witch compass. At this moment, the flames within that Burning Sky Creation Poem were actually being devoured by the other party as well. Xiao Ashes looked at this scene and his face was happy instead of shocked. When he saw his Burning Sky Creation Poem being devoured by the other party's spirit-devouring witch compass and torn into shadow fragments, his face, full of exuberance. Steeply, Xiao Ashes' figure once again drew thousands of feet taller, and his pupils began to burn with glazed golden light. The phase of 10,000 flames condensed a huge flame shadow behind him at this moment. 3 kinds of heavenly flames were bred in his body: pale blue, dark purple, and a glazed gold color. Burning Fury Tricolor Lotus. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to force him to perform this move. Xiao Ash's heart ached to the core. The 3 kinds of flames began to fusion crazily. In the blink of an eye, a huge fire lotus with 3 types of heavenly firelight had condensed. Below, Elder Hundred Lai's scalp instantly tingled upon seeing this scene. Xiao Ashes really is a madman. The fusion of 2 types of heavenly flames together is already extremely difficult, and the slightest mishap could result in self-explosion and death. This fellow is good. 3 kinds of heavenly flames just waterily fused together? How inhuman! And the instant the 3-colored fire lotus coalesced, huge cracks had begun to appear in the green barren plains below, exposing the lava gullies within. The aftershocks alone could already cause the ground to undergo a crushing deformation. My turn. The dark light in Lu Jioli's eyes was great. facing the three-colored fire lotus that far surpassed the burning rage heavenly lotus. He still didn't have the slightest fear. Both hands pinched out witch seals. A sorcerer ancestor's silhouette slowly emerged behind him, and in an instant, a chain began to burst out from the silhouette. The chains took on a bizarre dark purple color, and there were all sorts of dense witch patterns wrapped around them, and these chains quickly wrapped around Lu Jioli's neck and various bone joints. Lu Jioli also revealed a scalp-numbing ghostly smile, the seal of the witch ancestor. Suddenly, the clouds above Lu Jioli exploded. A sorcerer's seal that looked like it had been projected from ancient times descended from the sky. In the weird patterns, there seemed to be ghosts and gods crying. Even Elder Mu Xing, who possessed the supreme second realm, had his palms begin to sweat after sensing this scene. In the face of such a might of heaven and earth, even he did not dare to fight against it. Look again in the air, Xiao Ashes shouted. Just in time. Immediately, he raised the fire lotus high, fought his way toward the sky above. The fire lotus and the sorcerer's seal instantly collided together, and in that moment, it seemed as if even time had been cut apart. First there was absolute silence, and then the two forces began to devour each other. A weird vortex was formed. Eventually, a dark green ball of light was actually formed, and then the surface of the ball of light began to show web-like cracks. The next second, boom! A violent trembling sound directly tore through the firmament above. Wherever the blazing flames and the witch seal passed through the space was as if the glass had crumbled, while revealing an endless nothingness. The sky was also rendered into a bizarre four-colored pattern by this explosion. However, as the aura splashed out in all directions, Lu Jioli also realized that his sorcery had somewhat begun to fail to support him. After all, witchworms could be said to have a natural relationship of being overcome when it came to flames. The space in front of them flickered with the lingering twisting patterns of light. Lu Jioli then realized that Xiao Ashes had already come whistling through the aftermath of the explosion, and before he could adjust his breath at the moment, he immediately remembered the words that his master had just explained to him. If you are not defeated, take out the wooden tablet given to you by your master to dissolve it. Don't dare to have any hesitation. Lu Jioli immediately took out a slightly oddly shaped wooden plaque from his spatial ring. On the top of the wooden plaque, there was engraved by the knife the name, Lu Jioli. The wooden plaque, which was very quaint, could even be described as simple, but it was very shiny, like it had been coiled for ages. When he took out, his master had claimed to have the wooden identity plate that he found that the surrounding space and even the aura did not change, as if great magical power. It was really just a wooden plate. But the next instant, a sharp intake of breath sounded in front of him. Hoo-hoo! Only to see that Xiao Ashes had withdrawn all of his attacks, and the entire person was as if he had seen something incredible. His gaze locked on the wooden plaque in Lu Jioli's hand, looking at the extremely familiar shape of the wooden plaque, and the somewhat unpleasantly imprinted handwriting. That's right, it was the handiwork of his own master, Lu Jioli. Lu Jioli, your senior. By sensing the age of the wooden plaque, Xiao Ashes then deduced that Lu Jioli should be the disciple that his master had taken in after himself. He looked agitated and took out his identity wooden tablet. On the wooden plaque, there were clearly carved words Xiao Ashes, and Lu Jioli was also a bit confused. Looking at his master's unique handwriting, he was shocked. Your senior brother? Right, I'm your senior brother. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ashes' entire body was very excited after seeing Lu Jioli's identity wooden tablet. He naturally knew that his terrifying master disciple was all over the world, but it is also known that most of the senior brothers and sisters are not among the same facets, and he had only met one senior brother, Lin Chong, over the years. Now that he had seen another senior brother, he couldn't have been happier. So, that's what master told me to take out the wooden sign at the critical moment. Only then did Lu Jioli come to a realization. Master? Xiao Ashes immediately caught the keyword. All of his pupils began to tremble, and his voice trembled as he said, "Where is master?" Lu Jioli immediately looked toward the bottom, and Xiao Ashes also followed the line of sight and looked over. And the moment he saw Qin Yuan, his body trembled uncontrollably. In the next second, a lotus flower was born under his feet. Instantly turning into a rainbow light, he rushed towards the bottom. Chapter 28, This is how we do things. How come you don't fight when it matters most? It's, found me again? Elder Hundred Lai, who was beside Qin Yuan, saw that the rainbow light in the sky above suddenly reversed its direction and rushed straight towards him. His whole soul was about to be scared out of his mind. Just as he quickly dodged and arrived 100 feet away, he was just about to cast the Supreme Heaven Escape technique again to escape. However, they realized that Xiao Ashes did not seem to be following them, but instead moved in the direction of the Green Phoenix clan. It made him stop in curiosity at once. At this moment, it wasn't just Elder Hundred Lai. Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion were equally curious. Could it be coming at us? Xinyu had already begun to secretly condense the power of the Supreme Being. If there was anything wrong with the other party, then he wouldn't hesitate to strike. Even with the strength of the second sky of the Supreme Realm, Xinyu did not dare to guarantee that he would be able to defeat Xiao Ashes in front of him. No, it's directed at me. Xin Yuan spoke up at this moment. The crowd on the sidelines was once again stunned at the sight. And at that moment, the rainbow light had already arrived in front of Qin Yuan. Xiao Ashes also finally arrived at the master's heel. After seeing his master's appearance, his eyes began to redden. One step at a time, his form staggered slightly, because he hadn't seen his master for tens of thousands of years. This scene also caused Qinyu and Elder Muxing who were beside him to be puzzled. And in the next second, after Xiao Ashes arrived 3 feet in front of Qin Yuan, both of his knees boomed as he knelt on top of the plane. The ground trembled for thousands of miles around. Disciple Xiao Ashes. Greetings, Master. Xiao Ashes' voice was as loud as a bell. And then, he bowed to Qin Yuan. Ding. Completing the system-triggered mission. Complete the meeting with Disciple Xiao Ashes. Triggering the Disciple's Great Fortune Blitz rebate. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 billion fortune values. A smile appeared on Qin Yuan's face as he slowly nodded and said, Get up. Yes, Master. Xiao Ashes excitedly stood up from the plains and arrived in front of Qin Yuan with an arrow step, then began to tell of his experiences over the years. At this moment, he didn't look like the 10,000 Flames Supreme being honored by the world at all, but rather like a child. Beside him, Qin Yu as well as Elder Muxing, and Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, as well as Elder 100 Lai who was not far away. All of them all widened their own eyes, their pupils shrinking slightly, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Hiss. After a long time, Stargazing Pavilion's Elder Muxing was the first to react. Xiao Ashes. S. Master? Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect also sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. With his strength of the first sky of Supreme Being, he froze and did not see any peculiarities in this Xianclose man. Even the cultivation level is only at the Cave Void Realm. Wait a minute? The Cave Realm? That's when the crowd snapped to attention. This Xianclose man's cultivation level was surprisingly only at the first sky of the Cave Void Realm. Xiao Ashes Master? He's the master that Xiao Ashes spoke of? I'm really grassed up. Elder 100 Lai snapped to mind that he appeared to be speaking ill of Xiao Ashes right in front of Master Xiao Ashes, and even, in front of others, called them masters of robbing everywhere. What's more, he even set up 2 disciples of others to be at each other's throats in public. If you don't run now, what are you waiting for? The Supreme Transported Man. Just before the word sounded, Art, Elder 100 Lai then violently realized that the space around him had changed. Just see. The moment the sleeve robe at the corner of his coat was just lifted, gilt-colored spatial engravings instantly coalesced in the space around him. These lines were intertwined with each other. It was like vines with life, except that these vines came from the void, and strands of gilded spatial engravings continued to coalesce. It turned into one golden sacred rhythm space rune after another. At this moment, Elder 100 Lai could only feel that his body could not move, as his body had been penetrated by tens of thousands of golden spatial threads. Those golden spatial threads were entwined with countless holy rhythms. At the same time, the space around him also turned into crystallization. The interior refracted countless remnants of Elder 100 Lai. It's Sacred Rhyme Space Lock Seal. The knowledgeable Elder 100 Lai trembled tremendously as he watched those holy rhythmic forces around him coalesce into a huge chain in front of him. At the center of the chain was an ancient and mysterious seal of the word, Lock. At his side, the 2 of them, Elder Muxing and Sect Master Li, were even more tense to the extreme, not even daring to breathe loudly, afraid of angering that Xiao Ashes master teacher. The power of holy rhyme. That was a force of heaven and earth that could only be initially grasped at the peak of the Supreme Realm. And since the other party can perform the sacred rhyme space lock seal, this also meant that Xiao Ashes master teacher's strength might even have transcended the peak of the Supreme Being and had already stepped into the level of a half-saint. Thinking about it, cold sweat began to break out on both Elder Muxing and Sect Master Li. Thanks to that, they hadn't just defended this terrifying senior above words. Otherwise, I'm afraid they'd all be corpses by now, right? At the same time they were screaming in their hearts that they were unlucky. Isn't it just a burial abyss? A place of great opportunity that divine apparition realm cultivators aspire to. Ah, you, a half-saint. Why have you come to join in the fun? Seniors, Elder. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't know you were a half-saint. After Elder 100 Lai realized that his figure had instantly appeared in front of both Qin Yuan and Xiao Ashes, his entire body was about to collapse. Master, did this Bai Lai old dog just disrespect you? I'll kill the old dog. Xiao Ashes' eyes were filled with an icy cold killing chance. Although there had been friction between him and the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect over the years, they were all very measured. And after all, they were not mortal enemies. But now, It's different. The other party dared to talk about his master? Then it's already a life and death feud. Calm down. Qin Yuan shook his head with a smile on his face. Between his leisurely steps, he arrived in front of Elder 100 Lai. You're from the southern region of the Imperial Continent, aren't you? Yes, Elder. Elder 100 Lai nodded his head in horror. From the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, right? The smile on Qin Yuan's face did not diminish. Yes. Then in that case, there are many Heavenly Flames in your Heavenly Flame Divine Sect? Qin Yuan smiled profusely. Elder 100 Lai hesitated for a moment. Qin Yuan's eyes erupted with a hint of danger. There. Senpai. There is. We do have Heavenly Flame inside the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Elder 100 Lai said hurriedly. How many flowers are there then? Qin Yuan once again revealed a smile. There are 13. Elder 100 Lai didn't dare to have any deception, because in front of a half-saint, any deceptive fluctuations would be seen through by the other party. Isn't this a coincidence? Qin Yuan patted Xiao Ash's shoulder beside him. This disciple of mine cultivates the Heavenly Flame technique. If you can gift all 13 Heavenly Flames within your Heavenly Flame Divine Sect to my disciple, then I, the senior, will help my disciple make a decision and not bully your Heavenly Flame Divine Sect anymore in the future. What do you think? Elder 100 Lai froze for a long time before raising his head with a confused expression. He had expected that the other would ask for a few to pass. Results? The other side wants it all? Is this right? Elder 100 Lai said subconsciously. And in front of him, Qin Yuan revealed an even more amped-up smile. Only the smile caused Elder 100 Lai to wake up in a flash and almost forget. The opposite side was a half-saint. At that moment, Qin Yuan laughed and smiled in the face of 100 Lai's doubts. We do things. That's how. Chapter 29 in my hand here. I have 2 volumes of Gongfu. XX. As you know, I'm just an elder of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. The strength is only Supreme One. There really isn't much to say within the clan. This all of a sudden makes our Heavenly Flame Divine Sect's 13 Heavenly Flames, which we have collected for 10,000 years to obtain. Give it all out. Even I don't have that much power. This matter, I need to return to the clan to talk to the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders. Before 100 Lai's words even fell, he saw the slight displeasure revealed in Qin Yuan's smiling eyes. Senpai, don't you worry. I will definitely endeavor. Try to persuade the sect to offer all the Heavenly Flames all as they are. Never a slouch. Elder 100 Lai winced before he suddenly came back to his senses. The master of Xiao Ashes in front of him. That was an actual half-saint. Although the realm of half-saints wasn't considered to be at the top of the southern region, it wasn't an existence that their Heavenly Flame Divine Sect could mess with. If the other party really wanted the Heavenly Flame collected within this Heavenly Flame Divine Sect of theirs, at most, they could get it with a little bit of effort. In this way, Elder 100 Lai also figured it out. The Heavenly Flame was certainly a good thing, but one had to have the life to enjoy it. That's more like it. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the engraved pattern of the sacred rhythm space lock was once again hidden in the void, and only a strand of golden filament was left behind, lingering at Elder 100 Lai's wrist. Don't look. It's the holy rhyme pattern. In that case, even if you run anywhere, I can know it with a single thought. After all 13 heavenly flames are gifted to my disciple, I'll take back this sacred rhythm tattoo. Qin Yuan's face contained a smile, but it was like a devil in Elder Bailey's eyes. Sure enough, the teacher has a door. They're just robbers. These words, however, he only dared to mutter in his own mind. At this moment, the raging flame temperature and sorcery turbulence above the plains returned to calm. Lu Jioli also made a flash and arrived in front of Qin Yuan and Xiao Ashes. Master, what's going on here? Lu Jioli was still a bit confused. Yuri, come and introduce yourself. This is your senior brother, Xiao Ashes. Qin Yuan gently smiled and gave the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lu Jioli, a formal introduction to each other. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Jioli knew and immediately performed the salute of a senior as well. Greetings, senior brother. Xiao Ashes also rushed at Lu Jioli and arched his hand. The two looked at each other and both smiled. It really didn't occur to me that Xiao Ashes, who possesses the 10,000 flames supreme in the southern region of the Imperial Continent, is actually my senior brother. Lu Jioli said. I also didn't expect that a genius with parasites had come out of the central part of the Imperial Continent. And this person is actually my senior brother. Xiao Ashes also said with a smile. Shifu. Shidoshi. Senior. Shifu. Division. Stop. Qin Yuan really couldn't watch any longer. Commercial blowing each other up ends here. And on the side, Elder Mu Xing, Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect and Elder 100 Lai all sucked in a breath of cool air once again. That's better. The ones who play with fire and use parasites are surprisingly the same brothers. Now, the Imperial Continent was going to be lively. That, Master. there is one thing the apprentice does not know. Lu Jiuli suddenly came in front of Qin Yuan, his face puzzled. What is it, master? You said earlier that if you were defeated in a battle with Xiao Ashes, you only needed to take out the identity wooden tablet and you would be relieved of the problem. Lu Jiuli took out the wooden tablet, looked at it left and right, but he didn't sense that his master said great mana enhancement. But, where is the great magical power you spoke of, master? When Qin Yuan saw this, he immediately said with a straight face, Jiuli you don't have enough cultivation right now to sense the power within the wooden plaque. Plus, this was the master out of boredom personally carved by in his free time, taking over the creation of heaven and earth. And, the most important point, this is hand-carved by the master himself. A million years. Even Qin Yuan himself didn't know how many disciples to take in. Therefore, the previous him would personally select the materials himself when he had spare time in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, and then carve the disciple identity wooden plate with his own hands. Granted, the wooden signs are a little weird looking and the font is a little ugly, but that's what makes it so that no one else can imitate it at all. These wooden signs, put in terms of the worlds, that's also unique. So it is. It's because I don't have enough cultivation, unable to sense the greatness contained in the wooden plaque. Only then did Lu Jiuli come to a realization. What the master said, he said without fail. Senior brother, it's not like you don't know how powerful senior is. Xiao Ashes took a step forward and immediately said with incomparable gratitude. Back then, when the master accepted me as a disciple, had taken out 2 cultivation scrolls and asked me to choose. Therefore, I will always keep my master's kindness in my heart. If it weren't for master's teachings and cultivation, there would be no way that I, Xiao Ashes, would be where I am today. At this moment, Lu Jiuli on the side was curious. Senior brother, you said that the master teacher took out 2 cultivation scrolls, and how can you be sure? Which volume is the best for you? Xiao Ashes looked towards Lu Jiuli, his eyes beginning to be distant. It seemed as if the scene at that time surfaced before his eyes again. At that time, the master was sitting on top of a jade disc. A scroll of cultivation emerged above each hand. What master said at that time, I bear in mind. Master said to me, in my hand here, I have 2 volumes of merit. This scroll of Gongfu in the left hand is the burning sky skill, possessing the power to swallow all fire and seize creation. And in the right hand is also a scroll of burning heaven. Then, it was left to me to watch and choose. Xiao Ashes knew that this was just the personality of the master however already. No matter how one chose, it was the most suitable burning sky technique for one to cultivate. And beside, when Qin Yu and the others heard this, the expressions on their faces all stiffened slightly. In his left hand is a scroll of burning heaven, and in his right hand is also a scroll of burning heaven? Let's just say that tall people think in ways that normal people can't. By the way, master, in the southern region of the imperial continent, I have also found a senior brother, Lin Chong, Xiao Ashes said quickly. However, Lin Chong his recent great desolate technique breakthrough has reached its most critical juncture, so it didn't come along. When this matter in the burial honored abyss is over, I'll bring my master to find Lin Chong. Aha! Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Master, according to my speculation, this burial exalted abyss was originally only a place where cultivators of the divine tribulation realm like us would come over to actively explore the opportunity to break through to the supreme. But now, the stargazing pavilion has brought over a supreme second sky Muxing elder, and the flying sword sect master has come over in person. Plus, this heavenly flame god Sec's 100 Lai has also come over. Xiao Ash's eyes narrowed slightly as he began to analyze. Earlier, in front of the entrance to the secret realm, I exterminated 2 soul refining halls law enforcement. That is to say, right now, besides the 8 of us, there is another person who possesses the 9 underworld knock, who should be affiliated with the soul refining hall. No, Qin Yuan shook his head. I came in without relying on the 9 underworld knock. Xiao Ashes sniffed and slapped his head. Right, I almost forgot. This small secret realm can't stop master teacher at all. That means me plus my senior brother, the 2 from the Green Phoenix clan, and Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, plus Old Dog 100 Lai and the Flying Sword Sect Master. On our side are 7-9 Plutonian knocks. Elder 100 Lai's mouth twitched viciously when he heard this. As for Qing Yu and Qing Fenglan, they both looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their identities, it seemed, there was no need to hide them. Then there are 2 others, and with my knowledge of the Soul Refining Hall, they are bound to be prepared. Most likely, all of them are from the Soul Refining Hall. The moment Xiao Ash's voice fell, a weird laughter indeed came from the distant air. GGGGGGG, worthy of being Xiao Ash's. This even made you guess. Chapter 30 Refining in half an hour? You blow. On the green barren plains, as a bizarre black gas flickered, a bone-thin old man came out slowly, his eye sockets deep set, as if he were a withered bone. And that kind of jia sound of strange laughter is from his mouth. Supreme Incarnation? So it's a wimp. The main body doesn't dare to show itself. Xiao Ashes snorted the moment he saw this black chi. Heavenly flames capable of incinerating soul energy also began to burn around his body. With a single glance, one could already tell that the silhouette was the supreme incarnation of Old Man Withered Bones. The strength, too, was only around the early stage of the divine apparition realm. Master, he's Old Man Withered Bone from the Soul Refining Hall, sort of one of the core few elders. The strength is the second sky of the supreme realm. Slightly tougher. Xiao Ashes slowed his voice and explained to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan nodded. A supreme incarnation was just that, and he instantly lost any interest in it. The only thing that could interest Qin Yuan was the Sumeru Koi. Born and bred, there are only 3 in total. If you possess the Sumeru Koi, you can find the Sumeru subsector bead. That's what makes it good. Don't worry, old dog with dry bones. No matter how many people come from your soul refining hall, I will find a way to keep you all here. You'd better pray that your instants don't meet me. As Xiao Ashes raised his eyes, guilt-colored heavenly flames directly burst out, and that one supreme incarnation of the withered bone old man was instantly incinerated. The screams didn't even have time to be cried out. Meanwhile, somewhere in the green barren wasteland, the space here is constantly breathing black soul energy, and the withered bone old man sitting in the air frowned furiously. Damn you, Xiao Ashes, but I've got a general idea of what's going on over there. And then, the withered bone old man quickly relayed the information obtained by his supreme incarnation back to a black-robed old man who was also sitting and standing in the air. He is the elder brother of the Old Man Withered Bones, born with 1 body and 2 souls. After joining the Soul Refining Hall, he used extremely violent means to advance all the way to the top, even going so far as to brutally kill the law enforcement of the same hall in order to break through. Eventually, he stepped into the Supreme and became the core elder figure of the Soul Refining Hall, Elder Twin Souls. At this moment, Elder Twin Soul's robe slowly fell, revealed his old face wobbler wrinkles more like a knife carving. The skin is even more shriveled to the extreme, like a wind-dried tree bark. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly as he slowly opened his own eyes. The black pupil in his left eye was filled with tyranny. In the right pupil, on the other hand, it was as calm as water. Having 2 souls in 1 body also gave the Twin Souls Elder's character an extreme calmness. After roughly understanding the situation on Xiao Ash's side, Old Man of the 2 Souls slowly spoke. There is nothing higher than the second sky of the Supreme Being. Not enough to fear. It's just that the Green Phoenix clan is slightly troublesome, and there's a chance that their clan's immortal feather transformation technique might leak the news. Leakage? Impossible. We'll directly forcefully suppress them, so that their clan won't have a chance to exert themselves. Won't there be no need to be afraid? That's true. The Twin Souls old man seemed to be talking to himself, but the withered bone old man in front of him knew that this was the Twin Souls within him conversing. And after, Old Man Twin Souls looked at Old Man Withered Bones and said, "Let's begin. Don't let those people from Xiao Ashes delay our process. Anyway, they're already dead." Speaking of this, the Twin Soul old man's black and white pupils refracted ghostly killing intent. Even more, it was filled with an exuberance that had never been seen before. Right now, the core area of this burial exalted abyss mysterious realm has been found by us. It is only necessary to construct the eye of the 11th order soul devouring rotation grand formation here. We can then refine all the living beings that are here. GGGG. Elder Twin Soul's voice all began to rise. I've already hidden the formation talisman of the 11th order soul devouring will turning array 1,000 feet above the outside world of the burial exalted abyss. And at this moment, even if they know that we've deployed the soul devouring will turning array, it won't help them. Because, without finding the formation talisman, it will never be possible to break the great formation. Speaking of which, Elder Twin Souls violently spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying pressure of the Supreme Four Heavens heaved out. Dead bones. Start building the soul-devouring rotation altar. As soon as the altar construction is complete, then, they would be able to completely activate this 11th order soul-devouring rotation grand formation by virtue of the holy rhythms and soul power left behind by that half-saint in this burial exalted abyss. Sessions. Those who held the 9 underworlds knock and stepped into the burial abyss had to be transformed into the purest life essence soul power, to be refined and devoured by him, and his strength, by then, would have skyrocketed into a higher class. In front of him, the withered bone old man also revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Yes, senior brother. Immediately afterward, the two began to pinch their seals. On the green barren plains, the ground began to emit a dull boom boom sound. It's as if there will be some kind of demonic creature about to break out of the ground. Sure enough, the next instant, a huge altar, as if it had come from the depths of hell, directly tore through the ground. It began to rise slowly. It was refined from the skeleton of an ancient beast, and a greenish-gray phosphorescent light emanated from above the entire base of the altar. And between every square inch, there were engravings of the soul refining hall's secret method that was capable of devouring souls. At this moment, the black and white pupils of the Elder of Two Souls were directly gazing at the bronze python at the very top of the altar. The bronze python seemed to be infused with a soul and transformed into a living creature at this moment. Its bronze pupils began to glow with the dual colors of yin and yang. On his body, those lines intertwined with light and darkness also began to surface continuously around the altar. On the side, Old Man Withered Bones also began to take out thousands of skeletons from his own spatial ring. Upon closer inspection, all of these were human remains. Under the manipulation of the withered bone old man, these morose white skeletons began to crumble apart inch by inch, constantly being coalesced into new substances in the air. For example, the steps around the green altar. For example, the columns of bone light around the altar. And so on. And in the very center of the altar, a huge pillar with a diameter of more than 10 feet was even more hideous. It was extruded from hundreds of human bones. Between the squeezed bones, the souls that had been imprisoned by the soul refining method could still be seen. These, all of them, were cultivators who had just died recently. And at the bottom of the altar, black soul chi constantly grew, eventually coalescing into materialized chains in the black mist. The chains directly wrapped the entire altar, looking like a cage that forever imprisoned the souls of these cultivators who had constructed the soul-devouring rotation array. Soon, only an hour, then it can be constructed and finished. In an hour, it will be the death of Shao Ashes and those guys. Old Man Twin Souls and Old Man Withered Bones looked at each other in the air. Spinning around, they all burst out laughing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the green barren plains, the crowd followed behind Shao Ashes and finally arrived in front of a white mountain range. It was also finally not an endless expanse of green and barren grass in front of me. An elder 100 Lai, who had arrived here, collapsed. This was because in his senses, in the mountain range, lay the greatest purpose of his visit, the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno. Master, the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno is right here. Shao Ashes came before Qin Yuan and said, "Aha." Qin Yuan nodded and asked, "How long will it take to refine?" After Shao Ashes sensed it for a moment, he replied, "At most, half an hour." Elder 100 Lai, who was on the side, sniffed and the corners of his mouth twitched. This was a terrifying flame that ranked 47 on the heavenly flame ranking. Half an hour to refine it? What about blowing awesome? Chapter 31. Who said that I only have 3 or 4 heavenly flames in my body? Elder 100 Lai, you have a different opinion? Elder Muxing looked at the expression on Elder 100 Lai's face and was somewhat curious in his heart. They had only a passing understanding of the heavenly flame. Just know that this kind of flame is very accessible to very many people. Shao Ash's talent, when looking at our entire 9 Xian realm, is also a leading existence, and his phase of 10,000 flames is truly terrifying. That, I do not deny. Elder 100 Lai took a breath and whispered, "But, you know, this is heavenly fire, born and bred. If an ordinary fire attribute cultivator can obtain one and refine it, he or she will be able to make an extreme breakthrough in both their strength and realm. But, speaking of this," Elder 100 Lai looked at Elder Muxing and Sect Masterly. "You all know it as well. This heavenly flame is not an unusual heavenly material. The danger of swallowing it into the body can almost be said to be 9 deaths to 1. Even if our heavenly flame divine sect wanted to refine a heavenly flame, it would require the aid of a protective formation, as well as other artifacts, to have a few chances of winning, even if it can be refined. The time, it will take at least several months." Explaining up to this point, Elder Muxing and Sect Masterly, as well as Qin Yu and the others, then had a rough idea of the refining of the heavenly flame. And then, the gazes they looked at Shao Ashes became even more shocked. Even the heavenly flame divine sect needed a protective grand formation to have a few chances of victory before they could refine the heavenly flame. Hearing Shao Ashes, it was even said that it would only take at most half an hour? Is this still a person? 100 Lai, you have a good point. But, Shao Ashes did not refute 100 Lai's words, but instead smiled faintly and said, "If the person who refines it has mastered some heavenly flame himself, then the difficulty of refining it will naturally be greatly reduced." 100 Lai sniffed and nodded. "That's what the words say though. But inside you, there are at most 3 or 4 heavenly flames, right? Even if you have the support of 3 or 4 heavenly flames, it would still take at least a month to refine this 10,000 tribulation burning heart inferno, which is ranked 47 on the heavenly flame ranking list, wouldn't it?" Shao Ashes shrugged his shoulders and said, "If one is in possession of 3 or 4 heavenly flames, refining another heavenly flame would indeed take a month or even longer." When 100 Lai saw this, he slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. But, 100 Lai, who told you that there are only 3 or 4 heavenly flames in my body?" However, Shao Ash's words suddenly changed and a smile appeared on his face. This instantly, Gave 100 lie hole won't. His eyes cast confusion. Asked. Then how many heavenly flames are in your body? Not much, not much. In all, 48. Xiao Ashes waved his hand and casually said. 100 Lai was silent. And Elder Muxing and Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect beside him were also silent. A few moments later, Elder 100 Lai snapped his head up, his face reddening. There was disbelief laced in his voice. Raider Xiao? Even the accent has changed. 48. Xiao Ashes said truthfully. After Elder 100 Lai was certain that he hadn't misheard, his entire body instantly staggered back several steps. In the end, Jair stared at Xiao Ashes in front of him. Asterisk. Be a ing human being. He was really tense. The eyelids of Elder Muxing and Sect Masterly on the side also fluttered. All felt a chill down their backs. Heavenly Flame possessors had a major life-saving card if they were pushed to the brink of extinction. That was to let the Heavenly Flame in his body explode itself. And the fact that Xiao Ashes had 48 of them in his body meant that if he wanted to, he could take away anyone he wanted to by simply blowing himself up. Yuri, learn from this. Look at how your senior brother is pretending. Qin Yuan looked at Xiao Ashes with relief in his eyes. Mark it down. Lu Jioli also immediately nodded his head. The mounting maneuver was recorded in his brain. I learned all this from my master. Xiao Ashes scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. This bit of maneuvering of mine is completely worthless compared to Master Teacher. Afterward, he looked toward the White Mountain Range and said, Master, I'll go then. Well, go ahead. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile. And then, Xiao Ashes transformed into a flame and instantly disappeared into the White Mountain Range in front of him. The 10,000 Heavens Burning Heart Inferno was indeed a terrifying flame that ranked 47th above the Heavenly Flame ranking. However, in front of Xiao Ashes, who possessed 48 Heavenly Flames, that would be completely inadequate. Half an hour of refining was already considered slow. 48. Inappropriate people. After Elder 100 Lai returned to his senses, he began to chatter continuously. Elder, your disciple already possesses 48 types of heavenly flames within his body. Why does he still need our heavenly flame divine sect's heavenly flames? Seeing this, Qin Yuan glanced at 100 Lai and said, it's only 48 types. It's not like there are 480 species. Is that much? When 100 Lai saw this, he shut his mouth. What goes around comes around. How had he forgotten about that? Also 480 species. Nice guy. All of the heavenly flames above the heavenly flame list didn't add up to 400. At this moment, 100 Lai could only be sad that the heavenly flame divine sect could only be considered to have had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to live in the same era as such a pair of masters and disciples. So, Qin Yuan gently breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, the spatial ring flowed with a flash of light. A jade chair made of flowing jade all over the body then appeared behind Qin Yuan. And then, the same flow of jade made of jade case coffee table also immediately emerged. Coffee table jade table covered with amber-colored lines. A closer look actually have the power of heaven and earth contained in it. Above the jade case coffee table, water vapor continuously condensed in the air, eventually condensing into tiny water droplets, which then continuously fell into the green jade pot below. Behind him, Lu Jioli looked at his master's father in such a state and immediately moved forward, skillfully taking out an unknown tea from under the jade case coffee table. He skillfully made tea. The days he followed his master, all of Qin Yuan's disciples knew that he loved to drink some tea. This is Spirit Rhythm Jade Crystal Chalcedony? Hiss. The knowledgeable Elder Mu Xing. After seeing the jade chair and the coffee table desk, the entire person was dumbfounded. Throughout the entire Stargazer Pavilion, it was impossible to take out such a large piece of Spirit Rhythm Jade Crystal Marrow. It was because this Jade Crystal Chalcedony contained spiritual charm. The Spirit Rhythm, in turn, was a supreme treasure that Supreme Realm powerhouses struggled to find. Therefore, in the entire southern region of the Imperial Continent, a fist-sized piece of Spirit Rhythm Jade Crystal Chalcedony could be sold at a terrifyingly astronomical price. Even Elder Muxing had only seen a half-fist-sized piece of Spirit Rhythm Jade Crystal Chalcedony in the pavilion. For that matter, it was still protected by the elders of the pavilion as a treasure. Results? The Qin Yuan in front of him had directly carved such a large piece of Spirit Rhythm Jade Crystal Chalcedony into a chair and a coffee table? What a waste this is! And the water. This is the All Souls Birth Spring, the Flying Sword Sect Masterly, as well as the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect's Elder 100 Lai. The two of them had their entire bodies go numb after seeing the dew that had coalesced in the air. All Souls Birth Springs, a treasure of heaven and earth that can be directly sublimated from the root bone. Legend has it that after the first opening of a realm, several spiritual springs are born. One of the spiritual springs was this 10,000 spirit birth spring, and all the spirits of this realm come from the irrigation of these springs. To this day, that can be said to be an existence where one drop is hard to find. Results? In front of me, on this jade tea table, there is a whole pot. Lighten up. It's not like it's too good. Qin Yuan shook his head. Well, at least you guys are a top power in the southern region of the imperial continent. Don't look so out of touch. At this moment, Sect Master Li and Elder Mu Xing, as well as Elder Hundred Lai all fell silent. Qin Yuan, who was sitting on top of the jade chair, saw that Lu Jiuli was still in the middle of making tea, so he smiled faintly at Elder Mu Xing and the others in front of him. Tell me about it. How could a small divine apparition realm chance make all of you supreme realms come over to join in the fun? Well, think of an answer. I want the truth. Qin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it made Elder Mu Xing and the others not dare to raise any thoughts of deception in their hearts. Chapter 32 Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Stepping into the Supreme. Truth be told, Elder. In front of the jade table, Elder Mu Xing and Sect Master Li looked at each other and smiled bitterly. My Stargazer Pavilion discovered 500 years ago, through the art of projection, that in the burial exalted abyss in the middle of this imperial continent, I was seated. Half-saint. Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath. And the other elders in the pavilion are all above me in strength. They're afraid that if they send out too strong an elder, the other clans will find out the end. Therefore, send me. Moreover, the Flying Sword Sect Master Li was found to go alone. Sect Master Li nodded, his face filled with helplessness. Ha, a half-saint is actually seated here? Elder Hundred Lai's face was stunned. It looked like he really didn't know about it. Elder Hundred Lai, is it true that your Heavenly Flame Divine Sect doesn't know about this matter? Elder Mu Xing was all a bit confused. I don't know at all. The sect sent me here so that I could collect the 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno. Elder Hundred Lai was confused. Elder Mu Xing smiled bitterly once again at his words. Immediately afterward, it continued. And the place where a half-saint sits down, there are bound to be half-saint skeletons, and the holy rhythm contained in the skeleton. If it is absorbed and refined, then the strength of the sect, too, will skyrocket. But, if you want to absorb the holy rhythms from the half-saint skeleton, then your strength needs to be at least the 4th level of the supreme realm. Perhaps that is why I was sent. Elder Mu Xing said helplessly. Even if I had obtained the half-saint skeleton, I wouldn't have been able to absorb the holy rhythm within it. Half-saint relic bones? Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Indeed, cultivators who stepped into the supreme realm would invariably have only one goal afterward. That is sanctification. That was a realm beyond the realm of the supreme being. After achieving the realm of saints, that's when you can say that you can truly walk sideways on this continent, regardless of whether it was those ancient lineages or the so-called top clans. In front of a saint, they were completely unbeatable. All under the saints are mole crickets. This is a statement that is by no means empty. Even at the half-saint realm, it was enough to suppress a continent. Ka-ching! Steeply, a crisp rupture sound violently appeared from the stretching white mountain range in the distance, only to see that the mountain range seemed to erupt like a volcano, and blazing flames began to burst toward the sky above. Boom! In the firmament above, a golden thunderbolt unexpectedly appeared. Supreme Thunder Tribulation. Elder Mu Xing and the others who had experienced this scene raised their heads to look at that sky. The Supreme Thunder Tribulation. They couldn't be more familiar with it. This was the path that a powerhouse of the 9th sky of the Divine Tribulation realm had to go through to step into the Supreme Realm. Obviously, at this time, Shao Ashes had already refined that 10,000 tribulation burning heart inflammation and began to formally invoke the Supreme Lightning Tribulation. Stepping into the Supreme. How does it feel? This Supreme Lightning Tribulation is even more massive than the one we invoked when we broke through to Supreme. Ha! Even though Elder Hundred Lai was fleshly pained by that 10,000 jihad burning heart inflammation, he couldn't help but be shocked after seeing the Supreme Jinx above this. The stronger the Supreme Thunder Tribulation is induced, then it represents how strong his talent is. Elder Mu Xing took a deep breath and explained. And at that moment, the sky dome above had been torn out of a huge imaginary rift. At the very beginning, tens of thousands of thunderbolts that looked like golden snakes grew out of it, and they began to tear through the clouds, constantly devouring and fusing with each other. In the end, it coalesced into 9 supreme robber dragons that coiled around the world. Every dragon scale on these supreme robber dragons was mixed with the terrifying might of heaven and earth's thunder. The dragon's whiskers were lifelike, and fierce lightning constantly erupted between flutters. Unusual supreme beings break through and condense thunder. Only those geniuses who are demonic to the extreme can condense a supreme robber dragon when they break through to supremacy. At this scene, even the well-informed Elder Mu Xing was completely dumbfounded. At most, the ancient books in their Stargazer Pavilion had only recorded that the most demonic genius of their Stargazer Pavilion had only triggered a supreme robber dragon when he broke through to the supreme realm. And right now, Shao Ashes had actually directly invoked 9 of them. What kind of concept is that? In other words, It was only a matter of time before Xiao Ashes became a saint. Only 9? TSK. Xiao Ashes. Your cultivation. Slacking off. Qin Yuan looked at the 9 supreme robber dragons in the sky above and shook his head slightly. A hint of less than satisfaction also laced in his voice. Being his own disciple, born with the phase of 10,000 flames, plus possessing the burning sky skill he gifted, when he broke through the supreme realm, he had only triggered 9 supreme evil dragons? At least it has to invoke a 99. It's still slack. Elder Muxing and the few others sniffed and manifestly stumbled and planted themselves on the ground. Sure enough, that's how demanding a high person can be to his disciple. The supreme thunderbolt had also begun. The 9 supreme robber dragons were covered in golden streams of light as they began to fall towards the mountain range below. With each impact, that power was no less than a single full-force strike from a powerhouse of the third sky of the supreme realm. If an ordinary cultivator were to face this kind of terrifying supreme lightning tribulation, I'm afraid that he would die after the first supreme tribulation dragon fell, right? And in that mountain range, a flaming silhouette steeply rose up from the ground. He had no fear, even in the face of this terrifying supreme lightning tribulation pressure above. Boom! Boom 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 boom! The supreme thunderbolt opened with a bang. When Xiao Ashes had carried off the 2 supreme tribulation dragons, the remaining 7 seemed to have discovered that the person who had triggered the lightning tribulation was difficult to deal with. From there, he became even more frantic, and the 7 robbing dragons moved at the same time. In an instant, heaven and earth were filled with blazing golden light. This scene also gave Elder Muxing and the others a tightened heart. Could such a terrifying supreme calamity really be carried off by Xiao Ashes? And a moment later, the golden blazing light disappeared, a silhouette that still stood above the distant sky. The flames around him were entwined, like a supreme being in fire. At the same time, golden supreme engraved patterns continuously surfaced above Xiao Ashes' body and then slowly faded away. At this moment, Xiao Ashes officially stepped into the supreme realm. Phew! Xiao Ashes lightly exhaled a breath, and in that instant the space in a radius of 1,000 miles seemed to have become a few shreds of scorching heat. Is this the supreme realm? He gave a slow handshake. An aura of the supreme realm began to spread out in all directions, and Xiao Ashes also realized that his strength, compared to before, had once again doubled dozens of times. The realm of the supreme being was truly worthy of its name. In the distance, when Elder Hundred Lai and the others sensed the supreme realm's pressure, all of their foreheads were sweating for a moment. This was only just entering the supreme realm, and he was able to possess such an intimidating pressure. In time, what heights will he really grow to? It's scary to think about. After Xiao Ashes sensed the direction of his master, he took a light step towards the void in front of him. In the next second, supreme spatial engravings appeared underneath his feet, and his figure buckled and instantly arrived in front of Qin Yuan. Master, disciple has stepped into the supreme being. Chapter 33 Elder, do you still lack disciples? Xiao Ashes looked at his master, his eyes filled with excitement. Take a sip of tea and slow down. Qin Yuan smiled as he looked at his disciple and pointed to the tea light on top of the jade table in front of him. Aha! Without hesitation, Xiao Ashes immediately came to the table, picked up the tea, and drank it all in one go. Immediately afterward, his aura, which was still somewhat overflowing, instantly converged internally, and his cultivation level of the supreme realm was also completely stabilized at this moment. This scene also stunned Elder Muxing and the others. However, after they placed their eyes on the tea light, everyone's pupils trembled fiercely, looking at the lingering afterglow in the tea. Elder Muxing trembled. Senior, dare I ask, is this robbing the Si Guanlan tea? Aha! Qin Yuan nodded. Robbing the Si Guanlan tea. Elder Muxing's figure trembled once again, muttering up a storm. Robbing the sea and watching the waves. When you first enter the supreme realm, if you are able to drink a sip of the Jiehai Guanlan tea, then all the breaths in the body can all be stabilized. Tea in the stomach creates its own circumference, and this tea is called supreme tea. Let him be punished by the heavens like the sea. I will sit steadily and watch the waves. Elder Muxing had already started chanting 10,000 times in his heart envy. Look at this mastermind of others. What's with all the good stuff? Ding! Congratulations to the host's disciple Xiao Ashes for stepping into the supreme realm. The disciple's great luck system is starting to receive storm feedback. Congratulations to the host for receiving a blitz feedback. 100 billion points of chi value. The smile on Qin Yuan's face grew wider as he listened to the system beep, and he also keenly realized that there were 3 gazes of extreme envy beside him that were staring at him. He only saw Elder Muxing and Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, as well as Elder Hundred Lai, all 3 of them staring at him with their eyes straight on. This caused the corner of Qin Yuan's mouth to tug slightly. You 3, what are you doing? Ahem. Elder Muxing coughed lightly and asked cautiously, Senior, do you still lack disciples? Look at me. Without waiting for him to finish, Elder Hundred Lie also spoke immediately. Senior, you look at me. I've been around for over 20,000 years and stepped into the Supreme Elder. The talent is also considered to be upper class. Senior, stop. Qin Yuan waved his hand to interrupt and said mercilessly, I'm a person with a bottom line. If it was a stunning genius, he would consider it. But these guys? Forget it. Yet just then, the sky, which was originally blue and white, had steeply coalesced with miles of dark clouds. In the dark clouds, there was a vague black mist churning. Between the tumbles, a thick chain continued to wrap around. The collision between the chains stirred up a crisp sound of golden gobbles. The tactics of the Soul Refining Hall. Xiao Ashes did not have too many surprises after seeing this scene. After all, he and the Soul Refining Hall were considered old rivals. Battles had broken out with the Soul Refining Hall not 1,000 times, but 800 times. Such tactics are known at a glance. It's not right. Something is very wrong. Elder Muxing raised his head and looked at the dark clouds in the sky above. His brows furrowed. Look, you guys, in the space above, there seems to be a seal floating vaguely. This is a formation. The words just fell. In the sky, hundreds of black chains as thick as 1,000-year-old giant trees began to shoot towards the crowd below. There seemed to be ghosts crowing in the ever-growing black gas on the chains. In the meantime, in the sky, 11 purple formation engravings slowly emerged. The formation etchings were incomparably deep, containing a terrifying force of heaven and earth at the same time. And in an instant, a tremendous binding force began to pour down from above the sky. Crazy. I think their Soul Refining Hall is crazy. The 11th order formations have all been brought. Are they trying to refine us all here? Elder Muxing's face exploded with anger after seeing these 11 purple formation engravings. He, Stargazer Pavilion, was also one of the top sects in the southern region of the Imperial Continent. Although they hadn't had any direct conflicts with the Soul Refining Hall during these tens of thousands of years, it didn't mean that their Stargazer Pavilion was afraid of his Soul Refining Hall. Their Soul Refining Hall is really looking for death. Elder Hundred Lie also came under fire. Isn't he afraid of our Heavenly Flame Divine Sect's retaliation? The Flying Sword Sect, may not be unable to fight one of them. Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect also frowned. Alright. Qin Yuan looked at this scene and couldn't stand watching it anymore. A few of you just don't put words in your mouth. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, hurry up and use them. Don't wait for people's big formations to completely take shape, and by then, you really won't be able to run away. Elder Muxing and the few others heard this and did not delay any longer. Begin to exert the power of the Supreme Being. However, they strangely realized that no matter how they cast it, the thick chains seemed to catch up with them all the time. No good. The enabler of this formation is above us in strength. Elder Muxing realized that he, a second sky of the Supreme Realm, was unable to get rid of these chains. It's not ing-able. Qin Yuan really couldn't look away for a bit. Since the other Soul Refining Hall dares to set up an 11th order grand formation here, that naturally counts for everything. You're a second Sky Supreme. Are you very powerful? Elder Muxing's face twitched, but he was also dumbfounded. At this point, Xiao Ash's body also burned with heavenly fire, enhanced by the fire of heaven. He had already wrapped up all of Qing Fenglan and Lu Zholi, as well as Qing Yu and his own master. Those giant chains began to melt the moment they came into contact with the heavenly flame. For a while, the crowd on Xiao Ash's side was not affected by the chains, and at that moment, in the distant sky, a dark shadow slowly appeared, and instead of appearing in a moving stance, the black shadow used a spatial folding leap. In a single breath, he had already folded forward thousands of miles. It was only when they got closer that they realized that it was an altar. At this very moment, in the air, above the black altar, stood two figures. The withered bone old man stood with his arms folded, looking down at the crowd below that was entangled with the soul-locking heavenly chain, and laughed sardonically. And at that moment, the altar in the air began to slowly descend. With a boom, the altar landed steadily at a place 100 feet away from the crowd. And as the 11th order soul-devouring rotation grand formation altar approached, the power of confinement in those soul-locking heavenly chains became stronger and stronger. The Flying Sword Sect Masterly and the others were already beginning to show signs of weakness. Don't bull ***** them. Grab the refining. On the side, Old Man Two Souls smiled grimly. It's you, Old Man of Two Souls. Elder Muxing's face turned slightly pale after seeing Elder Twin Souls, born with two souls in one. Since joining the Soul Refining Hall, that outrageous tactic has also allowed him to rapidly increase his strength, even going so far as to brutally kill fellow Hall enforcers in a vain attempt to make a breakthrough. Elder Muxing's voice was slightly angry as he said, "Have you people from the Soul Refining Hall forgotten the rules of the southern region of the Imperial Continent? No one below the Supreme Four Heavens including those at the Four Heavens realm, can set foot in the middle of the Imperial Continent. This is a rule set down by the Southern Domain Master of the Imperial Continent 20,000 years ago. You dare to break the rules of the Saints? Chapter 34 The Extra 10th Man. After the Twin Souls old man heard about the Imperial Continent's Southern Domain Lord, his body bones also gently trembled for a moment, then tended to calm down. He whispered, "The mountains are high. Even if he's the lord of the southern region of the Imperial Continent, it's impossible for him to govern all regions of the Imperial Continent at all times. Besides, the double-soul old man's voice was hoarse, and his eyes, one black and one white, revealed an indescribable strangeness. This is an 11th order soul-devouring rotation grand formation of mind. Now, the formation is complete. It can refine all living beings below the cultivation level of the person holding the formation or of equal cultivation level. You, all of you, must die here. Since it's a dead man, no one will spill the beans." GGGG. The eerie laughter, paired with these black robes, was the soul-refining temple all right? Within the circle surrounded by heavenly flames, Qin Yuan looked at the two soul-refining hall's law enforcement on top of that altar with an indescribable excitement. Soul-refining hall, Shao ashes, heavenly flame, plus this jia laughter. It's on. It's all right. Qin Yuan pressed down on the excitement in his heart. He knew that this Shao ashes resembled a deceased person from a book he had viewed in the past. Sure enough, it's all right. Master? What's right? Shao ashes was a little curious as he heard his master's father call his name. You're still young and don't understand. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Seeing this, Shao ashes could only lower his head and stagger. Indeed, he would always be just a child in the eyes of his master. However, Shao ashes also liked this feeling. After all, it's so nice to have a backer. At the very least, no matter how much trouble he caused, his invincible master would be able to set himself right. Old man of two souls, have you forgotten that my Stargazer Pavilion has a secret technique? Even if I fall here, the secret technique will also be activated, and I will naturally discover the end within my Stargazing Pavilion. At that time, I, the other elders of Stargazer Pavilion, will denounce this matter to the Domain Lord and see what your soul refining hall should do." Elder Mu Xing's tone was filled with fire. "It's not enough to come here to get the half-saint's skeleton, but as a result, you still have to fall here?" It nearly broke his heart. "You don't keep being a Domain Lord. Elder Twin Souls laughed icily. "I told you, the mountain is high and the sun is far away. He can't focus on the entire Imperial Continent either. Besides, my 11th order soul-devouring will-turning grand formation has the ability to reject the heavenly chance. I've heard of your Stargazer Pavilion secret technique from the soul-refining hall. Naturally, I've been guarding against this move for a long time. In a nutshell, today, all of you here, all must die. GGGGGG. After Elder Twin Souls finished speaking, he began to activate the power of the altar, and all of his attention was on Shao Ash's side. In his eyes, the most difficult person among these people was Shao Ashes. TSK. That's true. 3 bowls of yellow soup across the pass. Is the Jianghu since the feudal lords Qin Yuan scared at this point. Beside him, Lu Jiuli curiously said, "Master, what does this mean?" "Aha." Qin Yuan explained with a smile. "That is to say, this soul refining hall's people are as good as a reckless force in this Imperial Continent. After a few bowls of strong drink, he is going to make himself king in a remote place. The altar." Elder Twin Soul's face changed slightly as he listened to the other party's analogy. Immediately afterward, his black and white eyes quickly locked onto Qin Yuan. Cave void. First heaven? And then, the next second he was confused. Isn't this the burial abyss? How did someone from the cave realm come in? Wait. Elder Twin Souls realized with a jolt that the numbers were a little off. Dead bones. Count how many people have entered the burial honor abyss? Elder Twin Souls quickly said, "Elder brother, are you senile?" The withered bone old man's eyebrows twitched as he sniffed. "Count." Old man Twin Soul's voice had taken on a note of displeasure. "On my count." The dry skin of the withered bone old man twitched twice before he began to look at the crowd in front of him. "Elder brother and I. 1, 2, Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect. 3, Stargazer Pavilion Mu Xing Elder. 4, Elder 100 Lai of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. 2 from the Green Phoenix Clan. 6 and 7, Shao Ashes, the 8th man, and that kid who knows sorcery. Lu Jioli, the 9th. Well, there's one more. At this point in the count, old man Withered Bones paused for a moment. His gaze quickly locked onto Qin Yuan's body. Cave Realm First Sky? 10th man? Senior? What's going on here? It's not that there's a prohibition under a half-saint in this burial exalted abyss. Only those with the 9 underworld knocks are allowed to step into it? How is there a 10th person here? At this moment, the two of them finally realized that something was wrong. It was clear that only 9 people could step into the secret realm, yet a 10th person had appeared. How foolish. Xiao Ashes sneered twice at this moment. They just found out about Master? At this moment, Qin Yuan yawned. Finally. Something's not right. With your senses, what makes you villains? Qin Yuan raised his feet. Then he stepped towards the heavenly fire shield in front of him, and beside him, Qin Yu immediately spoke out and reminded, Senior, be careful of the heavenly flame. But the next moment, he saw, Qin Yuan just casually stepped into the heavenly fire that could burn out one's soul, and Qin Yuan was surprisingly unaffected. Skyfire? This kind of thing, in front of Master, are just small fires that don't make the grade. Xiao Ashes looked at his master's back with respect in his eyes. At this moment, Qin Yuan stepped out from the heavenly flame shield. It came to a place 100 feet in front of the altar. Withered bone. This person is not simple. You and I will combine our efforts. Run the 11th order soul-devouring rotation formation. Kill it with all your might. Elder twin souls stared at Qin Yuan in the distance, even though the other party only had the strength of the first sky of cave void. However, due to the fact that he was born with one body and 2 souls, his perception of divine souls was far superior to normal people. He was able to perceive that the person in front of him was definitely a terrifyingly ruthless character. The withered bone old man also didn't dare to slack off, and the two of them began to frantically pinch their soul seals with both hands. And at that moment, the dome of the sky above suddenly began to crumble, thus revealing the tens of thousands of blood-colored chains inside. In an instant, those blood-colored chains entangling countless unjust souls were like torrential rain pouring down. Spectral ghostly faces floated above all of each chain. Just the sound of the 10,000 souls crying was already making one's scalp numb. 11th order soul-devouring rotation grand formation. Soul-devouring underworld binding 10,000 chains. The altar. The two of them, twin souls and withered bones, gave a low shout. Those tens of thousands of blood-colored chains then whistled towards Qin Yuan at the same time. The speed is comparable to a full bow and arrow. This formation has a bit of something in it, but that's about it. Qin Yuan shook his head slightly as he looked at the blood-colored chains that were surging towards him from all over the sky. Just as those blood-colored chains were approaching the 10 feet of space around him, Qin Yuan slightly raised his hand, and the power of holy rhyme condensed in his palm. Set. In a blink of an eye, translucent ripples suddenly coalesced in space 10 feet into the void around Qin Yuan, and those chains that were as bloody as ink were instantly imprisoned in the air at this moment. Chapter 35. If I can drive this formation, won't you blow up? Not only that, in this moment, the sound of the 10,000 ghosts crying on the green barren wasteland also disappeared without a trace. Looking at those chains again, it was surprising to find that, at some point, these chains began to turn into a bizarre transparent color starting from Qin Yuan's circumference. It seemed that a power that surpassed the perceptions of everyone present was invading these chains, and almost instantly, the sky, which was originally like ink, turned white at this moment. Starting from the first chain covered with cracks, it was as if it caused a chain reaction. All the blood-colored chains were all covered with deep cracks. Phew! Qin Yuan gently took a step forward. The moment he exhaled this breath, all the permeable chains in the entire sky instantly disintegrated. Ka-ching! 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 Avalanche! The supreme strike of the 11th order soul-devouring will-turning grand formation. Attacks that could at least kill a supreme 5th heavenly hall and seriously injure a supreme 6th heavenly hall directly fell apart in front of Qin Yuan. And those ghosts, as if they had seen some unspeakable force, all poured back into the rift in the firmament. The sky was once again calm. What? On the black altar covered with unjust souls, Old Man Two Souls and Old Man Withered Bones were all dumbstruck when they saw the scene. How is this possible? The strongest strike of the 11th order soul-devouring will-turning grand formation. The withered bone old man was as if he had seen a ghost, and that dry face was filled with disbelief. The ones just now had really used the strongest strike of this formation. Results? This man in front of him, who was in the first heavenly realm of the cavernous void, didn't have any problems at all? Dead bones. Just now, did you sense anything? Old Man of Two Souls' pupils stared deathly at Qin Yuan, who was not far away. What? Withered Bone was stunned for a moment as he sniffed. It seems to be the power of holy rhyme. Elder Twin Souls was a little less certain. Sacred rhymes. The moment these words came out, the withered bone old man's pupils trembled fiercely. Only those at the peak of the Supreme Being realm were able to perceive from this world the existence of the power of the holy rhythm. Could it be that this guy in front of him was a peak supreme powerhouse? Senior, that guy is coming towards us. The withered bone old man gulped. Don't panic. Elder Twin Souls calmed down slightly. Looking at Qin Yuan, he said in a low voice, the 11th order soul-devouring will-turning grand formation is a formation talisman that was personally condensed by our soul-refining Hall Lord. Even if that guy's strength is unfathomable, He could never defy the power of heaven and earth. After this formation of ours has taken shape, it has become one with the entire secret world of the burial exalted abyss. There's no way he could have gotten into our altar. Don't worry. Elder Twin Souls once again operated the power of the formation and began to condense his next attack. On the opposite side, Xiao Ashes looked at the confident old man of two souls and shook his head. So what if the formation is one with heaven and earth? This power of heaven and earth is not worthy to be placed in my master's eyes at all. Behind him, Elder Muxing and Hundred Lai also flashed to Xiao Ash's side. But this formation has already taken shape just as that old man with two souls said. And the altar they are on is the eye of the formation. In other words, if Senior makes a move against the altar, it's equivalent to making a move against this heaven and earth. This, whispered Elder Muxing. Don't worry, Xiao Ashes, on the other hand, was confident in his own master. This kind of scene for my master. That's 4 words. Xiao Ashes sidled up and grinned. Hands on the pinch. When Elder Muxing and the others heard this, they also all placed their own gazes on Qin Yuan, who was slowly walking towards the black altar. Your Excellency, you and us are not life and death enemies. If you are willing to leave, I can represent the Soul Refining Hall to not pursue your actions in this line of work. Well, Elder Twin Souls stared at Qin Yuan, who had already arrived under the altar, and said in a low voice. Qin Yuan raised his eyelids for a moment before taking a direct step, directly onto the steps of the black altar. And when the old man of the two souls saw this, he immediately said in a sardonic voice, since you're looking for death yourself, there's no one else to blame, not the holder of the formation, much less the enabler. If one were to step into the eye of the formation hastily, that would only be directly destroyed by the formation with the power of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, the smile on old man two souls' face had become somewhat unstoppable. Seifu, elder brother, don't be beautiful yet. Something's not right. Why isn't there any movement in our 11th order soul devouring will turning grand formation? The withered bone old man realized that the Xian clothes man stepped onto the steps surprisingly without any resistance. Even the entire grand formation didn't even appear to fluctuate. Ha! The smile on old man two souls' face instantly came to an abrupt end. He looked violently at Qin Yuan. However, he realized that the other party had entered the altar just as easily. It didn't suffer from the backlash of the big formation at all. What the hell? Elder Twin Souls was confused. How did you get in here? Qin Yuan was helpless. You don't have eyes? Just walked right in. Impossible. This is an 11th order devouring. The Twin Souls old man was almost dumbfounded. Stop. Quickly stop blowing awesome. Qin Yuan waved his hand to interrupt the words of the Elder of Two Souls. And then above the palm of his right hand, a formation talisman imprinted with 11 black lines appeared. Formation talisman? Elder Twin Souls' pupils trembled. Isn't that the formation talisman of our soul-devouring formation? Where did you get that? He had clearly hidden the formation talisman outside the burial exalted abyss secret realm. It's obviously a foolproof tactic. At this moment, he was truly on the verge of being confused. You said that you won't blow up if I can drive this formation? Qin Yuan ignored old man of two souls' question. Instead, he fiddled with the formation talisman in his hand and smiled faintly at the old man of two souls on top of the altar. Impossible. Even if you possess a formation talisman, it's impossible for you to control this formation in a short period of time. Elder Twin Souls frowned as the scene seemed to have begun to get out of control. Try it then? Qin Yuan smiled. It was followed by a mere flick of the left hand. In an instant, the entire black altar began to tremble. The black chains that surrounded the altar also began to emit intense sounds of friction and collision. In the next instant, it was like a black tentacle, whipping out fiercely towards the withered bones and the two souls. Can it really be manipulated? Who the hell are you? The Twin Souls old man looked at the black chains and his face changed drastically. The attack of the 11th order soul-devouring rotating grand formation. Even if he possessed the strength of the fourth sky of the supreme realm, he would not dare to carry it. Senior, it's so terrifying. Below the altar, Elder Muxing and the others went numb after looking at Qin Yuan, who was controlling the grand formation in reverse. In this short period of contact, the means Qin Yuan had exerted had already overturned their perceptions. You said there was a possibility. This art of formation is just one of the many techniques my master knows? Xiao Ash's face was filled with pride. Because, the self-master, that is invincible. Going up to the sky and down to the earth. Of all the systems of power in this heaven and earth, there is none that the master wouldn't know. Chapter 36. Can you bear the karma of this? Senior is truly terrifying as hell. Elder Muxing gulped, while Elder Hundred Lai on the side also wiped the cold sweat above his forehead. Boom, boom, kaching. At this moment, the sound of rupture had already begun to appear from that altar array. Obviously under Qin Yuan's overloaded utilization of the erase power, the 11-step grand formation would also eventually be overwhelmed. Eventually, it turned into countless bursts of debris. That grand formation that was claimed to be able to kill a supreme fifth heavenly king completely disintegrated at this moment. Your Excellency, who the hell are you? The twin souls old man looked at the grand formation being broken, and he was on the verge of vomiting blood in anger. Qin Yuan looked at the shattered black altar under his feet, and the array pattern condensed by the power of heaven and earth began to slowly dissipate into space. He lowered his head. The eyes that looked like they were overlooking the world were filled with calm. Really want to know who I am? From the time he left the prison, Qin Yuan has always appeared a master. Other than his disciples, there was no one who knew his identity. Want? Elder Twin Souls took a deep breath and raised his head to gaze at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan smiled. He looked at Old Man Two Souls and Old Man Withered Bones. I can answer you, but can you bear the karma of this? This statement was made. Elder Twin Souls' pupils trembled steeply. The power of cause and effect. No way. Never. In the entire Jiuxian continent, no one had ever seen the power of cause and effect. The guy in front of you is saying such unrealistic things? Old Man of Two Souls shook his head vigorously. Your Excellency should stop making up stories. Qin Yuan stood with his hands folded, softly sighing tersely. Back then, there were quite a few people like you who waited to bear the power of karma. But in the end, they all died. His gaze was no longer on the duo of Twin Souls and Withered Bones, because, in his eyes, these two were already dead. While his thoughts drifted back hundreds of thousands of years, the scenes that occurred in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb also began to surface before his eyes. It seemed to come over for a moment, and it seemed to pass for a long, long time. Qin Yuan muttered, what the world calls me, I don't know, I just know. They call me, holding yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering karma and subduing the 8 wastelands. After those 12 words were spoken, the Twin Souls old man below trembled, and those cloudy pupils suddenly contracted. It was as if the entire body was struck by a thunderbolt, and the deepest part of his mind was still tens of thousands of years ago. He had once been in the ancient pavilion within the soul refining hall and had once flipped through an ancient record that had long since been dusted off. It was a time of chaotic ancient epics. The heavens and the world seemed to be experiencing a dark and turbulent era, and at that time, between the heavens and the earth, a great figure stepped on the void and came. It was just a shadow, and the people of the 10,000 realms couldn't see his face. He seemed to be trapped in a boundary, and his main body seemed unable to come over, and he made a comment that he came by reversing time and couldn't exist for too long. Later, he seemed to strike out. The source of that dark turmoil was also completely suppressed. At this point, that great shadow of heaven and earth dissipated. At the same time, the legend of circulated in all realms, palming the yin and yang, burying the heavens, shattering karma, and subduing the 8 wastelands. The you recorded in the ancient books, actually, really, exists, Elder Twin Souls muttered, his voice carrying an undisguised shock. Qin Yuan understood from the depths of the other party's pupils. He should be thinking of himself from some ancient book. Immediately, it was spoken aloud. I am in charge of the yin and yang realm tablet, and I will bury the graves of all the gods and devils in the heavens. 3 shifts of gongs shatter the path of the ages, and cause and effect burns out the first man. As these ancient prophecies came out of Qin Yuan's mouth, the heavens and earth trembled violently. The entire space of the burial exalted abyss was all shattered into countless fragments. Below, any hope of escape had long since been lost in the pupils of that double-soul old man. There was fear in his eyes. In that shattered pitch-black space, there was a chain that was imperceptible to the naked eye, twining towards him. This power, unspeakable and unnameable. Is this the power of karma? The Twin Souls old man's face grimaced as his survival instincts drove him to want to get rid of this force, but to no avail. At some point, his body suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless points of light. It directly dissipated before the eyes of the crowd. The phaseless and invisible network of karma completely enveloped and instantly refined the Elder of Two Souls. The body dies and does not enter the cycle of reincarnation. There's nothing left. It was as if he had never appeared in this heaven and earth. At the same time, the withered bone old man on the side also gradually became transparent under the distortion of the unnameable power of karma. And his face, too, froze at the last moment, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness and deep fear. But he was ultimately unable to resist this vast power. It was turned into nothingness. The black altar completely collapsed, and with a thought from Qin Yuan, 2 black spatial rings slowly floated in front of him. Although the power of karma was unleashed, but the old ways can't be forgotten. After all, one cannot forget one's roots. These 2 black space rings belonged to Old Man Withered Bone and Old Man Two Souls. After casually wiping away the prohibition of the spatial ring, he took out all the things inside the spatial ring, all of them, then float in the air and start picking looks one by one. After all, Only truly good things could be collected by Qin Yuan. The surrounding heaven and earth had already regained its calmness, as if the causal net just now hadn't appeared and everything had never happened. And beside Xiao Ashes, whether it was Elder Mu Xing of the Stargazing Pavilion, Elder Hundred Lai of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, or Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect, or maybe it was Qing Yu, the patriarch of the Green Phoenix clan, all of them looked at Qin Yuan in the distance in shock. The gaze was filled with unspeakable shock. Palm yin and yang, bury the heavens, shatter karma, and subdue the 8 wastelands. My goodness, I always thought that it was just a legend of the chaotic ancient era. Elder Mu Xing's scalp exploded as he looked at Qin Yuan, and his entire body felt as if there were thunder rushing and swimming. Shocking words came out trembling. The legend of the chaotic ancient era. There is a man, holding a yin-yang boundary tablet, who enters the river of time and comes from the afterlife, wrapped in supreme greatness, burying the source of turmoil in the chaotic ancient epoch. That area is also known as the grave of the gods and demons of the heavens. And that one person, even more so, shattered the heavenly Tao of the ancients. Burn up all the power of karma that came after him by flowing against the long river of time. I am in charge of the yin and yang realm tablet, and I will bury all the tombs of the gods and devils in the heavens. 3 shifts of gongs shatter the path of the ages, and cause and effect burns out the first man. Elder Mu Xing's entire body had already winced just by uttering these verses. The same is true for Qin Yue. The eyes were filled with unprecedented awe and shock. Elder Hundred Lai was even more tingling in his scalp, and he couldn't even speak properly. I'm really looking for death. Death. Daring to talk to like this. To senior. Don't say he wants the 13 heavenly flames of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Even if he wants the entire Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, he has to give it. Moreover, this is even a creation for our Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. A great creation. The two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lu Jioli, saw the crowd's performance. There was even more intense pride on his face. That's right, his own master. He was just so terrifying as hell. However, just then, the Green Barren Plains suddenly began to shake violently. The plains under the feet of Xiao Ash's crowd suddenly cracked, and a crack crisscrossed the landscape. It was as if something was about to break out of the ground. Chapter 37 Supreme Puppet. Half-Saints means, this is the Supreme Tattoo? Nope. The Supreme Tattoo should be full of life. These are all dead air? The Xiao Ashes crowd had already stepped above the void, looking down at the ever-shattering Green Barren Plains below. Only a strand of black engraved marks could be seen continuously growing. It made the whole plain look indescribably weird. And at this time, Qin Yuan had also scoured the spatial rings of both twin souls and withered bones. In the middle of the right hand, there is a sight of suspended transparent fish tank, and inside the fish tank, a koi is sleeping. The scales on its body were very different from ordinary koi, and instead of that single brilliant color, they showed a strange luster. On the left side of this koi, it was a pitch-black color like ink. It was as deep as the starry sky at night, as if it contained endlessine power. And on its right side, the scales were as white as snow, dazzling to the extreme. Each scale was emitting a pure yang aura. The two colors, yin and yang, were constantly intertwined on its scales, forming a heavenly taiji pattern. And such a marvelous scene. It also made Elder Mu Xing and the others look at them. Yin and yang meet and swim in brocade scales, and taiji is made in heaven to stay in the water. Ink and snow intertwine with the mysterious Zhenku, and the tail of the Tao is long. It's Sumi Koi. Elder Mu Xing snapped in shock. Elder Hundred Lai and Xingyu beside him couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva when they heard this. That's a good one. At the very least, in this 9 Xian realm, it was an absolutely top-notch good thing. With it, you can find the Sumeru subsector bead. And in the entire 9 Xian realm, there were only 3 Sumeru Koi. Never in a million years would I have thought that there would be one right now. Qin Yuan put the Sumeru Koi into his spatial ring, and then looked at Elder Mu Xing and the others, and then looked at the cracked and opened earth below. Pay more attention to your feet. Xiao Ashes. 9 lives. This time, the master will not make a move. Yes, master. Below, Xiao Ashes and Lu Jioli immediately nodded their heads, looking down at the deadly supreme aura below. Their eyes were filled with wariness. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure ran out of a cracked abyss. The supreme engravings emanating from its surroundings had highlighted its strength. Supreme Realm Triple Sky. However, there was no anger in its body, but rather, it was filled with a decaying deathly aura. Supreme Puppet? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Elder Mu Xing's forehead after seeing this scene. Within this forbidden land, how is there still a supreme level puppet? Boom! 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 In an instant, those cracks in the earth, constantly, puppets bubbling with death aura surfaced. Upon careful counting, there were a full 27 honors. What the hell? Elder Hundred Lie looked at the scene in front of him and his entire body panicked. And after sensing it in detail, he was even more alarmed. 27 Supreme-level puppets? Among them, there are 3 in the 5th level of the Supreme Realm. There are 2 from the Supreme 4 Heavens. There are 13 of the Supreme Triple Sky. The rest, all of them are Supreme 2nd Heaven? This. If these Supreme puppets were to be taken to the outside world, it would be completely enough to walk horizontally in the Imperial continent. Wait! Elder Hundred Lie realized that a green flame was continuously rising from the body of one of the red-robed Supreme puppets, and the costumes on the other party, coupled with the way they were dressed, immediately caused Elder Hundred Lie's pupils to tremble. Elder Mo Shan? You're the previous second elder of the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect? You. Having said that, Elder Hundred Lie stopped continuing to call out, because in his supreme divine soul perception, he had already discovered that it was just a dead body without a soul. Here, and some familiar faces. They more or less set foot here tens of thousands of years ago, and then there was no trace of them on the Imperial continent. Elder Muxing looked at those supreme puppets and took a deep breath of cold air, his pupils filled with thought. So, you're all buried here, being refined into a puppet. But, how can you of the Supreme Realm be willing that you will be refined into puppets? So, the one who refined you is far more powerful than you, and in this burial honor abyss, there won't be anyone with greater strength arriving here because there's simply no need. In other words, the strongest person in here is perhaps only that within the burial exalted abyss, fallen half-saint. At this point in his speech, Elder Muxing only felt his throat dry up a bit. So, Xiao Ashes looked at those supreme puppets around him, and then he glanced at the cracked ground below. There might be so many heavenly treasures in this burial exalted abyss, but these are all the blindfolds of that half-saint. Here, it's not some so-called treasure land for the divine tribulation realm to step into the supreme realm, but rather a sacrificial platform constructed by that half-saint in order to resurrect himself thus. Not bad. Elder Muxing took a deep breath and his face became grave. At the same time, he also said somewhat thankfully, it's thanks to having seniors on this trip. Otherwise, we really don't know how to break through this situation. Qin Yuan was already holding a side of lime green tea, and after taking a sip of the sweetness inside, he waved his hand. I just said that. I'm not going to make a move. Again. Isn't it just a half-saint? Asterisk it and be done with it. Elder Muxing's mouth twitched at his words. Not just a half-saint? Hear thou. Do men speak? He's only at the second sky of supreme exaltation. I'm afraid that just by fighting these supreme realm puppets, they would all fall here. It is. Isn't it just a half-saint? I'd like to try how strong a half-saint really is. Xiao Ash's eyes were filled with eagerness to try. Lu Jioli, who was on the side, was staring at those puppets with a tight gaze. A moment later, he licked his lips. These puppets are similar to my witch puppets. If we can explore a bit, perhaps, I was able to step into the Supreme Being. Good. Xiao Ashes immediately nodded his head, and then he curled his hand and pointed, saying, Senior brother, those 3 Supreme 5th Sky puppets will be given to me. Good. Leave the rest to me. The witch Qi in Lu Jioli's body could no longer hold back and began to surge wildly. Then let's fight. Xiao Ashes tilted his head and laughed. Worthy of being a disciple of my master. Divine Apparition 9 Stems Supreme. No fear at all. Senior. I'll go first. Lu Jioli stared at a few of the supreme puppets, and the witch light in his hands exploded. Strong sorceress texts began to coalesce around him as well. Good. At this time, in the words of our master teacher, it's whoever is a wimp and whoever is a grandson. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ashes laughed 3 times. Immediately afterward, fire lotuses erupted under his feet. In an instant, they arrived in front of those 3 supreme 5th heavenly puppets. Burning Sky Creation Poem. 0 frame starters. The Burning Sky Creation Poem opened the way. And when Hundred Lion Elder Muxing and the Qingyu few people heard this, their faces all shook twice in unison. What a great who wimped out and who's a grandson. Elder Hundred Lie shouted angrily. Damn it, put up a fight. Afterwards, it also began to charge towards the remaining supreme puppets. At the same time, Sect Masterly of the Flying Sword Sect, Elder Muxing, as well as Qingyu and Qingfenlan also began to strike. The battle of supremacy began with a bang. On this occasion, the end of those abyssal rifts, a white skeleton was sitting at the abyss, surrounded by what appeared to be a red-colored blood chi surging. In the skull of the skeleton, the dark hollow of the eyes instantly jumped up with 2 ghostly blue fires. Bizarre to the extreme. Chapter 38 The Saint, finally resurrected. Burning Fury Heavenly Lotus. The fire lotus exploded in the air, erupting into a dazzling radiant light. Supreme-level puppets, although they possessed the strength of the Supreme Realm, they could not actually fully unleash the power of a true Supreme Realm. Even the Supreme engravings around these puppets took on a black color. Therefore, to a certain extent, the heavenly flame that Xiao Ashes possessed within his body was a complete heavenly gram for these supreme puppets, and although Lu Jiuli was at the ninth heaven of the divine apparition realm, he was extremely strong in all his sorceress arts. During battle, it was even able to echo the jutsu on these puppets. It also has great containment power over these puppets. As for the few people involved in the battle, Elder Mu Xing, the more they fought, the more alarmed they became. Originally, they thought that they would be in a lopsided trend when facing these 27 supreme puppets. As a result, the eye is indeed lopsided. Only, the battlefield is one, and it's down to your side. Another one wiped out. It's horrible. Senior's two disciples are truly too terrifying. Elder Mu Xing swallowed his saliva and looked at the supreme puppets that kept falling. None of them dared to say that they would be able to crush these puppets in a short period of time. Even for the rest of them, being able to stop those puppets of the supreme second sky realm was already considered the limit. And just as those supreme sorcerer puppets fell most of the way down, on Lu Jioli's body, the witch patterns began to furiously churn, and his entire being seemed to have entered a metaphysical state. Behind them, Elder Mu Xing and the others couldn't help but be staggered after looking at this familiar but not too familiar scene. Supreme sensation. Obviously, this Lu Jioli had comprehended the supreme sense of the way he cultivated in this battle. According to this trend, it wouldn't be long before he stepped into the supreme realm. The supreme sense began to appear around Lu Jioli's body. This was a supreme sensation that belonged uniquely to him. Wisps of sorcerer's lines began to emerge, and Lu Jioli's mouth began to mutter, which text chewed and swallowed the dantian. Blood sacrificed to the stars to change the bones. The winds of the Nine rise to shatter the life sign, and the bonfire of 1,000 mountains boils the yellow springs. The astrologer's finger leaks and tampers with the book of heaven, and the heart of the parasite feeder hides the power of life and death. Don't ask where the way of witchcraft ends. The witch soul is shocked to break through the great Luo heaven. Supreme sense. This is shaping up. Kaching. Steeply, the firmament above once again condensed the supreme thunder tribulation. 9 supreme robber dragons that were just as identical as Xiao Ashes began to descend. And below, Elder Mu Xing and Elder Hundred Lai and the others were once again dumbfounded. Nice guy. 1 foot just saw the supreme 9-jack dragon that doesn't come along in 100,000 years descending. And the next foot this is coming again. Right? You're in a group, aren't you? Xiao Ashes couldn't help but stagger even as he looked at his senior brother. Worthy of being my senior brother, and the rest of those supreme puppets. After the first supreme robbing dragon that fell in the sky above, it was directly crushed and exploded. It was at this time that it appeared in the sky above the entire green barren plains voice of drinking air. Ho ho ho. It was a breath that seemed to have been held for a long time. In the deepest part of the abyss below, the joints of the half-saint skeleton's fingers violently made a click sound. Its head also began to turn slowly. It seemed as if it had just woken up from a nap, and as if it had been silent for tens of thousands of years without moving. It's adapting to the body. Click dash. With one sound after another, it finally braced itself against its skeleton and stood up. Lowering his head, he glanced at his palms. In the next instant, its figure became bizarre and unpredictable. Fixing his eyes, he was nowhere to be found. At the same time, the sky above the green barren plains, a white bone that just appeared out of nowhere. The aura around it hadn't changed in any way. It was as if it had always been here. The dead bodies of those supreme realm puppets were also transformed into monstrous blood and water at this moment, continuously and crazily pouring towards that white bone. Half-saint relic, not far away in the air. Elder Mu Xing's face abruptly changed after seeing that white bone. His perception could not be wrong. The power of holy rhythms was swirling, and although it was nowhere near the power of his predecessor, this was the aura of a half-saint. Countless heaven and earth cultivators would have been able to dominate after reaching the supreme realm. But there will come a day when the supreme being's life will run out. If you don't want to, then there is only one way to continue to break through upwards. Even if one cannot reach the even after a lifetime realm of one still has to fight for his life. Saints. Because, as long as one stepped into the realm of the half-saint, one would be above all supreme beings, the peak of the supreme 9 heavens and the realm of the half-saints. That could be said to be completely different from each other. A half-saint might only need to exert 2 parts of his power to easily slaughter a supreme 9 heavens cultivator. Not only that, after stepping into half-saint, one could master the most top-notch mysterious power of this world, holy rhythm. Sacred rhythm is a power of perception, the power of heaven and earth's creation. Moreover, the power of holy rhythm was above aura, and the threat that aura could pose to the power of holy rhythm was almost too weak to be heard, and a sacred rhythm attack would be devastating to an aura. None of this is the point. The point was that after stepping into the realm of the half-saints, even if one died, one's own half-saint skeletons could still take over the creation of heaven and earth. By absorbing the blood and chi of others, One is able to make oneself alive and dead, flesh and bones. Then, resurrection. It could almost be said that as long as you didn't make a fool of yourself after stepping into a half-saint, then you were almost unafraid of death. Of course, it's not completely without weaknesses. If you ran into another half-saint, or a saint, then naturally, you could also cause an irreversible destructive attack on you. In a nutshell, the Supreme Realm was not the end of a cultivator's journey, but the beginning. It's over and done with. That half-saint's remains absorbed the blood chi of those Supreme Realms and will soon be resurrected. What to do? What to do? Elder Muxing really numbed his claws now. The 9 underworlds knock can't be used. Asterisk 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 asterisk. We can't get out. Elder Hundred Lie had wanted to use the 9 underworld knock to escape the secret realm. However, he realized that the 9 underworld knock in his hand would no longer give any feedback to the aura. It made him crack up. How? How do you fight? Cold sweat also broke out on Flying Sword Sect Master Li's forehead. Full count. The only battle force on this side was him, a supreme one. Elder Muxing and Elder Hundred Lie as well as Qing Yu were Supreme Second Sky, plus Qing Fenglan, a divine apparition realm 9th heaven, as well as Lu Jiuli, who was still in the middle of his breakthrough, was considered a supreme one, and his senior brother, Shao Ashes, the first sky of the supreme realm, 3 supreme second heavens and 3 supreme first heavens, plus a divine apparition realm 9th heaven. The opponent, on the other hand, was a half-saint who was about to be resurrected. That's a hell of a shot. Ho, who, in the air, blood and flesh had begun to grow on the body of that half-saint's remains. A moment later, pupils appeared in those pure white eyes. With that the spectral ghost fire went out. In the next moment, the half-saint's pressure was monstrous. The entire secret space was all filled with a rich half-saint's chi. Then, a whispering voice that sounded like it came from tens of thousands of years ago sounded. After tens of thousands of years, this saint has finally been resurrected. Thus, the half-saint is resurrected. Chapter 39. This murderous dog is you, right? Flesh and blood are nourished and born dead. At this moment, the vast and boundless green barren plains were swirling with wind. The monstrous pressure broke the 10,000 years of silence in the secret realm. Snort! In the sky above, 10,000 feet of blood-red overcast clouds suddenly coalesced. The pitch-black thunderbolts wrapped with the power of scarlet blood chi continuously poured down from the sky above. Tens of thousands of scarlet threads slowly coalesced from these blood mists before dropping down from the sky. Then it was like a living thing again, constantly attaching itself to that half-saint's body. The aura within the secret territory also began to turn into a substantial spiritual liquid, instilling it towards the half-saint. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the sound of horse laughter once again resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. The sound of laughter alone had already shattered this roiling rain of blood into pieces. At this moment, this half-saint completely revived. Between the gulps, even the surrounding aura was stagnant. He opened his own eyes, and a greenish-colored meditative light emerged from them. With downcast eyes, he looked down at the earth below. When he finished absorbing the last of the supreme blood chi, the aura on his body gradually stabilized. That was the aura of a transcendent supreme being. It was a half-saint. Ho ho ho. He exhaled lightly and suddenly, once again, opened his own arms. Long hair without wind. With just a light glance, the pressure that contained a half-saint caused Elder Muxing and the few others to take several steps back. And then, he looked towards Lu Jiuli, who was in the middle of his breakthrough, as well as Shao Ashes and the others. Tens of thousands of years can really be a snap of the fingers. The half-saint opened his mouth, only, his voice was like it came from the underworld. Sounds chilling. Are you, the green underworld half-saint? Elder Muxing wiped the cold sweat on top of his forehead and looked at the cyan figure in the sky, as well as the other party's signature cyan pupils. He was so careful to think of something. The Qingdian half-saint sniffed and looked at Elder Muxing. Is it really you? A 50,000-year-old Qingdian half-saint with superb strength. Elder Muxing swallowed his saliva and suppressed the fear in his heart, saying, but then, Senior, you suddenly disappeared into the Imperial continent. So, however, nowadays, you, half-saint of the Green Destiny, have descended once again. Truly we are blessed. The pupils of the Hundred Lie Elder on one side also trembled fiercely when he heard this. The half-saint of the Green Destiny? Surprisingly, it was this 50,000-year-old god of murder? That's not something to be offended by. You're a little articulate for a guy. The Qingdian half-saint stood with his arms folded, displaying the posture of a saint. This day this saint reshapes his flesh. It's kind of a happy day. Tell you what, you guys kill the guy in front of you who refined my 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno. I can let you out of the secret realm. The Qingdian half-saint curved his hand and pointed at Shao Ashes. When Elder Muxing and the few others saw this, their faces twitched twice. Kill who? Shaughnessy? Crazy. I'm afraid that this master is at least a half-saint. Both sides were half-saints, which made Elder Muxing's few people go numb. Your 10,000 jihad burning heart inflammation? Put. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Ashes didn't hold back a laugh when he heard the words. What? The Qingdian half-saint came to be a bit more interested as he said. This 10,000 tribulation burning heart inflammation is a heavenly fire that I have sought out. Then set it up in this burial honor abyss. Of course, there are also some other heavenly materials and treasures, so as to attract others to come. Xiao Ashes laughed again. Don't make me laugh. When I refined this 10,000 heavens burning heart inferno, it was clearly ownerless. That is to say, at best, you've only imprisoned it. It doesn't really belong to you. The Green Destiny half-saint's face began to stiffen as he sniffed. Plus, Xiao Ashes then sneered. So what if it's yours? Your heavenly flame, which is in my sights, is also mine. And, just now, I heard them say that your name is the Qingdian half-saint, isn't it? Xiao Ashes wrung his neck and slowly said, I've looked through some ancient books. 50,000 years ago, the imperial continent produced a god of murder named Qingmo. This person is ruthless and kills without blinking an eye. For his breakthrough, there are even times when he can slaughter an entire city. This murderous son of a, it's you, isn't it? In the air, the Green Destiny half-saint's face was instantly gloomy as he listened to Xiao Ashes' words. The few people beside Xiao Ashes, Elder Hundred Lie and Elder Muxing, were even more frightened and sweating coldly. In front of people as half-saints, directly say people son of a dash asterisk 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 asterisk? It's too damn brave. It's a blessing for them that I killed them. Is it not their creation to be able to add a touch of life? A touch of sustenance to this saint? The Green Destiny half-saint's voice was chilly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Creation? I send you a message for those you slaughtered. Xiao Ashes was infuriated and laughed. His eyes were like fire as he stared at the Green Destiny half-saint without fear. What words? The hair behind the Qingdian half-saint had already begun to fly, and he was completely unable to retract his killing intent when it was bred. He was going to completely decimate everyone in front of him. Make your mother's chemistry. Xiao Ashes threw back his head and let out a long whistle. The anger had been hard to contain. The surrounding supreme engravings instantly surfaced, while Xiao Ashes' figure instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of that half-saint's eyes. So fast, even the Green Destiny half-saint couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. However, he didn't have any intention of backing down. Sacred pattern engravings emerged on his body, as deep as ancient seal patterns. This was also a means of defense after stepping into half-saint. It was stronger than the supreme tattoo defense. Burning Sky Creation Palm. In an instant, Xiao Ashes' right hand blatantly launched a palm. A huge illusory handprint of hundreds of feet appeared steeply, blasting towards the Qingdian half-saint in front of him. The moment the burning heavenly creation palm collided with the sacred line engraving, the heavens and earth trembled fiercely twice. Click. A crisp crack sounded. This caused the Green Destiny half-saint's face to change violently and drastically. He instantly executed the sacred rhyme spatial transportation technique and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 miles away. My holy pattern engraving. Surprisingly, a gaping hole was cracked by that kid? The Qingdian half-saint looked unbelievably at the holy pattern engraving in front of him. That kid is just a supreme one. Could it be? Is it that I am not back to my original strength? Yes, it must be. Phew. Thinking of this, the killing intent of the Green Destiny half-saint was once again monstrous. He decided that there would be no more holding back. It was necessary to make every effort to kill everyone who stepped into this burial exalted abyss. At that moment, a black shadow in the air instantly descended in front of the Qingdian half-saint. Witch Heaven Palm. Another powerful supreme attack. It caused the holy pattern engraving in front of the Green Destiny half-saint's body to rupture a few threads once again. What? You're the guy who just broke through to supreme? The Qingdian half-saint's figure retreated violently into the distance, and the power of holy rhythms continuously surfaced around him. Is this the half-saint? Lu Jiuli, who had just broken through to the supreme realm, looked at the distant Qingdian half-saint, and at that moment, Xiao Ashes also dashed to Lu Jiuli's side. Senior brother, to celebrate you stepping into the supreme, Master left this half-saint with us, Xiao Ashes said aloud. Lu Jiuli licked his lips and nodded. Aha! Senior brother, I heard everything just now. This old dog is a half-saint? In what way does he deserve to be called a saint? In the words of our master, he's a hooker. When Xiao Ashes heard this, he laughed 3 times and said, not bad, he's a hooker. Subsequently, the two of them all placed their gazes on the grim-faced, furious Qingdian half-saint. Half-saint? It's you half-saint that I'm ing. Next moment, the duo of Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli took the lead. Stepping on the supreme tattoo, he charged towards the Qingdian half-saint. Charging. Chapter 40. The strongest move of the Burning Sky skill. Crazy. Crazy. This world is crazy. The two of you only broke through the supreme realm one after the other. Result? Just charging towards that half-saint? Moreover, the opposite side is also a half-saint who strikes viciously. After Elder Muxing and Elder Hundred Lie, several people saw this scene. They only felt that their mental state was a little less normal. You believe that? Two people who just stepped into the first heaven of the supreme realm, one mouthful shouting and hooking it into that half-saint? The world, after all, is epileptic. Burning Sky Creation Poem. 10,000 compulsive soul-devouring poem. At this moment, monstrous strength poured out majestically from the bodies of both Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli. They had just one goal, and that was to completely decimate this unworthy half-saint in front of them. Scared? They weren't scared at all. After all, the master teacher was right here. So what were they panicking about? The two of them were blasting towards that half-saint with a joint stance. These two guys. The Qingdian half-saint took a deep breath. Now that he had just finished reshaping his physical body, the holy rhythm power in his body wasn't completely stabilized. However, he could still easily decimate the supreme 9 heavens. However, right now, the feats performed by those two supreme realm first sky cultivators seemed to contain the might of the vast heavens and earth. Definitely not an ordinary gongfu. After avoiding the other party's attack, the Green Destiny half-saint said with a ghostly chill, as expected, those who are able to enter the burial exalted abyss that I personally set up are not any good. It just so happens that I'm very interested in your feats. Very much. So, the Green Destiny half-saint's voice grew colder and colder, and the holy rhythms within him began to stir. The river of the underworld. The instant his voice fell, the surrounding spacetime instantly exploded into countless crystal fragments, and at that moment, the Qingdian half-saint slowly raised his hands, reversing his palms downward. In an instant, the already ruptured earth of the green barren plains below became like ocean waves, and began to continuously toss and turn, and his pupils glowed a greenish pyrotechnic color. With a stroke of his fingertip, the crack in the earth instantly widened to hundreds of thousands of feet. Something seems to be surging in the deep, bottomless ground, and at that moment, there was a constant stream of fishy, ethereal odor hovering in the air around them. In these cracks in the earth, black water continued to converge, eventually forming a huge river. These were not real currents, but rather the water of the underworld river condensed by countless grievous souls and cursed grudges. Even the corpses that had rotted into bones could be seen in these rivers. The river, which was devouring all the living beings around it. After this underworld river appeared, Elder Mu Xing's pupils shrank once again in alarm. According to the records, the Qingdian half-saint relied on his underworld river to slaughter hundreds of cities, refining all those ordinary people, with ordinary cultivators, all of them, far off in the air. Upon seeing his underworld river take shape, the Qingdian half-saint laughed twice. It's good that you guys know. Today, all of you are ready to enter my underworld river and become my sustenance. Ha 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 ha. The rampant laughter made Qing Hei's face more and more hideous. At this moment, he had once again regained his half-saint's confidence. Between the waves of his hands, only countless black spears were immediately condensed from the underworld river below. All of these black spears carried the power of the underworld on them that could corrode souls, as if they could penetrate the void. And then, under the control of the Green Destiny half-saint, it pierced fiercely towards Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli in the air. It's fast as lightning. The air was also left with just a hint of a dark engraving. Xiao Ashes and Lu Jiuli fought to block this attack. However, the two were also beginning to feel a hint of strain. Phew! From Xiao Ashes' mouth, he spat out a ray of blazing breath. The pupils of his eyes also flashed up with a crazy look. Senior brother Jiuli, can you carry it for a quarter of an hour? I have a trick. It's going to take some time. Xiao Ashes sensed the 49 heavenly flames within his body and his tone became solemn. No problem. Lu Jiuli's witch pattern power kept surging around him. He licked his lips. Carrying him for a quarter of an hour is not a problem. It's just a fight for your life. As a disciple of the master, the last thing he was afraid of was fighting for his life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worthy of being a disciple of the master. Yes, Xiao Ashes directly sat on his knees in the air, and he had already begun to mobilize the heavenly flame in his body. At this moment, it was as if there were dozens of volcanoes boiling inside his body. As the burning sky skill operated, 49 heavenly flames began to continuously breed flames from within his dantian. Then, it swam through his tendons. The 49 heavenly flames seemed to be sensed and began to roar madly. Some of the heavenly flames within his body were as hot as the sun, some were as violent as thunder, and some were as cold as frost. These heavenly flames continuously ran and intertwined within Xiao Ash's body, and Xiao Ash's body began to rise with a trace of mist. The burning sky skill that my master handed over to me in my hands. Which, the strongest move, and the most dangerous, if it is cast. Half-saint. So what? Xiao Ashes took a deep breath when he opened his eyes. Flames were already bursting out of his pupils. Come on! Xiao Ashes stood up violently. He let out a low gulp and spread his hands out. The aura in his body was like a torrent storming out, and at the same time, those foreign-colored heavenly flames also began to follow along and wrap out, constantly jumping on top of Xiao Ashen's palm. Give me! Melt! At this moment, even if Xiao Ashes was a genius, even if he possessed the 10,000 phase fire body, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had already immersed all of his mind and soul in fusing the heavenly flame, controlling the power of his divine soul. He guided each heavenly flame, compressing and fusing the power within them. Crap! In the distance, Elder Hundred Lie's entire scalp instantly exploded after he looked at that crazy scene in the distant sky. Crazy! That guy Xiao Ashes is really crazy. He's going to the 49 heavenly flames in his body fused to all of them. Elder Hundred Lie's body was tingling, and he was almost unable to stand in the air. This, Elder Mu Xing sniffed, and his back began to be slick with sweat. Beside them, the Flying Sword Sect Master Li and the Green Phoenix Clan's clan chief Qing Yu both swallowed hard. Perhaps, with the strength of the Supreme Realm, they wouldn't be afraid of a single heavenly flame. But, that was a whole 49 heavenly flames. Moreover, it was still the kind that was going to be fused into one by Xiao Ashes. If it failed, just the self-explosion of these 49 heavenly flames would be enough to completely erase the entire secret realm. Senpai, you quickly say something. This is just crazy. Elder Hundred Lie's few people were about to collapse. Seeing this, Qin Yuan shook the green jade tea light in his hand and took a sip of tea before he was under the earnest gaze of the several people of Elder Hundred Lie. Rushing toward the distant Xiao Ashes, he said, "Go for it, Hundred Lie Elder crowd." Chapter 41. Eat me with a 49-colored Supreme Lotus. Cheer up. At this time, shouldn't you be telling your disciples to stop this madness? Elder Hundred Lie's few people were completely dumbfounded, and Xiao Ashes was immediately energized after hearing his master's encouragement. The speed at which the heavenly flame fused in his hand also became even more rapid. This time, the Green Destiny Half-Saint also seemed to have discovered those heavenly flames in Xiao Ash's hands, and his attacks became even more swift. The water in the underworld river also began to materialize into various weapons. It was constantly piercing towards Xiao Ashes, but these attacks were all neutralized by Lu Jioli one by one. The opponent's sorcery seemed to have a mutually exclusive power with his underworld power. This caused the attack power of the Green Destiny Half-Saint to plummet drastically. Damned griffins! This saint is going to behead you all with all his might. The Qingdian Half-Saint saw that he couldn't even break Lu Jioli's defense for a while, and he was on the verge of breaking the border of defense. And Xiao Ashes was clenching his teeth at that moment. All the veins above his forehead had begun to bulge. The first heavenly fire was as hot as the sun, turning into a golden flame. It began to jump continuously between his palms. The second heavenly flame was as cold as frost, turning into a silver flame. It began to merge with that golden flame with each other. The third heavenly flame was as violent as thunder, turned into a purple flame into it. Then the fourth course, the fifth, the sixth, a heavenly flame, guided by Xiao Ashen's strong divine soul force, began to fuse continuously in the operation of the burning sky skill. And in front of him, a huge fireball with a diameter of over 10 feet began to boil and burn. The 49 heavenly flames were continuously intertwining and devouring each other, with no one serving anyone. Sweat had appeared on Xiao Ash's forehead. It's not enough, Xiao Ashes once again shouted in a low voice, and his strong soul force instantly compressed these balls of light continuously. The power of the 49 heavenly flames was constantly compressing, gathering, and condensing. The embryo of the fire lotus seems to have taken shape. Burning sky technique. Melting fire chapter. 9 heavenly flames gather divine awnings, melting the Qiankuan and transforming it into a hot sun. 10,000 flames return to one and burn the heavens, blazing light shining through the world to break the Xianhuang. Give me the melt. Xiao Ashes snapped and slammed his hands together fiercely. The 49 heavenly flames in front of them that were originally still in a raging chaos unexpectedly formed a bizarre balance in a split second. The flames of 49 colors continuously intertwined, surprisingly forming a splendid picture scroll at this moment. And at that moment, a fire lotus with a diameter of 100 feet was born. The 49-colored Supreme Lotus has become a success. A fire lotus that possessed 49 colors just quietly hovered above Xiao Ash's right hand. It was spinning slowly, each petal above the lotus flower coming to life. This moment, this fire lotus, was breathtakingly beautiful. In the light of the rotation, the surrounding space was being twisted and incinerated into nothingness by the power of the fire lotus. 49 colors of the Supreme Fire Lotus. Molding. In the distance, the Green Destiny Half-Saint looked at the fire lotus in the air above Xiao Ash's palm, and a flash of shock flashed out from his pupils. What exactly is the technique you're practicing? Surprisingly, so bizarre. Aren't heavenly flames not compatible? What the hell are you? What the hell are you? The Green Destiny half-saint had lived for tens of thousands of years and froze without ever seeing such a bizarre technique. Plus, he was also able to keenly perceive that if he were to be stained by that fire lotus, then I'm afraid the consequences would really be hard to say. Me, I am merely a disciple that my master has taken in. There are plenty of older brothers who are better than me. Although Xiao Ash's face was a bit pale, his tone was filled with strong respect. He was proud to be a disciple of his master, and very proud of it. Your master? Who is it? Maybe I even recognize it. The more the Qingdian half-saint used his divine soul to perceive that fire lotus, the more he realized the destructive power contained in that fire lotus. Heavenly flame, belonging to a type of the power of heaven and earth. So even if he had condensed a saint rhythm, he didn't dare to say that he would be able to carry that fire lotus without injury. You don't deserve to know my master. Xiao Ashes sensed the aura within the dantian within his body and lightly exhaled. Fusing the 49-colored supreme fire lotus had directly drained close to half of the aura in his body. One must know that the aura within his body, a first sky of the supreme realm, was even comparable to that of a sixth sky of the supreme realm. Moreover, the power of the divine soul had been mostly consumed. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to fuse the 49-colored supreme fire lotus. Alright, Xiao Ashes looked at Lu Jiuli in front of him. This quarter of an hour, Lu Jiuli had really put his life on the line to be able to resist the attack of the half-saint. Even the supreme engravings on his body were much dimmer. Senior brother. Next, it's my turn. Lu Jiuli didn't push himself and dashed to behind Xiao Ashes to start regulating his breathing. Phew. Xiao Ashes stepped on the void and slowly walked towards the Qingdian half-saint. And above his right hand, he was holding the slowly rotating 49-colored supreme fire lotus. And wherever he passed, even space was distorted and incinerated, looking bizarre to the extreme. So next, dog half-saint, eat my 49-colored supreme lotus. Xiao Ashes locked onto the Qingdian half-saint. There was a monstrous killing chance in his eyes. In the next instant, he stepped on the void. The power of space rippled out, and in just an instant, he arrived before the eyes of the Green Destiny half-saint. At the same time, Xiao Ashes swung his right hand directly round. The huge fire lotus, which was 100 feet wide, then viciously beckoned towards the head of the Green Destiny half-saint. Under such close proximity, even the Green Destiny half-saint could not escape at all, as the space around him had been imprisoned by the power of the fire lotus, and he could only operate the holy rhythm in his body to block. The moment the heavens suddenly tumbled, the 49-colored supreme fire lotus in Xiao Ash's hand had dangled down with a roar. The Green Destiny half-saint was just about to cast a means of defense when he realized with horror that his right hand had begun to be burned by the flames. It was also at this moment that the 49-colored fire lotus instantly exploded. Starting from its lotus heart, it collapsed the surrounding space of thousands of feet directly into a blazing white vortex. No way! I'm a half-saint. A supreme realm attack. How could it possibly cause such destruction to me? I don't believe it. A hissing sound of throat bones bursting apart issued from the mouth of the Qingdian half-saint. And by now, the flames had already traveled down his mouth and nose and into his 7 orifices. Boom! His pupils directly exploded. It turned into 2 white flames that kept burning, and the flesh and blood also went up in smoke again at this moment. The cranium appeared and then was continuously engulfed by this terrifying flame. Then, it spreads from the skull toward the bottom, pouring down the spinal grooves. The flames that were capable of devouring divine souls and damaging holy bones were burning the chest cavity of the Qingdian half-saint. Ah! The Green Destiny half-saint frantically tore at his chest, but realized that he was unable to extinguish this bizarre flame lotus flame. In the collapsed space, an extremely terrifying flame phase overlapping transformation was taking place. No way! I'm a half-saint. Me! I haven't stepped into the Xian-K heavenly gate yet. I'm not willing. Tens of thousands of years of transportation. So hard to resurrect. Me! Not willing. The miserable screams of the Green Destiny half-saint resounded through the sky. The space he was in had been scorched with chaotic cracks. This was the embodiment of space shattering to the extreme, and in the remnants of the fire lotus, this half-saint was then completely annihilated in the flaming rainbow light. The flame phase stacking transformation also began to be slowly repaired, and eventually the fire lotus disappeared. The entire sky of the secret realm was also rendered into a demonic crimson. At this point, that half-saint completely perished. The divine soul was turned into nothingness, and even the holy body was incinerated into ashes. However, this Qingdian half-saint revealed a piece of news before he died. This news also caused Elder Muxing and the others, who were in the midst of shock, to become more and more appalled. Xian-K Heavenly Gate. The legend turned out to be true. There really is a place where the Xian-K Heavenly Gate is located. Chapter 42 Raise a Supreme Being and Taste the Salt. In the green barren plains, the last unwilling hiss of the Qingdian half-saint still lingered in the ears of Elder Hundred Lie several people. A half-saint. Just like that. A complete fall? Elder Hundred Life forcefully sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the Shao ashes that had reappeared in front of him, he couldn't help but shiver. He had seen the power of that 49-colored Supreme Fire Lotus clearly just now. That was a terrifying killing move that was capable of completely killing even half-saints. Master, my disciple is fortunate. After Shao Ashes saw Qin Yuan land in front of the crowd, he stepped forward and bowed. You shouldn't get too carried away. Qin Yuan smiled as he looked at Shao Ashes. Although you and the Jiuli duo jointly joined forces and killed a half-saint. But, in fact, the two of you happen to both restrain each other, which is why you have such a great advantage. Plus, this demi-saint's attacks are vapid and powerless, clearly a half-assed demi-saint, and it's still just been resurrected. It hasn't completely stabilized its strength at half-saint. Therefore, you may kill each other. But, Qin Yuan nodded. Good job. Shao Ashes and Lu Jiuli both heatedly laughed at the words. Shao Ashes, remember, Master is teaching you a trick. Qin Yuan lightly exhaled, then said in a serious tone, if you rub the Fire Lotus on it before you encounter an enemy next time, by the time the enemy arrives in front of you, you'll directly throw a 49-colored Supreme Fire Lotus over. Won't this opponent blow up? When Shao Ashes heard this, he immediately showed a look of sudden realization. What Master said makes sense. My disciple obeys the teachings of my master. When Elder Muxing and Elder Hundred Lai several people heard this, their faces twitched even more. Rubbing Fire Lotus before encountering an enemy? When you meet up with the enemy, you'll directly throw a strike of 49-colored Supreme Fire Lotus over? Nice guy. Now the opponent is really blowing up. Mentally and physically. It all has to blow up. Master, just now I heard this dog half-saint say something before he died. That he hadn't gone to some Xian-K heavenly sect yet? What is this? Shao Ashes was curious at this moment, and the few Elder Muxing on the side immediately pricked up their ears. They had also heard a thing or two about it. In the rumors, Xian-K Tian Men. Truthfully, I haven't been. Qin Yuan said matter-of-factly. After all, only the best of the half-saints could have the opportunity to step into this thing. He hadn't really been there. Because of his strength, he hadn't reached half-saint yet. But, immediately afterward, Qin Yuan turned his words around and said with a slight smile, between heaven and earth, there is indeed such a place. If the legend of the Xian-K Heavenly Gate remains in this realm, it is true. The words were spoken. Elder Muxing instantly became agitated as he swallowed his saliva and said, could it be that there really is a Xian-K Heavenly Gate? I always thought it was just a legend. A rumor. Qin Yuan waved his hand. Where are all the legends? Elder Muxing was once again excited. Xian-K Heavenly Gate. It's claimed to be a peculiar place that can only be subtly perceived through the power of the sacred rhythms within one's body after breaking through to the half-saint realm. Because, it is the gateway to the realm of saints. Rumor has it, only after arriving at the half-saint realm, one needs to accumulate enough holy rhythm power within their body and push their half-saint strength to the peak after. Only then is it possible to invoke the Xian-K Heavenly Gate. Only the power of sacred rhythms can resonate with the Xian-K Heavenly Gate. Again, according to what the legends say, when the Xian-K Heavenly Gate manifests, an imposing palace gate will surface in front of the cultivator. It is claimed that the palace gate connects heaven and earth and contains supreme mystery and pressure. What's more, if one's cultivation level is not sufficient in holy rhythm, one will not even be able to push open the palace gate, not to mention stepping into it to seek that opportunity to break through to the sage realm. Qin Yuan nodded. This Xian-K Heavenly Sect isn't much different from the rumors you mentioned. If you guys work hard, you might be able to invoke the Xian-K Heavenly Gate in a few tens of thousands of years. Elder Muxing and the few others looked at each other and all of them revealed helpless smiles. Tens of thousands of years from now? I'm afraid it's hard to say if they'll be able to break through 2 more realms. Wait until you get out. Shao Ashes. Master will follow you to the southern region of the Imperial Continent to see how strong this little fellow Lin Chong is. This little guy has a bit of a temper. I'm afraid he'll suffer in the southern region. Qin Yuan sighed tersely, his thoughts seeming to drift back to the time when he and Lin Chong had first met. Lin Chong possessed an innate Great Desolate body, which was most suitable for practicing the Great Desolate diffracting heavenly decree. However, with this technique, the attack is extremely punchy. It was feared that it wouldn't be that easy after leaving the desolate ancient heavenly tomb from Lin Chong. Yes, Master. Shao Ashes immediately nodded his head. Lu Jiuli, who was on one side, said to Qin Yuan, Master, this trip to the burial abyss, it also benefits the disciple. I plan to close the door immediately after I go out and have a fine epiphany. Qin Yuan nodded. Aha. Senior, we are very familiar with the route of the southern region of the Imperial Continent. We can be a guide for you. Elder Muxing immediately said forward. If you don't flatter them, when will you do it? Good. Qin Yuan looked at Hundred Lai beside Elder Muxing and smiled. Just in time. Let's go to the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect first. What Grand Elder 100 Lai said before won't be disregarded, right? No, no, no. Elder 100 Lai immediately winced and said repeatedly, Elder, don't worry. The 13 Heavenly Flames within the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect definitely offer as much as you can. In that case, I'm relieved. The smile on Qin Yuan's face did not diminish. Immediately after that, a step forward was taken. Turning his back to the crowd, he stood with his arms folded and said, however, after all, it is the southern region of the Imperial continent. The masters are like clouds, and the clans are numerous. With my strength of a cave void realm first sky, if I were in the southern region of the Imperial continent, wouldn't I be able to kill hundreds of people with a single slap? The few Elder Muxing's faces couldn't help but throb when they heard this. An ordinary cave void realm first sky. That was indeed not quite enough if one was in the southern region of the Imperial continent. But you are not an unusual whole one heavy sky. Just as well. It's better to boost your strength a little. Rise a supreme and taste the salt. Qin Yuan once again shook his head and sighed. The figure stepped forward once again. But this time, Qin Yuan's figure came directly to a high altitude 10,000 miles away. A wisp of breath burst out. Shasta. The sky above the green barren plain suddenly twisted and shattered. Not only that, even the earth underneath Elder Muxing's several feet was completely shattered. There was also the surrounding space, all of which began to rupture, as if this side of heaven and earth was about to collapse. Ka-ching! Right at this moment, a terrifying thunderous voice that sounded like it came from the ancient times exploded in the ears of the crowd. Thunder shook his ears. Tens of millions of dark golden thunderbolts instantly erupted from the void cracks in this blasted fragmented space. And after these thunders appeared, they began to coalesce crazily. Immediately after that, it transformed into one supreme robber dragon after another. Not only that, gilt ancient engravings flowed from the bodies of these robber dragons. Each gilded ancient robber dragon was thicker than a mountain, and the thunder plasma that erupted between the tumbling of the dragon scale armor could scorch that piece of space with pitch black marks, and the entire broken space was densely packed with all of these gilt ancient robber dragons. The pupils of Elder Muxing and Elder 100 Lai and the others were terrified. Their bodies trembled, and their throats roared low. What the do you call this ascending as supreme? I am afraid that the breakthrough to sainthood is not such a big battle. Chapter 43 Arriving at the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. At this moment, within the green barren broken space, countless numbers of these gilded ancient robber dragons were continuously whistling and circling, and their postures seemed to want to crush this heaven and earth, and the entire space had been transformed into a golden thunder prison. The dragon heads of these robber dragons seemed to be looking for the target that had triggered them. As they continued to gulp between them, the space around them was also being flooded with folds. It seemed that in the next second, there was finally a thunder dragon that had found its target in the thunder prison ocean, and it began to frantically roar towards Qin Yuan. A heaven-shaking dragon roar also erupted from his mouth. Roar! Qin Yuan stood on the surface of the boiling thunder pool as he looked at the thousands of feet large thunder dragon that was whistling towards him. Then he shook his head gently. Then, his right hand casually clenched in the air. It was as casual as catching a firefly. In an instant, the ancient gilt supreme robber dragon that had charged the most ferociously directly exploded into the purest supreme power. The whirlwind was absorbed into Qin Yuan's body. The rest of the gilded robber dragons seemed to have realized of their companion's sacrifice, and began to surge towards Qin Yuan even more frantically. They swooped down in a frenzy, as if they wanted to devour Qin Yuan. However, as a light laughter sounded out from Qin Yuan's mouth, the entire endless thunder prison was instantly dented. Tens of thousands of robber dragons were twisted into a spiral torrent by this twisted spacetime, and then it began to blow up inch by inch. It transformed into countless amounts of the purest supreme power, surging towards Qin Yuan's body. Moreover, Qin Yuan devoured these powers extremely quickly, in just 2 breaths. After the last trace of the gilded lightning pattern completely dissipated, silence once again returned to the shattered space, and a spatial turbulence wind blade began to fill it. Obviously, this secret place has completely ceased to exist. All that exists is the eternal void of wind blades. Is this the supreme realm? Qin Yuan's aura reached the first sky of supreme being. As his feet moved in pace, the supreme engravings immediately coalesced into ancient patterns. Every step that fell seemed to have the laws of the great Tao generated underneath the feet, and behind Qin Yuan, there was only a spatial scorch mark from the supreme thunderbolt left behind. Elder 100 Lai and Elder Muxing had been completely dumbfounded. This terrifying array just now. But whenever a thunder dragon smashed down on their heads, they're all going to go up in smoke. I'm afraid this was not an ordinary supreme robber dragon, but an ancient gilt supreme robber dragon. The weakest one had the power of a supreme 8th heaven's full force strike. The strongest batch, on the other hand, were all above half saints in terms of power. They originally already knew that Qin Yuan was strong, but now, they realized that they were wrong. Qin Yuan was even stronger than they had imagined strong. Even that was no longer a height they could gauge. Ka-ching! Space had begun to collapse. With a single thought from Qin Yuan, the crowd only felt the heavens and earth shift once again. In an instant, they then suddenly realized that they had arrived in the silent spirit plane beyond the burial exalted abyss. And the abyss in front of him was the entrance to the burial exalted abyss. Thank you, Elder. Elder Muxing and Elder Hundred Lai. Several people immediately arched their hands in respect. Qin Yuan waved his hand. At this moment, Lu Jiuli also slowly stepped in front of Qin Yuan before kneeling down to his master. Master, disciple will stay in the silent spirit planes for a party of enlightenment. Aha! Qin Yuan nodded. With a wave of his hand, a soft force lifted Lu Jiuli up. 9 lives, keep the identity wooden plate. In case of any irresistible danger, remember to transmit an origin power towards the wooden plaque. The crisis will lift itself. Once Lu Jiuli stood up, he flipped his palm, and the uniquely shaped wooden sign of identity immediately surfaced. It was at this point that he snapped to attention. Originally, the wooden plaque that he could not sense any fluctuation of breath at all contained a unspeakable supreme greatness. So, Master, what you said about the great mana enchantment is true? Lu Jiuli said in shock. Qin Yuan's eyes danced twice when he heard this. What? Do you take Master as a joke? No. Coughed Lu Jiuli twice. This time, he finally realized that only after stepping into the supreme realm would he be able to sense this hint of greatness. Original. The wooden identity plate that his master said to him could really save his life in critical moments. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuli's eyes reddened a little. Okay, save the melodrama for later. Qin Yuan waved his hand and said, Shao Ashes, let's set off. The southern region of the imperial continent. Yes, Senior. Shao Ashes immediately nodded his head and turned to Lu Jiuli. Senior brother, take care. We'll meet again in the southern region of the imperial continent in the future. Aha, Senior. And then, Qin Yuan left the place with Shao Ashes, as well as Elder Muxing and Elder Hundred Lai, as well as Sect Master Li of the Flying Sword Sect. This trip is complete. It's time for me to return to the clan. Qin Yu, the leader of the Qingfeng clan, looked at Qin Yuan's back with respect in his eyes. Lord Father, I have also had some epiphanies on this trip, and I will also stay in this silent spirit plane to retreat and cultivate. Qingfeng Lan said. Good. Lu Jiuli and Qingfeng Lan looked at each other and both smiled. Qingfeng Lan, when this retreat is over, I'll take you around the central state. My senior brother is over there. Yeah. However, this central state is a long way now. When the time comes, we'll really have to rely on you. Good brother. Ha? What do you mean? It means, you transform into your body and let me ride you to the central state. He. Miles of flowing clouds below. A flying boat with green cloud patterns flowing throughout its body was traveling between heaven and earth. At the head of this flying boat, a huge dragon head was carved, and the eyes of the dragon head erupted with blue flames. The dragon's whiskers had transformed into spirit guidelocks and were pumping the aura from the spirit stones as a source of supply. The surrounding cyclone also protected the entire flying boat within it from the surrounding wind currents. Looking at the interior of the flying boat again, various addicts stood among them. Cultivators have even more of what they use on a daily basis. Senior, this is my Stargazer Pavilion star-chasing streaming cloud boat. It belongs to a holy artifact. All that's needed is to embed heavenly spirit stones in this circumstantial Star Trek map. Then you can drive this boat. It's a bit faster than even the teleportation array. Elder Muxing was introducing Qin Yuan, who was standing at the bow of the ship. And at this time, the scenery around the flying boat had been drawn into a slender shape, and even all the color faults had appeared. The spirit pressure dispersed from the stern of the ship was leaving behind gusts of spatial ripples. Its speed was, indeed, faster than an ordinary teleportation array. These are not the point. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. I only ask, how much longer will it take us to reach the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect? Elder Muxing replied back. Back to Senior. There are still 2 hours left before we arrive at the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Very good. Qin Yuan stroked his palm. The face of Elder Hundred Lai on the side didn't look as carnal as before. Instead, he felt that this was the creation of his Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. To be able to hitch a ride with an elder who possessed the greatness of heaven and earth, not to mention the 13 heavenly flames. What's the harm in even giving the entire Heavenly Flame Divine Sect to Senior? 2 hours passed in a flash. After breaking through a thick layer of red-colored clouds, the star-chasing streaming cloud boat finally arrived before the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Chapter 44. A holy son is worse than a dog. The Heavenly Flame Divine Sect didn't have too many enemies in the southern region of the Imperial Continent. Instead, they preferred to make connections. At this moment, the star-chasing streaming cloud boat had already arrived before the heavenly flame divine sect. This was the Flame Mountain Range in the southern region of the Imperial Continent, and at the top of this huge mountain range, a majestic red golden temple just stood there, and due to the influence of the heaven and earth's fortune, the blazing Flame Mountain Range was filled with blazing fire attribute aura all year round. On the top of the mountain, around that one large hall, there were all kinds of flame crystals inlaid, and these flame crystals blossomed with flames day and night, which never seemed to go out. Not only that, there were dozens of pillars of fire through the sky around this great hall. On top of the pillar were engraved the engravings of all the successive patriarchs of the heavenly flame divine sect as well as the elders' sense of the fire attribute. If an unusual disciple could have a hint of epiphany, it would be of great benefit to his own strength breakthrough. By lie. I remember that your heavenly flame divine sect is usually very lively, right? How is it that when we came today, there were only a few disciples walking on these steps? Xiao Ashes was naturally no stranger to the heavenly flame divine sect. After all, there were 3 heavenly flames in his body that were taken from here. However, the sight in front of him made him a little curious. I don't know. Our heavenly flame divine sect doesn't dare to say that we are the strongest force in the southern region of the Imperial Continent though. But it can't be as cold as this, as it is today. What the hell is going on here? Elder Hundred Lie was also a bit bewildered. And at this moment, the crowd had already arrived at the Flint Steps. With a wave, a deacon-looking elder walked over. Greetings to Elder Hundred Lie. This deacon elder was only around the 3rd heaven of the divine tribulation realm. What's going on today? Where are the people? Why does it feel cold and quiet? Elder Hundred Lie asked quickly. Elder Hundred Lie, you don't know? The deacon elder was stunned for a moment. Earlier today, the Taishao sacred domain came. It says that the once in 50,000 years Holy Sun competition has begun. They're going through the surrounding small realms, searching for heavenly materials and exotic treasures, and are making us make offerings. Although the deacon elder had anger in his heart, he only dared to be angry. This small world, naturally, referred to the many small thousand worlds like the Nine Xian realm. What about the patriarch? What about the supreme elder? Elder Hundred Lie clenched his fists, a hint of fire already mixed inside his voice. The supreme elder has been seriously injured, and the patriarch is in the middle of circling around that saint sun from the Taishao sacred realm in the great hall of fiery flames. And just now, the patriarch has already given the order. The deacon elder gritted his teeth and whispered, have all the disciples within our heavenly flame divine sect withdraw from the Flame Mountain Range. The meaning of the words was clear enough. I'm afraid that this heavenly flame divine sect's patriarch will have to fight with the other party. Phew. Although Elder Hundred Lie was also extremely angry, he still retained a trace of sanity. Staying green is not a worry. Sovereign is a bit impulsive. What they want, just give it to them. Seeing this, the deacon elder immediately said, as soon as that saint's son arrived, his family's Tao protector sensed the heavenly flame that our heavenly flame divine sect has been collecting for years, and demand that we hand over all 13 heavenly flames to them. The patriarch was unwilling, and then, the supreme elder was heavily injured. Those 2 saint sons protectors are both half-saints. Our patriarch and the supreme elder are only at the 9th sky of the supreme realm. Can't beat that. What? The expression on Elder Hundred Lie's face changed when he heard this. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Qin Yuan and Xiao Ashes. Then a clench of teeth. Alright, you take the remaining disciples and get out of here quickly. I'm going to check out the Great Hall of Flames. After saying that, he turned sideways again and rushed at Qin Yuan with an apologetic face. Senior, I'll go then. Well, let's go check it out too. Qin Yuan laughed softly, as if none of his thoughts could be seen in his smile, but Xiao Ashes beside him was already aware of it. He knew his master's nature. Since he said that these 13 heavenly flames were his own, it was no good for anyone to come. What holy son of the heavenly sacred realm? What family protector? You dare to rob us? Then you must die. Heavenly flame divine sect. Main peak. Inside the flame great hall. In the hall, there were only a few people. All the disciples have left. There were only a dozen or so elders suppressing their anger, while at the bottom of the great hall, the heavenly flame divine sect's supreme elder was lying on the ground, not knowing if he was dead or alive. Beside him, a middle-aged looking man in red was clenching his fists, looking upwards at the 3 people occupying the seats in the main hall. Above the great hall, only a man in green-colored attire could be seen, just looking out of the corner of his eye at everyone below. There was a green mark on his brow, and on his head was a green crown of bound hair. The crown of the hair bundle was inlaid with all sorts of treasures, and just the fluctuations emanating from the treasures were enough to prove that these things were extraordinary. The appearance was slightly thin, but that strength of the 7th heaven of the supreme realm could not be faked. Beside him, Two old men who were also dressed in cyan were looking at everyone below with indifferent expressions. As the Holy Sun's protectors, the strength of each of the two of them was that of a half-saint. Moreover, it was still an actual half-saint. Patriarch Li, I've already given you half an hour. 13 heavenly flames can be offered up. The Holy Sun, who occupied the main seat, yawned. Please, Holy Sun, give me another quarter of an hour. In a quarter of an hour, the 13 heavenly flames of my heavenly flame divine sect will definitely be offered as they are. Patriarch Li took a deep breath at this time and said without being humble, and keep me waiting for you for a quarter of an hour? The green-clothed Saint Sun lowered his eyes, a hint of impatience already appearing in his gaze. Now, I'll only give you 10 breaths. 10 breaths later, more than a breath. In this great hall, a man will die. You, the heavenly flame divine sect patriarch clenched his fist violently, his aura of the ninth sky of the supreme realm bursting out, and at that moment, the two Tao protectors beside that green-robed Saint Sun frowned. The half-saint's holy rhyme pressure instantly suppressed it. This caused Patriarch Li's figure to stagger backward, and if it wasn't for the quick eyes of the elders behind him, he was afraid that he would have to plant himself on top of the great hall. If we hadn't promised the family not to cause too much killing, this heavenly fire god sect of yours still exists? The green-clothed Saint Sun stood up with a sneer on his face. Patriarch Li, remember, you are dogs before us, understand? As soon as these words came out, within the hall, all the elders of the heavenly flame divine sect all turned red with rage, and all of them did not dare to say anything more. After all, beside that Saint Sun, there were two half-saint protectors. TSK, apprentice, do you hear me? These days, the brain of a Saint's son isn't good either. This kid said that the heavenly flame divine sect's patriarch is a dog, but he's only at the 7th level of the supreme realm, while Patriarch Li is at the 9th level. So doesn't that mean the Holy Sun is saying he himself is worse than a dog? At that moment, an astonished voice rang out from the entrance of the great hall. The voice was not too loud and not too small, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Chapter 45. Act like you can beat me? Worse than a dog? Who is this man? For a moment, all the elders within the great hall, as well as the heavenly flame divine sect's patriarch, looked toward the voice. Only 3 men were seen standing at the source of the sound. One of them they couldn't be more familiar with. It was Elder 100 Lai, who had been sent by them to the middle of the imperial continent to search for the 10,000 heavens burning heart inflammation not long ago, and the 2 men beside Elder Bai Lai. Fixing his eyes, Patriarch Li was slightly stunned. Shao Ashes, he was also very familiar with. Who's the other guy? The words that just came out of his mouth. Master is right. Shao Ashes nodded his head and shook his head as he looked at the green-clothed Saint Sun who stood above the grand hall. This is really the first time I've heard a Holy Sun call himself a dog. Young, too brave. This was the first thought within the hearts of everyone in the great hall. In front of someone's Holy Sun, he directly called him a dog. This Shao Ashes and this mysterious person are also too brave. Master? However, the heavenly flame divine sect patriarch and the others also discovered the key point. Shao Ashes would often talk about his master, but no one had ever seen him. And right now, the crowd looked at the man in Xian clothes and couldn't help but become curious. This person is the mysterious master that Shao Ashes spoke of? How dare you dare to speak to our Wang clan's Saint Sun in such a tone? Seek death. In the great hall of flames, the 2 Tao protectors beside the green-clothed Saint Sun had hard voices. Eye to eye. It's about to hit the ground running. Wang Li, Wang Chong, don't make a move. This time, I'll do it myself. The green-clothed Saint Sun raised his hands and blocked the 2 Tao protectors. From the moment the 2 of them, Qin Yuan and Shao Ashes, arrived here, he had gained an insight into the strength of these 2 on the other side at a glance. 2 Supreme Realm First Heaven guys are just that. He was the 7th heaven of the Supreme Realm. You too, do you know who I am? The green-clothed Saint Sun slowly stepped forward. You who? Shao Ashes cocked his head and sized up that green-clothed Saint Sun. To be honest, he had only heard some rumors about the Tai Shao sacred region, but he didn't know anything about what exactly was going on over there. I am the Saint Sun of the Tai Shao sacred region, the 3rd sacred region, the Wang clan. Wang Cheng. Wang Qing's eyes were filled with a sightless Ling pride. The Tai Shao sacred domain, in total, possessed 7 great sacred domains. Their Wang clan, on the other hand, sat at the top of the 3rd great sacred domain, and he was even more of a Holy Sun within the Wang clan. This kind of status was enough to make him proud of the crowd. Don't recognize. Shao Ashes shook his head. The expression on Wang Qing's face was slightly stiff. Come to think of it, such barbaric places are not worthy of recognizing my Wang clan. Wang Qing's face grew cold. Just now, you guys said that I'm only at the 7th level of the Supreme Realm. The strength is not even close to that of this heavenly flame god sect's patriarch. But as I observe you, you're only at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Then are you not even worse than me? Wang Cheng sneered twice, seemingly realizing that he had used the other party's words to counterattack the other party. The smile on his face grew even more abundant. Not just you? Xiao Ashes laughed. He was truly amused by the other party. Make it sound like you can beat me. This statement was made. The crowd in the Great Hall was once again stunned. Even the two Dao protectors beside Wang Qing were stunned for a moment. If Xiao Ashes was at the 5th level of the Supreme Realm, or the 6th level, they might not have been so surprised. But, you're only at the 1st level of the Supreme Realm. Moreover, the two Dao protectors could tell at a glance that this Xiao Ashes had only just arrived at the 1st sky of the Supreme Realm not long ago, even though this holy son of theirs was not as strong as those other domains. However, it was also the 7th heaven of the actual Supreme Realm. How can you be defeated by a small Supreme Realm 1st sky? Also, just heard you say that. You admit you're a dog? Xiao Ashes suddenly said. You. All the veins on Wang Qing's forehead began to bulge. His expression grew colder and colder. On the other hand, the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect's patriarch gulped. Although he knew that Xiao Ashes was very strong and acted in a courageous style. But there's no advantage on our side. No matter how you look at the situation. 100 Lai. What the hell is going on? Patriarch Li looked towards 100 Lai, who had arrived beside him, before asking in a low voice. Although Xiao Ashes is powerful, he cannot be a match for that saint's son. And, his master? When Elder 100 Lai heard this, he said, Patriarch, don't you worry. This saint's son is really not enough for Xiao Ashes to beat. Patriarch Li's crowd froze once again. Supreme One beating 7 heavens? If you want to say you'll hit the 4th heaven, or even the 5th heaven, they'll believe it. But that saint's son is the 7th heaven. As expected, the barbarian land is mostly filled with frogs from the bottom of the well like you. Since you have such strong courage, dare to spar with me? Live or die. Wang Qing stood with his hands in the air, condescending. Although he was also thinking of directly letting the Dao Protector make a move to behead the other party, the fire in his heart had already been aroused. He had to personally strike and subdue the other party in order to relieve his anger. A mere 1st sky of the Supreme Realm dared to speak to himself in such a tone? Come. Xiao Ashes stepped forward, his palms itching strangely. He was truly curious about the strength of this holy son of the Tai Shao holy domain. The 7th heaven of the Supreme Being? He's even at a half-saint to death. It really doesn't hold any fear at all. Wang Qing also slowly stepped forward, slowly raising his own palm. The aura around him also began to boil at that instant. The fire attribute aura continued to grow. It was no wonder that the other party had taken a fancy to the heavenly flame within this heavenly flame divine sect. Wang Tian overwhelming palm. The green flames immediately condensed in front of Wang Qing's body to form a palm print filled with green supreme engravings. This was also their Wang clan's best skill, a peak imperial grade martial art. There were at least dozens of Supreme Realm cultivators who had died under his palm. It was obvious that Wang Qing had struck with killing intent. One hit. The green palm print wrapped in a blazing green flame began to come towards Xiao Ashes. Those other Supreme Realm elders within the Great Hall all began to break out in cold sweat on their foreheads when they saw this. Ask themselves, they can't catch this palm. Burning Sky Creation Palm. Palmistry? Xiao Ashes laughed. The thing he knows best is palmistry. In a matter of moments, Xiao Ashes utilized the 3 types of heavenly flames within his body. The power of the Burning Sky Creation Palm under the addition of the 3 heavenly flames would only become stronger. And it's extremely fast to cast. Purple, blue, and red heavenly flames burst out just by raising his hand. In front of Xiao Ashes, a huge 3-colored creation palm condensed. The moment the palm came out, the breath surged like a mountain. The 7th heaven of the Supreme Being? Xiao Ashes laughed again. This guy really thought he was a half-saint? Boom! The green palm and the 3-colored palm collided together in the sky above the Great Hall. In just an instant, the green-colored fire shadow's palm crumbled apart inch by inch. This caused Wang Qing's eyes to bulge and he said in shock, "What?" However, without waiting for him to think more, the Burning Sky Creation Palm was already blasting towards him. At this moment, Wang Qing seemed to feel that what he was facing was not a palm print, but a huge mountain fused by heavenly fire crushing towards him. His aura, as well as the space around him, had been distorted and imprisoned by this force. The supreme transported sky art could not be executed, and the speed at which the engraved lines coalesced all began to slow down. Wang Qing could no longer care about his face and yelled, "Wang Li, Wang Chong, save me." Chapter 46 First come, first served. I, the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, can tell the difference. In the Great Hall of Blazing Flames, Wang Qing's voice that was tinged with panic rang out. He was under the lock of his opponent's martial skill, and could clearly perceive that if he was really hit by this palm, that won't kill you, but it will cost you half your life. Just as Wang Qing shouted for help, in the southern region of the Imperial Continent, hundreds of millions of miles away, this place was known as the Ghost Crying Plain. and ordinary cultivators simply didn't dare to arrive here. For hundreds of miles around, no living creature dared to approach, even the magical beasts are no more, because this is the territory of the Soul Refining Hall. In the center of the Ghost Cry Plain, a magnificent dark palace stood. There was an eerie aura everywhere in this great hall, and from time to time, the sound of souls crying could be heard from it. Right in the center of the center, and in the tallest black hall, a man was standing with his hands folded, and on his brow was an ancient soul mark. Hall Master, the fate cards of Elder Twin Souls and Elder Withered Bones have been confirmed. They are dead. Not even their divine souls have escaped. Behind him, a Soul Refining Hall Deacon whispered, "Got it." The man in black nodded, a touch of pity appearing in his eyes. "Go down." "Yes." After the Deacon Elder left, the man in black tilted his head sideways before arching his body and said, "Holy Son." In the shadows within the great hall, 3 people walked out slowly. In the center was a man dressed in black robes, and in the center of his brow there was also a soul mark. The 2 people around him, on the other hand, were 2 old men with slim figures. Those ghostly fire and ghostly eyes were revealing their identity. These are the 2 half-saint protectors, and they were also the soul clan of the Tai Shao Sacred Domain Power. The second sacred domain, Soul Without Sea. How are the things that you were told to prepare for? The Soul Clan's Saint Son stepped forward and eyed Soul Wohai. Back to the Holy Sun. It's already done. In these 20,000 years, I have commanded the Soul Refining Hall and have refined 200,000 people with extraordinary souls. Now, this 10,000 souls in Dan has absorbed these souls. You can have it any time. Soul Wohai took a deep breath and bowed. So very good. Soul Knight smiled. Only the smile was mixed with indifference to life. In the Taishao sacred region, those other clans saw that our soul clan possessed such a strong soul refining method, and they all wanted to join forces against us. Forced by necessity, this kind of tactic cannot be performed in the Taishao sacred realm. Otherwise, perhaps I would have stepped into the realm of the half-saints long ago. Speaking of this, a hint of tyranny appeared in Soul Knight's eyes. He had been stuck at the 9th heaven of the supreme realm for a long time. As long as he condensed the 10,000 souls in Dan earlier, then he would have been able to step into half-saint long ago. Only the coalescence of the 10,000 souls in Dan was too cruel. It requires at least 200,000 people born with strong souls and can't be older than 20. Otherwise, the soul will be affected by the afterlife. Such cruelty was naturally not tolerated by the other clans and other sect forces in the Taishao sacred region. Therefore, the Soul Clan didn't dare to implement this plan in the Taishao sacred domain. Sacred Sun. How many sacred suns have come to the southern region of the imperial continent this time? Spiritless Sea asked. When Soul Knight flipped his hand, a square jade appeared in his hand. Within the white square jade, 3 names were flashing. The first name was imprinted Soul Knight. The second is Wang Cheng while the third is Hongyan, the seal of the sun. Soul Knight looked at the square jade in his hand. If the holy suns are divided into the same realm, they can pull out this seal to see each other's status. Wang Cheng, the third holy domain of the Taishao holy domain. The holy son of the Wang clan, with a strength of 7 heavens. Hong Yian, the 5th holy domain family of the Taishao holy domain. The Hong clan, with a strength of 9 heavens. But, none of them are a match for me. My opponent is the person from the first sacred region, that holy maiden, who is my greatest enemy in becoming the head of the sacred sons. Soul Knight once again took a deep breath and suppressed the violence in his heart. Soul Wohai, give me the 10,000 soul in pill. I'm going to refine this Dan and step into half-saint. Speaking of which, he slowly clenched his fist and grimaced. This time the battle for the sunship. We, the Soul Clan, will definitely take first place. Saint Sun. Soul Wohai took out the 10,000 soul-in pill and handed it over to Soul Knight in front of him. Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Flame Great Hall. How dare you hurt my holy son? The 2 half-saints of the Wang clan waved their hands instantly. The power of sacred rhythm filled the Great Hall and also easily dissolved Shao Ash's Burning Sky Creation Poem. Although, the Burning Sky Creation Poem had already incorporated 3 types of heavenly flames, but after all, they were facing 2 half-saints, and this attack power was still far from enough. Shame on you. Shao Ashes looked at his attack being dissolved as he showed a sneer. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the stone-faced Wang Cheng. That what's his name? The holy son of the king's family. Is this what you call one-on-one? Wang Cheng silently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, thick killing intent had surfaced in his eyes. He had lost such a huge amount of people within this heavenly flame divine sect, and in his heart, he already had no intention of letting these people go. Turning his head, Wang Cheng looked at the heavenly flame divine sect's patriarch and indifferently said, I'll give you 3 breaths to think. Give me your clan's 13 heavenly flames. I will then give you a way out. Of course, those 2 over there, I'm going to execute. Wang Qing glanced at Xiao Ashes and Qin Yuan beside him. They made such a fool of themselves that they had to die. A breath of time has passed. Wang Qing's gaze grew cold. 2 breaths. Yes. Without waiting for Wang Qing to finish speaking, the patriarch of the heavenly fire god sect took a violent step forward. When Wang Qing saw this, his face improved. Holy Sun. Just now, I have already talked with Elder Hundred Lai. I learned that Elder Hundred Lai had promised Xiao Ashes and his master when he was in the middle of the Imperial Continent. It says that when it arrives at my heavenly flame divine sect, it will gift them the 13 heavenly flames. And you guys, it's later. So, since the beginning of time, it's all about a first come, first served. The more Wang Qing listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. And when he heard the end, he was filled with murderous intent. And the heavenly flame divine sect patriarch took a long breath. Enduring his fear, he arrived in front of Qin Yuan and Xiao Ashes, rushing at the 2 of them. Then the spatial ring flickered with light. 13 sealed heavenly flames were floating in the air. And then, it was included in his spatial ring at Xiao Ashes' beckoning. We, the heavenly flame divine sect, have always kept our promises. We can tell the difference when it comes to first come first served. The heavenly flame divine sect's patriarch took advantage of the gap between the Saint Sun and Xiao Ashes' palms just now. Having already heard the ins and outs of what happened in the burial exalted abyss from Elder Hundred Lai, especially after hearing that Xiao Ashes' master had invoked an uncountable number of ancient supreme gilded robber dragons, the entire person was dumbfounded. It was needless to think that this was definitely a terrifying powerhouse that had transcended a realm. At the minimum strength, it was at least a saint. Moreover, it was still the kind of saint whose strength was not low. There is no need to even think about what that choice should be. Thighs. You have to pick up the thick ones to hold. Then you, the heavenly flame divine sect, are just looking for death. In that case, Wang Qing's eyes gathered monstrous killing intent. Rushing at the 2 family Dao protectors beside him, he twisted his head, his voice chilling. Kill them all. Not a single one left. Chapter 47. It's actually a saint. The 2 half-saints sniffed, and a monstrous holy rime pressure steeply descended upon the flame great hall. Even the pressure alone had begun to cause the great hall to tremble, while the pillars that had been poured were beginning to show signs of rupture. It was obvious that this great hall could not withstand the pressure of the holy rime. Those elders under the stage, each and every one of them felt as if a huge stone of 10 million pounds had been placed on top of their chests. The pressure was so great that their breathing began to stutter. People who bully others, and worthy of being called a holy son? Xiao Ashes did not have the slightest bit of fear in his eyes after feeling these 2 sacred rhythmic pressures that were a tad stronger than the green destiny half-saint. Instead, he stepped forward. The heavenly flame had already begun to wrap around the top of his arms. He intended to directly cast the 49-color Supreme Fire Lotus. This was also the strongest strike he could execute so far. Apprentice, calm down. The Fire Lotus is not necessary for now. Qin Yuan spoke up. He laughed aloud and lifted his foot for a moment. The terrifying pressure that permeated the great hall then suddenly disappeared without a trace. Those surrounding elders of the heavenly flame divine sect were also able to breathe. For a moment, everyone's pupils trembled gently. To be able to instantly disintegrate the sacred rhythmic pressure of 2 half-saint realm powerhouses? What kind of strength is this? At least, it wasn't a half-saint. Elder Hundred Lai tilted his head at this moment, full of confidence. Ha ha! Sovereign, elders, you guys just watch. The seniors I invited can have heavenly means. Qin Yuan couldn't help but be staggered at his words. Xiao Ashes in front of him slowly dispersed the heavenly flame in his hand and turned his head. Master, if you use this 49-colored Supreme Fire Lotus well, you can indeed take away a half-saint. But, don't ask for this grand hall, and the entire heavenly flame divine sect. Qin Yuan sighed tersely. Anyways, the other party has fulfilled their promise and sent us the 13 heavenly flames. We, too, are not good at tearing down other clans, are we? What Master said is true. Xiao Ashes immediately cupped his fists. As it happens, I also want to ask this saint's son about the matter of the Taishao sacred region. Qin Yuan stepped forward once again. Steep. A pressure that surpassed the sacred rhythm instantly descended upon the great hall. At this moment, behind Qin Yuan, it seemed that a divine and demonic shadow that looked like it came from the ancient era appeared. The divine and demonic silhouettes continued to enlarge between the pupils of the crowd. Even the crowd around them could no longer perceive whether this was a real shadow or a hallucination of their own. Dang! Qin Yuan once again took a step forward. The speed at which he walked was not fast, but his footsteps all seemed to land directly on the hearts of the crowd as they fell. It shook their souls. Dang! Another step forward, and all the space within the great hall began to solidify, as if space was frozen at this moment. An invisible pressure that was like an oceanic abyss began to diffuse above the great hall. The surrounding heavenly flame divine sect elders all had cold sweat on their foreheads. They had only experienced the aftermath of this pressure, and it had already caused the aura in their bodies to be on the verge of collapsing. Not to mention the Wang clan's Saint Sun on top of the Great Hall with the two Dao protectors beside him. Thud. Another step was taken. The deity-like silhouette behind Qin Yuan seemed to have opened its eyes in an instant. There was an aura in his eyes that was like an ancient epoch that was arriving in the pale. At this moment, it was as if there was an ancient killing god that was looking down on everyone. And at the first place in the Great Hall, Wang Cheng had long since turned white. He stared unbelievably at the silhouette, and dense beads of sweat had begun to seep out above his forehead. Both legs were beginning to tremble, no longer able to keep themselves steady. Dang! Another light step. Qin Yuan wore a smile on his face, while the three people above the Great Hall at this moment instantly felt the mighty pressure that was like the overthrow of the mountains and the sea come upon them. Click! The stone slabs under the trio's feet began to crumble. You! Who the hell are you? These two protectors of the Wang clan's Saint Sun were horrified. They were unexpectedly unable to operate the holy rhythm power in their bodies at this moment. Qin Yuan smiled without saying anything. Forward again. Boom! All three were forced to kneel in unison. Not only that, the corners of the three people's mouths began to spill blood at the same time, and their figures shook like sifting chaff. Until this moment, the eyes of Wang Cheng and the two Dao protectors were finally filled with intense shock and fear. Their hearts were even more set ablaze. What kind of pressure is this? This kind of pressure. They also only sensed a trace of it on the supreme ancestor within the family. That's transcending the realm of half-saints. Sage. The moment this concept appeared in the minds of Wang Qing's trio, their faces grew paler and paler. Surprisingly, it's a saint. Wang Qing gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. The clan's information is unreliable. Wasn't it said that there is only one saint, the domain lord, in the southern domain of this imperial continent? And the two Dao protectors next to him gritted their teeth and said, "This saint, forgive us for being blind just now, not sensing you. Now, you have acquired 13 heavenly flames for your disciples. Wang, leave it at that. What do you think?" Qin Yuan tilted his head, and he smiled. "That's not what you guys just said." He smiled slyly. "Didn't you say, you want to get me and my disciple killed? Elder, it was us who were unintelligent just now. This spatial ring contains exotic treasures that our family has treasured for many years. We would like to give it all." The Wang clan Dao protector on the left quickly removed the spatial ring. In front of the saints, the half-saints could only kneel on the ground as they were now. Because, after all, half-saints were only pseudo-saints. Only when one truly stepped into the level of the saintly realm would that be transcendent. That was an existence that could easily take down a half-saint with a lift of a hand. Just one. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the floating spatial ring. No, senior, it's 3. The Wang clan's Dao protector on the left quickly glared at the other Dao protector and Wang Qing. The other Dao protector hurriedly removed the spatial ring, while Wang Qing was a bit indignant, but also reluctantly removed his spatial ring. A flicker of flesh pain flashed across his face as he removed the spatial ring. "Wait for me," Wang Qing swore in his heart. As long as he waited for him to leave this place, he would return to the Taishao sacred domain at the first opportunity and report this matter to the patriarch as well as the supreme elder ancestor. So what if it's a saint? It's not like your own family doesn't have one. Apprentice, catch. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yuan flung those 3 spatial rings to Xiao Ashes, who was not far behind him. After Xiao Ashes received the spatial ring, he began to scavenge. As he searched, he said, "Master, this dog Saint's son has a lot of good things." Wang Qing sniffed and anger appeared on his miserable face. "Elder, look," the Wang clan's protector on the left side slowly said. "We can leave, right?" Qin Yuan took 2 steps forward and arrived at the main seat of the blazing flame hall and sat down. However, the saintly pressure that suppressed these 2 Dao protectors as well as Wang Qing did not disappear. "Don't worry, I've always been a man of my word." Qin Yuan stroked his palm and smiled. "After I ask you guys something, I'll let you leave. And, I promise, today will be treated as if it didn't happen." "Good. What senior said should be a team of horses." The left side Dao protector nodded repeatedly. And below, that 100-Lai elder immediately came to Xiao Ash's side with a somewhat anxious expression. "Xiao Ashes, you should persuade your master. Having been offended to such an extent, the other party definitely won't let up." Xiao Ashes, who was searching the items within the spatial ring, raised his head, looked at 100-Lai, and said, "Didn't my master say, after asking, he guaranteed to send them away and pretend that nothing happened today? I'll ask you then, 100-Lai, how about nothing happens? And, will they be allowed to leave this place? Or will they leave the world of men? Hey, just taste it." Xiao Ashes grinned, and after he finished speaking, he continued to swoosh these 3 spatial rings up. "It's time to say no. There's a lot of good stuff out there. It's worthy of being a saintly son's family. Chapter 48 Destroyed with a slap. The means must be ruthless. Senpai. The two Dao protectors beside Wang Qing respectfully said, I'm asking you guys. Qin Yuan looked at the other party and asked, how many people have come from your Taishao sacred region? What is the purpose? The Wang clan's Taoist protector on the left quickly replied. Back to Senior's words. In the Taishao sacred realm, there are a total of 7 saint sons that have come out. Within the 7 great domains, each domain selects one of the strongest contemporaries or the son of a clan to participate in the once in 50,000 years Holy Sun contest. And at the same time, those who came to the southern region of the imperial continent were the 3 great saints. The first one is the holy son of my Wang clan, Wang Qing. When this Dao protector said this, a touch of pride surfaced on the face of Wang Qing on one side, although he was not as strong as those other saints. However, one must realize that he was the youngest among these holy sons. In time, he was confident that he could surpass the other saint sons. The second one is the Soul clan in the second sacred region of the Taishao sacred region, and the person who came is their family's holy son, Soul Knight. The third one is the Hong clan in the fifth sacred region, Hong Ian. The strength of both of them is the ninth sky of the supreme realm. The Wang clan's Taoist protector glanced at Qin Yuan and then said, the holy sons came here to find the most powerful thing of chance in this world. Sumi Koi. In front of a great power at the realm of saints, the Wang clan's Taoist protector didn't dare to hide anything. Sumeru Koi? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes. In other words, the initiator of this Taishao sacred domain's 7 great domain saint sun contest has at least one Sumeru Koi in his hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to know the whereabouts of the other Koi. Yes, Wang's Taoist protector nodded repeatedly, and then some of the minutiae were all told truthfully. After a long time, Qin Yuan summarized. In other words, 3 of the saint sons within the 7 great domains of the Taishao sacred region are in the southern region of the imperial continent. Among them, the Soul clan has a subordinate power in the southern domain, the Soul refining hall. And you have come here for 2 purposes. First, look for some exotic treasures to enhance your strength, then leave in a month's time to rejoin the Taishao sacred region. Secondly, if you can search for the Sumeru Koi afterward, you can go directly to the initiator of the Saint's Son contest, and then break the rules to obtain the title of the strongest Saint's Son of this term. And, with the help of the other party, you can also step into the Xian-K Heavenly Gate in advance, right? Yes, Elder. What you summarized is completely correct. The Wang clan's Dao protector nodded repeatedly. However, our purpose is only the first one. As for this Sumeru Koi, we can only say that we'll take our chances. This kind of heaven and earth treasure is something we wouldn't even dare to think about. Qin Yuan nodded. And then, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Well, the questions I was going to ask have been asked. After hearing Qin Yuan's words, it was then that Wang's 2 Dao protectors breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! Immediately afterward, both of them clasped their fists and rushed at Qin Yuan. Then, Senior, we leave? The voice was careful. Well, don't worry, no need to be so nervous. As I said, when the time comes, I'll send you away as soon as I've asked the questions I want. Qin Yuan sat in the main seat with a smile on his face. Thank you, Elder. Wang's 2 Dao protectors immediately nodded their heads. Then he began to slowly back up, and Wang Qing was moving over towards the outside of the Great Hall step by step with the support of the 2 Dao protectors. Only, in the process of moving, Wang Qing's gaze was staring viciously at everyone within the Flame Great Hall. All of you mole crickets, wait for me. Wang clan. In the last second of leaving the Great Hall, Wang Qing gritted his teeth, itching to eat everyone present alive. And just moments after his words fell, outside the Grand Hall, a monstrous pressure poured down from above the firmament. That terrifying god-devil silhouette that looked like it came from the ancient times appeared abruptly. This time, it was even a few points more solid than the previous shadow. The holy rhyme pressure descended steeply. The figures of Wang's 2 Dao protectors instantly knelt outside the door of the Great Hall, both of them vindictive. One of them angrily yelled, Senior, I thought you said you wanted us to leave. You can't go back on your word. The other Dao protector was also furious for a while. Senior, do you really want to swear death with our Wang clan? Inside the Great Hall, on the main seat, Qin Yuan glanced at the 3 Wang clan members outside the main hall. I said, promise to let you go. Look, haven't you 3 already left the Great Hall? I, for one, keep my promises the best. The 3 Wangs outside the main hall's face darkened at the words. Qin Yuan then leisurely said, moreover, I am a person who, in my life, hates other people's threats the most. The Wangs? He laughed, and as he laughed, his right hand slowly lifted up and rushed in the direction of the outside of the temple with a slow grip. In an instant, the ancient god-devil silhouette at the entrance seemed to move. A monstrous greatness, wrapped in a terrifying holy rhythm pressure capable of bursting one's soul, ruthlessly smashed down towards the Wang clan's 3 people. Put. The 3 people at the doorway, the saint son of the Wang clan, plus the 2 half-saint realm clan Dao protectors, directly exploded into blood mist at this moment, without even having the time to let out a scream. His soul was already destroyed and his body was dead. It won't be long before the entire Wang clan will go down to accompany you. A hint of ruthlessness far beyond the ordinary also surfaced in the depths of Qin Yuan's gentle eyes. He had lived in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb for 1,000,000 years. Know one thing well. In a world dominated by cultivation, means must be ruthless. Fist is the way to go. No matter what world. That's killing 2 half-saints, plus a saint's son. Inside the main hall, all the elders of the heavenly flame divine sect present all swallowed hard. Looking at the shadow of the gods and devils outside the temple, the crowd realized that this was the legendary Saint's Phantom. A terrifying means that could only be comprehended after stepping into the realm of saints. After stepping into the sage realm, the battles had all transcended ordinary martial arts, and instead, one could completely replace battles with phases of law. The means that Qin Yuan had just executed were no different from the saintly Dharma phase attack means. Not bad for a senior. Inside the great hall, Elder Hundred Lai immediately spoke out against his tingling scalp. That's for sure. Don't even look at who my master is. Xiao Ashes also organized everything within his spatial ring at this moment. After dodging to Qin Yuan's side, he handed over the organized spatial ring to his own master. And Qin Yuan was not polite. After putting the space ring away, he straightened up and said, Xiao Ashes, refine the heavenly flame and the heavenly flame divine sect in these few days. After that, we'll go seek out your senior brother Lin Chong. And then, go to the Tai Shao sacred realm. Yes, master. Chapter 49. Before the person arrives, the sound arrives first. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. The southern region of the imperial continent. A grayish realm. It may have had a name before, but it lost it because no one has set foot here for tens of thousands of years. And here, at the end of this gray world, an ancient city covering a huge area, like the remains of an ancient beast, stretched across the area. The walls of the desolate city stood tall and tall, seemingly never falling down for 10,000 years. But judging from the mottled and crumbling cracks on it, even the thick walls could not withstand the erosion of time. Overlooking the deserted city, the city's streets were wide but strangely empty. The only thing that was left was a wisp of wind and sand constantly weaving in and out of the stone cracks of the city walls. Inside the deserted city, the air here was filled with a rotten smell. Even though there were many halls situated here, these great halls had long since lost the kind of splendor they once had. There were even many great halls with only morose, bone-like stone pillars left. These stone pillars pointed to the gray sky above, making the entire ancient city more and more desolate. Right here in the middle of the deserted old city, suddenly, a green figure steeply rose up from the center of the city. His figure was as fast as lightning, and as he moved, a fierce wind appeared around him, and the gale was mixed with the extremely dense great desolate chi. Ha! Who? This green-clothed figure arrived above the void in mere moments. At this moment, he was surrounded by an extremely dense great desolate chi. As if at this moment, he had already fused with this desolate city, and fused with the surrounding heaven and earth. A pair of black pupils, cold as ice. His gaze slowly scanned the deserted city below. The robes were even more windless, and a muttered voice came out from his mouth. Desolate city, the gray earth realm, the deserted city that no one had set foot in for tens of thousands of years seemed to wail in sorrow at this moment. Due to the power of heaven and earth, this desolate city had condensed the supreme power of the great desolate. As for Lin Chong, he was born with a great desolate body, best for practicing here. Nowadays, after stepping into the supreme realm, he had already absorbed all the power of the great desolate here. Subsequently, Lin Chang's aura also began to gradually climb. Supreme realm first sky, perfection, breakthrough. Supreme realm second sky, perfection, breakthrough. Supreme realm third sky, supreme realm fourth sky, breakthrough. At this moment, the strength of Lin Chong in the air had instantly crossed 4 orders, arriving at the 4th level of the supreme realm. After all, this was a treasure that had condensed the power of heaven and earth for tens of thousands of years. Now all of it was being absorbed by Lin Chong alone. This is thanks to Master's hand in helping me strengthen my great desolate body. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to absorb all of such a huge amount of great desolate power. Phew! The man in green had a cold face, and his words were filled with respect for the master he spoke of. It seemed to recall the scene back then when he fell into the desolate ancient heavenly tomb due to chance. If it wasn't for his master's intervention, I'm afraid he would have become the belly of a magical beast long ago. Master not only stepped in to save him, but also taught him all his skills, and even more so, he tapped into the Great Desolate body within him. It strengthened his roots and bones and gave him the powerful Great Desolate technique, the Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion technique. Lin Chong looked at the gray earth in the distance, spinning around. In the next second, a low drinking sound, he sounded out from his mouth. Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Destruction Finger. A low drink sounded like thunder exploding in the air, only to see. Lin Chong slowly raised his right hand, and then extended the index finger of his right hand to gently point at the front. From his fingertips, a greenish-colored light of desolation could be seen suddenly appearing, and as Lin Chang's finger pointed, this speed and movement seemed very slow, but the surrounding heaven and earth had already swirled with the supreme Great Desolate pressure. At this moment, this finger had already tugged at the power of the Great Desolate contained between heaven and earth. The void, an immense and incomparable finger instantly surfaced. This finger was greenish-gray in color, and its surface was even more covered with ancient and mysterious Great Desolate engravings. Each engraving above was emitting an ancient and full of barren and destructive aura. This finger is as thick as a mountain. With the release of the Desolate Heaven Imprisoning and Destroying Finger, that giant finger was like a heavenly moat. Wherever it passed, the space had collapsed inch by inch, transforming into one spatial crystal cluster after another. At this moment, it was as if there was only this one finger left in heaven and earth. It was carrying a supreme barren pressure as it blasted toward the front. Boom! As Lin Chong flexed his fingers, the huge green finger in the air also fiercely blasted towards the bottom. Before the giant finger even arrived, the terrifying Great Desolate mighty pressure had already collapsed the earth below. The entire gray plains trembled viciously for it. Countless cracks were spread throughout the plains as if they were spider webs. As this finger fell, the heavens and earth trembled tremendously. The power of desolation swept through the 8 wastelands. All the vitality is all annihilated under this finger. The Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion technique gifted by Master Teacher is truly extraordinary. Lin Chong nodded slightly as he looked at the destruction he had caused. Now, I am at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. I wonder what happened to senior brother Xiaoash's chance. After saying that, Lin Chong discerned the direction and then planned to head to the boundary that he had discussed meeting with senior brother Xiaoash's. And in the meantime, the edge of the Gray Plains, in the air, 3 fiery red figures arrived here. One of them had a rugged face, even his beard was red. Beside them were two old men in red robes, and judging from the abyss-like aura of the 2 old men, they were clearly 2 half-saints. What a terrifying Great Desolate power! Who is this man? I must befriend him. Han Yian's voice was loud and his red eyes were filled with unprecedented exuberance. Saint's son, we're traveling here to take our chances and see if we can find the Sumeru Koi. We'll try to stay out of other things. The Hong Clan Dao protector beside him warned in a low voice. No obstacles. No obstacles. Han Yian waved his big hand, and the aura of the Supreme 9 Heavens was instantly released. Besides, who can find something as nebulous as the Sumeru Koi? I'm afraid that even Soul Knight, who possesses the Divine Soul Secret technique, is unable to trace it? Forget it. A figure had appeared in Han Yian's perception. Immediately, he sped towards the other party without hesitation, his figure already transforming into a rainbow light. Behind them, the 2 Hong Clan Dao protectors didn't dare to delay, immediately followed. At this moment, as his senses got closer and closer, Hong Yian realized that he wasn't far from the other party. Ha 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 ha, Hong Yian's rough laughter rang out. This brother, before he could say the word, Taiwan, a bellowing voice drifted steeply from the distance. Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Destruction Finger. And then, only to see a huge green-colored barren engraved finger immediately emerge between the air. The desolate giant finger wrapped in the power of the Great Desolate Heaven and Earth and violently smashed towards the Hong Yian trio fiercely. The sound comes before the person arrives. 0 frame starters. Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Destruction Finger. Chapter 50 Befriend Me? No. Above the void, that one giant green finger was mixed with monstrous desolate power. Viciously, he smashed over towards the Hong Yian trio. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hongsher Tianran was numb. He had only just passed by and happened to sense a strong force of the Great Desolate. Wanted to come over and befriend it. As a result, he just entered the place and got a 0 frame start from the opposite side. Had to. He ran the aura in his body with all his might. Hongshan Palm. Deliver a full force blow. In front of Hong Yian's body, the huge red palm had already taken shape, and then impacted fiercely towards the huge green-colored finger in the sky that smashed down head-on. Boom! In just the instant of contact, the red palm was already in pieces, and the 1,000 feet long green-colored giant finger in the air was only slightly dimmed. What? Hong Yian was once again stunned. This palm of his could be said to have utilized nearly 80% of his body's strength. If he hadn't sensed that the other party was only at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, he would have thought that the other party was a peak Supreme Realm cultivator like himself. Seeing this, the 2 half-saint Dao protectors beside them quickly pinched their seals. The power of holy rhyme swirled out. This was the only way to resist the attack of this one giant green-colored finger. What a thick, great, desolate power. This son's talent is unexpectedly so terrifying. The two Dao protectors of the Hong clan were also slightly shaken in their hearts after resisting this finger. Even if it wasn't for the presence of their holy son, they all had to say that this person's talent was above that of their holy son. The fact that such a realm was able to produce such a horrifyingly strong gifted person also made them feel doubly shocked. This little friend. At that moment, one of the Dao protectors spoke. Just before he could continue on, another low voice came from the green-clothed figure on the opposite side. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. Han Yan and the two Dao protectors were slightly stunned. They're not even going to make a move anymore. And the opposite side is still coming? As a last resort, the two half-saints once again struck out in defense. In the distance, Lin Chang's gaze locked onto the three Han Yan people. After seeing that his opponent had defended against his two desolate heaven imprisoning destruction fingers, he also began to frantically operate the great desolate heavenly diffusion technique within his body, intending to execute an even more powerful great desolate martial skill. Little friend, we are not enemies. We're not here to fight. One of the Dao protectors immediately took advantage of this gap and shouted loudly. We don't mean any harm. Lin Chong frowned, but the great desolate heavenly diffusion technique within his body was already in operation. He stared warily at the three Han Yan people in the distance. No offense? My master has cautioned me. If you come across one with a higher strength than yourself, no nonsense first. Go up and give a finger before you say anything. Han Yan's face twitched as he sniffed. This acting style of the other party's master is truly formidable. We really don't mean any harm. Fong, we saw your excellency performing martial arts here. Therefore, I intend to come over and befriend you. Han Yan had arrived in front of Lin Chong and rushed at the other party, arching his hand. Make friends with me? Lin Chong was still full of caution. No delivery. The next second, outright rejection. My master said that when I meet someone who is stronger than me and wants to befriend me, it will be for one purpose only. Utilization. Speaking of this, Lin Chang's eyes steeped down dangerously. He is a person without much learning. Cultivation matters. He is determined to one word. Dry. No. Han Yan waved his hand repeatedly. Your Excellency, we really don't have the slightest bit of malice. We are from the Taishao sacred domain. Then, he informed Lin Chong of the matter of the Saint Sun contest, the battle for the Holy Sonship, in which there are many perils. A month later, after the Saint Sun of the Taishao sacred region's Cloud Sky Ring is set up, we, the Saint Sons, will only be able to bring a maximum of 2 helpers with us to the Cloud Sky Ring. Then, only the top 3 winners will be qualified to enter into the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate for Enlightenment. Xian-Ke Heavenly Sect? Lin Chong cocked his head and stared at Han Yan. After stepping into the Supreme Realm, he was no stranger to the Xian-Ke Heavenly Sect. However, it was ethereal and uncertain, and it was unlikely that an ordinary Supreme Being would even have the chance to set foot in it. However, if one really stepped into it, it would be a great opportunity for a Supreme Realm cultivator. You would give up such a good thing to an outsider like me? Han Yan sniffed and coughed lightly twice. Truth be told, among these 7 great saints of ours, the holy daughter of the first sacred realm is sure to secure a place among the top 3. And the Soul Clan of the second sacred region can be said to be the nail in the coffin. In other words, 3 places in this Saint Sun's cloud ring. Say 3. But really, for the holy sons of our other domains, there's just 1 copy. So the danger in this is great. Lin nodded his head, already roughly understanding the reason why the other party wanted to come over and make friends with him. In other words, the other side just wants a tough hitter. Help him, the holy son, get one of the 3 seats. This is a matter to be looked at again. I have things to do. Going first. Lin Chong thought for a moment and then said, although the chance of the Xian-Ke Heavenly Sect was important, the matter of meeting with one's senior brother was even more important. After saying that, he directly transformed into a green-colored rainbow light and disappeared into the air. Great personality. Han Yan froze for a moment, then transformed into a red aura and followed closely behind Lin Chong. The 2 half-saints beside him looked at each other and quickly followed. 7 days later, within the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect, a supreme pressure filled the entire sect. Supreme One Heaven's great perfection. Breaking. The great perfection of the second heaven. Break. Triple heavenly perfection. Break. In the end, the aura of the flaming figure in the air stabilized at the 4th heavenly round of the Supreme Realm. At this moment, Xiao Ashes had completely refined the 13 heavenly flames within the Heavenly Flame Divine Sect. Only, these heavenly flames were not ranked very high, so it only allowed Xiao Ashes to break through 4 realms. Supreme 4 heavens. It needs more work. Xin Yuan looked at Xiao Ashes, who had come before him, and taught. Aha! Xiao Ashes immediately nodded his head, and at that moment, with a sudden start, he took out a blue square crystal from his spatial ring. The square crystals were flickering. Master, Lin Chong, he's out of the gate too. And it's already at the place I agreed with him. Obviously, this was a transmission square crystal. Qin Yuan smiled leisurely at his words, then set off immediately. Let me see just how geometrical this little fellow Lin Chang's strength is. Ding! Triggering system mission, meeting with disciple Lin Chong. Based on the disciple's current comprehensive strength in all aspects, the host will receive a blast of feedback on the value of qi. Hearing this, Qin Yuan's face showed anticipation. In the next second, the figure flickered, instantly 10,000 miles away. Xiao Ashes also immediately followed. Chapter 51 Saint Sun Cloudy Ring, Imperial Continent, Southern Region, Ghost Cry Plain. Inside the main hall of the Soul Refining Hall, as a dense spatial fold surfaced within the main hall, the figures of Soul Knight and the two Tao Protectors then leisurely emerged from it. The Palace Master Soul Wuhai, who had been waiting here for a long time, couldn't help but lightly suck in a breath of cold air when he saw Soul Knight again. After the other party had completely refined the 10,000 Soul Xin Dan in the secret realm of the Soul Palace, his strength had also stepped into the realm of the Half-Saints. The dense and ancient swirling might of the holy rhythm on his body made even Soul Wuhai feel a trace of trepidation. Congratulations to the Holy Sun for stepping into Half-Saint. Soul Wuhai bowed and said, the realm of the Half-Saint had already transcended the Supreme Being. Now, the chances of winning the battle for the Holy Sun will be slightly higher. Phew! The Soul Knight licked his lips, his face showing a chilling color. This time, for the Holy Sun's Cloud Sky Ring competition, my Soul Clan, I must take first place, then enter the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate and step into the realm of saints in one fell swoop. We'll let the entire Taishao Sacred Region know that our Soul Clan is the strongest. After the words fell, Soul Knight flipped his right hand and the crystal appeared in his palm. On the top of it, the words, the three names of people were flashing. Wang Cheng, Soul Knight and Hong Yian. Wang Cheng is not to be feared. Rather, this Hong Yian is slightly more difficult to deal with. But nowadays, I have already stepped into the Half-Saint realm. Hong Yian is also not my opponent. Just after Soul Li's words fell, he realized that the engraved with flickering light in the area of the crystal was gradually dimming, and eventually went out completely. Wang Cheng. At this scene, even the two Soul Clan Tao Protectors beside him were shocked. The breath spirit wisp, extinguished? Soul Knight looked at the crystals in his hand, his voice slightly unbelievable. How is this possible? Could it be that there are still saints out there in this tiny southern region? After reaching the Supreme Realm, one could attach one's breath spirit strands to the crystal. If the person perishes, the breath spirit wisp will also dissipate. Right now, this scene made the Soul Knight somewhat puzzled. In the southern region of the Imperial Continent, although there were quite a few powerhouses of the Supreme Realm, one had to know that Wang Cheng had brought along two family Tao Protectors, and the minimum strength to be called a protector of the Tao must all be half-saints to be able to do so. It was very difficult for a half-saint to kill a half-saint, so then only a saint above a half-saint would be able to kill Wang Cheng's protector so easily before killing Wang Cheng. Could it be that domain lord from the southern domain of the Imperial Continent who has struck? Soul Wuhai frowned. Impossible. Soul Knight shook his head. It's not like that saint has any beef with the Wang clan. Furthermore, even if Wang Cheng is unruly, he wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of a saint. After thinking for a moment, Soul Knight then shook his head once again. Forget it, it's good that Wang Cheng is dead. That would leave one of those 7 spots open, in our favor. Although saints were strong, they were not really put in Soul Knight's eyes. After all, a family that could dominate one side of the world in the Taishao Holy Domain. Who doesn't have a saint anymore? My purpose of coming to the southern region of the Imperial Continent has been achieved. I will immediately return over to the Taishao Sacred Realm. Soul without sea. Soul Knight looked towards Soul Wuhai. You arrange things over here. Remember the date in 3 weeks. The family sent me to take you, along with your big brother, Soul Wufei. The 3 of us will jointly participate in the Saint Sun's Cloudside Tournament. Holy Sun. Soul Wuhai nodded his head solemnly and incomparably. He had commanded the Soul Refining Hall for tens of thousands of years in the southern region of this Imperial Continent. One's strength had already reached the Supreme Nine Heavens Great Circle. It was only a matter of a foot in the door from being a half-saint. He was confident that he would be able to assist the Saint Sun and take first place in this Saint Sun Cloud Sky Ring. Soul Knight nodded at the 2 Tao Protectors. In the next second, the Tao Protectors simultaneously pinched their seals. Spatial prohibition ripples began to ripple around the 3 of them. The Taishao Sacred Region and the southern region of the Imperial Continent were separated by tens of trillions of miles, and in between, there was a vast miasma of nothingness blocking the way. If you want to do space travel, it would have to be at least half-saint realm strength. After Sol Wuhai looked at the disappearing Saint's son and the Tao Protector, he once again reverted to the same cold-bloodedness of the past. He twisted his head and beckoned. A guardian instantly arrived at his side. How many other souls have we captured in the temple? Soulseeker asked with an expressionless face. There are 21 more in the Supreme Realm. There are 237 in the Divine Tribulation Realm. The Cave Realm. Sol Wuhai waved his hand. Drag all of these divine souls into the soul refining rotation formation. I'm going to enter the formation and refine them myself. Although refining the divine soul through the formation was not as strong as the 10,000 souls in Dan, but it could also give him a first glimpse of the power of a half-saint. Your Highness. The Protector nodded immediately. And then, less than half a day later, on this ghost-crying plain, a scalp-numbing scream once again appeared. That was the final hiss that came from the divine soul as it was being refined. In the southern region of the imperial continent, within a prosperous capital city. This city is called Goyang City, because the geographic location of the capital is situated near a flaming mountain range. The climate here is slightly hotter. Goyang City, despite the heat, belonged to the transportation hub of dozens of surrounding capitals, so it's also very busy. Both cultivators and ordinary people came and went among them. However, most of the people who live here are more or less cultivators. Because of their natural geography, the people born here are born with a strong young fire and are naturally good at cultivation. The ancient young city's city lord had also come to the 8th heaven of the supreme realm in his strength. Although it was not as good as a top sect like the heavenly flame divine sect, it could still preserve the prosperity within Goyang City. Ancient Yang Chang, a piece of Xianju, brother Lin Chong. Don't worry, I'll take care of this one-piece immortal residence today. All the mountain food, all at will. Tai Shao Holy Domain. The Holy Sun personally came over to wrap up the venue. And the other cultivators within this one-piece immortal residence naturally all had the sense to collect Hong Yian's spirit stones and left the place. Hong Yian had already arranged for the entire one-piece immortal residence to prepare all the precious food and delicacies. At this moment, he looked at Lin Chong and patted his chest, saying, "You, the Holy Sun, would even give spirit stones?" Lin Chong was sitting in the hall of the one-piece immortal residence. He and senior brother Xiao Ashes had already made an appointment to come within the Goyang City in the southern region of this imperial continent only after all of their respective chances had been acquired. Then, in the hall of this one-piece immortal residence, they informed each other through the summoning crystals. When he saw Hong Yian dismissing the cultivators here in order to pack the venue at 10 times the original price, it also cost more to bag this one-piece fairy house. It surprised him a little. Brother Lin Chong, what you're saying? Hong Yian was stunned for a moment. The Holy Sun is also a human being. Doesn't he have to pay for his meals and drinks when he comes out? Lin Chong, on the other hand, shook his head and said, "My master teacher cautioned me that if I run into someone with the title, most of them are arrogant and bossy or something like that, of Saint's son, let me keep my eyes peeled. Your master teacher is truly farsighted and farsighted." Hong Yian's face was filled with helplessness. Then, Brother Lin Chong, the matter of me inviting you to go to the Taishao sacred region together. Lin Chang's face regained its calmness, and his words didn't contain a single fluctuation. We'll discuss it when my senior brother gets here. Chapter 52. Join your senior brother and go kill someone. Holy Sun, are we really good like this? After waiting for half a day, when the Hong clan's Tao Protector saw his family's saint's son busy, he found an opportunity to come in front of Hong Yian and whispered, "Would that be a little too low?" After all, the selfsame family that was the top family within the 5th holy domain of the Taishao holy domain, the Hong clan. With this kind of status, coupled with their strength here, it was inevitable that pride would not breed in their hearts. What do you know? Hong Yian raised an eyebrow. It's not like you guys didn't get a taste of Brother Lin Chang's fingering techniques earlier in that barren realm. He's only at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm, and he can suppress me in battle. What's even more crucial is that when Brother Lin Chong was facing you two half-saints, that wasn't even a little bit of panic. Moreover, the Great Desolate method he cultivates, don't you find any similarities with the Desolate Heaven Pavilion? One of the Tao Protectors sniffed and frowned gently. It is true that the Desolate Heaven Pavilion also cultivates the Great Desolate Law, but there is still a difference between it and what this little friend is cultivating. However, the group of fellows from the Desolate Heaven Pavilion aren't too easy to mess with. Even our Hong clan doesn't dare to say that we can fully suppress that group of fellows. I know. Hong Yian nodded. Brother Lin Chong naturally won't have anything to do with the Desolate Heaven Pavilion, but it's not like you guys don't know how strong the Great Desolate Law is. If there's a chance, I'll definitely invite Brother Lin Chong to join us in the Holy Sun's Cloudy Skies tournament, even if we give more and more favors. The two Tao Protectors sniffed, so they didn't say anything else. Ancient Young City, outside the city. Xiao Ashes had already arrived at the city gates with Qin Yuan. Master, this is the Ancient Young City. Looking at the ancient city building, Xin Yuan smiled and nodded. Let's go to the One Piece immortal residence. Just as he arrived here, Xin Yuan had already unleashed his strong divine soul perception. It also instantly mapped out all the situations within the entire Guiyang city. Inside the One Piece immortal residence, there was the scent of his disciple, Lin Chong. And not only that, there were also the auras of 2 half-saints and a supreme 9 heavens. A few moments later, Lin Chong, who was sitting inside the first-class immortal residence, suddenly stood up. In his senses, his senior brother, Xiao Ashes, had already arrived. Hong Ian, who was on the side, also immediately winced and stood up along with him. Then it was a quick glance outside the building. They were also very curious as to what the slightly eccentric Lin Chong, his senior brother, would be like, only to see that there were 2 people right outside the building who were idly walking towards the hall. One of them was dressed in Xian clothes, with a warm smile on his face. Those eyes were as brilliant as stars, and with just this one glance they seemed to be able to pierce through the souls of people like himself. And beside him, a man was dressed like fire. The fire lotus seal in the center of his brow was like a real flame that seemed like it could burst into flames at any time. Senior brother Lin Chong, look who's here. Xiao Ash's gaze immediately skimmed over the 3 Honian people after sweeping them briefly, and then he said aloud. Lin Chong was currently looking at Qin Yuan, who had already entered the hall. He wiped his eyes in some disbelief. After making sure well not be a hallucination he was having, Lin Chang's eyes began to moisten. Immediately afterward, he took 2 steps forward and poof, the body knelt straight down. Master! With this cry of master, there was a tremor in his words. Obviously, at this moment, Lin Chong was incomparably excited inside. He hadn't seen his master for tens of thousands of years. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the trigger mission. The disciple's Great Luck Blitz reward has begun to feed back. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 200 billion points of luck value. Seeing this, Xin Yuan smiled in relief. When he raised his hand, the soft force lifted Lin Chong up. And then, it was Lin Chong who began to talk about the heartbreaking journey of these 10,000 years. On one side, Hong Ian was slightly dumbfounded. He gently touched the Hong clan Dao protector beside him with his elbow. I'm not sensing it wrong, am I? That person who was called master by brother Lin Chong is only at the first level of the supreme realm, right? In my senses, it's the same. The Hong clan's Dao protector was stunned for a moment and said, the person next to him, with a supreme fire attribute method, although I don't know the strength, I'm afraid it won't be weak. Another Dao protector whispered. A few moments later, Xin Yuan placed his gaze on Hong Ian. You're Hong Ian? Hong Ian lightly coughed twice, even though in his senses, the opposite party was only at the first level of the supreme realm. But since he was able to be honored by the Lin Chong brothers as a master, it was definitely impossible for him to have only this much strength. So it must be camouflage. Hong Ian's face was rough-looking, but his mind was very meticulous. He quickly arrived in front of Qin Yuan and respectfully said, yes, senior. I heard my disciple say that you're going to utilize him and go with you to participate in that what's-his-name Sacred Sun's Cloudy Sky tournament, and then help you get the top 3 spots? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and laughed. Cough cough. Seniors. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Hong Ian sniffed and coughed violently twice. We're cooperating, not exploiting. Look, if we are able to enter the top 3, we are able to have a chance to enter amongst the Xian K Heavenly Gate. This is a great opportunity to step into the realm of saints. Senior should know, right? Hong Ian didn't think of Qin Yuan as being of supreme realm strength at all. To be able to make the 2 half-saints of one's own family unable to probe the true realm, that proved that the other party's strength was at the very least a saint. Xian K Heavenly Sect? Qin Yuan's finger gently tapped the desktop. And then, he looked at the 2 disciples beside him. The duo of Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong had strong talents, and their roots and bones were also top-notch existences. It would be difficult to be able to enter a higher realm if one was only in the southern region of this imperial continent. For the 2 of them, the supreme realm was only their starting point. However, if they were to have their 2 disciples serve as fighters for this Hongzhi Heavenly Saint's son, sorry to be honest, this holy son is not worthy. Closing his eyes, as his thoughts flowed, he remembered when he was exterminating Wang Qing. From the other party's space ring, I saw engraved with jade tablet, the Order of the Holy Sun. Just as he was about to take it out, in the sky above Guiyang City, a monstrous black soul chi steeply materialized, like a dark cloud enveloping it. The sky, which had been clearing for miles, instantly clouded over. The aura of the Soul Clan? Could it be that Soul Knight guy? Hong Ian frowned after sensing it for an instant. No, it doesn't seem to be Soul Knight. Who's this? And inside the One Piece immortal residence, The corner of Qin Yuan's mouth tugged slightly as he looked at the delicious food that had only just been served. He was just about ready to savor it. Xiao Ashes slowly stood up at this moment. It was a scent that he couldn't have been more familiar with. Master. It's the aura of the Soul Refining Hall's Hall Master. Soul will high. This dog thing, it chased me once before when I was in the seventh heaven of the Supreme Being, but I escaped. Although Xiao Ashes had downplayed the situation, the hardships and dangers involved were almost 9-1. Lin Chong, join your senior brother. Qin Yuan put down the chopsticks in his hands, a smile still on his face. Go kill someone. Chapter 53 Soul Refining Hall Master. Jia. Go kill someone. It was as easy to say the words as it was to eat and drink. This caused even Hong Ian in the hall to be slightly stunned. Obviously, he had seen that the person who had released his soul chi outside had a beef with Lin Chang's senior brother, but it was under his perception. It had been discovered that that person's strength had vaguely entered the level of a half-saint. And just now, Hong Ian was all set to open his mouth and say that he was going to help them quell this conflict. As a result, he never expected it. Looking at the attitude of the opposite party, this was to get that Soul Wuhai killed? Elder, Soul Wuhai's strength isn't as strong as Soul Knight's though, but the gong methods practiced by their Soul clan are all overbearing, and it's capable of targeting the divine soul origin, or else we should make a move. Without waiting for Hong Ian to finish, Xiao Ashes said, we'll solve this kind of small matter ourselves. After the words fell, they took a step with Lin Chong, and then their figures suddenly disappeared without a trace. This scene once again caused Hong Ian to be slightly stunned. Elder, I'll follow and take a look. Hong Ian immediately cast the power of space and followed along to leave the place. The two half-saints beside him also looked at each other and rushed at Qin Yuan with a bow of their hands. Then they too left quickly. Ancient Yangchang. The city, which was still bustling with activity, also fell silent after the appearance of a huge soul energy in the air. It's someone from the Soul Refining Hall? What's the situation? This ancient Yang city of ours has never had any conflicts with the Soul Refining Hall. Then what are the people from the Soul Refining Hall doing here? Something's not right. Fellow Taoists, that seems to be the Soul Refining Hall's Hall Master, Soul Wuhai. What? What is Spiritless Sea personally coming to our Guyang city for? Could it be for a rest? I don't know. People below began to discuss it over and over. And in the sky above Guyang city, after Soul Wuhai looked at the fact that his soul chi had already completely covered the entire Guyang city, a trace of ruthlessness gradually appeared on his face. After he had refined all the soul bodies within the Soul Refining Hall, his strength had also directly skyrocketed to reach the peak grand circle of the Supreme Nine Heavens. It was already approaching the realm of half-saints. Even, it could be said that 1 foot had already stepped into a half-saint. Ordinary Supreme Ninth Heavenly cultivators were already no match for Spiritless Sea. Not even close. I'll be able to step into a true half-saint. Just a little bit more. The airborne Soul Wuhai laughed twice, his eyes scanning the ancient Yang city below. This is a capital city he picked. Due to its geographical location, the entire population within the city was born with stronger than normal divine soul power. Plus, the strength of the city lord of this capital city was only the 8th level of the supreme realm. In Solcia's eyes, that would be completely inadequate. The divine soul of a supreme 8th heaven, plus the tens of millions of souls within the entire Guyang city. It should be enough for him to step into the realm of half-saints. The secret technique of the soul refining palace was so cruel. Soul Temple Master. A voice came from below, and Soul Wuhai turned his head sideways to look at the silhouette that had sped over in streams of light. Ancient Yang City's city lord. After recognizing the identity of the other party, Soul Wuhai's face grew more and more chilly. Soul Hall Master. Our Guyang city has never been an enemy to the outside. The people who live within the city of Goyang are peaceful. Soul Temple Master. Is there some sort of transgression going on? I will definitely take out the heavenly treasures that I have accumulated over the years and compensate the Soul Hall Master. The ancient Yang city lord bowed and rushed at Soul Wuhai. A holiday? No. But, Soul Wuhai suddenly beckoned, and a monstrous black soul energy transformed into an arrow in his palm, viciously stabbing at that ancient Yang city lord. I sensed a breakthrough opportunity today. There is a lack of divine souls in the temple. Just take the divine souls of all of you, within this ancient sun city, and give me a replacement. This is considered a great creation for you. G. As Soul Wuhai's strange laughter rang out, the ancient Yang city lord was also unable to parry this strike from his opponent. The supreme engravings on his body were then shattered, and his entire vital state instantly withered, while he landed heavily in the ancient Yang city below. City lord. Dozens of cultivators below quickly came forward. On weekdays, the ancient Yang city lord treated people kindly, so naturally he was extremely well liked. Run away quickly. Soul Hall Master Soul Wuhai. He's going to refine this city. The ancient young city lord staggered to his feet and used his supreme power to notify the entire city. Only now do you realize the heresy? Late. In the air, Soul Worthless C laughed twice, and as he personally added to it, the 11th Order Soul Refining Rotation Grand Formation was instantly activated. Under the hold of Soul Wuhai, a powerhouse at the peak of the 9th heavenly plane of the Supreme Realm, the Great Circle, the 11th Order Soul Refining Rotation Formation had already begun to operate, and in those ink-like black clouds, all sorts of chains mixed with monstrous soul chi were constantly pouring down. These chains penetrated directly around this ancient young city, wrap everything inside altogether. I just said that. Today, everyone within Gu Yang City will have a great creation. You will be the sustenance for my journey to sainthood. G. A black altar had appeared underneath Spiritless C's feet. It's just a massacre. He has slaughtered not 100, but 80. With his own strength right here, he had no worries. Ka-ching! Just as Soul Wuhai was running the soul refining technique, a crisp click sounded from the black soul chains encircling the circle below. Only a gaping hole was seen where the chains were wrapped. After that, the two figures, one red and one green, transformed into streams of light and arrived not far in front of Soul Without C, Shaw Ashes, and Lin Chong. The Soul Without C on top of the black altar eyed the front, and after looking at the two figures, his face instantly turned ghostly cold. I didn't expect that you guys are also in this Guyang city today. Good. Then I'll refine both of you together. After Soul Wuhai sensed it and realized that the other two had all stepped into the Supreme Four Heavens, his heart was also shocked. This terrifying cultivation speed. If he were to let it go for another 100 years, he was afraid that he would become an existence that surpassed his own. These two must be killed here. Destroy their souls. Refine their prana. To put an end to it. You're the only old dog that came from the Soul Refining Palace? After Shao Ashes released his divine soul perception, he cocked his head and stared at Soul Wuhai above the altar. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Spiritless C laughed coldly, and just then, 3 more rainbow lights appeared in the gap. The Hong clan's holy son? Hong Ian? Soul Wuhai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this Guyang city to be so lively today. And don't get hurt, aren't you? Hong Ian caught the 2 Dao protectors and resisted the arrival of this space. Hong Ian, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Chong looked at Hong Ian and said in a slow voice, this is a grudge between my senior brother and I in the Soul Refining Hall. Don't worry. Senior brother and I have just calculated it. He said seriously, in 10 rounds at most, we'll be able to slaughter this old dog. Soul Seeker. Once these words came out, the atmosphere in the air was instantly tense to the extreme. Chapter 54 Taking advantage of his illness. Carry out the master's truth to the end. 10 rounds? Soul Wuhai, who was hanging high above the black altar, also gradually grew gloomy after hearing Lin Chang's words. Don't think that just because you have some talent, you can be this arrogant. At this time, he no longer wanted to be talking nonsense with the Shao Ashes duo in front of him. The other two were only at the Supreme Four Heavenly Realm, even if they possessed the strength and means to kill people over the level. But it was important to realize that one already had 1 foot in the half-saint's strength. Kill the 2 of them? That was easy as pie. 11th Order Soul Refining Wheel Formation. Kai. Soul Wuhai landed at the top of the black altar, as he personally took control. Up above, one thick black blood chain after another was suddenly bred out of the void. On Hong Ian's side, after looking at this Soul Wuhai and starting to move in the real world, he also somewhat numbed his claws. Holy Sun, what should we do? The 2 Hong clan Dao protectors beside him quickly asked. Soul Wuhai is on the verge of reaching half-saint after all. Plus their soul race's methods are mostly tricky. If you find out that brother Lin Chong and the others are in a situation where they are outmatched, you will immediately come to their rescue. Hong Ian took a deep breath and solemnly said, but if this is the case, it will be tantamount to us. The Hong clan, standing in opposition to the Soul clan in disguise, one of the Dao protectors said in a deep voice. Offended is offended. Hong Ian clenched his fists, and a flash of madness flashed across his red eyes. Our Hong clan has been suppressed by the Soul clan for tens of thousands of years, and we're not afraid of this time. Holy Sun, the Hong clan's Dao protector sniffed. They all waited aside for the moment of rescue. In the meantime, inside Guyang City, all the cultivators raised their heads, looking at the battle in the air. Everyone pinched a cold sweat in their hearts. It's Lin Chong and Shao Ashes. In the crowd, someone had already discovered the identities of the green and red figures in the air. It is rumored that there has always been friction between them and the Soul Refining Hall. One could even say that they are enemies in life and death. After all, Lin Chang's great desolate aura and Shao Ash's natural fire phase body were still very recognizable. And above the firmament, at the moment the overcast clouds were churning and the gusty winds were kicking up wind blades. Senior brother, I'll go first. Lin Chong stepped on the void, his gaze as cold as a blade. The great desolate heavenly diffusion technique within his body also began to operate rapidly, and the aura around him was instantly filled with endless desolation. It's like a barren sea. Great desolate body? It's really something. The soul without sea on the altar narrowed his eyes. However, he was still confident that he could take care of Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong in front of him. It was also considered to be a way to put an end to the soul refining palace forever. This would surely surpass him someday if he continued to leave them alone. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. Lin Chong slowly raised his hand, and as a low drink sounded, his fingertips also began to condense an ancient and radiant green-colored glow. The pore which this ray of green-colored glow appeared, it was as if heaven and earth were silent. The aura of the great desolate filled the air and swirled around, making it impossible to lose one's concentration. Ka-chow. Next, steeply, just as the crowd was sinking into the great desolate chi, in the void, a huge green-colored finger that emanated the breath of the great desolate instantly cut through space. It was as if it had come from the ancient times, wrapped in a dense and extremely vast power of the great desolate, ruthlessly penetrating towards Sol Wuhai and the black altar underneath him. The giant finger imprinted with the great desolate patterns. Wherever it passed, space had crumbled by inches. Sol Wuhai felt this strong finger and didn't dare to have any carelessness. He fully operated the soul power in his body and began to control the 11th order soul refining rotation grand formation to resist. And in the meantime, Xiao Ashes was already angrily rubbing the fire lotus behind Lin Chong. After coming out from the burial exalted abyss, he already possessed 49 heavenly flames in his body, and within the heavenly flame divine sect, Xiao Ashes refined 13 more. Nowadays, within his body, he possessed a full 62 heavenly flames, and right now, he's planning to rub it in. Suddenly, 62 heavenly flames continuously grew from Xiao Ash's body. Then, these heavenly flames began to continuously swim back and forth on Xiao Ash's wrist. In front of him, a huge illusory lotus flower had already appeared as a shadow. There it is again, not far away on the black altar. Sol Wuhai's face changed for a moment after he looked at Xiao Ash's tried and true move. After all, their soul refining hall had quite a few deacon elders who had died tragically under the other party's fire lotus. After he looked at the other party who actually possessed a full 62 heavenly flames, Rao Sol-Si couldn't help but gulp. Xiao Ashes, you're still a human being? After cursing angrily, he controlled the black altar and sped in the direction of Xiao Ashes, and in front of him, Lin Chong said in a cold voice, "Walk away?" In the next instant, the majestic great desolate aura within his body was abruptly released. Great desolate heavenly diffusion technique. 5 fingers of desolate heaven. At this moment, Lin Chang's pupils were already filled with a rich bearing green aura. Raise your hand and point. First finger. 1 finger imprisoning heaven and earth. With a loud bang, countless great desolate forces surged out of the surrounding space of heaven and earth. These desolate forces continuously formed a huge cage, toward the black altar enveloped. Barren cage. Confinement of heaven and earth. Even if he, soul without sea, had already reached the half-saint, he still couldn't break open this barren cage within a short period of time. Break me. Spiritless Sea threw back his head and drank long. Endless soul power began to surge around them. The chains were even more intertwined, transforming into a pitch-black colored dragon that gnawed towards the desolate cage. The green-colored cage also seemed to be dimming under the other party's attack. At this moment, Lin Chong didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. 5 fingers of desolate heaven. Second finger. 2 fingers shatters mountains and rivers. In the void, a huge green-colored finger once again appeared. Only, this finger was mixed with more from the great wasteland. That destructive power. A torrent of pure power. With the power to crush all matter. Boom! This finger viciously poked on top of the black altar. It also caused the dark clouds in the entire sky to quake, and monstrous black chi continued to tumble. In the altar, a trace of blood also spilled out from the corner of Soul Worthless C's mouth. His eyes were unbelievable. This kid is just as difficult as his senior brother. Clenching his teeth, he began to utilize all the soul power in his body. Seeing this, Lin Chong struck again. His master had taught him that if he fought someone who was a mortal enemy, he would fight with all his might. If the opponent is injured, that side is more likely to strike with full force. Take him while he's sick. This is the truth. And as Lin Chong acted, he had always incorporated his master's teachings. No breathing space was given to Soulseeker. The last 3 fingers of Desolate Heaven's 5 fingers then instantly came to attack. 3 fingers destroy Divine Soul. 4 fingers Jin Reincarnation. 5 fingers into nothingness. The Great Wasteland 5 fingers. The fierceness comes out in unison. Take him while he's sick. Lin Chong had carried it out to the end. Chapter 55 I'll explode with you guys. Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion Technique. Combined with Lin Chang's Great Desolate Body, plus the sharpening of these Great Desolate 5 fingers and his own senses over the years. Right now, The 5 fingers came out in unison, and the ferocious power was like a vast ocean. One finger after another. It left Soul C with no time to react at all. Is this right? Looking at the black altar, which had all developed shattered cracks, Soul Wuhai was in a rage. If the black altar was directly crushed with an external force, then this 11th order soul refining grand formation would be broken without attack. However, he had never thought that he had 1 foot in the half-saint's strength. That Lin Chong. He was only at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm. The fact that the Heaven's Pride possessed the ability to fight across levels was something that Soul Wuhai didn't think was a problem. After all, he was also a heavenly pride. But, the opposite side of this Lin Chong Supreme 4 Heavens to beat himself, this 1 foot half-saint actually able to completely suppress? It's still personal? Sure enough, the person who could call himself a senior brother with Xiao Ashes was not a good person either. At this moment, the attack of the latter 3 fingers also came on fiercely. Soul Wuhai could only desperately defend his black altar. If the altar is destroyed, he would truly be unable to step into the level of a half-saint in a short period of time. However, the might of the great desolate 5 fingers was simply too strong. Even if Soul Seamless put up a desperate defense, he could only watch as the 11th order soul refining grand formation continued to shatter. The scene. It had already dumbfounded Hong Ian and his 2 family Dao protectors on the side. Although it was true that they had been able to perceive that the other party's talent and strength was superior through their previous contact with Lin Chong, but never in a million years. Right now, Lin Chong alone was already capable of suppressing Soul Worthless C. Not to mention the fact that behind him, there was a senior brother who was rubbing his big moves. Soul Old Dog. The vengeance of the past pursuit and killing will be returned in full today. Just as Soulseeker was glad that he had defended himself from Lin Chang's great desolate 5-finger attack, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Not only that, his back was able to sense that not far behind him, there was a massive energy that seemed to have a destructive fluctuation. After twisting his body, Soul Wuhai saw Xiao Ashes stepping into the air 100 feet away from him, but above his right hand, he was clearly holding a huge fire lotus. The fire lotus had a colorful light flowing on top of it, and there was a kind of destructive aura fluctuation coming out even as it slowly rotated. The 62 colors of heavenly fire just kept changing among them. This caused cold sweat to begin to breed on Soulseeker's forehead. Back in the day, when you let me run away, you were this. Xiao Ashes gave a downward thumbs up with his left hand. Now, if you can run away, you're this. And then, he gave a thumbs up to Soul Worthless C. This set of movements seemed to have all become the pre-shake movements for Xiao Ashes to release his big moves. And Soulless C also let out a furious cry. Standing on top of the black altar, he closed his hands fiercely. Countless black runes rose from within the altar. These were the power of the origin within the grand formation. Coupled with the pouring of Spiritless C's aura into it, the power was climbing. And above him, a huge black vortex had appeared, as if it could devour a person's soul. At the same time, Xiao Ashes also moved. His eyes erupted with a hint of crimson, and heavenly fire flames entwined around him. 1 footstep out, 1 step in. The entire person was like a god of war in the sea of fire, and the huge fire lotus quickly locked onto the black altar under Xiao Ashes' throw. As the 62-colored supreme fire lotus sped by, the lotus petals of the fire lotus also began to bloom layer by layer, wrapping a trace of heaven-destroying fluctuations with each bloom. 62 colors of supreme lotus. A low drink came out from Xiao Ashes' mouth, and the fire lotus that floated to the black altar vortex instantly released an extremely dazzling glow. The glow is as bright as a great sun. The terrifying energy within the fire lotus that could burn everything was also released at this instant. In just the instant that the fire lotus exploded, the black vortex that Soulseeless had condensed instantly vaporized, and his main body suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. He also spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, and the black light around him quickly dimmed. However, the power of the fire lotus had only just begun. No way. I have 1 foot in half-saint. How can you be killed by you? No way. It's never possible. Soul Wuhai was cloaked and bleeding from his mouth, resentment in his eyes. Obviously he's so tough already, but as it turned out, it still couldn't be beaten. On what grounds? Resentment and anger drove him mad. Soul Without C, who hadn't exploded into foul language for tens of thousands of years, was also finally unable to hold his tongue. I'm exploding with you guys. At the last moment of his life, he forcefully reversed his gong method, giving up all of his defense. He used all of his power to reverse the Dantian. He's going to blow himself up. Boom! In the next second, a huge black light snapped on. The Supreme Nine Heavens Great Perfection Realm Soul Without C self-detonated. However, in front of the 62-colored fire lotus, this power could only be offset by a third. After the soulless sea blew itself up, the chains that blocked off Guyang City also continuously shattered into ashes. The sky cleared up once again. leaving behind only a variety of strange haze lights, reflecting the various colors and hues of the ancient young city below. Senior brother Xiao Ashes, you're too quick to strike. It's a pity that there are good things on this old dog. Lin Chong staggered as he looked at the haze in the sky. When Xiao Ashes saw this, he spread out his right palm, and in the center of his palm lay a Soul Clan spatial ring. Don't worry, senior brother. We won't forget what Master Teacher taught us. The two of them looked at each other with smiles on their faces. An aside, Hong Yan only felt a bit of a mental state at this time. Soul without C. Dead? The Dao Protector beside him gulped. Dead. And this Hong Clan Dao Protector wriggled the knot in his throat and looked at the vision in the air with a palpitating heart. That kind of finger technique just now. And the Fire Lotus technique. I can't even guarantee that I can carry it off. They stood here but they witnessed the whole battle. Ask yourself, if they were in their place, even a solid half-saint would not necessarily be able to emerge unscathed from the combined attack of the Fire Lotus and finger technique just now. The vision of this battle. It's no longer on the scale of the Supreme Realm level. Saint's son. I'm afraid that it was only when the two of us joined forces to make our full strength that it was possible to cause this kind of power. Another half-saint protector whispered. Right at this moment, the sky, which was originally glowing with haze, suddenly began to fragment as if it were a mirror. From the shattered cut in the void, a monstrous pressure filled the air. The two half-saint protectors beside Han Yan's body changed their faces slightly after sensing it, and in the air, an illusory half-figure seemed to occupy the entire firmament. He slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, and the pressure of a saint descended steeply. Holy Sun, this is a saint's phantasm. It's a true saint. The Hong Clan's Dao Protector immediately activated the power of Holy Rhyme to help Hong Yan resist the saintly pressure, although that sage phantom did not deliberately release its pressure. But, after all, that was an actual saint. And the southern region of the Imperial Continent had a death warrant from the Tai Shao Palace, one of the three most powerful palaces in the Tai Shao sacred region. No strong person of the Saint Realm may step into this place. As for the domain lord of the southern domain of the Imperial Continent, he was also the only saint in the Imperial Continent. At the same time, he was also a saint sent over by the Tai Shao Palace. Obviously, the fluctuations of the battle over here surpassed the Supreme Being and also triggered this domain lord to descend here. Chapter 56. So what if he's a saint? Do him, a true saint. In the sky above Guyang City, he looked at the shattered space around him and felt the pressure from the power of the saints. The gazes of the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, began to become more and more fiery. This was the first time they had felt the pressure of a true saint. Even though it wasn't directed at them, they could still perceive that all of their abilities on all fronts were being suppressed by the other party's heaven and earth might. All under the saints are mole crickets. It is because, after stepping into the realm of saints, one can condense one's own saint's phantom. The so-called sage Dharma phase was even more of a penetration of the supreme principles of a party's heaven and earth. It is possible to do a direct human manifestation from billions of miles away. It can also be done to instantly span a distance of billions of miles, with the real body arriving. One more important point, that is, after stepping into the realm of saints, in addition to the saintly abilities of saints, manifesting sainthood in front of others, saintly phantasm, and one step of 100 million miles, it also possesses one of the strongest means, sacred rhymes. This kind of power that exceeded the existence of heaven and earth aura could only be truly grasped after arriving at the realm of saints. And the martial skills unleashed by utilizing the power of sacred rhythm would be hundreds of times more powerful than spiritual chi. This was why saints could easily decimate half-saints. This pressure, although it doesn't rival a single hair of the master's head, it's always a bit oppressive. Xiao Ashes felt the pressure of that Saint Dharma phase, and the fire lotus seal between his eyebrows began to flicker. The heavenly flame on his body also began to gradually grow, and there was no fear on his face in the face of the saint. Lin Chong on one side did the same. His right hand had already begun to secretly operate the desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. If a saint were to lash out, he would do so immediately. Scared? The word fear was not in his dictionary. Hong Yan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air as he looked at these two sky-unafraid lords. That's a saint. As the saint's son of the Hong clan, he was aware of just how terrifying the power of a saint was. A saint could completely overthrow the existence of a continent in a fit of rage. In other words, if this imperial continent realm annoyed that saint, then the other party could completely overthrow it. What's with this guy? What's he doing here? Suddenly, a clear voice sounded beside Hong Yan. Even the two half-saint Dao protectors only felt their hearts tighten and immediately operated their internal gong methods. Turning his head, he didn't know when, but Qin Yuan had already arrived at his side. Moreover, the three of them were completely unaware of anything. Even the half-saints didn't notice it. Elder. Hong Yan hurriedly arched his hand at Qin Yuan and made a bow. Because in his opinion, this senior, he was afraid that he was not also a saint. Answer the words of your predecessor. This is the domain lord of the southern region of the imperial continent, and a sage sent over to guard the imperial continent by the Tai Shao Palace, one of the 3 strongest palaces within the Tai Shao sacred region. His name is Wang Yuanhe, and he is honored within the heavenly palace as Sage Yuanhe, with 30,000 years ago stepped into the realm of saints, strength that should hover around the early and middle stages of sainthood. After arriving at the sage realm, there was no longer a distinction between the realms of 1 to 9 heavens. Rather, it's early, middle, late, and peak, although it is divided into 4 sub-realms. But one must know that the difficulty of cultivation required to arrive at the middle stage of sainthood from the early stage of sainthood was completely no less than stepping into the realm of sainthood again from an ordinary person. It was conceivable that a mid-saint realm powerhouse could completely crush several early saint realm cultivators, and the same is true for the later stages and peaks. Tai Shao Sacred Realm, the 3 most powerful palaces, and the Far Crane Sage, TSK. Qin Yuan sked twice after extracting a few keywords from it. Then this Tai Shao Palace. Compared to your Hong clan, who is stronger? Hong Yan coughed lightly. Naturally, the Tai Shao Palace is a bit stronger, and this Saint Sun Cloud Sky tournament of ours is organized by the palace masters of the 3 strongest palaces. Together, the holy realm of the great heavens, the 3 courts of the most powerful. They are the Tai Shao Palace, Tai Qian Palace, and Tai Ling Palace. Qin Yuan nodded his head after he had a general understanding. Got it. And at this moment, the Saint Phantom above the sky seemed to still have the intention of strengthening the pressure. This was because he realized that there was someone in the air who hadn't fallen under the pressure of his saintly might. This was not giving him a saint face. Billions of miles away, at the top of a mountain surrounded by immortal mist, a huge-bodied cloud crane was just quietly creeping here, and on its back sat an old man. The old man slowly looked up, a hint of surprise, and a slight hint of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. Those 2 backwoods men in the air are interesting, but it's not good to be overbearing, and your temperament still needs sharpening. The old man waved his palm. The power of holy rhyme quietly arrived billions of miles away. In the sky above Guiyang City, the saint's phantasm seemed to be carrying a thinly veiled anger as well. A monstrous pressure poured down from above. At this moment, even Hong Yan, and the 2 half-saint Dao protectors beside him couldn't withstand the pressure, and their figures began to bend. Brother Lin Chong, we'd better go down. Don't piss off the saints. Although Hong Yan, didn't need to fear saints too much, he didn't want to cause some unnecessary trouble for his clan after all. Go down? In the distance, feeling the terrifying pressure of the saint in the sky above, Lin Chang's pair of green eyes were filled with monstrous battle intent. My spine has been bent to master teacher alone. After all was said and done, he then began to run the great desolate heavenly diffusion technique in his body with all his might. Then, looking up, desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger, and beside Lin Chong, Xiao Ashes threw back his head and laughed 3 times. Ha ha ha, senior brother is right. Trying to bend us over? Go dream 1,000 bold dreams. Saints? Whoever is pretending to be a god here deserves to be called a saint? The old man did it. The saint. After Xiao Ashes finished speaking, the heavenly flame on his entire body also instantly surfaced. Huge virtual palm prints began to emerge in front of his body. Burning sky creation palm. So what if you're a saint? With your own master present. Don't say that you're at the beginning of the saint realm. Even if you're at the peak of the saint realm, then do the same. Hiss. Hong Yan looked at the frantic master-brother duo, his pupils filled with astonishment. That's a saint. You're really not scared at all? Senior? This. Hong Yan swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked at Qin Yuan. Lighten up. Qin Yuan laughed softly. So what if it's a saint? If he doesn't manifest himself in front of people and release his pressure to pretend to be a bully, I can still be discerning. But this whatsoever far crane sage had to be billions of miles away to use the sage dharma to suppress it. Sorry about that. Even if it's a saint, then we'll have to do him. Qin Yuan tilted his head and narrowed his eyes as he stared at the sage phantom. You're going to ask me what to do? The usual rules. 10 miles and 8 villages, 8 dishes and 1 soup. A big deal. Chapter 57. What are you barking at in front of me? Wild dog sage? What about the saints? Do him, and follow the rules of the township? An 8-course meal with a big special? Hong Yan's pupils trembled viciously after hearing Qin Yuan's words. He had seen many people who spoke harsh words, but he had never seen such a harsh one. These words were a complete lack of regard for the opposite far crane sage. It's the first time in tens of thousands of years that I've heard someone with such a tone. In the air, the gigantic Saint Phantom seemed to have heard Qin Yuan's words as well. The voice that was like thunder violently exploded in the air. Even everyone in Guiyang City below could hear it clearly. It's over. It's over. The saint is furious. A saint's anger can overturn a continent. This statement is by no means empty. And at that moment, Lin Chang's desolate heaven imprisoning and destroying five-finger technique, coupled with Xiao Ashan's burning heavenly creation palm had blatantly blasted on top of that sage phantom. The strong attack made that saint's phantom dense and rippled for a moment, as if it were water ripples spreading out. Afterbirth. A sage realm's phantasm is not something you can break open with brute force. The voice of the far crane sage sounded slowly. The top of the saint's dharma. There was a ripple in the void. And then, an old man riding a cloud crane slowly emerged in front of the crowd. The old man was dressed in green. His beard and hair were white. And at first glance, he had a great feeling of kindness. If it wasn't for the fact that he was running the sage dharma phase to suppress Xiao Ashes and the others in the air, one would really think that he was a kind person. The far crane sage spanned hundreds of millions of miles, his true body directly arriving here. At the moment, he was condescending, looking down at the duo of Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong. Well, let's just say you're all postulants. The far crane sage's gaze slowly rested on Han Ian's side, though, the method practiced by the soulless sea goes against the heavenly harmony. However, as you are from the Tai Shao holy domain, you follow the rules of our Tai Shao palace. The family Dao protector can only protect the holy sun out of a critical moment. But you guys, yet you made a move to behead Soulseeker. Hong clan, you guys are really making it hard for me to deliver. After the far crane sage's true body arrived here, he had already assumed that Soul Wuhai had been killed by the two Dao protectors of the Hong clan. Otherwise, who else in the room would be able to slay Soul Wuhai, who had 1 foot in the half-saint's footsteps? Sage Far Crane, you've misunderstood. Just now actually, the Hong clan Dao protector coughed lightly, and at that moment, just as this Taoist protector was about to explain himself clearly, Han Ian fiercely stepped forward and said in a low voice, Sage Far Crane, this Soul Wuhai, I ordered the family Dao protector to kill him. The reason is because he activated a cruel formation like the soul refining formation to deal with me. The far crane sage's eyes drooped slightly as he sniffed. The pressure of a saint in person instantly suppressed towards Hong Ian. Seeing this, the two Dao protectors beside him quickly used their holy rhythms to block, but to no avail. The three of them only felt as if a mountain they could not perceive had appeared in front of them, and was ruthlessly pressing down. Hong Ian, even though you're honored as the Hong clan's saint's son, but you must also not forget that you are representing the Hong clan, participating in the Saint's Sun Cloud Sky Ring. This time, you have come to this continent to seek opportunities, not to kill. According to the rules of the Holy Sun's Cloud Ring, you will have to hand over the Holy Sun Order. The far crane sage said indifferently. Holy Sun. The two Dao protectors of the Hong clan were anxious when they saw this. This is the once in 50,000 year Saint Sun Cloud Sky Tournament. For each family, that could be a great opportunity. What family can last 50,000 years without collapsing? That's why the Hong family had to have fresh blood to make it work. As for Hong Ian, he was the saint's son that the Hong clan had cultivated with great effort, and was also the strongest saint's son within the Hong clan during the same period of time. All the clansmen of the Hong clan had high hopes for Hong Ian. Right now, he must not lose the right to participate in the Saint Sun Cloud Sky Tournament because of this matter. Quiet. I in my heart have it. Hong Ian looked toward Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, knowing that this would be a big gamble for him. Even if he barely participated in the Sacred Sun's Cloudy Sky Ring, it was impossible for him to take first place. Even if he entered the top 3, he would only be able to prolong the family for 10,000 years. If you want to be really long-lasting, one has to hand over the real heavenly pride. In Hong Ian's eyes, the duo of Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong were true heavenly pride. In that case, Sage Far Crane leisurely said, Hong Ian, hand over the Holy Sun Order. Then, these two half-saints beside you, sacrifice their native spirit consciousnesses. I'll also be able to give my word to the Tai Shao Palace. After all, you've killed the people of the Earth realm managed by my Tai Shao Palace. Hong Ian's face changed slightly when he heard this. Sage Far Crane, handing over the Holy Sun Order is fine. But these two clansmen of mine are taking orders from me to strike. So, without waiting for Hong Ian to finish speaking, the amiable face of Sage Yuanhe began to gradually freeze. I'm not asking, I'm ordering. The Hong clan, it's been a bit rampant these years. It seems that it is necessary for me to notify the Tai Shao Palace and knock a few things out of your Hong clan. After the voice fell, what immediately followed was the pressure from the saint. Under the holy might, Hong Ian and the two Dao protectors' faces turned extremely ugly. Saint's son. Why don't we just sacrifice our innate spiritual sense? The protector whispered. Tai Shao Palace, one of the 3 strongest palaces in the Tai Shao sacred domain. Powerful. They, the Hong clan, couldn't afford to mess with them. Just when Hong Ian didn't know what to do for a moment, the sound of clapping abruptly sounded. Snap. Qin Yuan clapped his hands, his face with a smile. Looking at that far crane sage sitting on the cloud crane, he also looked at Hong Ian. What a scene! Using power to oppress and bully the small. That what's his name wild crane sage. Congratulations! You've become a qualified lapdog of the Taishao Palace. After Qin Yuan's voice fell, the far crane sage on the back of the cloud crane immediately stiffened as he looked at Qin Yuan with some incredulity. Just now, you're talking about me? He was even a little disbelieving as to how this mole in the first heavenly realm of the supreme realm dared to say the words that he had just said. No. Qin Yuan, on the other hand, shook his head and sighed tersely. I'm talking about dogs. This statement was made. Hong Ian and the two family Dao protectors beside him had been completely stunned. They knew that Qin Yuan should be very strong. But this style of acting, it was too ruthless, wasn't it? But why does it sound so relieving? Unbridled. What a thing you are. A mole in the supreme realm. How dare you jump out? The far crane sage on the back of the cloud crane burst into a rage. When did a tiny supreme being dare to speak so loudly in front of him? As the southern domain master of the imperial continent, you let the soul refining hall brutalize the innocent. If we weren't present today, this ancient young city would have already been turned into a ghost city. I'll be honest. Qin Yuan shook his head. Bring a dog on a leash. It's more manageable than you. And, what are you barking at in front of me? I see that your sea of consciousness is vapid and your holy rhythms are flashy. How do you deserve to be called a saint? With a realm like yours that you piled up by getting high. How dare you come out and show yourself as a saint in front of people? Really think you're something? Oh yeah, you're not a thing. After all, things can't practice, right? Wild Dog Sage. The two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, instantly showed pride when they heard their own master teacher open up. The strength of his own master was not only through and through. That mouth talk is even more terrifying. Anyway, they had never seen anyone who could dislike their master. As expected, the far crane sage riding on the back of a cloud crane in the air had already trembled with anger when he heard the words. It seemed like the next second, it was about to strike. Chapter 58 The True Desolate Heaven's Five Fingers. What did you just call me? On the backbone of the cloud crane, the far crane sage who was sitting on the end was about to lose his end. Who is he? That was the only saint in the southern region of this imperial continent. It was unusual for him to reside over in the cloud crane mountain range, and the living beings around him were like pilgrims when they saw him. When was that ever said? Even the far crane sage was a bit in disbelief that the other party actually dared to insult himself. Is this, tired of living? Sure enough, after becoming a saint, the brain is not working well. Have to hear me curse again. I said you're a dingo saint. Do you hear me? Qin Yuan was on the verge of being speechless. You, unbridled to the core. Far crane's sacred pressure. At this moment, the far crane sage on the backbone of the cloud crane finally couldn't hold it together. The monstrous anger transformed into supreme pressure. He decided that he would directly use the supreme pressure of the saint realm to directly crush this guy in front of him who didn't know the heights of heaven to death. Looking at the monstrous sage dharma pressure in the air, Hong Ian, who was on the side, was about to be stunned. Qin Yuan's unruly style of acting alone had already made Hong Ian dumbfounded. Now, a saint directly used his full might, and at this moment, the sky was truly about to collapse. The dharma is vapid and inferior to a dog. Qin Yuan shook his head, spinning his eyes sideways. He looked at Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong. Lin Chong, apprentice is here. Lin Chong immediately responded. Earlier, I observed that your five-finger technique of the Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion Technique was quite a little accomplished. But, it's only a minor accomplishment. Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. It was also at this moment that the aura on his body began to turn ever more desolate and barren. A strand of power that was of the same origin as the Great Desolate Body continued to grow. My master will next take this wild dog sage and demonstrate to you the real five fingers of desolate heaven. Yes, master. Lin Chong sniffed, his face agitated. Finally, I was able to observe the master strike again. 10,000 years ago, he had seen his master strike in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb. That can be described as supreme through and through greatness. Any strong enemy, in front of one's own master, it would be like dog. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. A five-finger technique. First finger. One finger imprisoning heaven and earth. Qin Yuan raised his hand and pointed his finger at the towering far crane sage. In an instant, the entire space surfaced with a greenish-colored aura, and a pale aura as if from desolation continuously filled the space. And these great desolate forces began to intertwine continuously, forming an invisible cage. The instant the desolate cage coalesced, all that could be seen was the saintly phantom that the far crane sage had coalesced into, directly shattering apart. With a casual finger, he directly broke through the opponent's dharma body. Even the strong saintly pressure dissipated without a trace. What? The far crane sage's heart was shocked. He had just used 10% of his strength to try to strangle the other party. Results? That's how the opponent curved his hand and attacked his strongest power? One finger imprisons heaven and earth, and all things are subdued. With the force of this finger, it was as if heaven and earth had been given a fierce grip by a pair of invisible hands. Space stops, time freezes. No technique can escape this cage. Qin Yuan looked at the far crane sage and once again pointed a finger. Two fingers shatter the mountains and rivers, and Qianquan is reduced to ruins. In the void, a second green-colored giant finger appeared instantly. This giant finger was filled with the desolate Great Desolation engraving. The power of desolation was engraved on it, and it even contained the power that could turn everything into ruins. Ka-ching! Space could no longer withstand such a terrifying force and began to crumble inch by inch. It was also at this moment that the heaven and earth aura of this world began to converge crazily. Space shattered and mountains and rivers collapsed. Under the influence of this finger, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth seemed to be out of balance. This side of space seemed to have tilted under this finger. The space began to crumble. The void rift began to devour the space here. The rift was just like a spider's web constantly spreading towards the surroundings. The mountains and rivers are shattered. Qianquan returns to ruin. It was also under this finger. The far crane sage realized that he was unexpectedly unable to use the power of the heavens and earth around him. In other words, at this moment, all the auras, laws, space, holy rhythms, and all other forces in this space, it's all been taken over by the other side. This man, what is his origin? This strength, it far exceeds that of a supreme being. A saint? Even a saint couldn't possibly possess such strong greatness. The far crane sage quickly operated the aura in his body, using the sage origin essence blood to forcefully protect his body. Avoid having your body torn apart by the void rift. Seniors, Elder knows that he is wrong. Elder will leave quickly. When the far crane sage realized that the essence blood protecting his body was being consumed at an extremely fast rate, he finally panicked. Qin Yuan glanced at the far crane sage before rushing back at Lin Chong. Apprentice, watch this. The first two fingers are just the foundation of the 5 fingers of desolate heaven, and the weakest 2 fingers, back 3 fingers, that's the real kill. After the voice fell, Qin Yuan pointed out the third finger. 3 fingers to destroy the soul of God, and no way back to the Yellow Springs. At this moment, as his third finger slowly extended, his fingertips began to glow with an ethereal light. These rays do not come from the present world, but from the 9 ghosts of the Yellow Springs. It's interspersed with power from hell. This finger was not as loud as the first 2, but instead was strangely silent. However, the bizarre power contained in its finger was enough to freeze space and solidify time. Wherever this finger's shadow passed, any living being that touched it would have its divine soul instantly torn apart and its soul extracted. Then by the power of the 9 sepulchral Yellow Springs, it was refined into green smoke and rejoined heaven and earth. The bizarre green ghostly finger was penetrating the void, pointing directly at the far crane sage. Don't, Elder. I really know I'm wrong. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. At this moment, the far crane sage had long since been imprisoned in the air at the time of the first finger, unable to move. A saint? Where does he look like a saint now? The fear of death had long since haunted him, and his aura was locked by that bizarre green finger. He could feel that if he really came into contact with this finger, it's true that you can lose your soul, even though he has entered the Holy Spirit. Ever since he had just stepped into the realm of saints, the far crane sage had already treated all cultivators below saints as if they were mole crickets. And he had personally asked for orders to come to the southern region of this imperial continent to take care of it. He knew that he was already at the limit of being able to step into the realm of saints in his life, so he came here with the idea that he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. The saints are revealed before men. The entire imperial continent honored him like a god, and this feeling of being above the rest caused the far crane sage to get lost in it. But now, looking at that ghostly green finger in front of his body, he couldn't do anything. It was at this moment that he realized that saints were not invincible. Put, the yellow spring green finger directly pierced through the far crane sage's chest. However, there weren't any wounds, but the blood color on the far crane sage's face was instantly pale to the extreme. The power of the origin was flowing away. The body of the saint was collapsing, and the power of the divine soul was annihilating. With these first 3 fingers alone, he was already in a situation of certain death. However, just then, Qin Yuan's 4th finger followed suit. After all, he hadn't finished demonstrating this true desolate heaven's 5 fingers to his disciple. Chapter 59 Reincarnation Heavenly River. The 5 fingers of desolate heaven. 4th finger. 4 fingers to subdue the wheel of reincarnation. Life and death are not in the hands of heaven. As Qin Yuan's 4th finger slowly raised, the entire heaven and earth seemed to dim, and strands of laws containing the most ancient of laws began to appear. The power of reincarnation began to manifest. Paddle. Suddenly, as if from one end of the firmament to the other, a gap opened instantly. A river of heaven appeared above the firmament. Within the celestial river, there were streams of light and color, in which the river was even more directly suspended upside down from the dome. Such a bizarre scene allowed all the living beings in the entire imperial continent to see it. The river in the heavenly river was also not a real stream of water, but rather, it was interwoven by countless soul-shimmering lights. The water of the soul in the river sparkled and seemed to be able to reflect everything in the world. And on both sides of this celestial river, there seems to be no fixed boundary. The river wasn't that kind of clattering sound either. Instead it was a low hum that held an ancient and mysterious whisper. It is. This is. The far crane sage looked at the boundless celestial river that hung upside down high above the firmament. As a saint, he naturally understood what this was. So, there really is a river of reincarnation. His pupils were filled with fear. It had been tens of thousands of years, and he had never been so afraid as he was now, because he had flipped through some remnant scrolls from the ancient era within the heavenly palace. In the history of the scrolls, there were only a few words about the river of reincarnation. However, since no one has ever been able to open the river of reincarnation in later generations, they have all taken this account as a legend of the ancient era. But right now, when the far crane sage saw the heavenly river hanging upside down above the sky dome, he already understood. The one who had just been targeted by himself possessed the power to pass through the heavens. Holy Sun, it shall not be. It's great. This is the river of reincarnation. It's a river of reincarnation. Holy Sun, this damn thing is really something. The two half-saints beside Han Yian at this moment had already burst into foul language, and it was difficult to suppress their shocked hearts. River of reincarnation. As the saint son of the Hong clan, Han Yian had also looked through some ancient books, and from the records in just a few words, he also knew what the river of reincarnation stood for. Every living being in this world, every living being that opens its intellect, is born with the mark of reincarnation. This mark, nebulous and elusive, unable to probe, unable to capture, unable to spy, even. In other words, if you want to open the wise spirit, you must first have the reincarnation seal. The heavenly river collapses and hangs in the nine skies, and karma is like chains binding the waves of the sky. The golden scorch of destiny breaks the eternal night, and the tide of the ancient ashes of the wheel. The half-saint beside him, his scalp tingling, looked at the river of reincarnation hanging upside down in the air. In the river, the drops of water can all represent a living being in the midst of reincarnation. Boom! After the reincarnation heavenly river appeared, that far crane sage was utterly unable to resist. The body exploded into nothingness, and in it, a faint blue mark was flickering continuously. Reincarnation seal. The voices of the two half-saints beside Han Yian began to run out of tune. The way they looked at Qin Yuan changed. This senior, able to make the reincarnation seal manifest. What kind of horrible powerhouse is this Tama? At the very least, the patriarch of their clan, who possessed the strength of a late-stage saint, didn't even have the ability to make the reincarnation mark appear. Just as the reincarnation mark surfaced, Qin Yuan flexed his fingers. A great power that suppressed heaven and earth began to emerge. Even the river of reincarnation could only be quieted at this moment. The area that was originally flooded with waves also began to calm down. At this moment, even the reincarnation heavenly river would be suppressed. That one saint's reincarnation mark slowly floated above Qin Yuan's palm. He looked at the heavenly river as if it possessed its own consciousness, but didn't dare to disobey Qin Yuan. Click! It was the sound of a soul mark breaking. At this moment, this so-called far crane saint died completely and utterly, and the reincarnation mark was erased. Up to this point, he will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Going forward, there was a complete absence of any living mark of him. Apprentice, watch this. Qin Yuan didn't stop. The 5 fingers of the desolate heaven, each of which contained endless killing moves. That last finger, very strong. Beside him, Lin Chang's gaze was firmly fixed on his own master teacher. The first 4 fingers had already shocked Lin Chong to the core. Not to mention, this strongest 5th finger. The 5th finger. The 5 fingers turn into nothingness, and the great Tao also becomes empty. With the exertion of this 5th finger, all sound in heaven and earth disappeared. Even when people talk to each other face to face, not a single sound can be heard. At this moment, the laws of the heavens and earth within the 9 Xian realm began to change, starting with space. Then in turn, the laws, aura, and the order of the heavens and earth all began to continuously crumble, turning nothingness into nothingness, but not turning the enemy into nothingness. Instead, let this heaven and earth, this metaphysical realm, be reduced to nothingness. This move transcends the great Tao, beyond heaven and earth, beyond reincarnation. All the order of all the forces within the 9 Xian realm all began to collapse, and space began to collapse. One finger, destroy a realm. looking at the collapsing space around him, the ever-collapsing sky. Even the river of reincarnation began to be illusory and inexplicable, and eventually disappeared. This finger of Masters is truly so terrifying. The two of them, Lin Chong and Xiao Ashes, gulped hard as they looked at such a terrifying finger, and beside him, Hong Yan and his two half-saint Dao protectors were even more shocked as their scalps exploded. This is a whole Jiao Xian realm. With one finger, heaven and earth collapsed. The order of the laws of this 9 Xian realm can't even carry it off. Phew! Qin Yuan retracted his fingers, looked at the destruction he had caused, and coughed lightly twice. Overpowered. I didn't know that the order of the laws of this 9 Xian realm was so fragile. Can you blame me? He remembered that when he was in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb, it was a casual greeting, and he could perform whatever he wanted, and it would not be like this at all. Then Senior, let's move to the Tai Shao sacred region immediately. The order of the laws of this 9 Xian realm has collapsed. At most 2 hours, this 9 Xian realm will be annihilated. If we don't leave, it'll be too late. Hong Yan took a few steps in the air and arrived in front of Qin Yuan's trio, saluting and respectfully saying. Qin Yuan sniffed and cocked his head, looking Hong Yan up and down. Go, then the lives of the trillions of living beings in this 9 Xian realm are ignored? You be a man. Hong Yan was stunned. He looked at the space around him as it collapsed inch by inch, the order of the laws turning into a void of chaos. Can this be managed? It's not that any of us don't behave. Then, what Senior means is, said Hong Yan, confused. Fix it before you go. Qin Yuan waved his hand and sighed tersely. The order of laws collapsed, the power of heaven and earth collapsed, and the space-time space shattered. This can be repaired? Hong Yan and the two half-saints beside him no longer knew what expression to use. Faces have been shaken to stiffness. Qin Yuan glanced at the three of them, Hong Yan, and looked at the surrounding area that already had a large portion of space transformed into a deep void. He laughed softly and said, "It's only a matter of remodeling the heavens and the earth. It's not a handful?" Chapter 60 The Power to Warp the Heavens and the Earth. Reinventing Heaven and Earth. Hand in hand? Hong Yan and the two half-saints beside him no longer knew what kind of expression they should use to face Qin Yuan. This is remaking heaven and earth. Although the 9 Xian realm was not the topmost facet, it was not weak either. If one wanted to remake this heaven and earth, then his or her own strength would have to surpass that of a saint at the very least. Anyway, in Hong Yan's and their perceptions, it was impossible to do it even if they were at the peak of saints. At this moment, Qin Yuan slowly took a step forward. The figure instantly arrived above a height of 10,000 feet. He stood in the void, looking at the entire 9 Xian realm that was continuously crumbling. He poured out a breath. In the next second, an inexplicable swirling breath, centered from Qin Yuan, began to spread continuously in all directions. The speed is so fast that it is comparable to instantaneous. It was a pale white wave of air, and wherever it passed those collapsing spaces, as if they had been fixed, were strangely stagnant. Chaos. Origin? The two Dao protectors beside Hong Yan, after sensing this milky white airwave, their brains felt as if they had been viciously smashed by a millstone. The kind of shock that made the hairs on their entire body stand up. If there was any power that could repair a shattered facet, then only chaos, which was beyond the power of facets, could do it. They were never expecting that Qin Yuan's body contained such a terrifying chaotic origin. Is this still a person? At this moment, Qin Yuan looked at the stagnant space around him, and then his 5 fingers began to hold it in a false grip. In an instant, strands of milky white chaos origin began to flow out. In the entire 9 Xian realm, those broken laws continuously transformed into golden streams of light, and then slowly began to wriggle again. In the rift in the firmament above, sharp sounds like strands of law, space, and order intertwined from the depths of the void continuously surfaced. This is the sound of heaven and earth's warp and weft being rewoven. At this moment, Qin Yuan's left hand rushed into the void. That entire slice of spacetime cracks was like snakeskin, continuously falling off, thus revealing the newborn boundary wall inside that was as clear as glass. When the right hand swings, the mountains and the sea return to their place. Also at this very moment, the entire 9 Xian realm began to stagnate like a painting, and Qin Yuan was like the person who put the brush to the painting, was waving the wolfsbane in his hand with abandon. The laws were continuously reshaped in his hands, and the starbursts turned into streams of light that continuously merged into the 9 Xian realm. The chaotic qi, on the other hand, was even more transformed into a liquid, silver-colored radiance that continuously snaked down the cracked vault of the 9 Xian realm. Wherever it passed, all of it kept bridging and repairing. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, it seemed that the pulsations of the earth began to echo each other. Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Behind him, a white and black yin and yang double fish also began to slowly emerge. In an instant, A monstrous supreme greatness transcended the chaos and the great Tao. And Qin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. The voice was clear, yet powerful. Fingers knocking at the stars and rivers to mend the collapse of the sky. Clouds shattering and twisting silk to weave warp and weft. The abyssal breath caresses the mountains and rivers to pieces. And the chaotic condensed light reverses the cycle of reincarnation. Set. A voice as vast as the sea. Wrapped in supreme greatness. At this point, the last word fixed falls. The 9 Xian realms instantly solidified. Restored as before. Even more so. The order is more solid and stronger than before. Even the power of heaven and earth was 100 times more active than before. The power of the heavenly scriptures. Possessing the terrifying power of being able to rewrite the warp and woof of heaven and earth. It was only at this moment that Hong Ian and the 2 half-saints beside him realized that they had truly met an incomparably terrifying powerhouse. At the same time, they were very grateful. It turned out that coming to the southern region of this imperial continent was truly a great chance for them. The great chance was to be able to meet a terrifying senior like Qin Yuan. Lin Chong. See? The 5 fingers of desolate heaven. If you cultivate them to a small degree, saints can be killed. If you cultivate it to great completion, then space can be destroyed. Qin Yuan came to the 2 of them, Lin Chong and Xiao Ashes, and taught. The disciple is taught. Lin Chong nodded solemnly. Xiao Ashes, don't be discouraged either. Qin Yuan looked at Xiao Ashes again. The burning sky skill, which can melt all the fire in the world. You've only fused a few dozen of these. You can only be considered a fledgling. Just now, Master sensed for you that there are no more heavenly flames in the southern region of the imperial continent. There are quite a few of them designated in the Tai Shao sacred realm. When Xiao Ashes heard this, he also immediately responded. Yes, disciple will definitely work hard to find the heavenly flame and melt all the fires in the world. Aha! Qin Yuan smiled gently, looking at his 2 disciples who were both so motivated. He was satisfied. Hong Ian. As soon as Qin Yuan beckoned, Hong Ian had a jolt of excitement and immediately rushed in front of him, standing respectfully. Elder, you say, you brat just stepped forward to take the blame. It's quite a big gamble. Qin Yuan looked at Hong Ian and said with a smile, what you just did is very much to my liking. Earlier, you said that you wanted to call out to my disciple and follow you to participate in that what's-his-name Sacred Sun's Cloudy Sky tournament, right? Yes, senior. Hong Ian nodded his head excitedly. Don't think about it then. Qin Yuan waved his hand. My disciples are used to being high-minded. It's impossible to be a parasite, even as a helper. Hong Ian coughed lightly and said repeatedly, dare not, dare not. It was me who was abrupt earlier. Come to think of it, if someone's master is so powerful, how could his disciple be willing to be a fighter for him? However, Qin Yuan flipped his palm and a square order appeared in his palm. The word, and it was of extraordinary quality. Saint was engraved on the square order. Earlier, that what's-his-name wild dog sage said he wanted your holy sun order. Is this it? Qin Yuan looked at Hong Ian and asked. It's this. Hong Ian's heart was slightly shocked. Then he said, the holy sun order. There are only 7 pieces in total. Only those holding the Saint Sun order are qualified to participate in the Saint Sun Cloud Ring. And there is an unwritten rule. The Sacred Sun Cloud Ring only recognizes the Sacred Sun order, not the person. That's why the Far Crane Sage just now wanted the Saint Sun order in my hand. Elder, where did you get this holy sun order in your hand? Qin Yuan played with the token in his hand and casually said, oh, I killed an inconspicuous Wang Qing earlier and scavenged it from inside his spatial ring. When these words came out, Hong Ian was slightly stunned. Wang Cheng? The Order of the Suns? He gulped and quickly took out a square jade from inside his spatial ring. On the top of the square jade, the printed words had indeed turned gray. With Wang Cheng, Tai Shao Sanctuary, 3rd Sanctuary, Wang Clan Saint Sun, Wang Cheng, died? Just now you said that the Holy Sun Order only recognizes the order but not the person, right? Qin Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes. Hong Ian nodded. Qin Yuan casually threw the Holy Sun Order to Lin Chong. Disciples, your chance has arrived. Participate in the Sacred Sun's Cloudy Sky Tournament and take first place. Well, incidentally, let Hong Ian take second. Let the others grab the rest of the third place. Lin Chong received the token, looked at each other with Xiao Ashes, and immediately responded solemnly. Yes, Master. Chapter 61 Tai Shao Sacred Region. 3 Great Sacred Palaces. Looking at the Lin Chong duo who had received Wang Qing's Saint Sun Order, a half-saint protector beside Hong Ian couldn't help but say, Senior, if your disciple shows up at the Cloud Sky Ring with the Saint Sun Order, then, the people of the Wang clan will instantly recognize that as Wang Qing's Saint Sun Order, which I'm afraid will be held against him by the Wang clan. When Hong Ian heard this, he replied in Qin Yuan's place, do you think that Senior is afraid of their Wang clan? This half-saint protector snapped back to his senses at those words, continuously patting his head. Right. Senior, forgive me. I was overthinking. This terrifying senior. That was a great power that possessed the power to reshape heaven and earth. Qin Yuan smiled and waved his hand. After all, the other party was also kindly reminding him. The Wang clan, if all arrogant and domineering people like Wang Cheng, then they, the Wangs, have no need to exist. In one sentence, the life and death of the Wang clan had been decided. Hong Yan was also stumped in his heart. He hoped that the Wang clan wouldn't make a death wish. Otherwise, it's a real death. Master, then when do we leave? Lin Chong took a deep breath. After seeing his master teacher execute the desolate sky 5 fingers that were tens of thousands of times stronger than him, his desire to become stronger also grew stronger. The top 3 saints of the Sacred Sun Yunxiao tournament will be able to enter which only half saints can have the opportunity to enter Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate. And within this Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate, for every cultivator, it contained a supreme great opportunity. He had also found some accounts in some ancient books. There was no shortage of super demonic talents in heaven and earth. They entered the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate by virtue of a great chance, or at the middle stage of the Supreme Realm. After they stepped out of the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate, their strength was at least half saint. And even more so, they directly stepped into the realm of saints. Such an opportunity must not be spared. First thing in the morning, set out. Qin Yuan gently smiled, and then he retraced his steps back to the one-piece immortal residence within Guiyang City. He hadn't finished the $3 chicken inside the Yipin Xianzhou. Up to this point, all the sects and forces in the entire Nine Xian realm were still silent under the means of that terrifying powerhouse who possessed the ability to rewrite the heaven and earth's warp and woof. And Qin Yuan himself, already sitting on the wine table within the one-piece immortal residence, nibbling on a chicken leg and drinking a fine wine. There is a kind of, after the matter whisked away, deep hiding merit and fame. The holy realm of the great heavens. It is located at the intersection of dozens of facets and is a world unto itself. And the aura of heaven and earth here was more dense than the other facets. Naturally, there are more beings in this, too. The number of people alone had been against the trillions of trillions. Not only that, there were all sorts of other small square spaces within the Tai Shao holy domain. These spaces were self-contained, either occupied by great power clans, or by demon races, beast races, or other living races. But even so, in the Tai Shao sacred realm, it was still the human race that was the leader. At this very moment, Tai Shao sacred region, within the third sacred region, although it is called sanctuary, but in fact it is also a space. It's just been occupied by the Wang clan for tens of thousands of years. House Master, we probed it at least 10 times. It can already be confirmed that Saint Sun Wang Chang, who traveled to the Nine Xian realm in search of opportunities, perished in the third sanctuary space, in the core of the Wang clan, inside the lobby of the ancient schools building. A green-robed old man bowed his waist and whispered to the man sitting above the main seat. The man was about middle-aged, but it could be seen from the fluctuations emanating from between his eyebrows, and the pair of cyan-colored pupils. He was a saint, and he was still in the realm of the late saint stage. My son, really perished? How could he perish when he didn't even use the means I gave him to save his life? The Wang clan's family head seemed to have turned older and older at this moment. He only had one son like that, tens of thousands of years ago, when Wang Qing came out of the world. A vision fell from the sky. Wang Cheng was also known as the strongest genius of their Wang clan, and judging from the talent he had displayed, although it wasn't as strong as several other holy sons of the holy realm, but after all, he was the youngest of all the holy sons. In time, it wasn't impossible to surpass other saint sons, but as a result, Wang Cheng died. He died in such an insignificant little faceted realm like the Nine Xian realm. How does that make him believe? Head of house. The other family elders in the lobby all silently clenched their fists as well. The atmosphere was silent once again. After a long time, the head of the Wang clan, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked up sharply. The pressure of the late saint realm broke through the sky. It made the entire third sanctuary space ripple for a moment, and his grim, chilling voice began to spread above the sky. Check me. Find out who killed my son. I'm going to skin the other party and strip his divine soul alive, eternally trapped in the divine soul purgatory. When a saint is angry, heaven and earth tremble. And then, the entire Wang clan began to run wild. Various intelligence officers were out in force. The purpose was to find out who had beheaded the holy son of their Wang clan. And in the meantime, Taishao sacred region, a land surrounded by immortal mist and mountains. This place is a self-contained aura gathering place. It was so rich and abundant that it could be directly absorbed into the body without refining it when exhaling. The Taishao Palace stood here. It stands majestically, as if above the clouds, connected to heaven and earth. Thousands of magnificent palaces were just sitting there. All of these palaces were made from extremely rare Tai Xiao jade. Moreover, it had to be the hand of someone from the supreme realm to carve it into a palace. The soft holy light emanating from these jades alone could benefit the disciples within the Tai Xiao Palace. At the very core of the Tai Xiao Palace was a heavenly pool. The name is Tai Xiao Tianqi. The pool is small, yet it is at the top of a mountain. This heavenly pool of heaven is clear to the bottom. Above the water surface is even more is rising a wisp of light white mist. These mists, if ordinary people inhale a mouthful, one can then directly wash their muscles and marrow, step into the martial arts path, and even change their root bones. And in the pool water, there were even more countless exotic flowers and plants growing. A strong aura lingered all around. Not only that, the surroundings of the heavenly pool of the great heavens were even more filled with a rich holy charm. In other words, saints can all speed up their cultivation here. And right now, there are 3 lotus platforms within the pool water. On the lotus platform, 3 old men were sitting in it. The red-robed old man on the left had a slightly rugged face and was closing his eyes. As for the lotus platform on the far right, there was a blue-robed old man whose blue eyes were staring at a lotus flower that was about to bloom. The old man in the center wearing purple robes was the palace master of the Tai Xiao Palace, only to see that he tapped the void in front of him. Space rippled, and then 3 jade bottles emerged. Immortal Lotus Brew. 2, please. The purple-robed old man stroked his beard and laughed lightly. With a smile on his face, the blue-robed old man took the agaric wine and began to taste it. And that red-robed old man frowned and said in a low voice, "If you have something to say, say it." Good. The Tai Xiao Palace master put down the agaric wine and looked at the Taiqian Palace master on his right, as well as the Taiyao Palace master on his left. He slowly said, "The far crane sage I sent to guard the southern region of the imperial continent is dead. I'm talking about the kind where the divine soul is forever extinguished and the holy bones are destroyed." Chapter 62. You rehear. Why don't you go and join in the fun? God's soul is forever extinguished, and the sacred bones are destroyed? In the heavenly pool of the Tai Xiao, the Taiqian Palace master was slightly stunned when he heard this. Far crane's strength. Even though he's in the early saint realm, his hand of the cloud crane sun swallowing method, even if he meets a strong person of the same realm, he can still fight. Even if he can't beat them, he could have vanished. How did it come to this? The Tai Xiao Palace master returned with downcast eyes. I have to wonder if it's the puppet bone sacred sect, if it's able to make the sacred bones perish. At these words, the other two's faces changed slightly. Xiao Lei, you said that the puppet bone sacred sect of his first sacred space didn't stay honestly in their sacred realm, and this time, they had to send out that sacred daughter of theirs to participate in this sacred Sun Yunxiao tournament. Their puppet bone sacred sect. What exactly do they mean? The Tai Yao Palace master frowned. It won't affect our plans, right? Yao Lai. Our plan this time can be said to be seamless. The eyes of the Taiqian Palace master on top of the other lotus platform narrowed slightly. Even if the puppet bone sacred sect gives us a hand in this, it won't hinder our plans. We, the 3 most powerful palaces, have been preparing for nearly 50,000 years for this Xian-Ke heavenly gate. The more the Taiqian Palace master said, the more his spirit became exuberant. Qianli, don't lose your temper. Xiao Lei looked at the Taiqian Palace master and slowly said, "Phew," nodded Qianli, adjusting his own breath. At the same time, those disciples outside of the heavenly pool of the great heavens only then felt the pressure on their bodies plummet. The other disciples of the Tai Xiao Palace were also talking about it. The strength of Palace Master Xiao and Palace Master Qian, as well as Palace Master Yao, is too terrifying. It seems like just a hint of breath spilled out just now, making our breath stagnate. That's for sure. The 3 Palace Masters, as early as 50,000 years ago, they had already reached the peak of the sage realm. Now that another 50,000 years have passed, whether or not there has been a breakthrough to the higher layer, we, the ordinary disciples, have no idea. And in the heavenly pool of Tai Xiao, Xiao Lei flexed his fingers and space rippled for a moment. After that, a glazed fish tank emerged, and among them, a yin and yang koi was swimming continuously in the water. Qianli, Yao Lai. This time, the Saint's Sun Cloud Sky Ring is also a great opportunity for the 3 of us. You and I, Xiao Lei slowly said. And that Sumaru koi was swimming continuously in the water. This koi will only assume this posture if the other Sumi koi keeps coming closer. In other words, Xiao Lei stared at the koi, a hint of greed appearing in his purple eyes. We'll soon have a chance to get a second Sumaru koi. At that time, by utilizing the 2 koi, we will be able to locate the exact position of the Sumaru sub-boundary pearl. Speaking of this, Xiao Lei's breathing was slightly heavy. The gazes of the other 2 flickered up similarly. They were the Palace Master of the Tai Xiao Palace, the Palace Master of the Taiqian Palace, and the Palace Master of the Tai Yao Palace, and they arrived at the peak of the Sage Realm 50,000 10,000 years ago. Now, even more so, it had arrived at the Great Perfection realm. No matter how much one practiced, one could not go further. If one wanted to break the shackles of the Peak of Saints, one would have to borrow this kind of strong heaven and earth treasure, Sumeru's subsector bead. If one could find it and refine it, then breaking this layer of shackles is naturally out of the question. Although they, the three most powerful palaces, were the top palaces within the Taishao sacred domain. However, after reaching their realm of strength, they realized, it turned out that this Taishao sacred region was just a drop in the ocean in the entire Great Thousand Worlds. In the meantime, just as the three most powerful palaces were plotting for the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate, the Taishao sacred domain, in the sky above a certain ancient city, the space steeply shattered like a mirror. And then, two of them stepped out. The person on the left side had a slightly soft face, and by looking at his face, he looked like a soft scholar. The green-colored clothes on his body were as soft as flowing water, and beside him, he was followed by a young man in black. Brother Li, this time, are you really sure you haven't sensed anything wrong? The black-clothed youth smiled seemingly helplessly. It was as if it had become commonplace. It won't be wrong. The man in green's soft face was filled with unspeakable excitement. I won't sense it wrong this time. My master said that since I broke through the peak of sainthood and arrived at a higher realm, it will be able to create a sense with the reincarnation heavenly river. This direction, it can't be wrong. Reincarnation heavenly river appeared. When the black-clothed youth saw this, he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. After all, he had said so a dozen times before. But the more this black-clothed youth became interested in the master he spoke of. Just what kind of strong powerhouse would be able to cultivate a terrifying demonic talent like Li Weishui? In just a few tens of thousands of years, from the realm of ordinary cultivators, all the way to crushing up, as if there is no bottleneck, directly in 10,000 years ago to the peak of the realm of saints, and then not long ago, even more is to cross over the shackles of the peak saint realm, to arrive at a higher realm, the great saint realm. Before the great sage, even saints prostrate themselves. What a horrible talent! It crushed the heavenly pride of their realm. Brother Fong, you can actually not have to follow me. Li Weishui looked at the black-robed man in front of her and lightly exhaled. That won't do. Fong Yamo waved his hand back and forth. My Fong family has calculated all the heavenly chances, and eventually spent tens of thousands of years of the family's accumulated heavenly chances power to figure out that as long as you follow you around and hang out, you're guaranteed to have great chances descending upon you. So, Brother Li, I'm following you. When Li Weishui heard this, she could only stop helplessly. Then where are we going now? Fong Yamo asked. I don't know. A day ago, the aura of the river of reincarnation sky disappeared. Li Weishui shook her head helplessly. If I wasn't practicing this technique related to the river of reincarnation gifted to me by my master, I can't sense the river of heaven either. Seeing this, Fong Yamo seemed to have expected it and laughed. I knew it. So before I set off, I inquired about this Taishao sacred region with my family. Right now, counting the time, the Sacred Sun's Cloud Tower tournament is being held within the Taishao sacred region. It's a competition jointly organized by the three most powerful palaces of the Taishao sacred region. Come on, we're all here. Let's go and get together. Seeing that Li Weishui was a bit hesitant, Fong Yamo immediately said, Don't worry. The usual, don't expose your breath. Don't incur karma. Li Weishui sniffed, and only then did she gently let out a sigh of relief. That's okay. Seeing this, Fong Yamo laughed. Let's go then. The moment the words fell, his figure then seemed to become transparent. Upon closer inspection, it was the remnants of a shadow that had remained in place. He and Li Weishui, on the other hand, had already traveled billions of miles in an instant, and wherever they passed, the spatial order rippled slightly. If it was said that a saint could destroy a continent, then a great saint could overthrow a realm. It was obvious that Fong Yamo, like Li Weishui, was a great saint realm powerhouse who had transcended the peak of sainthood. Chapter 63 Dragon Bone Sacred Sect. The Soul Clan, Taishao Sacred Region. Somewhere within the Rainbow Bridge realm, as several dense air waves appeared in the spatial law's grand formation, several silhouettes then emerged from it. Is this the Taishao Sacred Region? The aura is a bit more abundant, but that's all. After Qin Yuan arrived at the Taishao Sacred Domain, he sensed the aura of heaven and earth and gave his assessment. The Hong clan's sons and daughters are here to welcome the seniors, and in front of the Rainbow Bridge teleportation array, hundreds of people from the Hong clan and others whose cultivation started from the Supreme Realm, followed by half-saints, and finally early saints, as well as the late saints realm, were speaking respectfully. The person at the head of the group was clearly the patriarch of the Hong clan, Hong Jin, the fifth holy domain within the Taishao holy domain. A day ago, Hong Yian had one of his Taoist protectors return to the family ahead of time to tell his father what had happened in the southern region of the imperial continent. As for Hongjin, after hearing the Taoist protector's narration, the entire person was directly excited and hyperactive for the night. Under the narrative of the protector of the word, that senior, however, was able to casually slice open the canopy of heaven, allowing the river of reincarnation to descend into the present world, and, with 5 fingers in his hand, he crushed a world. After that, an even more terrifying greatness was applied to reshape that world. This kind of superpower that possesses the greatness of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Their Hong clan could really be lucky to meet Moreover, listening to the family Taoist protector, it seemed that Hong Yian's performance was not bad in the eyes of the higher-ups. Even, the other party casually promised to allow Hong Yian to take second in the next Saint Sun Cloud Sky Ring. This made Hongjin so hyper that he almost fainted. Who are those people across the street? Surprisingly, even the Hong clan's family head has personally come over to greet them. I don't know who it is, but anyway, it's not something that a first-time Supreme Realm entrant like you and me can afford to mess with. That's true. The surrounding cultivators who kept shuttling back and forth were also in a state of shock after looking at this scene. Although the Hong clan was not the topmost clan within the Tai Shao sacred region, but that's at least first tier. But it's never been like this. It's hard to believe. It's someone from the upper realm? Hiss. That's not something you and I can explore. At this moment, Hongjin respectfully arrived in front of Qin Yuan. Then he made a bow and bowed. The clan has already prepared the wine and food, all from the hands of the top chefs within the Tai Shao sacred region. Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go. Life is all about eating and drinking. Qin Yuan was a very penetrating person to see. Yes, senior. Hongjin waved his big hand and a flying boat appeared above the rainbow bridge. And then, the crowd began to head to the 5th sacred space of the Tai Shao sacred region. The speed of the flying boat's shuttle was extremely fast, and it only took an hour to cross several continents. Arrived at the Hong family, and a quarter of an hour later, Qin Yuan was already sitting in the first place, looking at the table full of sumptuous delicacies. That was without any hesitation began to feast. Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong were not ostentatious people. After the wine and rice had been consumed, Qin Yuan spoke. Just now, on the way to the Rainbow Bridge teleportation, I heard Hong Yian say that what's-his-name's Sacred Maiden and the Soul Clan's people were not easy to deal with. These two, what's the origin? Also, tell us carefully about this Saint Sun Cloudy Ring. When Hongjin heard this, he said in a respectful voice, returning to Senior's words. This time, the Saint Sun Cloud Sky Tournament is jointly organized by the 3 most powerful palaces. The location is at the main peak of the Wanxia mountain range, and at that time, on the day the ring opens, there will be countless cultivators coming to observe. And those who participate in the Saint Sun's Cloud Ring are the clans within our 7 great sacred realm spaces. 50,000 years ago, the 3 most powerful palaces released 7 sacred sun orders, with the requirement that anyone under a saint could seize them with their skills. If you capture it, you will be qualified to participate in the Saint Sun Cloud Ring, and the one who possesses the Saint Sun order is the Saint Sun. A Saint Sun can bring 2 companions of the highest half-saint realm along with him. As long as one can enter the top 3, the companions they carry can also enter the Xian K Heavenly Gate together. Qin Yuan's fingers lightly tapped the desktop. A sacred sun order then appeared on the tabletop, and he nodded slightly. So it is. No wonder there's more than one person's aura in this Holy Sun order. Qin Yuan signaled Hongjin to continue. Other clans that possess the Holy Sun order. Our Hong clan is not afraid. Hongjin took a deep breath. To the extent that the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect in the 1st Sacred Realm Space and the Soul Clan in the 2nd Sacred Realm Space are strong opponents. The Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, majoring in the method of bone refining. Their clan's holy maiden, named Zhu Bone Rao. Her hand of bone refining is exceptionally strong. Rumor has it that even saints have been refined by her. The Soul Clan, majoring in the soul refining method. Their family's holy son, named Soul Knight. A hand of soul refining technique is extremely strong, majoring in means of attacking the divine soul. If a cultivator who is new to the sage realm underestimates him, he will most likely be killed by his bizarre hand of soul refining technique in return. Qin Yuan nodded. One refines the bones, the other refines the soul. They are all cruel means, but there are times when you have to say that this kind of cultivation method can really make the cultivation level increase rapidly and the battle strength is higher than that of the same class. What do you guys think? Qin Yuan turned his head sideways and looked at the Xiao Ashes duo. Senior, leave the Soul Knight to me. Flames flickered in Xiao Ash's eyes. He and the Soul Clan had long been mortal enemies. Of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, leave it to me. Lin Chang's gaze was calm. He wouldn't be merciful just because his opponent was a woman. After all, what he cultivated was the Great Desolate Technique. He, Mordecai, is emotionally involved. A single-mindedness to become stronger. Okay, it's settled. Qin Yuan stood up and said aloud, Xiao Ashes, Lin Chong, you remember the teachings of your master. This time, the holy sun cloud rang. Your purpose is to show those heavenly prides of this Tai Xiao sacred region what it means to be a true heavenly pride, and let these heavenly prides know that they're actually nothing. Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong instantly stood up, their eyes filled with battle intent. At the same time, he cupped his fists at Qin Yuan and saluted. Yes, master. On the side, Hong Yian, who had also stood up, coughed lightly. After all, he is also in Qin Yuan's mouth heavenly pride column. Holy sun cloudy ring. It's time to let these so-called heavenly prides see the world. Qin Yuan's eyes were distant. Turning his head to Hongzhen, he asked, how many days are left until the Saint Sun's Yunxiao tournament? Back to senior. There are still 10 days left. Hongzhen immediately replied. Is there a secret realm of cultivation within the clan? Qin Yuan asked again. Yes. In these 10 days, I'm going to instruct these two disciples of mine and need to use the secret realm of cultivation. When Hongzhen heard this, he said repeatedly, please feel free to use the clan's secret realm. Senior. Aha. Qin Yuan nodded. And then after glancing at Hong Yian, he spoke out. In these 10 days, Hong Yian, you can also come to the secret territory to observe. Hong Yian was jolted when he heard this. His whole body wobbled with excitement, and he trembled a little between words. Yes. Yes. XX. Senior. Hongzhen's eyebrows trembled even more. Excited to the extreme. He knew that this was a great opportunity that the higher power had casually gifted to his son. This is the real big chance. Qin Yuan looked at the agitated Hong Yian and then looked at Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong. Let's go. For these 10 days, Master will give you special training. Remember to have pills to repair your injuries. Qin Yuan's face, filled with a warm smile, then turned to Hong Yian, and said, well, you keep a little extra on hand. 2. Chapter 64 3 Ancient Characters. 10 days. It's only for 10 days. In the Hong clan's secret cultivation realm, Hong Yian had seen what it meant to be a true heavenly pride. In the secret realm, Xiao Ashes was standing in the void. As the mark on his brow continued to flash, the sea of clouds above his head began to turn an endless red color. At this moment, blazing foreign-colored flames began to rise around him, and all of these flames were the heavenly flames that Xiao Ashes had fused into his body. The heavenly flame was pulsating, and every strand of heavenly flame that erupted was mixed with an aura capable of burning the heavens and destroying the earth. Xiao Ashes had already run the burning sky skill to the critical moment. At this moment, he was fully committed, and the heavenly flame in his body was like a wild dragon churning and rushing along the tendons and veins of his entire body. Below, Hong Yian, who was sitting on top of the stone platform, gulped as he looked at the scene in the air, only to see that the flames continued to merge in Xiao Ash's palm, and even the space around him was scorched and distorted. And then, it was seen that the dozens of heavenly flames were constantly fusing, squeezing, and condensing under Xiao Ash's control. Eventually the outline of what resembled a giant ruler was slowly sketched out. The giant ruler continued to solidify, and slowly a huge ancient ruler with an incomparably red body appeared above Xiao Ash's right hand. And that ruler made from the fusion of fire was even more engraved with ancient heavenly fire runes, and the rune patterns were constantly changing between the flow of firelight. It was as if it was breathing, flickering as the flames pulsed. The giant ruler did not have a ruler blade, but the moment it took shape, an invisible pressure had begun to shake the 8 directions. 10,000 flames eternal heavenly ruler. The heavenly ruler condensed from the heavenly flame had already solidified through and through, and at this moment, it was emitting a suffocating blazing heat, as if it was able to melt all of everything into ashes. And Xiao Ashes stood above the void with a huge ruler in his hand. The heavenly flames were entwined around his body, as if at this moment, he was truly like a fire god that had come from the distant past. Many thanks to Master 10 Days for his teachings. It allowed me to once again comprehend a few more points of the burning sky technique. Xiao Ashes felt the surging power contained in the 10,000 flames eternal heavenly ruler, and his face was slightly agitated. Temperance. In the sky, a party of jade chairs were constant in the air, and Qin Yuan leaned against the back of the chair, smiling softly. Your development of the burning sky skill is less than 20% at best. It needs more work. Xiao Ashes made a solemn bow in Qin Yuan's direction. Yes, Master Teacher. Disciple honors the teachings of Master. Qin Yuan nodded slightly. Next, it's up to your senior brother. The words fell. Xiao Ashes also looked his own gaze in the other direction. At the other end of the Hong clan's secret cultivation realm, it was a vast forest. And in the air, Lin Chong was sitting here. His body was running the great desolate heavenly diffusion technique, and a strand of deep and mysterious green chi was encircling his body. At this moment, his figure was as steady as a rock. Those green chi around his body were all ancient and strong great desolate power. This power traveled around Lin Chang's body, and it also caused Lin Chang's figure to become hidden from time to time. Suddenly, the operation of the Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion technique seemed to have come to a critical point, and Lin Chang's brows were fiercely furrowed. Break! A low drink sounded from Lin Chang's mouth. In an instant, an unprecedented power of the Great Desolate erupted from Lin Chang's dantian, transforming into a deep cyan-colored glow that shot up into the sky. It was also at this moment that an illusory dragon's roar seemed to appear between heaven and earth. Roar! The dragon's roar sounded far away and near. The sound was not exactly high-pitched, but it contained an extremely ancient majesty and vicissitudes. It was as if this dragon's roar came from the ancient times. At this moment, the sky also began to change abruptly. The clouds were torn apart inch by inch, and the clear sky was instantly enveloped by a strand of cyan-colored great desolate power. Between the tumbling clouds, a huge green dragon shadow slowly emerged. It was not a solid entity, but a shadow, but it was lifelike, so clear that every dragon scale on its body was clearly visible. After the green-colored dragon appeared, it hovered directly above Lin Chang's head. Its body snaked for thousands of miles, and that pair of dragon eyes was flashing with a divine light as bright as the sun and the moon. Between the fluttering of the dragon's whiskers, there seemed to be endless power of the Great Desolate wandering about. The vast forest below also began to rustle. At this moment, everything in heaven and earth seemed to submit to the feet of this giant dragon. Slowly, the green-colored dragon shadow began to continuously merge with Lin Chang's aura. Vast pressure began to pour out in all directions. On the stone platform below, even Hong Yian, who possessed the ninth heaven of the supreme realm, felt a trace of pressure. One had to know that Lin Chong was only at the fourth level of the supreme realm. As the green dragon vision continued to merge with Lin Chong, that Lin Chong, who was sitting in the air, also slowly opened his eyes. The next moment, in the void in front of him, three ancient and profound ancient texts suddenly emerged. Desolate Heaven Transforming Dragon Technique. Three deep and majestic ancient characters were flickering with a heart-stopping green-colored glow. It was condensed by the purest power of the Great Desolate. Each word exuded mystery as they floated in front of Lin Chong, only appearing for a moment before instantly disappearing into Lin Chang's body. As of this moment, Lin Chong also had comprehended the most powerful martial killing technique from the Great Desolate Heavenly Diffusion Technique, Desolate Heavenly Dragon Transformation Technique. At this very moment, below that, Hong Yian, who was sitting on top of the stone platform, looked at the vision in the air of his own cultivation secret realm. The left side was rendered crimson by Shao Ashan's heavenly flame, while the right side of the sky was infested with the great desolate power within Lin Chong, giving it a greenish color. One left and one right, occupying the entire sky. Tenjiao. This is a true heavenly pride. I'm a ing piece of compared to them. Hong Yian gulped hard. Originally he was still very complacent as the existence within his family whose cultivation speed and enlightenment were at the peak. But right now, he was considered to have seen through to the ground what was called a true heavenly pride. Hong Yian also understood that 10 days ago, Qin Yuan said to Lin Chong and Shao Ashes, "Let the heavenly pride in the Tai Shao sacred realm see what a true heavenly pride is." As it turns out, those of them eyeing who were the titles of Holy Son, Holy Daughter and Heaven's Pride, in Qin Yuan's eyes, is nothing. Senior, I've comprehended the desolate sky dragon transformation technique. After Lin Chong stabilized his breath, he rushed to Qin Yuan with an excited face. Aha! Qin Yuan smiled and nodded. Rushing towards Hong Yian below, he said, Let's go out of the secret realm. Elder. Hong Yian nodded solemnly. After exiting the secret realm, Hong Jin, who had long been squatting at the entrance of the secret realm, immediately winced, and then he quickly looked at Qin Yuan's several people. Although the aura of the duo of Shao Ashes and Lin Chong was still at the fourth level of the supreme realm, the feeling they gave off was no longer the same. Looking at Hong Yian again, although his body was slightly injured, that strength of a nine heavens supreme being had also become more and more solid. Even, vaguely, there was already a tendency to step into half-saint. It's obvious. It was instructed by someone high up. Hong Jin excitedly bowed deeply at Qin Yuan. On behalf of my canine son, I would like to thank Senior for his mention. Aha! Qin Yuan nodded. Let's go before it's too late. Let's go and meet the prideful people of this Tai Shao sacred region. Yes, Elder. Chapter 65. The Holy Sons gather together. The Great Ring is approaching. The 10,000 Xia mountain range, located in a land of perpetual day in the Tai Shao sacred region, because this is a strange place where the haze fills the valley all year round. Hence the name Wanxia mountain range. The haze also causes the night to be like day here. And right now, on Wanxia mountain in the Wanxia mountain range, there were already thousands of silhouettes that were constantly speeding towards this place. If someone arrives in a flying boat from a high altitude, or if someone climbs up from the foot of the mountain, or maybe someone directly tore through the void and stepped here. All in all, Today was the most lively day in this Wanxia mountain range in 50,000 years, because the 50,000 yearly the Taishao Sacred Region Head of the Saints Clouds Tower Tournament off was about to begin. This was an event jointly organized by the three most powerful palaces in the Taishao Sacred Region. Wanxia Mountain, the main peak. On top of it was an immense and incomparable platform as if it had been chopped off directly by someone's sword. And around the platform was a viewing gallery that could hold tens of thousands of people. In the middle of the main peak, it was piled up with cloudy stones, which were sufficient to resist half-saint attacks after being empowered through a great spell formation. Even the power of a saint would be able to carry it for a moment or two. For a while, the elders and patriarchs of all the major clans brought their most valued disciples to observe. Although they couldn't become a heavenly pride like a saint's son, but being able to observe the battles between saints' sons, that would be a great benefit for them. At this moment, the southeast corner of the viewing gallery. In the first row, Fang Yamo was taking a fruit plate and handing it to Li Weishui beside him. Brother Li, are you really not going to eat? It's times like these that you have to have a fruit plate to go with it. A green shirt Li Weishui sniffed, but she said helplessly, Brother Fang, it's a deal. After we watch the Saint Sun's Cloud Tower tournament today, let's move out immediately. I have to keep looking for my master. The sense of the river of reincarnation was already too thin to detect, but Li Weishui still didn't want to give up, because 20,000 years ago, he had asked his master in the desolate ancient heavenly tomb. His master had also informed him that if he was able to sense the existence of the river of reincarnation on a certain day, that would be proof that he had come out of the gate. Even Li Weishui's breath began to catch as she thought about this. The master had the grace of a great creation for him, and he was even more devoted to him, imparting to him the supreme reincarnation method. It was only then that he left the desolate ancient heavenly tomb and directly emerged as a new star. And in a short period of 20,000 years, he had pushed across all realms under the Great Sage and arrived at the Great Sage realm. The kindness of his master, he, Li Weishui, would never forget. Don't worry, Brother Li shouldn't be in a hurry. Fang Yamo immediately nodded his head and responded, after we finish watching this Saint Sun's battle, we will immediately move. Moreover, this Saint Sun's battle is the most lively scene in this Taishao Sacred Region. If your master was in this realm, he would definitely come to join in the fun as well. Maybe, your master is here. Listening to Fang Mo's comforting words, Li Weishui nodded helplessly. Aha! And then he continued to secretly operate the reincarnation technique within his body, searching for traces of the reincarnation heavenly river. Wanxia Mountain, the main peak, the reception of the holy sons of the cloudy sky ring. Qin Yuan's crowd had already arrived here. Hong Yian came to the front of the reception hall and took out the holy sun order. The two receiving maids at the door immediately nodded their heads. Then he led Hong Yian into the grand hall. The three of them, Qin Yuan, walked to the front of the hall. Lin Chong took out the Saint Sun Order of the Wang Clan. This statement was made. The face of that receiving maid all changed slightly. The Order of the Holy Sun. There are only 7 of them. Although the order is recognized, but the behavior of the Wang family during this period of time everyone has found abnormal. That is, the Wang clan's sacred sun order was taken away, and the Saint Sun of the Wang clan, nowhere to be found. The other clans that possessed the Sacred Sun Order were able to observe through Fang Yu that the Sacred Sun of the Wang clan was dead. Right now, the one holding the Holy Sun's order was clearly a man who was not well known. That's why it's so responsive. Under the reception of the maidservant, the three of them, Qin Yuan, also arrived in the reception hall of this great hall of the Holy Sons. Upon entering the hall, the maid then said softly, Everyone, please wait here while I present the Holy Sun's order. Aha! Qin Yuan waved his hand. Go! Just give notice when it's time for a fight. After saying that, he sat down on a wooden chair inside the lobby and closed his eyes. A few moments later, Wanxia Mountain, the main peak, the highest level of the ring's viewing gallery. 3 of the 7 great clans and forces have already arrived here. They were the Wang clan, the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, and the Soul clan. And on the opposite side of them, the palace master of the 3 most powerful palaces was seated on top of a jade chair. The Taishao Palace Master in the center glanced at the jade in his hand before his brows stretched and he looked in the direction of the Wang clan. Just got the news. The order of the Holy Sun of the Wang clan was presented. A total of 3 people came. Those who participated in the Battle of the Holy Sons were 2 in total. The other, it seems, is their master. Still dare to come? I think they are tired of living. The Wang clan's family head sniffed, and his right hand directly crushed the dragon head carved on top of the jade chair. The pressure of the late saint realm was released steeply. Master of the house, stabilize. The elders beside them immediately whispered. The palace masters of the 3 most powerful palaces have all promised us that this matter will be given an account. Wang Shanhua sniffed and suppressed the power within his body that was about to go berserk before forcibly closing his eyes. He truly hadn't expected that his son's murderer would really dare to use his son's Saint Sun order to participate in this Saint Sun Cloud Sky Ring. Wang family master, don't worry, although this matter cannot be done in the open, when the Saint Sun contest is over, we will look for those 3 people to give your Wang family a statement. Xiao Lei narrowed his eyes and said, the people from the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect and the Soul Clan on the side didn't seem to be interested in this matter. They have one purpose, let their own Saint Son or Saint Daughter take the first place in this Saint Sun Cloud Sky Ring. Then, enter the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate and achieve sainthood. Saints, there are 2 kinds. One kind of saint is a saint who has accumulated by virtue of his cultivation, and is hardwired to forcefully stack up by time. This is true for most of the realm of saints. The other kind of saint, on the other hand, became a saint through enlightenment after stepping into the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate. Even more so, there were great celestial prideful people who were able to cross several classes in a row. This was why both the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect and the Soul Clan wanted to take first place. The 7 celestial pride, along with their companions, are ready. Phew. Xiao Lei stood up from his jade chair and looked at the already crowded cloud sky ring in front of him as he glanced at Shanli and Yao Lai beside him. The 3 of them disappeared in an instant, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at the cloudy stone platform. Please, everyone, a moment of silence. Xiao Lei's slightly aged voice instantly suppressed all the sounds present. It was as if heaven and earth, only his voice remained. The pressure of the peak grand completion realm of saints began to faintly permeate. I declare that the Holy Sun's cloudy sky ring officially begins. Xiao Lei didn't delay and immediately announced that the 50,000 yearly dinosaur Saint Sun battle had begun. At this moment, Qin Yuan also brought the 2 of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, to the spectator seats in the ring match. After picking a good spot, Qin Yuan then directly laid down. After glancing at the 3 people above the ring below, he lost interest. 3 saintly peaks that had stacked up hard by virtue of time were just that. But the next second, Qin Yuan's gaze looked toward the southeast corner of the ring's viewing gallery. Slightly surprised, the power of reincarnation. After sensing it for a moment, he staggered out. Li weakness? This little guy is here too? Show me the geometry of strength. Qin Yuan gazed for a breath, then laughed softly. Not bad, not bad. Great sage realm now. Rather, I didn't slack off on my practice. He nodded contentedly, and at the same time, the system mission was immediately triggered. Ding! Trigger system mission. Meet with disciple Li Weakwater. Reward disciple with great luck strike feedback points, 5 trillion points. It was also at that moment, Xiao Lei, who was in the middle of the field, had already begun to read out the rules for the matchups in the Battle of the Sacred Suns. Chapter 66 The Celestial Pride. Here we come. Xiao Lei looked around before speaking aloud. The rules for the competition in our Saint Sun's Cloud Sky Ring are simple. There are a total of 7 Sacred Sun orders, and the first match is a melee. It is up to the 7 holders of the Holy Sun's order to bring their companions and enter into this Holy Sun's Cloud Ring together. And after that, the rules of the game are very simple. 1 team of Holy Suns will be eliminated first, while the 6 teams left behind will continue to draw lots for the matchup. In the end, 3 teams will be decided. Xiao Lei lightly breathed a sigh of relief. And all 3 of these teams will be able to enter the Xian-Ke Heavenly Gate under the chances of creation of our Supreme 3 Palaces. Of course, this place at the head of the suns is still to be divided. In the end, these 3 teams will duel with each other, and the winner will be the head of the Sacred Suns. After that, there are some basic rules of the competition. For example, the battle for the Holy Sun required all one's strength, and if one died in battle above the ring, one could only admit to oneself that one's strength was insufficient. There are 2 ways to fall. One is to be knocked out of the Tai Xiao Shi Ring, and the second is to be killed. After all, this is the 50,000 yearly Saint Sun competition of the Tai Xiao Sacred Region. If it is a small fight, it can't be called the title of Saint Sun. After listening to Xiao Lei's explanation, in the stands, Qin Yuan, who was reclining on a chair, rubbed his brow, saying this for a long time. It's not just an unruly death match. In one sentence, it directly summarized the rules of the Saint Sun competition that Xiao Lei had spoken of. Disciples, this stage has been set for you. Next, give these heavenly prides a little shock. Qin Yuan picked up the linglong fruit from the fruit plate on the coffee table to one side and dropped it into his mouth. Yes, master. Lin Chong and Xiao Ashes both nodded confidently. At this moment, Xiao Lei had returned to the organizing seat, and he began to speak aloud. Next, I would like to invite everyone who holds the Holy Sun's order to enter the arena. After the words fell, that empty cloud ring then heated up with a strange black mist. Between the tossing of the mist, 3 silhouettes slowly stepped out from it. The person in the lead was clearly Soul Knight. and beside him were the two companions he carried. One of them was Sol Wufei, and the other was originally intended for Sol Wufei to come, but Sol Wufei's fate card shattered open a dozen days ago. This made Sol Wufei furious, but after all, the Saint's son's fight was imminent, and he had to suppress his anger. Following another of the family's Tao protectors to follow Saint Sun Soul Knight and come to participate in this Cloud Sky Ring, the holy son of the Soul Clan, Soul Knight. There's also Soul Wuya. The other person seems to be the second elder of their clan. Their strength. Hiss. Surprisingly, all of them are half-saints? The cultivators on the stand swallowed hard after sensing the Soul Knight few in the arena. The requirement to participate in the Sacred Sun's Cloud Ring was under a saint, and the three people from the Soul Clan at the moment, all of them were clearly half-saints. This shows that they are extremely ambitious this time. Right after the Soul Knight trio took the field, suddenly, a crease in space rose from a location hundreds of feet across from them. It was as if something was behind the space, trying to tear through it and rush out. In the next moment, space was instantly slashed by a pair of white bone palms. Ho ho! A creepy sound rang out. All that could be seen was that there were two white, chilling skeletons in the space that were continuously tearing open the space rift. In the empty pupils of the two human bones' eyes, there was a purple ghostly fire dancing. After that, a woman dressed in red slowly stepped out. The likeness was superior, but his entire body was radiating a chilling wave. The violet eyes faintly swept the room, while those cultivators with slightly lower cultivation levels felt like their souls were going to be sucked away. Even the bones are a little crispy. When they came back to their senses, all the cultivators had chills down their backs and senching cold sweat broke out. The woman in red stood proudly among them, and the two morose white skeletons beside her stood so silently beside her. Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, able to refine living people into bone puppets, and it allows bone puppets to cultivate, and the way of cultivation is extremely cruel, not unlike the Soul Clan's soul refining method. Vermilion Bone Enchantress, the holy daughter of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect. Legend has it that those who pursued her were refined into puppet bones by her. It's horrible. Strength. Surprisingly, it's also at the half-saint realm. Where's her help? She still needs help? The strength of those two puppet bones under her is comparable to the half-saint realm, alright. That's true. The monks were talking about it. Immediately after that, it was the Hong clan of the 5th sacred region. Hong Ian, alone, stepped into the cloudy sky ring, and this scene directly dumbfounded the cultivators who came to see the cloudy sky ring. The Hong clan? Just the holy sun alone? Are they giving up? No way. Although the strength of the Hong clan doesn't dare to say that it can surpass that of the Soul clan and the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, it's at least stronger than those other Sacred Sun clans, isn't it? Does that mean he's confident that he can enter the top 3? The surrounding crowd was talking, and the cloudy ring. Soul Knight couldn't help but skim his eyebrows even as he looked at Hong Ian, who was alone on the stage. Hong Ian, your family sent you alone? Hong Ian rolled his eyes when he looked at Soul Knight. None of your business. Anyway, the Highlander had promised him that he would make it to the top 3, so why don't he just come up alone? Hong Ian, it's been a long time since I've seen you and you're still so grumpy. Soul Knight narrowed his eyes and his gaze turned grim. You're still the same as before. Supreme 9 heavens, Half-Saint hasn't even stepped into it. I really don't know what kind of guts you have to dare to come to the Saint Sun's Cloud Sky tournament. Hong Ian simply closed his eyes and stopped ignoring Soul Knight. In the past, perhaps he might have needed to respect him Soul Knight for a few moments, but since there is a high person to support, Hong Ian this realized that there is a backer is really cool. Immediately after that, the remaining Saint Sons of the Lu clan, Ma clan, and Lu clan also stepped on top of the Saint Sun's Cloud Ring with their two companions. Although these three families were ranked at the back of the list, the strength of their holy sons were also solidly at the 8th or 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm. Up to this point, 6 forces had arrived in the final field, and there was still the last Wang clan, which had not taken the field. Where is the holy son of the Wang clan? How come I haven't seen it? I remember the Wang clan's Saint Son being very bossy. By all rights, an occasion like this should have jumped right out at the first couple of people on the field. Haven't you heard? The Wang clan has been searching for someone in almost the entire domain for the last 2 weeks, as if they are saying their Saint Son was killed. Not only that, the Saint Son's order in the Saint Son's hand was also taken away by the other party. Hiss. So ruthless? Which ruthless person has arrived? That I don't know. Just as the surrounding crowd was talking, the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, looked at each other and bowed to Qin Yuan before slowly stepping out at the same time. In an instant, spatial fluctuations festered. The two of them then appeared in the middle of the field of the Sacred Sun's cloudy sky ring. At this moment, the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, were in the limelight, and the two of them slowly swept the entire field. The pride of the Tai Xiao sacred region. Here we come. Chapter 67 Master said that he would take you to lie down and win. The moment the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, stepped into the field, all of the surrounding cultivators, as well as the saints above the cloud ring, all quieted down. Everyone's gazes all converged on the two of them. Two figures, one red and one green, just stood in the middle of the field. The red figure's face carried a faint smile, while the fire lotus mark on his brow was particularly conspicuous. The man in green on the right side, on the other hand, was full of indifference, and a desolate aura was slowly emanating around him. And the names of the two of them appeared on top of the cloud carving stone on the side of the cloud ring. Xiao Ashes, Lin Chong, they're the ones who killed my son. On the main stand, Wang Shangyue, the family head of the Wang clan, looked at Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong on top of the cloudy sky ring, and his fury was suddenly enormous. They are only at the 4th level of the Supreme Realm? The Qianli Palace Master, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, skimming over Wang Shanyue's words with some surprise, while beside him, Yao Lai, the Tai Yao Palace Master, was looking at Xiao Ashes in the field with a slightly greedy gaze. He then narrowed his eyes and grinned. That Xiao Ashes, not bad. He's actually able to have so many kinds of heavenly flames existing within his body, and he's actually able to make all of these heavenly flames live in harmony. From the looks of it, this one called Xiao Ashes definitely has an extremely powerful fire control method in his hands. This is similar to my Tai Yao Palace's gong method. When Qianli, who was beside him, saw this, he already knew what happened to the one called Xiao Ashes, and at this moment, in the viewing gallery of the cloud ring, the crowd also started talking. What's the situation? A person of the 4th sky of supreme exaltation is also able to participate in this battle of the holy suns? If that's the case, then can I, a person at the 5th level of the supreme realm, also participate? You participate? Can you beat Soul Knight or can you beat Zhu Bonrao? Ahem. And how did the two of them dare to go up there? That goes without saying? There must be something in their cards. Discussed at the same time. At the southeastern corner of the viewing platform, Fang Yamo looked at the duo of Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong in the arena, slightly stunned. Supreme. 4 heavens? It can't be. Could it be that there's some kind of magic treasure on his body that conceals his breath? Fang Yamo slightly used his perception, and a moment later, his face once again bulged with suddenness. It is indeed the strength of the supreme 4 heavens, but the aura and divine soul on the two of them are so solid. Even, I don't dare to guarantee that I can have such a solid base like them when I was in the supreme 4 heavens. In time, the strength of the two of them is definitely not below me. Fang Mo gave the evaluation in his heart, and Li Weishui, who was on the side, nodded and looked at Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong in the field, feeling the unruly aura on them. Somehow it gave him an intimate familiarity. Still missing Master too much? Li Weishui took a deep breath and continued to silently operate the reincarnation technique within his body just to sense the fluctuations of the reincarnation heavenly river that had appeared earlier. Brother Li, look how boring you are. Since we're all here, don't you want to guess who will actually be able to win the top 3 awards? When Fang Yamo looked at Li Weishui, who was contemplating with his eyes closed, he couldn't help but pat his arm. Li Weishui helplessly opened his eyes and carefully observed those saints in the arena. And after a moment of contemplation, he asked rhetorically, "Then, Brother Fang, what do you think?" "I think that the top 3 should be Zhu Bonrao of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, Soul Knight of the Soul Clan, and Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong." Fang Yamo thought for a moment then continued. "The first place should be Zhu Bonrao, the second should be Soul Knight, and the third would be Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong. Although, the power within Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong and the two of them is exceptionally solid and thick. The span of cultivation levels is simply too great. Both Zhu Bonrao and Soul Knight are half-saints. Not to mention that they have half-saint companions and half-saint puppets." The analysis Fang Yamo gave was very pertinent. While at this moment, Li Weishui shook her head and said, "My master has warned me. Never underestimate each of your opponents because of their cultivation. And, is that grade span considered big? When I was in the Supreme Triple Sky back then, I killed a few half-saints." Fang Yamo sniffed and his face fluctuated slightly. "How can I compare to you, demon? With your hand of reincarnation art, killing people across great realms is not a problem. All I can say is that back then, those few half-saints really didn't look at the auspicious day when they went out to strut their stuff. A lucky day has turned into a bad day. How can you justify this? So, Brother Li, what's your opinion?" Fang Yamo turned back to the topic. "I think that the first place should go to Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong." Li Weishui somehow inexplicably had great confidence in Lin Chong and Xiao Ashes in her heart. "Alright, then let's bet on today's dinner." Fang Yamo hemmed and hawed. "Whoever loses is invited." Li Weishui smiled and gently nodded her head. "That's when the presiding race seat," Xiao Lei said in a loud voice. "Since the 7 holders of the Holy Sun's order and your companions are on the field. So, let's get started." In the first match, the first to admit defeat, or to be knocked back and fall out of the ring, is eliminated. After the voice fell. In the ring, Xiao Ashes suddenly raised his right hand high. Please ask, what if more than one person falls? He looked at the Taishao Palace master and said in a slow voice. Xiao Lei was also stunned by this question. Then returned. That's natural. Falling together. That's good. Xiao Ashes breathed a light sigh of relief once he received the answer. Lin Chong, who was on the side, had already begun to secretly condense the Great Desolate Finger technique. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense at this question from Xiao Ashes. Kid's arrogant. The saint son of the Lu clan looked at Xiao Ashes and snorted twice. And then, he looked at the other clan saints beside him and said, Gentlemen, why don't we join forces together and beat down these two Supreme Realm Fourth Sky ones first? The holy son of the Ma clan nodded. Good, I agree. The Lu clan saint son followed suit. At this moment, Hong Yian then quickly arrived beside the two of them, Xiao Ashes and Lin Chong, and once he turned around, he faced the holy sons of these three great clans on the opposite side. Hong Yian, are you crazy? The holy sons of these clans were slightly stunned and somewhat shocked. These two are my brothers. Hong Yian patted his chest and said. This scene also caused Soul Knight and Zhubon Rao to look sideways. Hong Yian, Master said for us to take you to lay down and win. You don't need to make a move. Xiao Ashes gently patted Hong Yian's shoulder, and then, slowly stepped forward. A fire lotus pattern seemed to emerge under his feet. A blazing wave of air gradually churned. Xiao Ashes looked in front of him and said aloud, Before we boarded the stage today, my master teacher informed with the two of us, give you two choices. First, getting off the stage by yourself is slightly unpleasant. Second, I'll knock you guys off the stage just as bad. If you don't make a choice within 3 breaths, you default to second. Xiao Ashes had a smile on his face and was blandly self-conscious. Lin Chong on one side couldn't help but be staggered. Worthy of being a senior brother. That's quite a scene to learn from your master. Chapter 68 One move to crush 9 of our 9 heavens? Are you still human? The moment Xiao Ashes said this, all the cultivators who had come to watch the battle all sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy, what the hell is this person? Speaking in such an overbearing manner? But the key is that he's only at the 4th heavenly level of the Supreme Realm. And the minimum he's facing is a saint son of the 9th heavenly level of the Supreme Realm. Even with the Hong clan saint son backing them up, it's impossible for them to defeat their opponents, right? When the holy son of the Ma clan saw this scene, he immediately waved his sleeve. Arrogant. This is really the first time I've seen someone so arrogant. I want to see how you're going to defeat us. The saint son of the Lu clan followed suit and stepped forward, snorting. And beside them, a few companions with the strength of the 9th sky of supreme exaltation also rubbed their fists together. The saint son of the Ma clan plus the saint son of the Lu clan, and the saint son of the Lu clan. The 3 great saints had already united their fronts. Together with their companions who had followed them here, there were a total of 9 supreme 9 heavens. Senior brother, there's no need to waste words on these people. Lin Chong took a step forward. Without any sign, he raised his hand and pointed a finger. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. He's a man who doesn't like to talk too much, and if he wants to fight, he'll fight. Ka-ching, there was a loud bang. A huge green-colored finger appeared in the void, and an extremely thick great desolate force was wrapped around the finger. Golden engraved patterns continuously wrapped around it, and the power was horrifying. Burning fury heavenly lotus. Xiao Ashes also did not say anything more. His senior brother had made a move. Then he, as a senior brother, naturally had to follow suit. The fusion time of the 3-colored fire lotus. For the present day Xiao Ashes, that was completely at his fingertips. In an instant, a huge 3-colored fire lotus appeared above Xiao Ashes' palm, and he threw himself fiercely towards the crowd of Ma's saint sons in front of him. Between the spinning of the fire lotus, the space had begun to collapse by inches. The desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger was also continuously destroying everything in its path. Such a horrifying scene caused all the cultivators who had come to observe this Saint Sun's Cloud Sun tournament to feel their scalps tingle. In the cloudy sky ring, facing such a terrifying martial skill, all of the several people from the Ma clan Saint Sun frowned greatly. Even, there was a hint of fear between the pupils vaguely. Their auras were firmly locked by the other party's martial skills, and there was no way to escape. Moreover, at this time they didn't dare to vanish. Otherwise wouldn't this represent that their 9 people with the cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Supreme Realm were inferior to 2 of the 4th heaven of the Supreme Realm? Immediately afterward, these 9 people clenched their teeth. All of them began to perform their family's best techniques. But nah, the might of the burning fury heavenly lotus and the desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger was too massive. The power of a casual strike was already comparable to a half-saint. Boom! Boom! The moment both sides' martial arts came into contact, the victory or defeat was already over. one could only see that the 9 saint sons of the supreme ninth heavenly hallows and their companions were directly beaten, spitting blood from their mouths and their spirits wilting, staggering backward, while the might of the finger in the fire lotus did not diminish in the slightest. It blasted straight toward the outside of the cloud ring. Only when it touched the edge of the cloud ring, a golden glow appeared. It was like a huge light shield that dispersed the force in all directions, and that strong attack was diffused in a smooth manner. It's horrible. The power of this finger technique and the fire lotus technique is so strong? Is this the strength that a supreme fourth heaven should have? And what do I practice? A cultivator who was also a supreme fourth sky had already broken through the defense. The others, on the other hand, were also relieved after seeing the attack dissolved by the light shield, thanks to the fact that this cloud ring is surrounded by the holy rhythms of the supreme three palace masters. Otherwise, if this finger and the fire lotus landed on the spectator seats, I don't know how many people would be killed or injured. Dark horses. So, the two of them are dark horses. Hiss. In this world, there is never a shortage of dark horses. In the past, it was not that there had not been that kind of horrifying heavenly pride that came out of nowhere. Firstly not being known, and then directly killing through all the heavenly prides of the same class, becoming a dark horse. One move. The 9 players of the 9th sky of the supreme realm all lost. They had already lost their fighting strength and looked at the Shao Ashes duo with a depressed spirit. There was an intense fear in his eyes. Is there any justice in this? 2 supreme 4 heavenly creatures. One move to crush 9 of our 9 heavenly creatures? Is this a ING person? That was the only thought in the minds of the 9 of them. That's mean. Hong-Ian looked at this scene and swallowed hard as he realized that the strength of the duo of Shao Ashes and Lin Chong was even stronger than before in the 9 Xian realm. This is completely getting stronger at a rate visible to the naked eye. It's true that goods will be thrown away and people will die. On the high platform, as Xiao Lei looked at this scene, a trace of shock appeared on his face as well, and Yao Lai, who was on the sidelines, was about to be unable to hold back. He looked excitedly at Shao Ashes in the field. The law of heavenly fire fusion. This is something that our Taiyao Palace has been pursuing so hard. Ha 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 ha. I didn't think that God would send me such a great gift. If Yao Lai's throat was rapidly wriggling. If he was able to obtain such a technique himself, then he would be able to refine all of the 6 heavenly flames that had been inherited from the Taiyao Palace that ranked in the top 20 of the heavenly flame ranking. At that time, breaking through the shackles of the peak saint was not a problem. The realm above the peak of saints. That was Yao Lai's most coveted realm. With this in mind, his eyes were filled with undisguised greed. When Xiao Lei saw that Yao Lai was like this, he laughed and said, Yao Lai, I'll congratulate your Taiyao Palace in advance for the upcoming addition of a talented disciple. Although Xiao Lei was also shocked by Xiao Ash's handful of heavenly flame fusion techniques, but after all, what he practiced was the Tai Xiao Thunder Law, not the heavenly fire law, so he could only watch. Xianli sidelonged his eyes at this moment and spoke out. Yao Lai, you shouldn't be too happy too early. Xiao Ashes, but he has a master. So what if he has a master? He's a person at the 4th level of the supreme realm, and no matter how strong his master is, he's just a saint, right? Yao Lai waved his hand and said confidently, a saint is just an elder in our Taiyao Palace. As long as he joins my Taiyao Palace's techniques can be learned at his leisure, and all the elders can instruct him. Xianli sniffed and shook his head. Then what if he doesn't agree? He dares not agree? Yao Lai's eyes steeped dangerously. If he doesn't agree, then we can only feel sorry for him. What a genius. It might be halfway down. Xianli narrowed his eyes. They were most familiar with Yao Lai's nature. All his life, he had endeavored to cultivate the Taiyao divine technique, but this technique was too astral yang and overbearing, and in order to increase his strength, he had to devour 10,000 flames. However, every time he devoured it, he would suffer a backlash from the origin of fire. At Yao Lai's realm, he no longer dared to continue enduring this kind of backlash, because once he failed, the end would be his death. And now, such a strong fire-controlling genius had suddenly appeared out of nowhere on top of this Saint Sun Cloud ring, plus the fact that the other party possessed a technique that he, Yao Lai, could only dream of. He was bound to strike, even if it was decapitating the other party to take it by force. As he said, maybe the genius will fall halfway through. There is no more fallen genius than this. Chapter 69. Who is your brother? Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger. Wanxia mountain range, cloud sky ring. In the high platform at the top, Xiao Lei looked at the glowing Yao Lai, pinched between his eyebrows, and said in a low voice, Yao Lai, don't go too far. Beware of people's masters looking for you to give his disciples an argument. Ha ha ha. Yao Lai laughed twice, then let his master fall with him, and Qian Li, who was sitting on the side, also laughed softly twice. When Xiao Lei saw this, he did not say anything else. After all, They were the three most powerful palaces in the Tai Shao sacred realm, facing two geniuses of the fourth heaven of the supreme realm, as well as their master teacher who was at most at the saint realm. There really wasn't anything to be afraid of, or rather, being able to be given a look by one of their three most powerful palaces was their fortune. They can't be thankful enough. Viewing gallery, southeast corner. Fang Yamo couldn't help but stare even after seeing that those nine heavens were directly defeated without even having the chance to fight back. Demonic talents. Why do I feel that the two of them are just as much of a demonic talent as you? Brotherly. Li Weishui also couldn't help but be surprised. Very strong indeed. It's been a long time since I've come across a genius with similar talent as me. If I hadn't met my master back then, I'm afraid I would only be like you. Brother Fong. Two words that zapped Fong Mo's heart twice. In the first sentence, it was clear that Li Weishui didn't treat Fong Mo as a genius like him. The second sentence is even more solid. What do you mean? If you haven't met your master, you'll only be like me? Am I bad? Fong Mo asked himself. In addition to his age being 10,000 years older than Li Weishui, his cultivation level is the same. Thinking about this, Fong Mo's eyes danced. In such a comparison, it seems that one does not really have any capital that can be bragged about. Sure enough, the person who was able to kill that Wang Qing fellow is no good. On the cloudy sky ring, Soul Light locked his gaze on the Xiao Ashes duo after he looked at the other three Saint Sons who had been so easily defeated. Soul Light. Xiao Ashes' gaze met Soul Light, and the battle intent in his eyes was monstrous. Soul Light was also pleasantly unafraid. After all, he had already stepped into the half-saint realm. Lin Chong, on the other hand, slowly stepped in front of Zhu Bonrao. Without saying much, they just stared at each other. After all, he and Xiao Ashes had already divided their battle goals this time around long ago. On the high platform in the clouds, Xiao Lei looked at this scene, took a deep breath, and said aloud, due to the fall of three holy sons at once. So, this time, the way of the competition has changed slightly. Continue the melee until there are three parties left in the field. Then the top three will be finalized. And then the final winner. Who takes first place? After the rule change, the cultivators around the cloud ring were also getting more and more boisterous. On one side, there is a dark horse out of nowhere. On one side was the holy daughter of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect as well as the holy son of the Soul Clan. Now that's a hoot. It looks like you've already chosen your opponents. Soul Light's gaze was chilly and his voice was like a ghost. He looked towards Zhu Bonrao, who was not far away, and said, Zhu Bonrao, today, you and I will first join forces to blast all three of them out. Then, how about the two of us come back to snatch this holy son's first seat? Zhu Bonrao gently waved her sleeve and spoke out. No problem. To this point, the battlefield is clear and unambiguous. Vermilion Bonrao carried two half-saint puppet bones and fought against Lin Chong. Soul Light caught the two half-saint companions and took on Xiao Ashes. One person was all against three half-saints. For a time, the atmosphere in the middle of the cloud ring began to be tense with swords. Why don't I contribute? Hong Yian, who was standing behind the Xiao Ashes duo, stepped forward before he could finish. Xiao Ashes then spoke. Master said that he would take you to lie down and win, so you don't need to make a move. But each of you is facing three half-saints. Hong Yian was still a little worried, even though the two of them had just teamed up to crush nine heaven's supreme beings with a single move. But the difference in strength between a supreme and a half-saint was like a chasm. Isn't it just a half-saint? Xiao Ashes grinned. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Back then, in the burial exalted abyss, he had killed a half-saint. Hong Yian sniffed and coughed twice. Hong Yian, your presence here will affect my senior brother and I from playing. Lin Chong spoke at this moment, a sentence that directly caused the corners of Hong Yian's mouth to twitch. Gotta have it. Brother Lin Chong, brother Xiao Ashes, then I will retreat to the side first. Aha! The two Xiao Ashes nodded, and Hong Yian then honestly came to the edge of the cloud ring. Hong Yian won't make a move? Soul Light's eyes narrowed as he looked at the scene. Against you? No. A blazing heavenly flame had already begun to rise in Xiao Ash's palm, and a dozen types of streams of light constantly swam around his body. His eyes also began to glow with a golden fire. The souls, come and fight. After the words fell, he stepped on the void and took a lotus flower step. One person faced three half-saints, and Hurley took the lead. The right half of the cloudy sky ring was already occupied by Xiao Ashes and the Soul Knight trio, and the left half, Zhu Bonrao was still sizing up Lin Chong, who was not far away. Rather a handsome man. How about, if you worship under me, I might be able to give you a little favor yo. As Zhu Bonrao spoke, a soft charm began to be cast. Just nod your head. I can give you the joy that regular people can't have. Oh. In his voice, he revealed flirtation. Even on this side of the stands, even through the holy rhythm light shield, a portion of the cultivators had their sanity affected. They would have fallen all the way in if their companion beside them hadn't slapped them twice in time. At the sound of a crisp slap, these people regained their senses in time, and then all of them were scared afterward. Thank you, brother, for these 2 slaps to wake me up. No thank you, no thank you. I can give you another slap. No, no, no. What a terrifying charm technique. This is the unique charm technique of the Holy Maiden of the Puppet Bone Sacred Sect, the soft bone charm technique. Rumor has it that she's used this charm method to decimate so many geniuses of the same rank before refining them into puppet bones. Sure is scary. On the left side of the ring, Lin Chang's brows furrowed. He could indeed feel a soft power wrapping itself around him. However, Lin Chong did not feel the so-called soft bone charming method. As for Zhu Bonrao, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, the expression on her face changed a bit. How could the opponent last so long in his own soft bone charm? Even the breath didn't fluctuate a bit. Is he an elm? Little brother Lin Chong. Zhu Bonrao operated the soft bone charm technique with all her might, yet she did not wait for her words to fall. Lin Chang's gaze that was filled with a desolate aura then icily swept over Zhu Bonrao. Don't call me brother. Who's your brother? If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of wasting words? Don't know what you just did though, but the master has cautioned with me. Women. It only affects the speed of my cultivation. In the next second, Lin Chong struck out brazenly. A bellowing cry came out of his mouth. Desolate heaven imprisoning destruction finger.